A man sold all his organs within a single day. Yet not only did he not die, he could even reproduce with the campus beauty. He even managed to scrape together the job change fee by selling his organs. And ultimately awakened as a 3S level forbidden spellcaster. But everyone mocked him, saying he wouldn't live past 2.5 days. Because every time a forbidden spellcaster casts a skill, they must sacrifice their own organs or lifespan. In response, he merely smiled in disdain. A short lifespan for a forbidden spellcaster has nothing to do with Yilin's immortal body. It turns out this is a world overrun by ferocious beasts, where 90% of humanity has become food for monsters. And Yilin, who transmigrated into this world as an orphan, can only gain a foothold in this world by awakening as a job changer. But the job change fee in this world is extremely expensive. With no other choice, Yilin could only keep selling his organs for money. Today happened to be the day of the job change ceremony. Most people awaken life-oriented professions and are destined to be mediocre for their entire lives. When it was the campus beauty Zhugani's turn to awaken on stage, a red phoenix shot straight into the sky. The principal's expression changed drastically. It was actually an SSS-level fire mage, a top-tier combat profession capable of holding off an army alone. The students below cast envious gazes, lamenting that now they didn't even have thee to be the goddess's simp. However, when it was Yilin's turn to awaken on stage, the originally clear sky instantly turned pitch black, and a thunder dragon crackling with lightning all over its body appeared and dived straight toward him. A terrifying power instantly surged into Yilin's body. Everyone was stunned. A poor student who relied on loans to attend school had actually awakened an SSS-level profession. This guy was really lucky. Just as the principal was about to announce that Yilin was the pride of the school, he suddenly stopped halfway, because Yilin had awakened as an SSS-level forbidden spellcaster. The students below immediately began to mock him. Dying young right after awakening, how tragic is that? The principal also patted his shoulder and comforted him. To blaze brilliantly once is better than living a mediocre life. Little did they know that although forbidden spellcasters are short-lived, he possesses an immortal body. After the ceremony ended, Yilin was just about to head home. Zhuge and I called out to him and strode over on her long legs. I advise you to think it over carefully. The more frequently a forbidden spellcaster fights, the faster they die. I mean no harm, we were classmates, and I just don't want you to die too soon. Zhuge Ni's tone was thick with pity. Thanks for the concern, but let's forget about teaming up, Yilin replied, refusing her. After all, he couldn't expose the secret of his immortal body. You! Zhuge and I glared at him angrily. She had warned Yilin again and again, yet this guy simply wouldn't listen. Good advice truly can't save someone bent on dying. Forget it. Let go of the savior complex and respect others' fate, Zhuge and I silently admonished herself, deciding no longer to concern herself with whether Yilin lived or died. TSK, who's this? Oh, so it's our SSS class profession holder, Yilin. A mocking voice rang out as Ji Lingyu led a group of people to block the path in front of Yilin and Zhuge and I. He was the young master of the G group of Qingcheng, who usually lorded over Qingcheng High School, and had been flamboyantly pursuing Zhuge and I for a long time. In this school, who didn't know that Zhuge and I was Ji Lingyu's Achilles heel? Did this kid really think that just because he had advanced to a forbidden spellcaster, he could rise to prominence? Seeing the cold glint in Ji Lingyu's eyes, Yilin felt speechless. Women were indeed a source of trouble. He had spent 3 years at Qingcheng High School without provoking anyone, yet Zhuge and I had drawn trouble to him with just 2 sentences. Please move aside, I'm going home. Yilin did not want to cause trouble. Going home? Back to that slum of yours with sewage flowing everywhere? Ji Lingyu sneered. You're at least an SSS-level profession now. How about you beg me, and I'll arrange a security guard position for you at my G group, with food and lodging included. That way you won't have to live in the slums anymore. I'm being good to you, aren't I? The lackeys behind Ji Lingyu immediately joined in with mocking laughter upon hearing this. Yilin, you're really lucky as hell, being able to enter the G group as a bodyguard. Why don't you hurry up, thank young Master Ji, and kowtow to him a few times. Facing their ridicule, Yilin clenched his fists, panting like an ox, looking as if he had suffered immense humiliation. Don't push people too far. Yilin roared. Ji Lingyu was startled for a moment. After all, Yilin was now a genuine forbidden spellcaster. But soon, a smug smile curled on his lips again. Casting forbidden spells cost one's life force. Would Yilin really risk his life just because of a few insults? Classmate Yilin, I'm acting out of good intentions. How can that be considered bullying you? Ji Lingyu reached out and lightly patted Yi Lin's face. The harm was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. This gave Ji Lingyu tremendous satisfaction. So what if he had an SSS-level profession? Daring to get close to Zhuge Ni still meant being humiliated by him, Ji Lingyu. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew very well that when dealing with someone like Ji Lingyu, once he gave in, what awaited him would only be even worse humiliation. If he wanted Ji Lingyu to never dare provoke him again, then he had to make Ji Lingyu understand that he was not a little white rabbit, but a lion bearing its fangs and claws. At that thought, Yi Lin's eyes instantly turned blood red. Ji Lingyu, you've gone too far. You forced me into this. Forbidden spell? World-ending furious thunder. Yi Lin roared, raising one hand. Instantly, dark clouds gathered as a surging thunderstorm converged, and silver-white arcs of lightning darted through the clouds. Boom! A bolt of violent lightning as thick as a thigh crashed down from the clouds, connecting with Yi Lin's palm. At that moment, Yi Lin looked like a god who commanded thunder, dazzling beyond compare. Countless people around stared at Yi Lin in horror. Was this kind of power really something a level 1 class changer could possess? As Yi Lin's raised hand came down, the terrifying lightning struck directly beside Ji Lingyu, blasting him away and leaving a massive crater in the ground. Yi Lin, are you fucking crazy? Ji Lingyu, who had just brushed past death, was so frightened he almost wet his pants. He had only wanted to humiliate Yi Lin and make him keep his distance from Zhuge Ni in the future, but this lunatic had cast a forbidden spell without caring about his own life? Was he insane? If Yi Lin's aim had been just a little more accurate, he would already be a charred corpse. However, in the face of Ji Lingyu's questioning, Yi Lin gave no response and raised his hand once more. Forbidden spell? World-ending furious thunder. Fuck. He's gone crazy, Yi Lin's gone insane. Help. Save me. Ji Lingyu was completely terrified out of his mind. Just for humiliating him with a couple of words, he was ready to drag you down to death with him. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a lunatic? He struggled to get up, but his legs had already gone weak from fear. Pull me up. He cried for help to his lackeys, but they were too busy fleeing for their own lives to care about Ji Lingyu. You bunch of bastards. Ji Lingyu cursed in fury. At that moment, with a thunderous boom, an even more terrifying bolt of lightning struck down beside him. Ji Lingyu froze in place as a foul-smelling liquid trickled down his pant leg. Hovering on the razor's edge between life and death was truly a brutal test of a man's sphincter. Fortunately, this bolt also missed. It was finally over. A hot tear slid down the corner of Ji Lingyu's eye. Just as he was thinking this, an enraged voice rang out again, like a life-claiming Azura. Forbidden spell? World-ending furious thunder. Pushing open the door, Yi Lin returned to the small house in the slums. This was the most backward area of Qingcheng, with sewage flowing everywhere and all kinds of shady characters mixed together, yet it had also become the best hiding place for Yi Lin and his undying body. By sacrificing a section of the duodenum, I can summon ordinary thunder. By sacrificing a bladder, I can summon the Gui-watering thunder. By sacrificing a heart, I can summon the violet lightning of life and death. Yi Lin silently calculated the organs required to cast the forbidden spell world-destroying furious thunder and summon different levels of lightning. These were all data he had just obtained from experimenting on Ji Lingyu. In order not to arouse suspicion, the parts he sacrificed were all internal organs. Based on this calculation, if I want to summon the ultimate chaos divine thunder, I'd probably have to sacrifice my entire body. No wonder this thing is a forbidden spell. Yi Lin touched his nose and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Only someone with an undying body like his would dare to play with something like this. If it were a normal person casting this forbidden spell, they'd probably end up half paralyzed after just a few uses. However, he was extremely satisfied with the power of this forbidden spell. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was only level 1 right now. If he were to unleash the world-destroying furious thunder with full force, probably not a single class changer below level 5 would survive. With a single thought, the organs sacrificed to cast the forbidden spell grew back once more, and Yi Lin's complexion regained its healthy color. He then fell asleep, peaceful like a corpse. Some rejoiced while others worried. While Yi Lin slept soundly, Ji Lingyu on the other side could not sleep at all. Dad! You have to avenge me. You must kill that guy. In front of the entire school, he made me lose all my face. I even had to kneel and kowtow to him to admit my mistake. I just can't swallow this humiliation. Ji Lingyu sat opposite Father Ji, crying and complaining with tears and snot streaming down his face. When he apologized that afternoon, he was certainly sincere, and now, wanting to kill Yi Lin was just as sincere. The G group kept quite a few powerful job changers under its command. Killing a mere level 1 Yilin would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Father G held a cigar in his mouth, the rising smoke blurring his face. Listening to Ji Lingyu's tearful complaints, Father G's expression did not change. Lingyu, you are Dad's only son. I have educated you countless times since you were young. As a businessman, do not act on impulse, you must learn to weigh the pros and cons. If I ask you, if your dad listened to you and sent someone to kill him, and it succeeded, what benefits would we gain? Ji Lingyu was stunned. If Yilin were killed, what benefits could they get? It seemed there really were none, just venting some anger at most. Father G flicked the ash of his cigar onto the table. Then what if it failed? We would completely offend an SSS level forbidden spellcaster. Once he grows stronger, before he dies, dragging our G group down to hell with him would be no problem at all. Ji Lingyu's heart suddenly jolted. So, killing a Yilin just to vent our anger is an extremely high-risk and utterly profitless matter. The people who had conflicts with you before were just ordinary people. Killing them was no big deal. But this time it's different, understand? Ji Lingyu nodded obediently. He had also figured out the pros and cons. Dad, from now on I'll definitely keep my distance from that Yilin. No. Father Ji shook his head, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Not only must you not stay away from that Yilin, on the contrary, you should follow him. Take him as your leader. Dad, why? Ji Lingyu asked in confusion. Because someone who would directly cast a forbidden spell and risk his life just because of a few insults clearly has little brains and cares extremely about saving face. Father G's lips curled into a confident smile, as if everything was under control. The young master of the G group becoming his lackey, wouldn't that be giving him plenty of face? A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. As long as you play the role of Yilin's follower well, he will be your shield. After all, bullying his lackey is the same as humiliating him and slapping him in the face. If we only need to sacrifice a bit of insignificant pride to gain a free SSS level forbidden spellcaster bodyguard, why wouldn't we do it? People only ever say that forbidden spellcasters have short lives, but no one has ever dared to say they are not powerful. The more Ji Lingyu listened, the brighter his eyes became, as if he had suddenly seen the light. Dad, I understand now. Father Ji nodded and continued meaningfully, he cares about face, and he's also a poor student. Remember these 2 points. If handled properly, you will have a free forbidden spellcaster enforcer. What the G family lacks least is money. Early the next morning, when Yilin appeared at the school gate, quite a few students, upon seeing him, fearfully distanced themselves from him, clearly having heard about his madness the day before. Yilin was happy to enjoy the peace and quiet. Wasn't killing Ji Lingyu to scare these monkeys exactly for this effect? The less contact he had with people, the deeper he could hide the secret of his immortal body. Yilin. Just as Yilin was waiting calmly for the school to take them to the beginner's secret realm, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Ji Lingyu? Yilin turned his head and realized that the person running toward him was actually Ji Lingyu. A deep, chilling glint flashed in Yilin's eyes. Had this rich brat not been taught enough of a lesson yesterday? If Ji Lingyu insisted on pestering him, Yilin wouldn't mind creating a small accident once they entered the beginner's secret realm and sending him to his death. Yilin. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? This is the breakfast I brought for you. Ji Lingyu presented an exquisite lunchbox and a bottle of fresh milk as if offering a treasure. Couldn't beat me, so now you're trying to poison me? Yilin looked at Ji Lingyu suspiciously. He really couldn't figure out what this guy was up to. How could that be, Yilin? I really didn't poison it. To prove his innocence, Ji Lingyu quickly opened the lunchbox. Inside was a huge sandwich. Ji Lingyu tore off a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, then opened the milk and poured a bit into his mouth from above. Well, Yilin, you believe now that I didn't poison it, right? Ji Lingyu said, wiping his mouth. Yilin took the lunchbox. The sandwich gave off an enticing aroma. Lifting the first slice of bread, he saw a layer of beef underneath. It really didn't look like it was poisoned. But Yilin still couldn't understand why. Could it be that Ji Lingyu was some kind of masochist who got addicted after being beaten up by him yesterday? A free breakfast delivered to his door would be a waste not to eat, so Yilin started gobbling it down. After all, he was so poor that he would have to sell a kidney just to scrape together the money for the job advancement ceremony, so of course he wouldn't refuse such a freeloading opportunity. Seeing that Yilin accepted the breakfast he had brought, Ji Lingyu revealed a delighted smile as well. His father had once taught him that in relationships between people, as long as the first step of breaking the ice is completed, what follows can progress by leaps and bounds. This rule applies to women, and it applies to men as well. His father was right, this Yilin really doesn't have much of a brain. If I flatter him a bit more, it won't be long before I have a free SSS tier professional fighter at my disposal. Yilin. Ever since I was little, I, Jilin, have always drifted through life in a daze. It was your appearance that shocked me awake like a bolt of heavenly thunder. Jilin spoke with vivid emotion. Yilin swallowed the sandwich in his mouth and corrected him. Not like, there really was a bolt of heavenly thunder that struck. Just tell me what you want. Well, I want to acknowledge you as my big brother. Acknowledge me as your big brother? Yilin froze for a moment. This guy, could he really be a masochist? He went crazy yesterday to make others stay away from him, and instead of scaring them off, he ended up gaining a lackey? That's right. After getting beaten up by you yesterday, I reflected deeply in pain. I realized that if I want to become better, I must find a good role model to learn from. Jilin nodded heavily. So that's how it is. Since it's for learning, paying some tuition is reasonable, right? Yilin replied, rubbing his chin. Of course it's reasonable. Big bro, what's your card number? Jilin immediately pulled out a card reader from his back pocket. Transfer 20 million into this card first. Yilin skillfully recited the card number. Alright, wait, hold on, 20 million? Jilin froze. No matter how rich the G group was, they couldn't just throw around money like that, 20 million right off the bat. No money? Then forget it. Yilin looked Jilin up and down with a strange expression. Jilin felt that look was vaguely familiar. After thinking for a moment, he realized that wasn't that the exact look he used when he looked at poor people? He, the dignified young master of the G group, was being seen as a poor guy? This was simply outrageous. Jilin face flushed red instantly. Being treated like a poor man was far more humiliating to him than being scared into wetting himself by Yilin yesterday. Wait here. I'll have my dad transfer the money. Furious and exasperated, Jilin walked off to make a phone call. After sending Jilin away, Yilin turned and boarded the bus heading to the novice secret realm. He was afraid that if he stayed with Jilin too long, his IQ would be dragged down as well. Amid the roar of the engine, the bus headed toward the entrance of the novice secret realm. At this moment, several long lines had already formed at the entrance. Those were newly awakened class holders from other schools in Qingcheng. There was only this one secret realm in the entire Qingcheng high school suitable for beginners, and with the college entrance exam approaching soon, it was naturally packed with people. Zhuge and Yilin, the two SSS level classes, stood at the very front of Qingcheng High School's line. Zhugani's expression was cold and indifferent, her gaze fixed straight ahead, clearly unwilling to pay any attention to Yilin. Yilin was happy to enjoy the peace and quiet as well. In the distance, the principal of Qingcheng High School was grinning ear to ear, his wrinkled old face blooming like a chrysanthemum. With one arm around the other high school principals to keep them from leaving, he boasted with a tone as smug as ever. What a headache. I told my students to keep a low profile, just one SSS class profession at the transfer would have been enough. But look at these kids, always giving me trouble. What do? They go and transfer two of them at once. Isn't that just infuriating? Absolutely outrageous. Ha ha ha. The faces of the other high school principals turned so dark they looked like the bottoms of burnt pots. They had seen show-offs before, but never anyone as shameless as this. They could hardly bear it. Why aren't you saying anything? The Qingcheng principal beamed, his whole face aglow. Cat, got your tongues, or were you born this way? I'm better at combat than conversation. Good day. The first principal shook his sleeves and strode away. I just remembered the gas at home isn't turned off. Excuse me. The second principal left, his face thunderous. The third principal turned and marched away, looking as if he'd just made some crucial decision. Grumbling, the last principal threw out, "You old coot. You'd better have two SSS class students transfer next year too, or else." Then he stormed off in a fury. Next year? Oh, I retire next year. The Qingcheng principal chuckled gleefully, so much that the last principal actually stumbled on his way out in sheer frustration. While the principals bickered, the queue was steadily moving forward. Soon it was Qingcheng High's turn to enter the field. Zhuge and I shot Yilin a chilly glare. If you team up with me now, you might still make it, she said. She'd promised herself not to care about Yilin anymore, but her innate kindness made her say it anyway. No need, but thanks. Yilin swept past her and strode confidently into the novice dungeon, arrogant to the core. If he wants to die early, no one can stop him. Zhuge and I shook her head, clearly thinking Yilin was a lost cause. A flash of white light, And the world before Yi Lin changed completely. He now stood in a dense forest. Sunlight broken into shimmering patches by the leaves and dappling his body. A random teleport. Ha, fine by me. I was worried I'd have to find a way to distance myself from the others. Stretching lazily, Yi Lin set off on his monster hunting journey. He hadn't walked far when he ran into a creature that looked like a perfectly round, fluffy cat. Its fur was a soft pink, making it look like an adorable animated plush toy, a creature guaranteed to make any girl squeal. A level 1 pink panther cat. Ha, Yi Lin wasn't fooled by its looks. This little thing might seem cute, but it was a bona fide monster, perfectly capable of biting through a grown man's throat in one snap. The pink panther cat rolled around on the ground, purring playfully, trying to lure Yi Lin in for the kill. Yi Lin's response was simple. He calmly stretched out his right hand. Forbidden spell, apocalyptic thunder. Boom. Thunder roared and crashed down from the sky. The pink leopard cat let out a sharp, terrified meow and almost lost its mind from fright. What was this about? All it wanted was to grab a quick meal. It was just hungry and out hunting. Did that really warrant getting struck by lightning? But faced with Yi Lin, who opened with a forbidden spell of apocalyptic power, the poor creature didn't even have a chance to run. A bolt of thunder blasted down, turning the pink leopard cat into a charred husk in an instant. You have slain a level 1 pink leopard cat. Reward: 10 experience points. Just 10 experience points for killing a level 1 monster. That meant it would take 100 monsters just to reach level 2. This was way too slow. But since all of my skills are forbidden spells anyway, maybe I could venture deeper into this forest and try something bigger. Without another word, Yi Lin turned and vanished into the thick woods. Forbidden spell, Apocalypse Thunder. You have slain a level 2 murder hornet. Reward: 20 experience points. Forbidden spell, Apocalypse Thunder. You have slain a level 3 ash wolf. Reward: 30 experience points. Forbidden spell, Apocalypse Thunder. You have slain a level 5 jungle harpy. Reward: 50 experience points. From that point on, the peaceful silence of the monster-infested forest was shattered. The land was baptized by wave after wave of thunder, with bolts dropping from the sky every so often, shaking the heavens. Yi Lin swept through everything in his path, whether he encountered level 1 monsters or level 5 monsters. His answer was always the same: unleash a forbidden spell. No hesitation, no mercy. He was an equal opportunity destroyer. With each casting, Yi Lin became more adept with the Apocalypse Thunder spell, even managing to cast it instantly, without any delay or chant. Thanks to his nearly absurd monster clearing efficiency, Yi Lin leveled up to 2 in no time at all. He had only been in the newbie secret realm for about an hour, and that meant he was gaining a level every hour. If news of this speed got out, jaws would drop everywhere. Upon leveling up, Yi Lin unlocked a new forbidden spell. Name: Yi Lin. Class: Forbidden Spellcaster. Level: 2, 13. 14% Strength, 20 Agility, 30 Spirit, 60 Class Talent. Infinite Arcana unlocks a new forbidden spell with every level up. Skills: Forbidden Spell, Apocalypse Thunder. Forbidden Spell, Burning Reincarnation. Forbidden Spell, Apocalypse Thunder. The caster offers up a part of their body as sacrifice to summon world-ending lightning from beyond the heavens. The more vital the sacrificed body part, the stronger the summoned thunder, up to and including the ultimate chaotic divine thunder. The spell's power scales with the caster's level and spiritual strength. Forbidden Spell, Burning Reincarnation. The caster burns their own life force to greatly increase strength, agility, and spirit attributes. Note: forbidden spellcasters can cast forbidden spells without any cost or cooldown. Beneath the newly unlocked forbidden spell, there was even a small, thoughtful note. Note: the skill Burning Samsara consumes a tremendous amount of life force. Once spent, your life force cannot be restored. Please use this skill with extreme caution. Use it cautiously. Yi Lin nodded obediently, then bellowed, his voice echoing with resolve. Forbidden spell, Burning Samsara. In an instant, crimson flames flared up around Yi Lin, licking hungrily at his body. It was his life force burning, so fiercely that even the blood in his veins seemed to evaporate into blood-red fire. At the same time, his strength, agility, and mental power surged dramatically, each doubling, and his mental power skyrocketed to a terrifying 120 points. What a monstrous forbidden spell! With Burning Samsara activated, I bet not even a level 10 monster could survive my full-powered Apocalypse Thunder. Yi Lin was swept away by his excitement, completely oblivious to what was happening to him. His hair bleached white at an alarming rate, his skin grew slack and wrinkled, and his once clear eyes became clouded and dull. In just 5 minutes, Yi Lin went from a boy in his teens to a withered old man, bent and trembling, his hair as white as snow. Raising a gnarled, bark-like hand, Yi Lin muttered to himself in disbelief. Just 5 minutes, and I've aged this much. If I don't want to blow my cover, I can't use Burning Samsara for more than a minute or so at a time. Yet, Yi Lin didn't deactivate the forbidden spell. Instead, he let his life force continue burning. Then, something bizarre happened. The decrepit old Yi Lin began to age in reverse, growing young again before his own eyes. As someone blessed with immortality and limitless life force, the side effects of Burning Samsara meant almost nothing to him. Immortality has its drawbacks, and the Forbidden Mage class has even bigger flaws. But when you stack immortality on top of a Forbidden Mage, That's when the world will truly understand the terror of forbidden spells raining from the sky. With burning samsara blazing, Yi Lin launched into his next massacre. His mental power, already at 120, soared to a monstrous 130 with the help of the principal's apocalypse ring. Even the most basic celestial thunder he summoned now packed a power punch that descended like a world-ending thunder dragon. Right now, Yi Lin was absolutely confident he could storm straight through the novice dungeon in front of him. You have slain a level 5 twin-headed serpent, gained 50 experience points. You have slain a level 6 iron-armored scorpion, gained 60 experience points. You have slain a level 6 centaur, gained 60 experience points. Deeper and deeper he ventured. The monsters that appeared before Yi Lin only grew stronger, none below level 5. But no matter how fierce they looked, these powerful monsters might as well have been made of paper. Faced with Yi Lin, who was only level 2 himself, each one crumpled in the blink of an eye. A bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down. No matter what level demon you were destined to end up nothing but a piece of charcoal. Everywhere Yi Lin passed, there lingered a faint aroma of roasted meat, the scent of monsters cooked by the searing heat of the lightning. The more monsters he killed, the more practiced he became, until he looked like a thunder god descended to earth. With a casual lift of his hand, he hurled out another cataclysmic thunder curse. This beginner's dungeon was as perilous as rumored. What a thrilling and satisfying trial. Forbidden spell, infernal firestorm. Yi Lin let out a furious roar, and flames blazed up in his palm, deep purple at the base, fading to crimson at the tips, swirling like some demonic lotus. He tossed the fire onto a pile of dry wood, which erupted instantly into flames, using a forbidden spell to light a campfire. If anyone else had seen this, their eyes would have popped clean out of their heads. It was about as absurd as lighting a cigarette with a nuclear bomb. By the end of the day, after his rampage through the dungeon, Yi Lin had leveled up to 3. At level 3, he unlocked that very forbidden spell, Infernal Firestorm. Just like annihilating thunder, it allowed him to summon hellfire from the depths of the underworld by sacrificing a bit of himself. But the higher his level, the harder it became to advance. Going from level 1 to 2 took just 1,000 experience points, from 2 to 3 required 2,000, and from 3 to 4 would take 3,000. Still, leveling up to 3 in just a day was more than satisfactory. Most people probably hadn't even made it to level 2 yet. At this rate, hitting level 10 before the beginner's dungeon closed would be a breeze. Yi Lin swiftly dragged over the corpse of a 3-eyed demon boar. With practiced skill, he skinned and butchered the creature, then set its meat roasting on the blazing campfire. Fat dripped and sizzled from the hefty haunch, sending mouth-watering aromas wafting through the air. Despite his undying body that kept him from ever starving, hunger was still an unpleasant sensation, and Yi Lin wasn't the masochistic type. He saw no reason to mistreat himself. Infernal fire burned much hotter than any ordinary flame, making it perfect for roasting food. In no time, the entire haunch was crispy on the outside and juicy within. Yi Lin tore off a chunk, grease running down his fingers, steaming in the cool air. As the rich, savory flavor burst across his tongue, his eyes suddenly stung with tears. The 3-eyed demon boar's meat was unbelievably tasty, far better than anything ordinary pork could offer. Back when he'd lived in the slums, poor and forced to hide the secret of his undying nature, he'd never tasted anything like this. But now, as a class changer with power ever growing, Yi Lin swore to himself, once he was strong enough to protect himself, he'd never have to live hidden in the shadows again. As Yi Lin tore into his meat with gusto, not far away, Zudge and I suddenly halted, her figure freezing as her eyes darted toward his direction, filled with suspicion and surprise. As a fire element mage, her sensitivity to fire elements was off the charts. She instantly sensed the presence of karmic fire. Other than myself, there shouldn't be another SSS rank fire element class in Qingqing. How could there be such an intense surge of fire energy? Unless some kind of fire element treasure has appeared. Curiosity sparkled in Zudge and I's beautiful eyes as she quickly headed in Yi Lin's direction. Meanwhile, Yi Lin, having eaten and drunk his fill, stomped out the campfire. For good measure, he even peed on it before turning away and setting off to hunt monsters again. If you start a forest fire, you'll rot in jail. This conviction was always at the forefront of his mind. By the time Zudge and I arrived, Yi Lin was long gone, and all that remained was a smoldering campfire, a wisp of blue smoke curling up. So it was caused by a human. The elemental fluctuations here are every bit as strong as my own. Astonishment filled Zudge and I's bright eyes. She crouched down and picked up a half-burnt stick, lifting it to her delicate nose for a sniff. Immediately, her elegant brows knitted together. There was indeed the legendary scent of karmic fire, but mingled with it was a strange, other odor. Zudge and I was utterly perplexed, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she straightened up, excitement shining in her gaze. Qingqing really is full of hidden masters. Just wait, Zudge and I will find you. Compared to someone stubborn and foolish like Yi Lin, she found herself much more intrigued by this mysterious powerhouse, someone with both strength and the wisdom to keep a low profile. Zudge and I quickly surveyed the area, then hurried off in the direction Yi Lin had gone. Forbidden spell, cycle of burning. Forbidden spell, calamity thunder. At that moment, Yi Lin was crashing through the depths of the forest, obliterating every monster he came across like a swarm of locusts. Even though he'd picked up a new fire-based forbidden spell, Yi Lin was still in the habit of using calamity thunder to farm monsters. After all, A bolt of lightning sent monsters to their deaths in an instant, quick and painless. If he used karmic fire incineration, he'd have to burn them for several seconds before they died. Yilin told himself he wasn't a sadist, he preferred to keep things quick and merciful. Honestly, he considered himself a pretty decent, even compassionate person. He grinded like this straight through the night, and just as he was about to level up to 4, a sudden sound came from behind. Yilin narrowed his eyes and halted his cycle of burning spell, the hellfire vanishing in an instant. He was intimately familiar with the sounds monsters made. This was no monster. Someone human was approaching. Before he saw the person, he saw a pair of long, graceful legs. The first thing that caught Yilin's eye was a pair of long, fair legs. Then, Zhenai's cool, aloof face came into view. Her jet black hair cascaded down in the moonlight like a waterfall of stars. Even Yilin had to admit, though this woman could be stubborn to a fault, her looks and figure were pretty much flawless. But for all the space in this starter dungeon, how did he end up running into her of all people? Yilin, what are you doing here? The moment Zhenai laid eyes on Yilin, she frowned, her good mood evaporating in an instant. She was looking for that nameless prodigy who could control hellfire, not Yilin. Why was he here? But soon enough, Zhenai worked it out. Most likely, after entering the dungeon, Yilin realized just how suicidal it was to solo as a forbidden spellcaster. Now, he was regretting it, probably hunting her down for backup. I warned you before. The forbidden spellcaster class is strong, but it's completely unsuited for solo runs. It's too late to regret it now. Pestering me won't help. I don't have time to team up with you, move aside. I've got things to do. There wasn't the slightest trace of warmth on Zhenai's beautiful face. If Yilin had stuck it out to the bitter end, she might have respected his spirit. As it was, this behavior only made her look down on him. She'd given him plenty of chances before, but he hadn't valued them. Now that he was in a pinch, he came running back. Clinging to her, men like that, scheming and indecisive, were exactly the kind Zhenai despised. A real man should stand by his word once spoken. Not even 4 horses could drag it back. Yilin clearly didn't qualify. And now, blocking her path to track down the hellfire prodigy had only made her even more annoyed with him. Yilin was almost rendered speechless by Zhenai's twisted logic. She was the one who'd suddenly caught up with him. And now, somehow, he was pestering her. Now he understood, this woman wasn't just stubborn, she was outright missing a screw. Be my guest. Take care. Yilin stepped aside, making room for her, unwilling to bicker any further. He always lived by one rule for a happy life. Never argue with fools, never even try to reason with them. Zhenai shot him a glance, seeing how cooperative he was. She didn't say anything else and strode right past. Just as Yilin thought he'd finally rid himself of this headache, Zhenai suddenly stopped in her tracks. Wait, let me ask you something. Did you see anyone else come through here? Someone very powerful, exceptionally skilled with fire magic, possibility of controlling hellfire. As she spoke, expectation flickered in her eyes. Hellfire. Yilin nearly laughed out loud. Now he finally understood why Zhenai had come after him. He'd just used hellfire to light a campfire not long ago. So, if he put the pieces together, the mysterious person Zhenai was searching for might just be himself. He saw it too, a strikingly handsome man, walking straight in this direction. Yilin hurriedly pointed out a random direction for Zhenai, wanting to send her on her way. He had no intention of getting entangled with this foolish woman any further, and it was now clear that in the future, no matter what happened, he absolutely couldn't risk using the forbidden spell, Infernal Blaze, ever again. Thank you. Seeing that Yilin truly showed no interest in following her, Zhenai's opinion of him improved a little. She set off in the direction he'd indicated, but as she passed through the woods, something strange happened. The sky suddenly held not 1, but 3 moons. 3 full moons now hung in the sky, casting an eerie, almost unnatural light over everything. In the next instant, all the color drained from Zhenai's beautiful face. There were no 3 moons. Those 2 extra moons were actually the eyes of a gigantic beast, with a terrifying roar that shook the trees. A massive claw slammed down toward where Zhenai was standing. She darted aside, scrambling to put some distance between herself and the monster. Only then did she finally get a good look at it. A level 8 magical beast, a dragonblood behemoth. But this wasn't even the heart of the forest yet. Zhenai was baffled. How could a level 8 beast possibly be roaming these parts? She had only just broken through to level 3. Against an opponent like this, she didn't stand a chance. Unconsciously, her eyes flickered in the direction Yilin had gone. If Yilin teamed up with her, then while they might not be able to defeat the dragonblood behemoth, escaping with their lives shouldn't be a problem. But when she turned, not even a shadow of Yilin remained. He was already gone without a trace. Coward. Gritting her teeth, Zhenai's briefly improved opinion of Yilin plummeted straight back to rock bottom. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the moment the dragonblood behemoth appeared, Yilin must have been so scared he bolted and left her behind. Once again, the dragonblood behemoth lunged at Zhenai, clearly having decided she was its prey. The sheer size of its lumbering body was overwhelming, like a living mountain bearing down on her. Its presence alone enough to inspire fear. Explosive phoenix fire. Zhenai knew she couldn't let her guard down for even a second. She immediately cast her spell, and several balls of blazing fire materialized around her, which she hurled at the dragonblood behemoth. The high-temperature orbs hit its body and exploded on impact, burning scorched patches into its hide. But such minor injuries did nothing to sap the monster's strength. Instead, they fueled its rage. It was now truly infuriated. Those moon-like eyes blazed bright red as it struck again with its massive paw. Zujinai's slender legs flashed as she nimbly sidestepped the blow, then unleashed another spell. Phoenix fire rained down in a dazzling cascade toward the beast. But this time, the dragon blood behemoth didn't just stand there. It opened its enormous jaws and let out a roar that shook the earth, one that sounded uncannily like the cry of a dragon. Roar! The terrifying sound wave seemed to take on solid form, stopping all the phoenix fire that Zujinai had unleashed dead in midair. Then, as if caught in a whirlwind, it hurled the fireballs right back at her. What? Zujinai's face drained of color. There was no time to dodge. The fire she had just cast slammed squarely into her own body. Her clothes instantly caught fire, charring away and exposing large stretches of snow-white skin so much that she was barely covered at all. But Zujinai had no time to care about that. All her focus was on the massive dragonblood beast before her, her eyes wide with terror. One word flashed in her mind: death. She was going to die. If this kept up, the dragonblood beast would devour her whole. It was too strong, far beyond what a mere level 3 like her could handle. Facing life and death, Zujinai's usual calm and frostiness vanished. Panic clouded her beautiful face. The dragonblood beast's giant claw was coming straight at her. Zujinai squeezed her eyes shut in resignation. There was no one here who could save her. It was only the very first day of the beginner's secret realm, and this level 8 dragonblood beast was an insurmountable threat for anyone. Despair swallowed her whole. She never imagined that she, a dignified SSS-class transferee, would end up dying so humiliatingly at the hands of a level 8 monster. But as she waited, the searing pain she'd feared, the feeling of being crushed in the beast's grip, never came. Instead, right beside her, a deep, magnetic male voice resonated. Hellfire, Heaven Scorcher. Even with her eyes pressed shut, Zujinai could feel a fearsome wave of heat roar past her. When she finally opened her eyes, what she saw stunned her to the core, a memory that would stay with her forever. The dragonblood beast, a creature that, in her eyes, was utterly invincible, was engulfed from head to toe in red-violet flames, without so much as a scream. Its massive body crumbled away, reduced to drifting ash in a matter of seconds. Instant kill. That level 8 monster had been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Standing before her, his back to her, was a man wreathed in blood-red fire. That figure seared itself into Zujinai's eyes and branded itself onto her heart. The longer she looked at him, the more her gaze grew hazy, and a strange blush crept across her cheeks. Hellfire. It was Hellfire again. This man, wasn't he the nameless genius she'd been searching for all along? What girl hasn't dreamed of springtime love? What girl hasn't longed for a cool, resolute young man to appear at her darkest hour, to save her from mortal peril, to defeat a level 8 monster with a single effortless strike? How starkly that contrasted with Yi Lin, who had turned tail and fled without a second thought. Zujinai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The difference between people is sometimes even greater than the gulf between humans and monsters. Thank you so much for saving my life. May I ask your name? Zujinai stepped forward, her voice turning soft and gentle, so much so that Yi Lin almost got goosebumps. He wondered why he'd never noticed how perfectly she could switch up her demeanor. Zujinai saw that Yi Lin didn't respond, so she took another step closer, trying to get a good look at the man who'd so effortlessly killed an 8th level magical beast, the man she couldn't get out of her mind. But to her disappointment, Yi Lin's face was covered with a black cloth. Only his eyes were visible. After a moment's thought, Yi Lin spoke. You can call me Ling Yi. Ling as in dawn, and Yi as in night. Ling Yi, Ling Yi. Zujinai repeated the name softly to herself, her beautiful eyes sparkling. For the first time in her life, she felt an intense curiosity about a man. She could clearly hear the pounding of her own heart. Ling Yi, what school are you from? You saved me. I haven't even had a chance to properly thank you. When Yi Lin turned to leave, Zujinai hurried after him, but Yi Lin had no intention of sticking around. With a dismissive wave, he headed deeper into the forest. No need to thank me. It was nothing. Ling Yi. Zujinai raised her foot to follow, but Yi Lin suddenly stopped and spoke in a cold tone. Don't come any further. There are even stronger magical beasts ahead. It's not a place someone of your strength should be. And I suggest you put your clothes back on first. Zujinai looked down and finally realized her clothes had been mostly burned away by the earlier flames, leaving large swaths of snowy white skin exposed. With a small cry, her face flushed a deep red as she hurriedly covered herself with the surviving scraps of fabric and crouched down. By then, Yi Lin had already disappeared into the dark depths of the forest. Ling Yi, just you wait. I'll catch up to you someday. One day, I'll stand proudly by your side. Zujinai's voice echoed through the woods, but no one answered. She bit her lip, determination blazing in her eyes. Although deep down, she couldn't shake a lingering sense of humiliation. She had always considered herself a prodigy, yet that dragon-blooded beast she couldn't even scratch had barely lasted a second against Ling Yi, and when she tried to follow him, he treated her like nothing more than a burden. When it came to looks and figure, her clothes had been nearly burned away, but Ling Yi hadn't even glanced her way, as if she held no appeal whatsoever. That only made her feel even more defeated. Women are strange creatures. If you look at them, you're a creep, and if you don't, they doubt their own charm. Zujinai had always been confident in her beauty and physique, boys were constantly trying to get close to her, only to be frostily rebuffed. Yet now, for the first time, she found herself utterly overlooked, and it stung far more than she'd ever imagined. But this was the first time she had ever made such a bold move, only to be met with Ling Yi's indifference. For Zhu Zhenai, that was almost unbearable after all. This was the first man to truly capture her heart. Ling Yi's cold response stirred up the pride buried deep inside her. Secretly, Zhu Zhenai made up her mind. The next time she met Ling Yi, she would make sure he saw her in a whole new light. Ling Yi, I won't forget you. We'll meet again when the novice realm closes, and I won't lose to you. With that, Zhu Zhenai swapped into a new set of clothes and stepped determinedly onto her monster hunting journey. Ling Yi's image had rooted itself deep within her heart, not just as someone to chase after, but as a driving force pushing her to get stronger. Before the novice realm ended, she'd hit level 10 or beyond, and that Ling Yi would see for himself. Zhu Zhenai was no dead weight. Phew, that should keep that silly girl from bothering me again. Deep in the forest, Yilin finally let out a breath, dropping the mask he'd been wearing. After putting on such a show, there was no doubt that Zhu Zhenai's attention would be completely fixated on the fictional Ling Yi. As for himself, the coward who ran away mid-battle, Zhu Zhenai would probably turn and walk off in disgust if she ever saw him again. That was just what Yilin wanted. The last thing he needed was to get tangled up with Zhu Zhenai. Why had he saved her? Well, for all her eccentricities, Zhu Zhenai was still an SSS rank talent. If a genius like her died in the novice realm, the officials would tear the whole place apart investigating, and if they discovered his immortal body, well, that'd be a whole world of trouble. To avoid that, Yilin had stepped in. Besides, he didn't exactly have any deep grudges with Zhu Zhenai. Monster hunting was his goal anyway. Slaying a blood dragon beast was just business as usual. The only downside was that, from now on, he'd have to be more careful about using infernal fire. Heaven Burn and Rebirth Blaze, those two forbidden spells were far too conspicuous. Still, it wasn't much of a problem. The blood dragon beast's recent death had given Yilin just enough experience to hit level 4 and unlock a brand new forbidden spell. Name: Yilin. Class: Forbidden Spellcaster. Level: 4, 0, 02% Strength, 40, Agility, 60, Spirit, 120, Skills. Forbidden Spell: Calamity Thunder. Forbidden Spell: Rebirth Blaze. Forbidden Spell: Infernal Fire. Heaven Burn. Forbidden Spell: Undying Body. Forbidden Spell: Calamity Thunder. The spellcaster sacrifices part of their body to summon world-destroying thunder from the skies above. The more vital the body part sacrificed, the stronger the thunder called down. At its peak, it can summon the chaos god thunder. Power depends on the caster's level and spirit. Forbidden Spell: Burning Samsara. The forbidden spellcaster burns their own life force, massively increasing their strength, agility, and spirit attributes. Forbidden Spell: Infernal Flames of Karma. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices their own blood to summon boundless karmic flames from the depths of the underworld, flames that incinerate everything in their path. Once these flames latch onto an enemy, they will never extinguish. Forbidden Spell: Undying Immortality. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices 2.5 years of their lifespan to become immune to one fatal injury. Note: the forbidden spellcaster can cast forbidden spells without any mana cost or cooldown. Yilin couldn't wait to check his new forbidden spells, but the moment he did, his face turned green with frustration. What a ripoff! These forbidden spells were completely useless to him. He was already immortal without any side effects. So what was the point of giving him a skill like Undying Immortality that only worked by burning up his lifespan? Wasn't this the definition of a useless skill? Yilin was thoroughly annoyed. He'd worked so hard to reach level 4, and he thought he'd finally unlock some powerful attack spell. Instead, this. But then, abruptly, his steps halted. Wait a minute. This wasn't a garbage skill at all, this was up. Yilin's pitch black eyes began to shine as his thoughts cleared, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Undying Immortality might be pretty useless in practice, since he couldn't really die anyway, but it made the perfect cover. Suppose he was in the middle of a fight, and someone stabbed him through the heart or chopped off his head but he didn't die. Wouldn't that expose his secret of being truly immortal? But as long as he had this forbidden spell, there would be a perfectly reasonable explanation. Oh, no big deal, I'm a forbidden spellcaster. I just sacrificed 2.5 years of my life to become immune to that fatal hit. Makes total sense. Right. In a blink, 7 days had passed. Today was the final day in the novice secret realm. Everyone could only enter it once, and could only stay for 7 days. Once time was up, everyone inside would be teleported out. All the principals and teachers from the major high schools had already gathered at the exit of the secret realm early in the morning. Some parents had come too, anxiously waiting for their children to walk out. Hey, old friends. Good morning. Long time no see. I've missed you guys so much. Ha 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 ha. Before the man himself appeared, his voice carried far ahead. The principal of Qingqing High School hadn't even arrived, but his excited voice could be heard from a distance. The moment the other principals recognized the voice, their faces darkened like the bottom of a pot. These past few days, the Qingqing principal had been dragging them out for meals and tea at every opportunity, and every single time, he'd brag nonstop about Qingqing High having 2 SSS rank students this year. They'd heard about it so much their ears practically had calluses. Staying home doesn't help either. If they stayed home, the principal of Qingqing High would just start a group chat to brag anyway, utterly annoying. These days, just seeing that old fox was enough to get on their nerves. Stay away. We're not that close, we literally just saw you a few days ago. What's all this long time no see nonsense? One high school principal finally snapped. Nonsense. The Qingqing principal grinned, unfazed. As the ancient saying goes, one day apart feels like 3 years. By that count, it's been what? Over a decade for us. He rubbed his hands together and leaned in, voice dropping mysteriously. So, tell me, how did you hear that Qingqing High had not one, but 2 SSS rank job awakeners this year? So what if you have 2 SSS rankers? Another principal retorted sourly, instantly striking a chord with the group. Don't forget, sometimes level matters more than job rank. If your level is 3 above your opponents, even an A rank can take down an SSS rank. Exactly. Someone chimed in. If it was all about job rank, wouldn't the rest of us just bash our heads and be done with it? Every year there's an SSS rank who leaves the rookie dungeon only to be beaten down by someone with a higher level. You said it. Our best record in Qingqing is level 11 set by an S rank, not an SSS. No one's ever broken it. The principal turned to Sue, from UKI High. Sue, wasn't that student of yours? Sue principal just smiled faintly. That's right, talent matters. Of course, but hard work counts for at least as much. That kid, already a level 65 awakener now. The other principals nodded, clearly impressed and more than a little envious. A level 65 awakener now that was someone who could dominate an entire city. There might not be more than a handful in Qingqing who could even think of beating him. To have nurtured a student like that, well, there'd be no regrets left in this life. I wonder if we'll see the record broken this year. Someone mused. It's been matched a few times, but never actually broken. My students can do it. I know they can. The Qingqing principal's eye sparkled with fighting spirit. Elder Gao, Qingqing High isn't the only one with SSS rank awakeners. Principal Su replied, calm and collected. We'll see about that. Principal Gao shot back, chin held high. He was nothing if not prideful. No way would he ever back down. Just then, a shadow seemed to appear out of nowhere beside them. Well, you principals seem to be having quite the gathering. Mind if I join in on the fun? A gentle voice asked. Who? The principals all turned, startled. For someone to approach them this quietly, it was almost unthinkable. The newcomer wore a trench coat and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a cultured, scholarly air. A warm, harmless smile played on his lips. Ah, it's Mr. Zudge. Please, sit down, quick, have a seat. Several principals quickly stepped aside to make room for Zudge Qianqing, a hint of respect glimmering in their eyes. Qingqing might have been a small town with no real bigwigs to speak of, but Zudge Qianqing was the exception. He was an SSS-ranked astrologer, by far the highest honor. It was said that those who could read the stars could know all the affairs of the world. According to rumors, if Zudge Qianqing truly focused his abilities, he could even predict major events 100 years into the future. Important figures from far and wide made the trek to Qingqing just to ask Zudge Qianqing for a reading. To say Zudge Qianqing was the most esteemed individual in the entire town was no exaggeration. You're all too polite, Zudge Qianqing said with a gentle smile. I'm just here to check on my daughter. Nini. Of course, what father wouldn't be concerned about his daughter? Principal Gao of Qingqing High laughed. You're really a model of fatherly love. Mr. Zudge. Principal Gao, please, you flatter me. She hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? Zudge Qianqing asked. Not at all. Not at all. She's the pride of Qingqing High. Principal Gao's cheeks were flushed with excitement. When Zudge and I first enrolled, everyone wondered why her grades could have easily gotten her into a more prestigious school like UKI High. Yet Zudge Qianqing insisted on enrolling her at Qingqing High. Some speculated he'd foreseen something others hadn't. But to the principal, none of that really mattered. All that mattered was, Zudge and I was his student. Someone's coming out. Someone suddenly shouted. A flash of light appeared at the exit. Someone was stepping out of the secret realm. That wasn't right, even for the student who entered the secret realm first. It shouldn't be time for anyone to reappear until midday. Was someone hurt? Every year, there were always a few kids who, overestimating themselves, picked fights with monsters that were way out of their league, resulting in injuries or worse. But that wasn't uncommon anymore. From the pale white portal, a tall figure emerged. Zudge and I stepped out with an easy grace, her cheeks rosy and not a single sign of injury on her. Dad! Zudge and I cried out cheerfully as soon as she saw Zudge Qianqing, and ran straight into his arms. Zudge Qianqing affectionately ruffled her hair. It's not time yet, why are you out so soon? It was too boring in there, so I came out early. Zudge and I replied, her voice playful and sweet. You left early because it was boring. Zudge and I's words didn't just shock Zudge Qianqing. Even Principal Gao and the other school heads were momentarily petrified. The beginner's secret realm was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, plenty of monsters, low danger, and fast leveling. And yet Zudge and I had walked out because she was bored. What level did you reach? Zudge Qianqing adjusted his glasses. Hee, 12. Zudge and I replied with a mischievous grin, deliberately revealing her rank. If a reborn purposely wanted to hide their level, after all, no one else could see it. Zudge and I. Fire Mage. Level 12. Several principals gasped sharply, their eyes full of shock. The highest record ever set in Qingxin was only level 11, but Zhu Zhenai had just hit level 12, smashing through the old record, and she'd even come out early. It was absolutely jaw-dropping. The other principals threw jealous, resentful glances at Principal Gao of Qingqing High. Lucky him, he'd really found a treasure this time. He. Excellent, excellent. Zhu Zhenai, you've done beautifully. Principal Gao was beaming, his face glowing with excitement. But the moment he caught a glimpse of the impassive Zhu Qianqing, Principal Gao wisely snapped his mouth shut. Nini, if you'd stayed inside until the very end, you might have even reached level 13. Why'd you come out early? Zhu Qianqing asked calmly. I told you, it was too boring in there, Zhu Zhenai replied, but her tone was a little guilty. Is that really the reason? Zhu Qianqing had a faint, subtle smile on his lips, but it made Zhu Zhenai even more nervous. Ah, Dad, come on, I couldn't fool you even if I wanted to. Zhu Zhenai clung to Zhu Qingxing's arm, laying on the charm. Of course, Zhu Zhenai wouldn't dream of telling her father the real reason. She'd come out early just to block that guy called Ling Yi. Anyone capable of taking out a dragonblood behemoth in one hit definitely wouldn't be a low level, even though he'd been masked last time. If she saw him again, Zhu Zhenai was convinced she'd recognize him instantly. Achoo! In the novice's secret realm, Yi Lin suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose in confusion. Strange, it's not even cold in here. Why am I sneezing all of a sudden? Oh well, focus on the important stuff. Shaking his head, Yi Lin kept heading deeper into the novice's secret realm. After 7 days of grinding monsters, Yi Lin had reached a staggering level 15 and unlocked a jaw-dropping 15 different forbidden spells. To him, there was no difference whatsoever between level 1 monsters and level 10 monsters. Regardless of what appeared, anything in his path was obliterated with a single lightning strike. He bulldozed his way through everything. Nothing in the novice's secret realm could even slow him down. Unfortunately, the higher his level, the more experience he needed to level up. The first day he'd gained 4 levels, the second day 3, the third day 3, the fourth 2, the fifth 2, and on the 6th only 1. On the 7th, he hadn't even managed a single level. And lately, Yi Lin had this nagging suspicion. It felt like the monsters in the secret realm were deliberately avoiding him. After all, it had been almost 2.5 hours since he'd seen a single monster. Unbelievable, considering he'd reached the very deepest part of the realm. This was supposed to be crawling with level 10 beasts. Had he really gone so overboard that everything was hiding from him by now? Are you guys actually avoiding me? Well, you'll need to be better at it. Yi Lin's eyes gleamed. Forbidden spell. Wheel of burning reincarnation. Forbidden spell. Dance of instantaneous light. Yi Lin activated 2 forbidden spells in quick succession. Burning reincarnation greatly boosted his strength, agility, and mental power, while the only function of ephemeral dance was simple, pure speed. Forbidden spell, ephemeral dance. The forbidden caster sacrifices an organ, and depending on its importance, gains a boost in agility. Maximum bonus, up to 10 times the base agility. Duration, 1 hour. It was obvious this was a spell meant for desperate escapes, something to use when your life was on the line. Yet for Yi Lin, who possessed an undying body, ephemeral dance became nothing more than a run-of-the-mill speed buff. Without a second thought, he sacrificed his own brain to the spell, instantly receiving the maximum tenfold bonus to his agility. After all, what organ could be more important than the brain? At level 15, Yi Lin's base agility was already 225. With the enhancements from burning reincarnation and ephemeral dance, his agility skyrocketed to a staggering 2,475. Even the highest level assassin classes couldn't hope to reach such a monstrous number. A smile spread across Yi Lin's face. With the lightest push of his foot, he seemed to blink across space, his figure appearing nearly a kilometer away in the next instant. With more forbidden spells at his disposal, Yi Lin's combat prowess and ability to adapt on the fly had transformed completely. Once he flashed another 100 meters away, Yi Lin finally noticed something was off. The scene before him left him stunned. 3 storm mantises were soaring through the air, each one carrying a 3-eyed demon pig in its claws. Yi Lin instantly understood. The storm mantises possessed incredible speed, but poor eyesight. The 3-eyed demon pigs, on the other hand, were sluggish, but their third eye could spot prey from miles away, even detecting movements as far as a kilometer in the distance. The storm mantises would carry the demon pigs through the sky, forming a primitive surveillance system. No wonder he hadn't run into a single monster for the past 2.5 hours. Something had been watching him, warning the other creatures so they could flee long before he arrived. Yi Lin's expression grew complicated, and he couldn't help but marvel at nature's ingenuity. Low-level monsters were supposed to be dumb, with next to zero chance of collaborating, but when pushed to the brink by a life-and-death crisis, even the most basic monsters could learn to cooperate. It was almost moving, seeing how clever they were. The kind-hearted Yi Lin decided they deserved a reward. A live performance of Thunder's third concerto. Asterisk forbidden spell, annihilating thunderstorm. Asterisk boom. A thunderbolt the size of a skyscraper crashed down from the sky, sending all 3 storm mantises and their 3-eyed demon pig partners straight to monster heaven. With the impromptu surveillance network fried, Yi Lin's monster farming spree quickly got back on track. A fresh round of carnage was about to begin. Outside the new B dungeon, a steady stream of students kept getting teleported out. After spending 7 days and nights within the novice's secret realm, exhaustion was etched deeply on the faces of many students. Quite a few looked tattered, their clothes ragged, resembling vagrants more than young scholars. And yet, their eyes sparkled with a light that was impossible to miss. No matter how many times you listened to others describe fighting monsters in person, nothing could compare to actually living through it yourself. Only by facing the battles firsthand could you truly understand what a blessing it was to become a job changer. The teacher stepped forward with a clipboard in hand, starting to take attendance and register each student's level, important information that would be documented and filed away. Zujinai's beautiful eyes widened as she carefully examined every boy stepping out of the secret realm. She had already asked every school principal she could find, but none of them had even heard the name Ling Yi. That only deepened her confusion. With talent as monstrous as Ling Yi's, how could he possibly be so unknown? Could it be that he deliberately kept such a low profile, fearing that the tallest trees in the forest get blown down, hiding himself so well? Even those around him never realized just how extraordinary he was. At her wits' end, Zujinai could only resort to the most straightforward method, using her own eyes to search for him. She was certain that, as long as Ling Yi appeared, she would recognize him instantly. But as students were transmitted out of the secret realm in a steady stream, Zujinai never spotted that familiar silhouette. Restlessness gnawed at her heart as she stared, unblinking, at the portal's exit, her face alive with anticipation. Ling Yi, oh Ling Yi, where are you? Time ticked by second after second. Most of the students had already exited the secret realm. Some had even finished registering and been picked up by their parents. Yet Zujinai still hadn't laid eyes on the one she longed for. Her anxiety grew by the minute. Most students had come out already, so why was there still no sign of Ling Yi? When she first met him, his level was clearly higher than hers. By that logic, Ling Yi should have entered and left the secret realm before she did. If they'd entered at the same time, Zujinai was confident she would not have lost out to anyone. And yet, at this point, students from Qingqing High were almost all out, but not Ling Yi. Why? The question swirled in Zujinai's mind. Suddenly, just as she was consumed by doubt, a figure appeared in the white portal in the distance, and Zujinai instantly recognized him. Her eyes widened in delight, there was no mistaking it. It was him, the one she'd been yearning for day and night. Ling Yi, she would never forget. When she faced the dragon-blooded behemoth and despair had all but crushed her, this was the figure who'd placed himself squarely in front of her, bringing with him the hope of survival, a sight branded deep into her heart. But when the white light faded and Zujinai saw who had arrived, her excitement instantly turned to shock. Yi Lin, how could it be you? Her expression grew cold in an instant. Remembering how Yi Lin had abandoned her to save himself the other day, she felt a surge of disgust. If Yi Lin hadn't left her there alone, she never would have been cornered by the dragon-blood behemoth. She'd nearly died because of him. Compared to Ling Yi, this man wasn't even worth a pinky. Yet somehow, the two of them were roughly the same build. That alone felt like an insult to Ling Yi. With that thought, the look Zujinai gave Yi Lin was even more laced with contempt. I came out as soon as time was up, is that a problem? Yi Lin frowned at her. What's with this woman? Don't talk to me. Stay away from me. You make me sick. Zujinai glared down at Yi Lin from her high perch, as if she were looking at something rotten in the trash. You've got issues. Not wanting to argue, Yi Lin turned on his heel to leave. Principal Gao sensed that something was off between the two of them and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Ah, Yi Lin, you finally made it out. What level are you now? As one of the only two SSS level awakened in Qingqing High, Yi Lin was someone the principal had pinned a lot of hopes on. Yi Lin didn't say anything more. He simply pulled up his stats for all to see. Yi Lin, Forbidden Mage, level 16. Now that the surveillance was gone, he'd used the last bit of his time inside to gain one more level. Level 16, not bad, not bad. Wait, what? Principal Gao stood there as if he'd been struck by lightning. Level 16, his incredulous shout echoed across the area. Instantly, all eyes turned to Yi Lin. Everyone stared at him as if he were some sort of monster. Before Zujinai emerged, Qingqing's all-time highest record during the newcomers' trial had been level 11. Now, Yi Lin had somehow reached level 16 in just 7 days inside the beginner's dungeon. That kind of leveling speed would be considered monstrous anywhere in the world. It was a record that might stand unbroken for years to come. From level 1 to level 16, it took a total of 120000 experience points, and the highest leveled monster in the beginner dungeon was level 10. Say, for argument's sake, he only hunted level 10 monsters, the experience for killing one would be 100 points. Which means, you killed 1200 level 10 monsters in there. Principal Gao did the math on his fingers, then grew even more shell-shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. In other words, you killed an average of 172 level 10 monsters every day, without eating, drinking, or sleeping. That's still over 7 level 10 monsters every hour. This, no one realized it before. But once Principal Gao did the math, everyone around was struck dumb, their scalps tingling with shock. Level 10 monsters, the strongest creatures in the beginner's realm. When they team up, it still takes half an hour to bring down just one of them, yet Yi Lin managed to slay more than 7 per hour. Was he even human? Even Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but cast Yi Lin another look, eyes glinting with genuine interest. Yi Lin simply rubbed his nose and stayed silent. Honestly, The real issue was how sparse monsters were inside the beginner's realm. Most of his time had been spent searching for them. As for the fighting part, wasn't it just casting a forbidden spell? What's so time-consuming about that? The others were still trapped in their shock, watching as a miracle unfolded before their eyes. Well done, Yi Lin. You're the pride of Qingqing High. Principal Gao slapped Yi Lin on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. With a student like him, and Zhuge and I as well, was there anything for Qingqing to worry about in the college entrance trials? They'd smashed through the competition. 2 SSS class profession holders, one at level 12, the other at level 16. What could any other high school possibly throw at them? Who would have thought, in his final year before retirement, that Gao Zhentian would have the chance to nurture 2 such prodigies? What a way to go out with a bang. Principal Gao grinned from ear to ear, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum in full glory. The other principals nearby couldn't help but look at him with envy. But just then, a cold female voice cut through the air. What's so special about being level 16? Don't forget, he's a forbidden spellcaster. Of course he levels up fast if he doesn't care about his life and keeps spamming forbidden spells. Isn't that perfectly normal? Zhuge and I finally couldn't hold back. Watching everyone shower Yi Lin with praise made her feel deeply uncomfortable. How was someone like him deserving of such adulation? Only a man like Ling Yi was truly worthy of standing in the spotlight. As soon as Zhuge and I spoke, quite a few expressions shifted. The shock in their eyes faded, replaced by more critical and even mocking looks directed at Yi Lin. So he was a forbidden spellcaster. That explains it. Forbidden spellcasters were always an odd case. They traded their lives for power. Was Yi Lin out of his mind, burning through forbidden spells just to grind levels in the beginner's realm? Most forbidden spellcasters didn't live past 25. At this rate, he might not even reach 20. Trading away your life for a fleeting moment of fame, how stupid. Oh, don't say that. Someone muttered. Maybe he just wants to impress the rest of us. Make us jealous. Let him have his few days in the limelight after all. He's paid with his life for it. Just moments ago, Yi Lin was praised to the heavens. Now, he's hit the ground just as hard. The fact that he reached level 16 in only 7 days has become a joke to everyone. It's like hearing your friend suddenly won the lottery, only to find out he doesn't have long to live. Would you still envy him? With just one sentence, Zhuge and I turned Yi Lin from the shining center of attention into the butt of everyone's jokes. Yi Lin, why put yourself through this? Principal Su from UKI High let out a weary sigh, his voice full of sadness and disappointment. If I'm not mistaken, it was your principal, Gao Zhentian, who urged you to rush into the newbie dungeon and level up so quickly, wasn't it? You've been deceived. Yi Lin, he risked your life for the sake of the school's reputation. Gao Zhentian's face changed instantly. He barked back, voice shaky but forced. That's nonsense. Su, how could I, as an educator, ever gamble with a student's life? Su just smirked. Well, truth or lies, why don't we ask Yi Lin himself? Unless someone pushed him. I can't believe any young man would throw away his future and risk his life just for some fleeting fame. Su's words made quite a few people narrow their eyes in thought, their suspicious gazes fixing on Principal Gao. Gao felt a cold sweat creep down his back under their scrutiny. Slander. That's slander. He's spreading outright lies. Gao tried to defend himself, but Su ignored him, eyes burning as he turned to Yi Lin. Yi Lin, tell us the truth. Don't worry, I guarantee, no one will dare retaliate against you. Did your principal ever pressure you to grind levels in the newbie dungeon? Yes or no? Su had been itching to take Gao Zhentian down a notch for some time. If Yi Lin revealed the truth in front of everyone today, it would be the end of Gao's reputation. Gao was instantly on edge. After all, he had indeed pushed Yi Lin and the others to level up quickly, even giving special rings to both Yi Lin and Zhuge and I. If Yi Lin blurted that out here, in front of everyone, Gao shot Yi Lin a look, a trace of menace flickering in his eyes. The moment Yi Lin lifted his head, Gao's heart nearly stopped. Everyone's attention snapped back to Yi Lin, eager to hear the real story. No one forced me. Principal Su, Yi Lin said at last, his voice steady. I went into the newbie dungeon and leveled up by my own choice. As soon as he finished, Gao could finally breathe again. His heart had felt like it was lodged in his throat. What a scare. Gao was satisfied, but Principal Su was clearly not. Yi Lin, do you really believe that yourself? Su demanded. Yi Lin looked up, locking eyes with Principal Su. Principal Su, what if it were you? What if you'd awakened as a forbidden spellcaster? What would you have done? Would you choose to tiptoe through life, always playing it safe, afraid of everything? Or would you go all out, giving it everything you've got, even if you might burn out at your brightest? I chose the latter. Yi Lin clenched his fists tightly, his resolve clear for all to see. I, Yi Lin, would rather be a hero for just 1 minute than spend my entire life as a coward. Yi Lin's words rang out like thunder, reverberating through the crowd and plunging the entire hall into silence. Even among those who'd been mocking him only moments before, some now looked at him with a trace of admiration in their eyes. None of them had expected Yi Lin to possess such resolve and ambition. Of course, more people still wore mocking expressions. Dead is dead. They thought, even if you go out in a blaze of glory, you're still dead, aren't you? Principal Su opened his mouth, as if wanting to speak, but seemed at a loss for words. Clap, clap, clap. A slow, deliberate applause echoed through the hall. Zhuge Qianqing looked at Yi Lin with a keen spark of interest in his eyes. Yi Lin, you truly have great aspirations, no matter what. Yi Lin is level 16, a highest level student in this year's newcomer trials. That fact is indisputable, isn't it? He's number 1. Now that even Zhou Qianqing himself was speaking up for Yi Lin, no one else dared utter a word. Even if they didn't respect Yi Lin, they certainly wouldn't dare disrespect Mr. Zhou. However, seeing her own father take Yi Lin's side, Zhou Zhenai's face clouded with displeasure. Dad, who said he's actually the best? Just wait till Ling Yi returns, his level won't be any lower than Yi Lin's. I'm sure of it. Oh, is that so? And who is this young prodigy? Ling Yi. Zhou Qianqing turned to look at the various principals. All of them shook their heads in confusion. None of them had ever heard of anyone named Ling Yi. Oh, just you wait. You'll see when he comes out. He's the real chosen one, Zhou Zhenai replied emphatically, her confidence unwavering. Zhou Qianqing's eyes twinkled with amusement. Now I'm curious to meet this person you speak so highly of. He then reached into his pocket, pulling out a business card which he handed to Yi Lin. Yi Lin, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Qianqing, Zhou Zhenai's father. If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me. The instant he met Zhou Qianqing's eyes, Yi Lin tensed up inside. A strange feeling crept over him, as if the man behind those glasses could see straight through to all his secrets. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'll be going now. Yi Lin accepted the card, not daring to meet Zhou Qianqing's gaze any longer. Very well, go home and get some rest. I imagine it won't be long before we meet again. Zhou Qianqing smiled warmly. Yi Lin didn't dare reply. He hurried off, unease still prickling his skin. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that this mysterious Mr. Zhou saw right through everything about him. Yi Lin, don't forget to come back in 3 days for the university entrance exam. Principal Gao called after him to remind him. 3 days after the newcomer trials ended, the entrance exam would begin, a test far more important than any trial they just faced. With Yi Lin gone, the others started to leave as well. But when they remembered what Zhou Zhenai had said about a young genius even more remarkable than Yi Lin, curiosity kept them lingering, waiting to see if this rumored prodigy would really appear. After all, if nothing else, Yi Lin's level alone, an astonishing level 16, was enough to leave everyone else in the dust. Right now, even the second place, Zhou Zhenai, was still 4 whole levels behind him. If there was supposedly a prodigy even more talented than Yi Lin, just how terrifying must that be? Could they already have reached level 20? Everyone waited in tense silence. Zhou Zhenai herself watched the entrance of the beginner's realm with rapt attention. The sun gradually set, casting its last golden rays before sinking in the east. As the doors to the beginner's realm slowly closed, it signaled that all the new students had now been teleported out. After waiting for so long, everyone couldn't help turning their eyes to Zhou Zhenai. Wasn't she the one who said there was a genius greater than Yi Lin? So, where were they? Even Zhou Zhenai herself turned pale. Impossible. She'd kept watch the whole time, had seen everyone come out, so where was Ling Yi? Could it be? All at once, realization dawned on Zhou Zhenai. When Yi Lin came out earlier, there was a while where her mood was thrown into disarray, and she didn't pay attention to the exit. Could Ling Yi have slipped out quietly during that window? That infuriating Yi Lin. This was all because of him. Now that she'd figured it out, Zhou Zhenai could hardly contain her frustration. Seeing the anger smoldering on her face, nobody dared go up and question her. After all, she was Mr. Zhou's daughter. Feeling deceived, the crowd could only slink away with their heads down. What's wrong? Ni. Where's that genius you were talking about? On the way back, Zhou Qianqing reached out to pat Zhou Zhenai's head with a gentle smile. Dad, you don't believe me either. Zhou Zhenai blurted out, clearly agitated. That prodigy named Ling Yi really exists. He even saved your daughter's life. Unable to contain herself, she poured out the whole story, from beginning to end. Zhou Qianqing listened with an amused, helpless smile. So, you left the beginner's realm early just so you could recognize him? Oh, yeah. Zhou Zhenai's voice was barely above a whisper, and she glanced up at her father timidly. Though Zhou Qianqing spoiled her, he was also a man of principle. Zhou Qianqing adjusted his glasses, a shrewd gleam flashing in his eyes. He smiled faintly. Ni. Did you ever consider the possibility that Yi Lin is the very Ling Yi you've been looking for? Pfft. Zhou Zhenai couldn't help but burst out laughing at her father's suggestion. Dad, don't insult Ling Yi like that. How could that guy Yi Lin even compare to Ling Yi? He's not even worthy to carry Ling Yi's shoes. That coward ran for his life the moment he saw the bloodthirsty dragon beast. And Ling Yi can control the fire element to an amazing degree, not to mention he can even wield infernal fire. Yi Lin can't do any of that. If Yi Lin and Ling Yi were really the same person, I'd be willing to work for him like a horse. Be his humble servant. Whatever it takes. She snorted in disdain. One was the man who made her heart flutter. The other was someone she utterly despised. How could those two possibly be the same person? The idea was simply absurd. Zhou Zhenai would rather believe that she'd hallucinated that night, that Ling Yi was nothing but a figment of her imagination, than concede that the two were one and the same person. Was that really true? Maybe. Zhou Qianqing smiled as he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, choosing not to argue further with Zhou Zhenai. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. A full moon hung high in the night sky. Moonlight, silvery as mercury, spilled slowly across the streets, Phew. Yi Lin let out a long sigh once he made it home. Even though this house was buried deep in the slums where sewage ran in open gutters and poverty reigned, it was still the only place that ever made him feel truly safe. Sitting down in his rickety old chair, Yi Lin tried to hide the thrill dancing in his eyes with a look of satisfaction. A level 16 class changer, an SSS class forbidden spellcaster, wielding 16 forbidden spells. From now on, he wasn't some weakling who couldn't even defend himself. Even if word got out about his immortality, he could escape to the wilds outside the city if it came down to it. He'd lose himself in some remote mountain wilderness. Finding him would be no easy task. Having real power to protect himself for Yi Lin, that was the most reassuring thing of all. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sounded at his door. Yi Lin's heart skipped a beat. This was the slums. After all, even thieves didn't bother with a place like this. Anyone living here was likely poorer than the thieves themselves. Who could possibly be knocking at his door in the middle of the night? Yi Lin quietly steeled himself for a fight before getting up and opening the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, carrying a briefcase. The expensive cut of his suit looked comically out of place in such sordid surroundings. "And you are?" Yi Lin asked warily. "You're Yi Lin, right? I've finally found you." The man wiped the sweat from his brow with one hand and extended the other toward Yi Lin. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Manager Wong from Qingqing Brain Overlord Oral Solution Company." Yi Lin, staring at that damp, glistening hand. Yi Lin had no desire whatsoever to shake it. "Ah, sorry about that. Cars can't get in here. And walking in takes ages." I worked up a bit of a sweat. Manager Wong let out an awkward laugh and wiped his hand on his pant leg. "So, what's your business?" Yi Lin cut straight to the point. "Well, didn't you just change professions to SSS class? And you broke LVL 16 and shattered the record for Qingqing's newbie secret realm, right? I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in filming a commercial for us." Manager Wong held up 3 fingers. "We'll pay you 300,000. Yi Lin was taken aback. Now he finally understood what Manager Wong was after and also couldn't help but marvel at how cheap an ordinary life really was. He'd practically sold off all his organs, one by one, just to make 100,000. But now, as soon as he became an SSS class changer and made his name, a single commercial fetched him 3 times that 300,000. Just like that. Back in the old days, he'd have had to sell 10 kidneys to scrape together that kind of money. Seeing that Yi Lin didn't immediately refuse, Manager Wong quickly pressed his advantage. 300,000 is just the current offer. If you become the spokesperson for our Brain Overlord oral solution and get a good score in the college entrance exam, we can pay you even more. The allowance the company promised me goes up to 3 million. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes. He was indeed strapped for cash. Being a career changer was notoriously expensive, while he didn't have to worry about skills thanks to the endless spell incantations he possessed. As long as he leveled up, he'd have an unlimited supply of spells. When it came to gear, cold hard cash was his only option. Up to now, the only piece of equipment he owned was a ring that boosted his mental strength by 10 points, a gift from Principal Gao Zhentian of Qingqing High. That ring didn't even have a level. Noticing the flicker of interest in Yi Lin's eyes, Manager Wong stepped aside. "Yi Lin, it's not much use just standing here. Why don't we find somewhere to have a meal and discuss things in detail?" "All right." Yi Lin nodded and followed Manager Wong outside. A black luxury car was parked at the entrance to the alley in the slums. Yi Lin didn't know much about cars, but even he could tell this one was worth a fortune. Manager Wong opened the door for him, and they both got into the back seat. About 10 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of a somewhat remote farmhouse. "Come on, Yi Lin, let's get out." Manager Wong greeted him warmly. "Don't let the looks of this place fool you. This restaurant's food is top-notch. The chickens here are truly free-range. All the vegetables are organically grown with chicken manure, nothing but pure, natural, chemical-free ingredients. Even the fish are freshly caught. One bite and you'll know each flavor comes through. The chicken really tastes like chicken. The fish tastes like fish. And the vegetables taste like manure." Yi Lin finished the sentence for him. Manager Wong's face froze for a split second. "You've got quite a sense of humor. Yi Lin, come on, let's head inside." Manager Wong led Yi Lin into the farmhouse restaurant. Everything looked brand new, as if the place had just opened. There was even a faint smell of fresh paint in the air. Once they were seated in a private room, a server soon began bringing out the dishes, and Yi Lin didn't waste any time digging in. Manager Wong hadn't lied. The food was excellent in every way. Delicious, fragrant, mouth-wateringly colorful. The chicken was tender and practically melted in his mouth, bursting with fresh flavor. Yi Lin was thoroughly enjoying himself. Despite the modest surroundings, nothing on the menu was even remotely cheap. Yi Lin had never had the chance to eat food this good before. "Slow down, Yi Lin, there's no rush," Manager Wong said cheerfully, helping Yi Lin to some more food. "If that's not enough, we can always order more. MMPH. Thank you, you're a really good guy," Yi Lin said happily as he ate, making Manager Wong's smile take on an increasingly strange look. "Of course I'm a good guy. Tastes good, doesn't it, Yi Lin?" "Delicious." Yi Lin nodded as he swallowed another bite of chicken leg. "You don't feel dizzy at all?" Manager Wong let out a cold laugh. "Looks like you're feeling it a bit." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Lin's head lolled to one side. and with a dull thud, he collapsed onto the dining table, unconscious. Fell for it that easily. What a fool. And here I was, ready with so many backup plans. Manager Wang wiped his hands, sneering as he stared at the now comatose Yilin. He gave Yilin a swift kick. Yilin's limp body slid off the chair and crumpled to the floor, completely insensible. Wang raised his foot and ruthlessly ground the hard heel of his leather shoe into Yilin's palm, twisting until flesh and blood were mangled. Yilin didn't even flinch, satisfied that Yilin was truly out cold. Manager Wang took out his phone. "Hello, boss. It's done. The kid's out cold, might as well be a dead pig." He hung up and waited. 3 or 4 minutes later, the door to the private room swung open, and in strode a sharp-eyed middle-aged man. If Yilin weren't drugged and unconscious, he would have immediately recognized the man as the ruthless organ dealer he'd met at the black market, the man who'd bought his kidney. "Well done," the boss said with an approving nod to Manager Wang. "But boss," Wang hesitated. "I don't get it. Why go through all this trouble for some high school kid taking college entrance exams? If word gets out, we're in deep trouble here. A top student about to take the most important test, and an SSS rank job changer at that, someone who could catch the highest attention of Kingpin's authorities. If Yilin hadn't been an orphan with absolutely no connections, Wang would never have dared take this job." "Don't ask too much. The more you know, the sooner you die," the boss snapped coldly, shooting Manager Wang a glare. "Now get out. Without my orders, no one is to come near this room. Anyone who does, kill them." "Yes, sir." Manager Wang nodded hastily and slunk out, closing the door behind him. Once alone, the boss crouched down and gazed intently at the unconscious Yilin. He looked like a scientist who'd spent his whole life researching extraterrestrials, and had suddenly come face to face with a real-life alien. Thick, calloused hands began to grope Yilin's body, palpating his organs: kidneys, spleen, liver, gallbladder, pancreas, corneas, coronary arteries, liver again, large intestine, small intestine. The boss's expression grew more and more twisted, excitement blazing in his eyes. "They're back. I can feel it. Every last one. The organs that kid sold me before, they all grew back. Unbelievable. This is simply unbelievable." The boss caressed Yilin's body as if handling an irreplaceable treasure. "If I could unlock the secret of organ regeneration," his eyes glinted with a feverish light. "If you could master the secret of organ regeneration, even the real big wigs would bow to you." A voice echoed in the boss's ear. "Yes, exactly. When that day comes, you have no idea how many people will be begging on their knees in front of me." The ruthless boss nodded repeatedly, and just imagining that scene made him so excited he could hardly contain himself. But then, something didn't feel right aside from the unconscious Yilin and himself. Who else could possibly be in this room? Who? He spun around abruptly, only to lock eyes with Yilin's stony, expressionless face. "You're awake. How is that possible? There was 3 times the usual dose of knockout drug in your food. Even an elephant wouldn't regain consciousness for at least 6 hours. The boss paled in disbelief. "That's not the question you should be asking," Yilin replied coldly. "What I'm really curious about is this. How did you track me down?" His glare was icy. He distinctly remembered making several detours on his way home from the underground black market, and he'd checked carefully to make sure no one was tailing him. So how had this ruthless boss found him? "Humph. I'll explain all of that once I've got you under control. Knocking you out was just to save myself some trouble. You really think you're a match for me?" The boss sneered, lips curled in a twisted grin as a gleaming long blade appeared in his hand. It was only then that Yilin realized the boss was actually a class changer too. And what's more, he was level 20. Ji Yaliang, Phantom Blade. Level 20, the Phantom Blade wasn't just fast. He was a master at concealing his presence, striking and vanishing without a trace, the very origin of his name. Everything clicked for Yilin now. No wonder he hadn't noticed anyone stalking him. A class changer trailing an ordinary person stood no chance of being caught. "Kid, you'd better come quietly. If I have to use force, I can't guarantee you'll walk out of here with all your limbs attached." The boss stretched out his tongue and slowly licked the blade. Yilin's expression turned odd. It felt just like a first grader puffing up his chest and threatening. "Watch yourself, my fists are really strong." Forbidden spell. Burning reincarnation. Blood-red flames erupted from Yilin, but he held back from using his extinction thunder. Blasting through this place would draw way too much unwanted attention. Instead, he decisively opted for a different forbidden spell. Forbidden spell. Eyes of Eternal Frost. Forbidden spell. Eyes of Eternal Frost. The caster sacrifices their own eyes, and before going blind, freezes all within their gaze. Because every monster he'd encountered in the novice's secret realm had been vaporized in a single blow. Yilin had never had the chance to use this spell until now. The instant Eyes of Eternal Frost was triggered, Yilin's black irises turned pure white, crystal clear and almost dazzling to look at. Avoiding the boss's head, Yilin shifted his gaze to the man's neck and below. The ruthless boss didn't even have time to react before ice crystals began to form across his body. "What's happening? What is this?" The crooked boss's face drained of color. In a panic, he grabbed his knife, trying to hack away the layer of ice crystals. But as soon as the blade struck, sparks flew and his knife clattered to the floor. The ice crystals weren't even scratched. Instead, the force of the blow split his palm wide open, blood streaming from the wound. The ice that had formed around him was as tough as steel or stone. In no time, everything below the boss's neck was frozen solid, transformed into an icy statue. At that very moment, Yi Lin's world was swallowed by darkness. Eternal Frost Eyes really was powerful. But, as always, it took a toll on his vision, though for Yi Lin, this was no problem. With a simple thought, he grew new eyeballs. Impossible. This can't be. You're only level 16, I'm level 20. Even if you're a forbidden spellcaster, there's no way you could take me down with a single attack. What the hell are you? The boss's face was twisted with disbelief. He tried to struggle, but the forbidden spell Yi Lin had used at the cost of both his eyes wasn't the kind of thing one could just break free from. Well then, now we can have a nice chat, Yi Lin said calmly, rolling his newly grown eyes, still a bit stiff. Tell me, how many people know that my organs can regenerate? He asked. The crooked boss pressed his lips together, refusing to answer. The cold radiating from the ice around him turned his face an unnatural shade of purple. It's fine if you don't want to talk, but at this rate, you're going to be frozen solid below the neck. And when that happens, a proud level 20 like you will be reduced to nothing but a paralyzed invalid. Yi Lin sauntered over to the table and leisurely poured himself a cup of hot tea. Don't drink that. There's drugs in the tea too. The boss blurted out, not because he cared what might happen to Yi Lin, but because if Yi Lin passed out, he'd end up stuck here, frozen helplessly. Yi Lin ignored his warning entirely. He raised the steaming tea to his lips and, in a few gulps, drained the entire cup even though it was packed with enough sedatives to knock out a horse. Casually, he wiped his mouth, not the least bit affected. The boss stared at Yi Lin, stunned. He just watched him drink the whole drugged cup, yet there wasn't so much as a flicker in Yi Lin's expression. Why don't the drugs work on you? He gasped. Want to know? Yi Lin shot back with a grin. The boss nodded quickly. Then answer my question first. How many people know I can regenerate my organs? Yi Lin asked again. By now, the boss's lips were turning blue from the cold. He stammered. It's just me. That day, I saw you sell 2 kidneys and your corneas before leaving. I figured you wouldn't live much longer, so I thought I'd make some use of the rest of you, bring you back here, harvest what was left, and get my money back while I was at it. I never expected you'd be fine, blind as you were, moving through the black market like nothing had happened. That piqued my interest. After a bit of digging, I found out you were an orphan, so I had my people set up a trap and bring you here. Yi Lin slowly approached the black-hearted boss. Are you really the only one who knows about this? Somehow, I feel like you're lying to me, because I wanted to keep the secret of organ regeneration for myself. I didn't tell anyone, not even my subordinates. All they knew was that you needed to be taken, but they had no idea what for. The black-hearted boss replied honestly. All right, I've told you everything I know. Now it's your turn. Can you tell me why you're not affected by the sedative? He pressed. Oh, do you want me to tell you? Yi Lin's gaze grew colder. Or should I tell the people you have behind you? Without warning, he picked up the boss's own knife and, with a swift motion, sliced off the man's left hand. The severed limb, instantly frozen solid, hit the ground and shattered into a pile of icy fragments. At the same time, a small black video camera tumbled out of the broken hand. Yi Lin bent down, ignoring the boss's deathly pale face, and picked up the camera. Then, without hesitation, he triggered a forbidden spell. Crimson purple hellfire erupted, engulfing the device until nothing was left but ashes. Who's behind you? Yi Lin pressed the knife against the boss's throat. The black-hearted boss gave a hollow chuckle. Ha, just kill me. He shut his eyes, resignation written in every line of his face. If I don't say anything, only I die. But if I talk, my whole family will, as you wish. Before he could finish, Yi Lin brought the blade down cleanly. The boss's head tumbled away like a watermelon. A look of disbelief frozen on his face. He clearly hadn't expected Yi Lin to be so ruthless and decisive. With the boss dealt with, Yi Lin turned the knife on himself and, with a practiced motion, performed a textbook disembowelment. He extricated his own stomach and, sure enough, several layers of plastic bags were wrapped tightly around it. All the sedative-laced food he'd eaten was still sealed in those bags. It had never even entered his digestive system. Although he couldn't die, poison could still affect him, it just wouldn't kill him. That's why he'd been so cautious, afraid of any leaks. He'd wrapped 5 layers, just to be safe. And as for why he used plastic bags, well, first, plastic is a polymer. It doesn't break down naturally, nor can stomach acid eat through it. Second, it's cheap. Having removed all the drugged food from his stomach, Yi Lin stuffed his organs back in and let his body heal, just to be safe. He wasn't planning on letting a single soul escape from this farm. Yi Lin began to chant the forbidden spell. Forbidden curse, return of the dead. Forbidden curse, return of the dead. The caster's brain cells die at a rate of 100 million per second, creating a barrier sealed by countless undead. The barrier cannot be broken until the caster dies. Note: attacking the barrier will accelerate the caster's brain cell death. The moment the necromancer's return ritual was activated, countless skeletal warriors clawed their way up from the ground, their hollow eye sockets burning with eerie blue soul flames. Next came headless horsemen, bone dragons, liches, and endless stream of undead creatures erupted forth, surrounding the entire farmstead. Unless Yi Lin was killed, no one was getting out alive. Everyone inside the farm went into shock. The sight before them was more terrifying than any nightmare, as if some supernatural catastrophe had come crashing down upon them. Thankfully, it seemed the undead had no intention of attacking them. Instead, they silently took up positions all around the property, standing vigil. Yi Lin strode out of the private room, one hand gripping his blade and the other hauling the head of the unscrupulous boss. Ha, boss. Manager Wang, who'd been standing guard at the door, was dumbstruck. He'd heard some odd noises from inside, but the boss had strictly ordered no one to enter without his say-so, so they'd kept to their posts. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine keeping watch would end up with the boss's corpse coming out. Get him, take him down, Manager Wang shouted. The nearby bodyguards rushed in, all of them job changers, but none of them particularly high level. Forbidden spell. Inferno scorches the heavens. With that, Yi Lin unleashed a devastating spell, and most of the bodyguards near him fell instantly, burned to ashes. You, how are you awake? Manager Wang collapsed in terror, face ashen. He could have sworn Yi Lin was unconscious. He'd checked multiple times. Thanks to you, I woke up. Yi Lin replied with a grin as he walked toward Manager Wang. Oh right, there's something I wanted to ask you. Yi Lin's voice was almost gentle. Who's the real power behind you? Manager Wang's pupils contracted sharply, his Adam's apple bobbing, but he kept his mouth shut. Not going to talk. Ha! A cruel smile flickered across Yi Lin's face. Without another word, he whipped around and plunged his knife into the chest of a nearby bodyguard who was still barely alive. The guard's eyes filled with disbelief. He stared blankly at Yi Lin, as if to say, he's the one not talking. Why stab me? Why me? What are you? A monster? Manager Wang's fear deepened, his eyes wide with horror. The boy before him, barely a teenager, was killing people as casually as flicking lint off his sleeve. He had no idea that Yi Lin, while testing the limits of his own undead nature, had done far crueler things than this. So, are you ready to talk now? Yi Lin pulled his knife free and moved to another bodyguard who was gravely injured from the spell, glancing pointedly at Manager Wang. You can't afford to mess with the people behind us. My advice: walk away while you still can. Manager Wang gritted his teeth and spat the words. His answer was another silent, expressionless swipe of Yi Lin's knife. Another corpse hit the ground. After this, Yi Lin didn't bother with the bodyguards. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Manager Wang and stepped in front of him. Whether or not I can deal with your bosses doesn't matter, Yi Lin said coolly, raising the knife. But if you stay silent, you're going to die right here and now. So, think about it. He let the threat hang in the air, his blade poised and ready. Manager Wang's terror was cranked up to the max. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The boss's backer. It's Kensen, the underground king of Qingqing. Kensen. Yi Lin frowned. Why does that name sound so familiar? He was just named one of Qingqing's top 10 outstanding philanthropists. He was even on TV. Manager Wang helpfully whispered on the side. Yi Lin. So that's why it sounded familiar. Outwardly, Kensen plays the role of a celebrated philanthropist, but in reality he's the boss behind all the city's underworld operations. Nice, very nice. What a game. At the same time, Yi Lin felt a headache coming on. If a big shot like Kensen was onto him, life was about to get a whole lot harder. All he could do now was hope that the crooked boss had been telling the truth, that he hadn't passed any messages on to Kensen yet. If word got out and Kensen found out about his organ regeneration, it wouldn't take much for a man like that to figure out he was basically immortal. Then he'd really be in trouble. Yi Lin had no illusions about being able to go head-to-head with the king of Qingqing's underworld. That would be suicide, no telling how many powerful clash changers that guy had under his command. In the end, it always came down to power. If only he were level 50 or 60 right now. Who cared about Kensen? One forbidden spell would settle it. Bro, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? Manager Wang asked. Trembling, Yi Lin shot him a cold glance. Scram. Yi, never kill cowards. Thank you. Manager Wang scrambled to his feet, ready to bolt. Wait. Yi Lin's voice cracked through the air, freezing him in place. Manager Wang's heart leapt to his throat, and his face changed dramatically. What is it? Bro, he stammered. You got any cash on you? Hand it over. Yes. The relief of surviving left Manager Wang drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly handed over the few thousand yuan he had on him. All right, now get lost. Why are you shaking so much? Didn't I just say I don't kill cowards? What? You think I'd lie to you? Yi Lin rolled his eyes in annoyance. Yes, of course. Sorry, bro. I judged a gentleman by a petty man's heart. I'll leave right now. Manager Wang turned and scurried off. But he'd barely gotten a few steps before a wave of searing heat blasted from behind, slamming into his back. In an instant, violet-red karma fire engulfed his entire body. With a single scream, he was reduced to ashes within seconds. It was true Yi Lin didn't kill cowards with his sword. But, well, forbidden spells. That was a different story. Watching the purplish blaze flicker in the night, Yi Lin kindly offered an explanation to the dearly departed Manager Wang. Then, slowly, he raised one hand. Forbidden spell. Burning samsara. Forbidden spell. Infernal lotus. Yi Lin's complexion turned noticeably pale as he channeled the energy. A magnificent and terrifying fire lotus blossomed in his hand, swirling with lethal beauty. and the moment it bloomed, the entire farm was swallowed by boundless, raging karmic flames. Maybe some of the people in that farmhouse were innocent, but Yilin had no way to tell. When his own life was at stake, all he could do was make their deaths as painless as possible. At such a terrifying temperature, a human body could be vaporized instantly if nothing else. It was a painless way to go. Once he'd destroyed all traces of what had happened, Yilin put away the necromancer's return and vanished into the night, leaving only a patch of scorched earth behind. Back home, Yilin splashed cold water on his face, but no matter how many deep breaths he took, he couldn't calm the turmoil in his heart. He'd killed people. It wasn't like those other times, when he'd killed monsters or strange creatures. This time, it was real, living people. But even more unsettling than that was the thought of what Kensen would do in retaliation. Thankfully, in 3 days he'd be taking the college entrance exam, and during the exam trial, he'd be safe. Not even Kensen could lay a hand on him then. The problem was, where was he supposed to hide for these next 3 days? Staying home would just be waiting to die. Just as Yilin was worrying, there was another knock at the door. His heart skipped a beat. Was Kensen's revenge coming this fast? He didn't open the door right away. Instead, he slipped out the window and circled around to the front, the words to a forbidden spell already forming in his hand. If it was Kensen's people at the door, he'd throw the spell and run for it, maybe take a few of them out in the process. But as he crept closer and caught sight of the visitor in the moonlight, he realized it was Ji Lingyu. What was this guy doing here? Then again, maybe this solved his problem about where to stay. Relieved, Yilin released the forbidden spell, climbed back in through the window, and went to open the door. "Boss, you're finally back," Ji Lingyu said excitedly, completely unaware he'd just walked a tightrope between life and death. "I talked to my dad about it. He said the 20 million is fine, but say no more." Yilin interrupted. "Money's no big deal. You're my little bro from now on. Let's go. We'll head to your place. You call me boss now, so it's my job to protect you up close and personal." Throwing an arm around Ji Lingyu, Yilin led him out the door. The G Corporation was one of the top companies in Qing City. Even Kensen, for all his power, wouldn't dare storm into their headquarters to grab him. Right, wait, really? Ji Lingyu could hardly believe his ears, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. His dad was right. Yilin was both proud and broke. A little talk was all it took to get himself a bodyguard for free. "Yeah, you're with me now, let's go." Yilin laughed, laughing and bantering. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder, looking like best friends. Each was secretly scheming, but for now, their interests aligned perfectly. Both felt like they'd struck it rich. As Yilin got into Ji Lingyu's car and they drove away, a shadowy figure in a dark corner quickly melted into the night. Qingqing Underground Black Market. A man with a fat cigar clamped between his teeth lounged in an armchair, while a stunning woman with curves in all the right places knelt at his feet. The man's hair was slicked back with so much gel it gleamed in the dim light, and he'd put on some weight over the years. If you just looked at his kindly, smiling face, you'd never guess that the seemingly genial man was none other than Kensen, the boss of Qingqing's entire underground black market. Kensen took a long drag from his cigar, frowning slightly. A moment later, his expression relaxed, but a hollow look drifted over his eyes as he stared blankly at the ceiling. He didn't return to himself until quite a while had passed. Why hasn't there been any word from Seo? How long does it take to snatch a high school kid? What's taking so damn long? The woman stood, took a wet wipe from a packet, dabbed at her lips, and replied, "Half an hour ago." He went dark. When our people arrived, the farmhouse was already burned to the ground. Judging by the fire, it was set by an awakened. And as for that high school student, Yilin, he was picked up 5 minutes ago by Ji Lingyu of the G Group. The G Group. Kensen's expression clouded over. They've got their hands in this too. Just today, Suzhie, the lieutenant in charge of Kensen's organ trafficking operation, had reported that he discovered something strange about a high school kid. There might be a huge secret hidden in that kid's body. But when Kensen pressed for details, Suzhie dodged the question, promising he'd explain everything the moment he brought the boy in. Then, just like that, Suzhie vanished. So what secret is hidden on Yilin? Even the G Group has started getting involved. Kensen slowly leaned back against his chair, the glint of a predator flashing in his eyes. Looks like I've been quiet for too long. Even the G Group has the nerve to poke the bear. Maybe it's about time I reminded everyone in Qingqing who really runs the underground. I am, and always will be, the king of this city's shadows. Meanwhile, a car was rolling through Qingqing's wealthy district, pulling up in front of a standalone mansion. Yilin couldn't help but marvel. Compared to the slums, this place was a completely different world. He'd just gotten out of the car to use a public restroom by the curb, and even the toilets here smelled nice. Seriously, no wonder everyone loves money. Couldn't blame them, it really is good to be rich. As soon as he stepped into the Ji family house, everything had already been arranged by Ji Lingyu. The first thing he saw was 2 neat rows of stunningly pretty maids bowing in greeting. "Good evening, young Master Yi." The maid uniforms were already loose, and when they bent at the waist, the scenery on display made Yilin's eyes nearly pop out of his head. So this is the joy of being rich. God damn, this is something else. Before he transmigrated, he'd been dirt poor. After coming to this world, he ended up so broke he could barely scrape by in the slums. If it weren't for his immortality, he probably would have starved long ago. And what had Ji Lingyu been up to while Yilin was struggling to survive hunger? Sitting in his villa, surrounded by hordes of beautiful maids. Thinking along these lines, Yilin's gaze at Ji Lingyu took on a hint of plaintive resentment. For the first time, he found himself a little jealous of Ji Lingyu. If only he could have transmigrated into the world as the son of a wealthy family, he wouldn't have to work so hard to improve his abilities. Boss, do you like any of them? See any you're interested in? You can just tell me. You know. Ji Lingyu chuckled slyly, shooting Yilin a meaningful look. This one, and this one, Yilin said, pointing to 3 of the maids. Just 3, that's all you want? Ji Lingyu looked a little surprised. No, what I mean is, take those 3 out, the rest. Send them all to my room. Yilin answered. Ji Lingyu, relax. I'm just messing with you. Just give me a place to sleep. That's enough. Yilin shook his head. All right, I'll get it arranged. Ji Lingyu said, still a bit taken aback. Despite being surrounded by so many beautiful women, Yilin could actually resist the temptation. Ji Lingyu led Yilin into the Ji family villa, where Yilin also met Ji Lingyu's father. The man looked like an ordinary, slightly balding middle-aged man, but the occasional glint of shrewdness in his eyes made it clear he was anything but ordinary. Very soon, Yilin was settled in his own room in the Ji household, stretched out on a soft, 3-meter-wide bed. He drifted into a peaceful sleep. He thought to himself, I've already holed up at the Ji family's place, surely. There's no way Kensen could just barge in here to catch me, right? With that thought, Yilin slept soundly, completely at ease. What Yilin didn't know was that, right at this moment, all of Kingshin's underground forces were quietly gathering, mobilized by Kensen. Everyone could tell that Kensen was about to make a big move. The next morning, as soon as Yilin opened his eyes, he found a maid already waiting patiently by his bedside. She gently tucked her bangs behind her ear, her whole demeanor radiating gentleness. Young Master Yi, you're awake. Here, let me help you freshen up. She immediately offered him a steaming hot towel. The sudden gesture caught Yilin so off guard that he couldn't help but slap himself. Was he still dreaming? After all those years living in the slums, there had never been a day when he woke up to a pretty maid handing him a warm towel. Young Master Yi, are you all right? Did you have a nightmare? The maid asked, quickly grabbing his hand to keep him from hurting himself. Half dazed, Yilin washed his face, and almost as soon as he finished, 2 more maids came over to help him brush his teeth. Yilin hurriedly waved them off. It's okay, I can do it myself. He was still not used to being waited on like this. By the time he finished brushing his teeth, Ji Lingyu was already waiting outside his door. Boss, how's everything? Getting used to the place? Ji Lingyu asked. It's all right. Yilin nodded. Good. Just as long as you're good. Come on, let's go eat. Ji Lingyu led Yilin to the dining room. Only the 2 of them were there, but the table was absolutely covered with more than 20 different dishes. 8 beautiful young women were already waiting there. The moment Yilin and Ji Lingyu arrived, all 8 of them bowed their heads in unison. Good afternoon, young Master Ji. Young Master Yi, boss, have a seat. Ji Lingyu, clearly used to this, plopped straight down onto a chair. Instantly, a girl stepped forward with a perfectly warm bowl of soup and handed it to him. After he took a sip, another girl came over with a peeled and deveined shrimp, holding it right up to his lips. Ji Lingyu opened his mouth just slightly and bit off exactly the most delicious third of the shrimp. One bite, and that shrimp was gone. But before he could even finish chewing, a third girl was at his side, offering him a skewer of cherries. 2 red, 2 green, 4 in total. After the cherries, 2 more girls moved in, 1 on each side. One fed him a shrimp, while the other brought over fresh crab meat, all neatly shelled and ready to eat. The whole scene left Yilin dumbfounded. Even the wealthy people back in his old world were extravagant, but never to this ridiculous extent. Clearly, with the existence of these so-called class changers, ordinary people here seemed to rank little higher than housemaids. Boss, come on, have a seat. Don't you like the food? Just let me know what you want. I'll have them whip it up right away. Ji Lingyu called out when he saw Yilin was still standing there. It's fine, the food's great. I've never seen people eat like this before. I was curious, that's all. Yilin answered honestly. Ha ha ha, you'll get used to it. I spend the money. They serve me, it's the most natural thing in the world. Ji Lingyu burst out laughing. Once the meal was over, Ji Lingyu clapped his hands, and the 2 rows of girls stepped forward, each carrying a tray. On every tray was a different article of clothing. Shirts, pants, ties, you name it. What's all this? Yilin asked, a little confused. Boss, let them get you changed. Tonight we're going to a big auction banquet. All the movers and shakers in Qingqing will be there. Ji Lingyu said. This was just like his dad had taught him. If you call someone your boss, you have to commit all the way. He planned to introduce Yilin as his boss in front of everyone important in Qingqing. That way, if anything ever happened, Yilin would have his back for sure. Ji Lingyu was already imagining himself as Gao Keqiang and Yilin as Lao Emo. All it would take was him saying he was in the mood for some fish, and Yilin would handle the rest. A banquet? No way. Yilin shook his head. All he wanted now was to hide out at the Ji family's place until the college entrance exams started. He turned and walked into the bathroom, wanting to relieve himself, but as soon as he stepped inside, he was shocked to find there were 4 maids in there too. One held dry towels, one held wet wipes, and the other 2 simply stood, ready to serve. "Welcome, young Master Yi." Yi Lin's face instantly darkened. He rushed out of the bathroom as fast as he could, the urge to pee gone in a flash. "Boss, what happened?" Ji Lingyu looked at him, puzzled. "Nothing. You know what? I think maybe I should go to that banquet after all." Yi Lin suddenly changed his mind. He suspected that if he stayed any longer at the Ji family, he might just die from holding in his pee. "Boss, it's great you changed your mind. There'll be all kinds of good stuff at tonight's auction dinner, equipment, skills, all that," Ji Lingyu said. "Ha, there's actually loot like that." Yi Lin was caught off guard. Of course, Qingqing holds this auction dinner every year before the college entrance exams. Ordinary folks just don't know about it, Ji Lingyu explained. Yi Lin was quiet for a moment. He wasn't even an ordinary folk, more like the poorest of the poor. Although he decided to join the dinner, he ultimately refused to wear the tuxedo Ji Lingyu had laid out for him. That kind of thing just made his skin crawl. His own clothes felt much more comfortable. Twilight soon fell, and Ji's father led Ji Lingyu and Yi Lin to the Yunzheng Hotel, Qingqing's most luxurious establishment. A line of high-end cars was already parked outside. The moment the security guards saw Ji's father, they hustled over, bowing and welcoming him inside. After all, the Ji Group was one of the biggest corporations in all of Qingqing. The 3 of them took the elevator to the hotel's top floor, which was like a whole other world. 2 long tables were laid with a dazzling array of delicacies for guests to help themselves. People clad in elegant, custom-made evening wear grouped together here and there, laughing and chatting. Some were business tycoons, some high-level awakened professionals, and others political heavyweights. Pretty much everyone of influence in Qingqing had gathered here tonight. As soon as they arrived, Ji's father went off to join his old friends, leaving the younger 2. Ji Lingyu was already used to this. The older generation has their circle, and we have ours. Come on, let's head over there. He pointed to a table across the room, where all the younger guests had gathered. "No need, you do your thing, you don't have to worry about me," Yi Lin replied. Truth be told, he was starving. With all those maids fussing around him at lunch, he'd barely gotten a few bites down. Ignoring Ji Lingyu, Yi Lin marched straight over to the tables and started wolfing down food. Everyone else was eating with impeccable manners, dressed head to toe in pricey, bespoke suits. Yi Lin's ravenous, unfazed eating soon drew stares from all around. Ji Lingyu's toes curled in embarrassment against the marble floor. "Boss, how about we wait a bit to eat? I can introduce you to my friends first," Ji Lingyu suggested, trying to salvage the moment. "No rush, let me eat my fill first," Yi Lin said, completely unabashed. "How about this? When we get home, whatever you want to eat, I'll have someone make it for you. So just, slow down a bit," Ji Lingyu pleaded, glancing around at the ever-growing audience. But Yi Lin couldn't have cared less. He happily devoured his dinner. Desperate, Ji Lingyu even reached out, intending to snatch the lobster from Yi Lin's hand until Yi Lin's gaze snapped cold. Forbidden spell. Ji Lingyu froze on the spot, an awkward smile plastered on his face. "It's all good, boss. You eat. Go ahead," Ji Lingyu mumbled, withdrawing his hand. Ji Lingyu left Yi Lin's side, covering his face in utter embarrassment. Tonight, he'd brought Yi Lin to the banquet to introduce him to his friends, hoping Yi Lin would make a good impression and earn a bit of respect. But after witnessing Yi Lin wolfing down food like a starving ghost, Ji Lingyu didn't dare make any introductions. If he told people Yi Lin was his boss, he'd probably become the laughingstock of Qingqing's second-generation elite circle. After Ji Lingyu gave up and left, Yi Lin happily enjoyed his dinner. As for what the people around him thought, he couldn't care less. Filling his stomach was the only thing that mattered. But just as he was enjoying his meal, a cool female voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Yi Lin," with a mouthful of half-chewed lobster. Yi Lin turned around and saw Zhe Genai's stunned face. Standing beside her was a petite girl in a white dress. She was half a head shorter than Zhe Genai, but her delicate features were by no means inferior. "It really is you. What are you doing here?" Once she recognized him, pure disdain flashed across Zhe Genai's face. "Don't tell me you slipped in just to scrounge some free food and drink." Yi Lin had no intention of dealing with Zhe Genai. He inwardly sighed at his bad luck. How did he keep running into this scatterbrained woman everywhere he went? Then again, given Mr. Zhe's status, it wasn't strange for her to show up at an event like this. "Nini, who is he?" the girl in the white dress asked curiously. It was the first time she'd ever seen Zhe Genai this openly disgusted with someone. Even those persistent admirers who hounded Zhe Genai had never drawn this kind of reaction. "Who is he?" Zhe Genai snorted. "Just a coward who's afraid to die. Remember the guy I told you about? The one who saved me, Ling Yi?" The girl nodded. "Of course. You said he controls hellfire. He's incredibly strong, and he killed an 8th-level monster with a single strike his very first night in the newbie dungeon. Before I met Ling Yi, I actually ran into this guy first." Zhe Genai shot Yi Lin a glare. "He's not weak, and if he'd worked with me to fight that 8th-level dragonblood giant beast, I never would have been pushed to the brink. But him, he only cared about saving his own skin, left me behind and took off. Just thinking about it." Zhe Genai gritted her teeth in anger. eyes locked onto Yi Lin. He, however, was totally focused on his food and didn't spare her a glance. Ha, the girl in the white dress tilted her head. But, isn't avoiding danger just human nature? Sure, it sounds like he was all about self-preservation, but is that worth getting this mad? Lu Yanwei, Zudge and I snapped, puffing up in exasperation. Just whose side are you on? Yours, Lu Yanwei said, sticking out her tongue. If not for him, I wouldn't have been cornered by that dragonblood giant beast. Wouldn't have ended up meeting Ling Yi looking such a mess. Ling Yi treats me like a burden, that's exactly why I still haven't been able to find any news about him. So, tell me, should I be angry or not? Zudge and I shot back, clearly frustrated. I'd be mad too if I were you. Totally justified. Lu Yanwei nodded, sympathizing. She knew all too well how obsessively Miss Zudge had been searching for Ling Yi these past few days. She'd practically turned the entire city of Qing upside down trying to find him. Alright, fine, if we're mad, let's just ignore him. Out of sight, out of mind. Come on, let's go over there. Lu Yanwei quickly ushered Zudge and I to another spot, steering her away before she could start anything with Yi Lin again. But as Zudge and I walked away, she still shot Yi Lin a vicious glare, her anger nowhere near spent. Yi Lin, who was quietly eating, suddenly felt a flicker of amusement. Who knew that his little act as Ling Yi had left such a deep impression on Zudge and I? He couldn't help but imagine what her face would look like when she found out that the Ling Yi she'd been chasing after was actually him in disguise. Of course, that was just a passing thought. The last thing he wanted was for that troublemaker to latch onto him. Actually, the farther away she stayed, the better. Once he'd eaten his fill, Yi Lin found a quiet spot to sit and wait for the evening auction to begin. He was honestly intrigued by what Ji Lingyu had mentioned about the gear and skills that'd be on offer. He didn't need any more skills, but when it came to equipment, he was starting from zero aside from a measly ring that gave +10 to his spirit stat. That wouldn't get him very far in the high-stakes college entrance exam trials. Those were held right in front of everyone, so it's not like he could just fling around forbidden spells the way he did in the newbie dungeon. People would start asking questions if he pulled that off in public. But there was a problem. He had no money. He wanted better equipment, but there was no way he could afford it. Was there some way around that? Yi Lin glanced over at Ji Lingyu. Maybe he could sweet-talk him somehow, convince him to sponsor a little gear. Almost as if he'd read Yi Lin's mind, Ji Lingyu walked over with a whole entourage in tow. Everyone, let me introduce you, this is my big boss, Yi Lin. Ji Lingyu had waited until Yi Lin finished eating before daring to bring the group over. As soon as he made the announcement, the guys behind him all shot looks of skepticism, clearly not convinced. You're kidding, right? Gee, it'd make more sense for him to call you boss. You're calling him your boss. They sized up Yi Lin with open disbelief. Dressed head to toe in cheap clothes, looking completely out of place at such a fancy event, what on earth was Ji Lingyu thinking? Ji Lingyu just smiled mysteriously. These were all second-generation rich kids from Qing City, used to money and privilege. Of course they couldn't see what he saw in Yi Lin. With that, he leaned in and, still grinning, spoke in a conspiratorial whisper. You can't judge a book by its cover. Just like you can't measure the ocean with a cup. Ordinary people aren't qualified to be my boss, but he's different. Do you know what level my boss is at now? How high? Level 16. And his class ranking is SSS tier. Everyone around us instantly sucked in a sharp breath. The looks they gave Yi Lin shifted completely. Gone was the earlier disdain. No matter where you are, the strong will always earn respect effortlessly. No wonder the name Yi Lin sounded so familiar. He's the guy who ranked first in this rookie dungeon run, and he broke the Green City record while he was at it. Someone exclaimed in awe. Usually, if you walk away from the rookie dungeon at level 8 or 9, people already call you a prodigy. But Ji Lin here came out at level 16, that's just insane. Noticing everyone's reaction, Ji Lingyu folded his arms behind his back, looking supremely pleased with himself. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Now, who would dare question the judgment of Ji Lingyu's choice of boss? Once Ji Lingyu had shown off enough, Yi Lin decided it was his turn to throw out some bait. So, Ji Lingyu, are you confident you'll get a good result in the college entrance trial this year? Yi Lin asked. Not really, Ji Lingyu admitted honestly. I'm only level 7. If I can get into a decent university, I'd be happy with that. If only we could go outside the city. Yi Lin sighed. Then I could help you grind some levels and get a better score. No way. The city strictly forbids anyone from leaving for 3 days after the rookie trial, just to stop strong players from power leveling newbies. Boss. Ji Lingyu shook his head so hard he looked like a bobblehead. Is that so? Yi Lin said with a meaningful smile. But I heard the entrance to the college entrance trial is located outside the city walls. Isn't that right? Realization dawned on Ji Lingyu, and his breathing quickened. Boss, are you saying, when the college entrance trial begins, all 4 gates of Green City swing open, the candidates have to make their way through the area outside the walls to reach the entrance to the trial site? That's actually the very first test. Though there aren't many monsters near the walls, there are still some. Every year, examines sprint across that stretch as fast as they can. But from the way Yi Lin was talking, it sounded like he wanted to take his time out there, grinding levels with Ji Lingyu. But this was outside the walls, not some rookie dungeon. In the rookie dungeon, the highest level monsters you'd meet would be level 10, and those only show up deep inside. but outside the city. Even the weakest monsters started at level 10. It was a place where one careless slip could mean losing your life. Every year, countless new class changers met their end at the jaws of these monsters outside the city. Don't forget, I'm already level 16. As long as we stay just a short distance outside the city walls, we shouldn't run into any monsters I can't handle. It's just a shame I don't have any gear. If I did, I might actually be able to help you grind some levels out there before you take the college entrance trial. You know, Yi Lin let out a sigh, sounding a bit helpless. Gear? Oh, that's easy. Ji Lingyu brushed off his concern. But boss, honestly, what I'm really worried about is our safety. I mean, we're talking about going outside the city. Ji Lingyu still had some reservations. If the G group could send out a powerhouse to protect him, he wouldn't be concerned. But just one level 16 Yi Lin, boss for a day, boss for life. Yi Lin's voice was firm and unwavering. Don't worry about it. If I say I can do it, then I'm confident. Even if we do run into a monster I can't beat, I promise you this, I'll make sure I die before you do. Besides, don't you want to level up a bit more? Getting into a better school is on the line here. These things can't be bought with money, boss. For a moment, guilt flickered in Ji Lingyu's eyes. Yi Lin was going out of his way to help him, yet Ji Lingyu just wanted to make use of Yi Lin, a free forbidden curse mage bodyguard. But soon, determination filled his gaze. Never mix business with friendship. That was something his father had taught him long ago. Forbidden curse mages don't live long anyway. Hadn't he let Yi Lin enjoy a more luxurious life before his death? In the end, he hadn't actually taken advantage of Yi Lin. After all, businessmen always put profit first. Yi Lin was right. Money could buy a lot of things, but it couldn't buy a spot in a top academy. The only way to get in was by surviving the college entrance trial. In the Grand Xia Kingdom, there was simply no other way. Boss, don't worry. At tonight's auction, just let me know whatever catches your eye. I promise I'll get it for you, Ji Lingyu said with conviction. Good, good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. No, I mean, don't worry. Yi Lin grinned. Once I have the right gear, I'll make sure to carry you to level 10 and beyond. With a level 10 or higher, and a bit of extra effort during the entrance trial, they'd basically be guaranteed admission to any of the kingdom's top schools. The two exchanged a smile, each secretly feeling like they'd struck it rich. At that moment, Ji Lingyu's circle of fellow second-generation elites looked at him with open envy in their eyes. An SSS ranked, level 16 forbidden curse mage risking his life to help Ji Lingyu level up. What kind of miraculous luck was that? They'd gone from thinking Ji Lingyu was losing his mind, to realizing having him as a boss was absolutely the right call. If it weren't for their pride, some of them would have asked Yi Lin right then if he needed any more followers. Who wouldn't jump at the chance to level up from 7 to 10 for free just by picking the right boss to follow? Boss, wait up, I gotta check in with my dad first, Ji Lingyu said as he walked over to speak with his father. Tonight's auction dinner was crawling with powerful figures. On his own, it'd be tough for him to get his hands on anything worthwhile. With his father's go-ahead, Ji Lingyu suddenly felt a lot more confident. Boss, no worries, I've got this. Any gear you've got your eye on tonight, I'll make sure you get it. Yi Lin nodded in satisfaction. There were only 6 pieces of equipment that could be used by someone who had switched classes. The only restriction was the number, not the type. If you wanted, you could equip 6 rings, or walk around wielding 6 swords. Whatever made you happy. For everyday folks, just getting a hold of 6 pieces, even regardless of whether they suited them, was almost impossible. Which is why becoming a class switcher was always a money pit. Poor class switchers could only end up working for the rich ones. Sure, they were still a step above average people, but at the end of the day, not much changed. They just went from regular 9-to-5ers to high-end wage slaves. But with a big spender like Ji Lingyu around, at least Yi Lin wouldn't have to stress about getting the right gear anytime soon. Snap. Just then, all the lights in the room went dark. The banquet hall was completely plunged into blackness, but everyone seemed used to it. There was no panic, only a patient silence as people waited. A single spotlight flickered to life at the center of the stage. Standing there, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere, was a breathtaking beauty in a classic kipeo. Her curvy figure was accentuated by the elegant cut of the dress. Her face bore just a hint of makeup, amplifying her stunning features. There was a certain magnetism in her every smile and gesture that made her impossible to ignore. Several men in the room couldn't help the flashes of greed in their eyes. Good evening, everyone. I am Qing, your auctioneer for tonight's event. On behalf of Treasure's Pavilion Auction House, I'd like to welcome you all and wish you the best of luck in bidding for your favorites this evening. She gave a slight bow, the fabric of her dress straining over her full chest, enough to make plenty of men stare. But no one dared step out of line. Not a single person tried to heckle or flirt with her. After all, Treasure's Pavilion wasn't some pushover, it was the biggest auction house in the entire Xia dynasty, with branches in nearly every city. The annual auction dinner was always spearheaded by them. To make a move on Qingqing meant offending Treasure's Pavilion itself. Everyone in attendance tonight was an elite in Qingqing. None would do something so foolish over a woman. With their status and power, all they had to do was snap their fingers for women. Anyway, let's get right to it. Just like in past years, we have 100 lots tonight. The first 50 are skill scrolls, and the remaining 50 are equipment. Now, allow me to present the first item up for auction. Qing smiled lightly and clapped her hands. In no time, a tray piled high with bundles of skill scrolls was brought out and placed before the crowd. The very first item up for auction was an epic level skill scroll, Fire Element, perfect for mage-type classes. The starting bid was 500,000, with a minimum increment of 10,000 per bid. The moment Qing finished speaking, the entire room erupted in excitement. Skills are divided into 4 tiers: common, rare, epic, and legendary. An epic skill is already incredibly rare. For the auction to open with something of this caliber, clearly, the treasure pavilion had come well prepared this year. A transferee can only equip 6 pieces of gear at a time, but there's no limit to how many skills one can possess. That's exactly why skills are such a money pit. The wealthier the transferee, the better their equipment and the more, and higher level, their skills, naturally, their combat power scales accordingly. In fact, experts have run experiments confirming that, at the same level, one well-geared transferee can effortlessly overpower 10 who are just average. I'll take on 10 at once isn't just an empty boast. 510,000, 550,000. Bidding flew fast and furious among the VIPs, with the price of the epic skill scroll shooting upward, and in no time, it smashed past the million mark, leaving Yilin thoroughly stunned. Around here, money really was nothing more than a number. Thankfully, his profession was cursed mage, a class that didn't require any skill scrolls at all. As long as he leveled up, he'd unlock new skills automatically. Otherwise, as poor as he was, he wouldn't even be able to compete. Of course, even if he wanted to, a cursed mage couldn't use skill scrolls. All their moves had to be forbidden spells. In the end, when Zhuge Qianqing called out a bid of 3 million, no one else even tried to compete. 3 million was high enough. And, besides, in Qingqing, no one was about to cross Mr. Zhuge if they could help it. Congratulations to Mr. Zhuge for winning the epic level skill scroll. Now, let's introduce our second lot, a rare level skill scroll containing a sword technique, suitable for all sword-related classes. Starting bid, 100,000 minimum increase, 10,000. Qingqing smoothly congratulated Zhuge Qianqing, then revealed the next item. Though the new scroll wasn't as high level as the first, the fact that it was a sword technique instantly piqued interest. The final hammer fell at 800,000. After watching a few rounds, Yilin's enthusiasm dried up. He slouched back in his chair and pretended to nap. After all, the first 50 lots were all skill scrolls, and no matter how rare, even a legendary one wouldn't have anything to do with him. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyu managed to snag 2 skills he liked. With his class, the A-rank shadow-bearing swordsman, he naturally snapped up the second rare level sword skill scroll. Alright, that wraps up our 50 skill scrolls for this year. Every single one has been auctioned off. But if you didn't manage to snag a scroll, don't be too discouraged, because up next, we're moving on to equipment. Qingqing's enchanting smile swept across the room as she clapped her hands. At her signal, the first piece of gear for the night was brought out, draped in a red cloth. Its shape was impossible to make out, but from the size, it was likely a ring, necklace, or bracelet. All eyes stretched forward in anticipation, necks craned as they waited for Qingqing's reveal. She didn't tease the audience for long. With a dazzling smile, she yanked off the red cloth in a flourish. Tonight's 51st auction item is a rare grade piece of equipment, the Imperial Dragon Wish Ring. Its attributes: increases spirit by 30%, and comes with a passive skill, Dragon's Aura. The starting bid is 8 million, with each increment not less than 100,000. Before her words even faded, the crowd erupted in shock. Unlike skills, which are ranked by level, equipment is divided into 7 tiers: low, intermediate, high, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. And the truth is, good equipment is far more valuable than skills. Only people who've changed classes into S rank or above forging-related professions have even a chance at making equipment. And raising a life skill profession is nothing like leveling up in a combat class. For fighters, as long as you keep at it and don't die, you can grind monsters continuously and eventually raise your level. But for non-combat professions like forging, advancement isn't so easy. Forgers are ranked novice, apprentice, journeyman, master, grandmaster, and the mythical divine craftsman. The only way to improve is to pour money into materials, forge endlessly, and hone your craft through sheer repetition. An ordinary person could never afford the resources needed to help a blacksmith reach higher tiers. Even in all of Green City, the highest ranked forger is only journeyman, which means the best locally made equipment barely qualifies as high tier, and even then, you might fail 100 times before a single successful forge. Rare grade equipment, on the other hand, can only be made by a true master blacksmith. That means this Imperial Dragon Wish Ring could only have been crafted by someone of that caliber. At this point, Yilin couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just a single ring that boosted spirit by 30%. The power-up for any class changer was enormous. His own forbidden spell, Burning Reincarnation, could double his spirit, but that came at the cost of burning his own life force. If some rich kid equipped themselves with 6 of these Imperial Dragon Wish Rings, that'd be a staggering 180% spirit boost, even without sacrificing a single drop of vitality. No wonder someone decked out in god-tier gear could effortlessly dominate 10 newbies in plain white starter gear. However, the price of the Royal Dragon Wish Ring was enough to make anyone flinch. It started at a staggering 8 million. And that was just the opening bid. Based on previous auctions for skill scrolls, Yilin knew the final price definitely wouldn't be lower than 20 million. 20 million. Yilin did a quick calculation on his fingers. He'd have to sell off 666 kidneys just to come up with that kind of money, which was an outrageous sum even for someone like him who couldn't die. But thankfully, he had Ji Lingyu on his side. 9 million. Ji Lingyu's father announced without hesitation, instantly driving the price up by a cool million. But that still wasn't enough to scare off the competition. A flurry of bids followed. 9.2 million, 10 million, 12 million. Everyone knew just how valuable rare equipment was. In Qingqing, treasures like this simply couldn't be bought. No matter how much money you had, there were no master forgers in the entire city. Just then, Ji Lingyu's father spoke up again. 15 million. A collective gasp swept through the room. With one shout, he'd raised the price by 3 million. It was obvious to everyone now. The Ji family was determined to get their hands on the royal dragon wish ring, no matter the cost. There were still a few more half-hearted bids, but the numbers were dropping. When Ji Lingyu's father bumped it up to 18 million, the entire hall fell silent. 18 million. For a rare piece of equipment, it was a reasonable price. Any more, and it just wasn't worth bidding further. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Ji Lingyu's father's lips. 18 million. To secure a spot for his son at a top academy, it was well worth it. After all, he only had this one son. If he wasn't going to spend the money on him, what else would he spend it on? Sure, the ring was technically a gift for Yilin, but the forbidden spellcaster profession was notoriously short-lived. In a few years, when Yilin inevitably met his end, all that gear would end up with his son anyway. 18 million. Once. 18 million. Twice. 18 million. 3TI. Let's congratulate the G Group. Just as Qingqing, Treasure Pavilion's auctioneer, was about to announce Ji Lingyu's father as the winner, a lazy, arrogant voice rang out from the back. 20 million. The entire crowd swiveled in shock. Sure, last-second bidding was normal, but to drop a bid like that at the very last moment, whoever did it clearly had no fear of making enemies with the G Group. Who could possibly have the guts? Ji Lingyu's father's face darkened instantly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, but when he caught sight of the bidder, everyone was stunned. It was a man with slicked back hair and a hint of a belly. A kindly smile perched on his lips. The king of the underground, Canson. Was he doing this on purpose, or was it an accident? The G Group had nothing to do with Canson. There was never any connection between the two. No one could say for sure, but from the look of things, there was definitely some bad blood here. The room erupted into heated whispers. Everyone could sense that something unusual was brewing. Even though Canson hadn't made any major moves in recent years, everyone knew that there was only one true king of Qingqing's underworld, and that was Canson himself. Mr. G, meanwhile, was thoroughly baffled. He had never done anything to offend Canson. In fact, he'd barely even met the man. What was this all about? Mr. Canson, I don't suppose I've unwittingly done something to upset you, choosing harmony over confrontation. Mr. G forced a smile, opting for a conciliatory tone. Mr. G, what are you saying? This is an auction. The prize goes to the highest bidder, doesn't it? Am I not allowed to set my sights on that Emperor Dragon Jade ring too? Canson replied with a grandfatherly grin, speaking lightly without any hint of arrogance. Yet as he spoke, he cast a sharp, calculating glance at Yilin. Internally, he thought, so the G Group is still pretending to play dumb, aren't they? Yilin is standing right there behind you. Yilin was also sizing Canson up. Frankly, if no one had said anything, he wouldn't have guessed that the mild-looking man standing before him was the infamous kingpin of the Qingqing underworld. Their eyes met across the room. In that split second, a cold glint flashed in both their gazes, while Mr. G stood helplessly in between, utterly at a loss. Could it be that Canson truly just wanted the Emperor Dragon Jade ring as well? 21 million. Mr. G called out tentatively, raising the bid once more. But just as before, the moment the auctioneer announced the new price, Canson immediately countered. 22 million. Mr. G's heart skipped a beat. Now he was sure of it. Canson was specifically targeting the G Group tonight. This was definitely not a good sign. Mr. Canson, could you please tell me how the G Group has wronged you? Mr. G asked respectfully. He wasn't afraid of Canson per se, but getting on the bad side of a figure like him for no apparent reason was definitely not in his interests. You want an explanation? Upon hearing this, Canson's expression turned icy. Leaning in, he whispered coldly in Mr. G's ear. You killed my men, and now you expect me to explain myself. You've got guts. I accept your challenge. I promise I'll ruin you and your entire family. Earlier, Yilin had torched one of Canson's farmhouses to the ground along with dozens of his men. Hardly an hour later, the G Group's own young master, Ji Lingyu, had personally escorted Yilin away. There was no way Canson would ever believe that the G Group wasn't pulling strings behind the scenes. The way Mr. G was playing dumb right now was, to Canson, nothing short of a direct provocation. Mr. G was even more confused. A challenge. Since when had he challenged Canson? But he understood the last four words clearly enough. Ruin your family. His expression hardened. He had already compromised, giving Canson face again and again. But now Canson was threatening his family directly. If he kept backing down, he really would become a laughingstock. The G group was not some easy target to be bullied. If Mr. Kenson insists on keeping things in the dark, then we'll just follow the auction rules. He spoke loudly, his voice steady. 30 million. 30 million. The instant the price was announced, the entire room erupted in shocked whispers. That much for a rare grade item. It was a staggering sum, unbelievable. Even by the standards of this auction house, with just a little more, you could probably snag a lower quality epic grade item. Yet, not a flicker of emotion crossed Uncle G's face. When it came to financial muscle, G Group had never been afraid of anyone in Qingqing. So what if Kenson was the king of the underworld? Even someone like him, when it came to wealth, might not match even half of G Group. Fine, 30 million it is. Kenson's eyes grew cold. Even for him, spending 30 million on a rare grade item was painful. But this was the treasured pavilion's auction. No one, not even Kenson, would risk making a reckless bid here. But with Uncle G's offer, the grudge between G Group and Kenson was set in stone. In the end, Uncle G successfully won the Emperor's Dragon Auspicious Ring. Damn it! Has that Kenson lost his mind? When did I ever kill his people? Despite his victory, Uncle G's face showed none of the joy of winning. To make an enemy of Kenson in Qingqing was asking for trouble, and the worst part was, he never meant to provoke Kenson at all. From the start, Kenson had been nipping at his heels like a mad dog. Uncle G, we have to see the truth behind the surface, Yi Lin said seriously, analyzing the situation for him. He wasn't about to let Uncle G know that Kenson was after G Group all because of him. Otherwise, for sure, he'd be kicked out in a heartbeat. When someone's determined to cause you trouble, all it takes is a missing soldier to serve as an excuse. Dead or not, it's all up to Kenson's word. Who's to say whether that guy really died? When you're too weak to resolve a conflict head-on, sometimes the best move is to escalate things. Yi Lin continued. Kenson's always wanted to get out of the underworld and become a legit businessman, but Qingqing's market is already saturated. There's no room for him unless he takes down G Group. Then he's got a ready-made corporation to step right into. Yi Lin's words made Uncle G fall into deep thought, his eyes flickering with a sharp, unsettled light. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He'd thought Kenson was just lashing out like a lunatic. But if this was merely a front and Kenson was actually scheming to take down G Group from behind the scenes, then the first blow would come down on them like thunder. If he wasn't ready, he'd be caught completely off guard. After all, when it came to muscle, G Group really couldn't compete with Kenson's crews. Yi Lin, thank you. Uncle G looked at Yi Lin, gratitude clear in his eyes. Sometimes you're too close to see things clearly. I wouldn't have thought of any of this without your warning. It's nothing, Uncle. Yi Lin replied with a broad, sunny smile, showing off 8 dazzling white teeth. You're Ji Lingyu's father, and he's like a brother to me. Of course, I see you as family, too. For a moment, Uncle G looked a bit taken aback, staring at Yi Lin's sincerely smiling face. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty deep down. You're a child who's had a hard life. If you don't mind, why not stay with the G family from now on? Thank you, Uncle. Yi Lin nodded. Just then, the waiter brought over the Royal Dragon Auspicious Ring and presented it to Mr. G. A ring lay quietly on the tray, intricately carved with dragon patterns, glimmering with a faint light, as though hiding endless secrets within. Take it, see if you like it. Mr. G smiled warmly as he handed the Royal Dragon Auspicious Ring to Yi Lin. Yi Lin slipped the ring onto his finger. Instantly, a strange energy surged from the purple ring, filling him with comfort as soothing as soaking in a hot bath on a frigid winter day. Royal Dragon Auspicious Ring level. Rare attribute. Increases mental power by 30%. Refragable. Skill. Dragon Aura Possession. Dragon Aura Possession. The wearer of the Royal Dragon Auspicious Ring is blessed by the dragon's aura, increasing their luck stat by 10%. Yi Lin's heart skipped a beat. Luck, such a mysterious thing. With enough luck, a tumble off a cliff could land you a lost peerless manual. But with lousy luck, you could get on the subway and get falsely accused of taking someone's picture. Sure, you can't see or touch luck, but having it is better than not. And the ring's mental power boost alone was worthy of its rare rank, especially since it was a percentage increase. Thank you, Uncle. Don't worry, even if I have to carry him, I'll make sure Ling Yu gets into a top academy. Yi Lin said solemnly. We're family now. There's no need for such formality between us. If you see anything else you like, just let me know. Mr. G chuckled, thoroughly pleased. This was exactly the response he'd hoped for after his generous spending. Seeing Mr. G and Yi Lin talking and laughing together, a cold glint flashed in Kenson's eyes nearby. He was now certain that the death of his subordinate must have been at the hands of the G family's corporation. No more rare-grade items appeared in the rest of the auction. Most of what followed was high-grade equipment, with an occasional mid-grade piece. But whatever the item, as soon as Mr. G placed a bid, Kenson would immediately counter. Mr. G often had to bid more than 50% above the usual price to actually win a lot. Kenson's deliberate price gouging enraged Mr. G. But Qingqing, the auctioneer on stage, showed no intention of intervening. After all, the higher the prices went, the more profit Precious Treasure Pavilion made. Why would they step in? Over the course of the auction, Mr. G also won Yi Lin another ring, 2 bracelets, and a necklace, all high-grade equipment. Azure Sky Thunder Ring, grade, advanced, attribute. Increases spirit power by 15%, refinable, skill. Thunder Augment, increases the power of the wearer's thunder-type skills by 20%. Twin Yin-Yang Bangles, grade, advanced, attribute. Increases spirit power by 40%, refinable, skill. Duality of Yin and Yang, When both the Yin bangle and the Yang bangle are worn at the same time, their combined forces generate boundless vitality, rapidly healing the wearer's injuries. Burning Moon Necklace, grade, advanced, attribute. Spirit power plus 200, refinable, skill. None, among these 4 pieces of equipment, each one provided a powerful boost to spirit power. Together with the Imperial Dragon Wish Ring, Yilin's total spirit power amplification now reached an astonishing 85%, on top of a flat 200-point spirit power increase. That meant, even at level 16 and without activating Burning Samsara, Yilin's spirit power could soar to an incredible 1088. Yilin gently stroked the twin Yin-Yang bangles. Although it counted as 2 items and would take up 2 equipment slots, this set was by far his favorite. After all, with the twin Yin-Yang bangles, he finally had a reasonable explanation for his rapid recovery from injuries. Yilin, for this last piece of equipment, shouldn't you go with something that can save your life? Uncle G chuckled. Of the last 3 top-tier items, there's a soft armor with exceptional defense. I think it suits you. Yilin's first 5 items were all focused on boosting his combat power. If his last equipment slot wasn't used for something to safeguard his life, he'd be far too vulnerable to ambush. After all, staying alive is the only way to deal damage, a truth as old as time. Yilin looked up, his gaze landing on the final 3 items displayed on the auction stage. A blade, that soft armor, and a bracelet. All 3 were of rare grade, the very last lots of the entire auction. Uncle G, let that soft armor go to Lingyu. I don't need it. Yilin shook his head. Not only did he have his undying body, but his own forbidden spells included an undying effect that could negate fatal damage. Equipping something purely for survival just seemed redundant. Lingyu already has his own. If you don't want the armor, are you eyeing that bracelet? Uncle G asked, puzzled. No, Uncle G, what I want is that blade. Yilin's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the blade on stage. Ha, the blade. Uncle G looked bewildered, and even Ji Lingyu couldn't help but ask, boss, aren't you a forbidden spellcaster? What do you need a blade for? I have a forbidden spell that just so happens to require a blade to cast. Yilin replied, not giving the Ji family father and son any further explanation. When he reached level 10 in the novice secret realm, he'd unlocked his first forbidden spell that required a weapon to use a spell he named Lifespan Blade Technique. Forbidden spell, Lifespan Blade Technique. For every strike the forbidden caster makes, a year of their lifespan is consumed, and each strike is twice as powerful as the last, up to a maximum of 99 consecutive strikes. Only Yilin knew just how insane this forbidden spell really was. His strength stat wasn't particularly high, only 160 points, but if he activated Burning Reincarnation first and then stacked the Lifespan Blade Technique to the 99th layer, that was a staggering 69827899287272927 points of damage. And not just once, every single strike would deal that same 69827899287272927 damage, hitting the max damage cap of 9,999 in a single swing. That wasn't just possible, it was practically a certainty. With Undying Body in effect, Yilin didn't need to worry about running out of lifespan at all. No casting required, no skill cooldowns, no windup or aftercast delays. Every basic attack he landed would slash out nearly 32,000 points of damage. If he could get his hands on 2 watermelon knives in the newbie dungeon, Yilin figured he could probably wipe out every monster inside. If the skill had a single flaw, it was this: it required an actual blade in hand to activate. Unfortunately, ordinary knives couldn't handle the sheer power of the Lifespan Blade Technique. Yilin had tried with a kitchen knife before, it snapped clean in 2 after just 2 swings. Uncle G didn't really understand why Yilin, a forbidden caster, wanted a blade so badly, but he chose to respect Yilin's wishes anyway. He held back on the soft armor and bracelet, letting those items go. In the end, the soft armor was won by another big shot from Qingqing, while the rare bracelet was claimed by Zhuge Qianqing. But when it came time for the blades auction, Uncle G went all in. Even with Kensen trying to drive up the price, Uncle G managed to win the rare weapon for a steep 28 million. Stellar Meteor Scar, rarity, rare, attribute, strength plus 300, refinable, skill, Radiance of the Stars, Radiance of the Stars. Under Starlight, the Stellar Meteor Scar's strength bonus increases continuously, up to a maximum of 100%. Stellar Meteor Scar now rested quietly before Yilin. The blade was about 3 feet long, its surface flowing with deep, mysterious starlight, like a river of stars spilled straight from the heavens. The body of the blade was etched with intricate patterns, each line seemingly brimming with the secrets of the cosmos. The spine was thick and weighty, but the edge was razor sharp, exuding an unfathomable ferocity. As Yilin reached out and gripped the hilt, the starry light swirling along the blade seemed to glow even brighter, as if speaking to the stars themselves. The glint off the blade's edge flashed like a meteor streaking across the sky, a dazzling scar of light in the darkness. In that moment, it was as if the stellar meteor scar resonated with the universe itself. radiating an awe-inspiring aura. What a blade! Yi Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. This auction dinner had been more than worth it. He had gone from a complete newbie to being fully equipped with 6 powerful items in the blink of an eye, a transformation that more than doubled his combat strength. His level might still be just 16, but now that he was armed to the teeth, Yi Lin felt absolutely confident he could sweep aside anyone under level 20, if he really let loose, without worrying about revealing his undying nature. He would even be willing to go head-to-head with a level 30 class advanced player. Once the final auction item, the Starfall Sky Mark, landed in Ji Fu's hands, a sweet and bubbly laugh from the auctioneer signaled the official end of the lavish auction banquet. As the guests were preparing to leave, Kenshin shot Ji Fu a cold glance and made a throat-cutting gesture before storming off. Ji Fu narrowed his eyes. Now there was no doubt the feud between him and Kenshin was set in stone. He knew he'd have to start planning ahead. Ling Yu, you head back with Yi Lin first. I've still got some business to take care of. Okay, Dad. Ji Lingyu replied obediently. Out in the world, he might act like a spoiled heir, but in front of his father, he wouldn't dare get out of line. He knew all too well just how strict his father could be. Let's go, boss. Ji Lingyu waved at Yi Lin, who quickly caught up. Even though Yi Lin was constantly scheming against the Ji family, he still understood the basic rule of repaying kindness. The Ji father and son had been nothing but generous to him, so he certainly wouldn't be stingy in return. With his new gear, Yi Lin was confident he could raise Ji Lingyu's level to 10 and maybe even higher once they went outside the city. The monsters out there were tougher, sure, but they also gave way more experience, and sometimes even dropped materials or skill items. As Yi Lin's figure disappeared, Zhe and I watched him go with a cold snort, disgust plain in her eyes. She really couldn't understand what the Ji family saw in this cowardly, self-serving guy, and to spend so much money outfitting him, no less. The Ji group had spent nearly 100 million tonight on gear, no small sum, even for them. In fact, it was probably one of the biggest splurges they'd ever made. Watching Yi Lin reap all the benefits left Zhe and I feeling sick to her stomach. Just then, Lu Yanwei, standing beside her, suddenly received a call. Her face quickly grew strange. Nini, there's news about that Ling Yi you've been searching for, but it's not good news. What? News about Ling Yi? Where is he? Tell me, quick. Upon hearing something about the man she cared for, Zhe and I forgot all about Yi Lin. She immediately seized Lu Yanwei's arm, her voice urgent. It's from the Investigation Bureau. A farm on the outskirts of Qingxing was burned to the ground. Dozens of people died in the blaze. Traces of hellfire were found at the scene, and they suspect it was caused by the Ling Yi you told me about. The Bureau wants you to come in and help with the investigation. Lu Yanwei watched the shifting look on Zhe and I's face. Speaking carefully, Ling Yi killed people. Why? Zhe and I's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Impossible. If he really were some kind of murderous maniac, he would never have saved me back then. Vivi, take me to the scene. Zhe and I and Lu Yanwei quickly drove to the country guest house Yi Lin had visited before. By now, the place had been completely consumed by hellfire. There was nothing left, not even a standing structure. The earth itself was scorched a deep, charred brown. This is unmistakably the aura of hellfire. Zhe and I's expression flickered, torn between shock and doubt. As someone extremely sensitive to fire elements, she could sense it unmistakably. The energy here was exactly the same as what she'd felt from Ling Yi in the novice secret realm. Whoever incinerated this place, there was no doubt in her mind it had to be Ling Yi. But why would he do such a thing? Every city had its own laws. Even those with special abilities couldn't kill at will within city limits. Otherwise, they were just as liable to be arrested, maybe even executed on the spot if the crime was serious enough. That's what the Investigation Bureau was for, upholding the rules inside the city. The site had already been cordoned off by the Bureau. Not long after Zhe and I and Lu Yanwei arrived, a middle-aged investigator approached them. Miss Zhe, Miss Lu, good evening. I apologize for having to call you out so late. I'm Investigator Huang. You can just call me Investigator Huang. After introducing himself, Investigator Huang skillfully produced a notepad and pen. Let's get straight to the point. Miss Zhe, you've previously mentioned that you encountered someone called Ling Yi in the novice secret realm, who was able to wield hellfire and instantly killed an 8th level magical beast. Correct. Yes, Zhe and I answered honestly. And are you able to locate him? Investigator Huang pressed further. I've been trying to find him, too, Zhe and I replied. But it's as if he's vanished into thin air. There's been no trace of him anywhere. Alright, let me ask another question. Do you know Yi Lin? Investigator Huang's gaze was calm, but there was an unyielding force behind his eyes, as if he could pierce straight through anyone's mental defenses. I do, Zhe and I replied, with a flash of open disgust on her face. He's a coward, someone who clings to life rather than facing danger. So far, Investigator Huang continued, our investigation suggests there's a strong likelihood that this Yi Lin is actually Ling Yi. He stared intently at Zhe and I, hoping for some reaction that could provide a breakthrough. After all, Yi Lin was also a candidate for the college entrance exams, and currently inside the G Group compound. If they didn't have ironclad evidence before making an arrest, the consequences of grabbing the wrong person would be unbearable. Yi Lin and Ling Yi are the same person. Investigator Huang, you must be joking. Zhe and I let out a cold laugh. That guy ran away right in front of me. There's no way he's Ling Yi, and he definitely doesn't know a thing about Hellfire. Oh, Investigator Huang frowned. This didn't match what their investigation had turned up. You're sure? Absolutely. I'm the only one who's ever seen Ling Yi with my own eyes. There's no way he's that sniveling coward Yi Lin, Zhuzh and I said with unwavering conviction. Investigator Huang fell silent for a moment, then picked up his pen and drew an X over Yi Lin's name. He, too, was an awakened. His profession was a support class, lie detector. With his experience, interrogating someone like Zhuzh and I was effortless. He could be absolutely certain that everything Zhuzh and I had said so far was the truth. If Yi Lin wasn't Ling Yi, then pursuing this lead any further would just be a waste of time. There was no need. Investigator Huang rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. If Ling Yi wasn't Yi Lin, then their trail was completely cold. Whoever set the fire had wiped away any traces without a trace. And worse, the fire had burned across Kenson's territory and all the victims were Kenson's people. Kenson himself was being uncooperative with the Bureau's investigation, and right now they didn't even know for sure who the dead were. It looked like this would just be another cold case. There were all kinds of bizarre abilities among the awakened. Every year, several unsolvable cases were left hanging, and Investigator Huang had long grown used to it. Miss Zhuzh, thank you for your cooperation. Do you have any other leads to share? Investigator Huang asked, out of courtesy. No, that's all. Zhuzh and I shook her head. Investigator Huang's heart gave a small lurch. In that moment, he sensed a subtle shift in her emotions. Zhuzh and I was lying. She clearly still had information about that Ling Yi she hadn't disclosed. All right, thank you. You're free to go. With a snap, Investigator Huang lit a cigarette. He knew perfectly well Zhuzh and I was lying, but there was nothing he could do. After all, she was Mr. Zhuzh's daughter. And sometimes, the truth simply wasn't what the world needed most. Even if the Bureau really did catch Ling Yi, if Zhuzh and I brought in Zhuzh Qianqing to vouch for him, odds were they would still have to compromise in the end. Vivi, come on. I think I might be able to find Ling Yi really soon. Zhuzh and I's cheeks were flushed with excitement. Ha, then why didn't you just tell Investigator Huang? Ling Yi killed dozens of people. Lu Yanwei gasped, hastily covering her mouth in shock. He must have his reasons. I have to find him and ask for myself. Don't worry. If Ling Yi really is a cold-blooded killer, I definitely won't cover for him. Zhuzh and I answered, her voice firm and her gaze unwavering. Nini, you're such a hopeless romantic. Thinking about him even before you're together. Lu Yanwei couldn't help twitching her lips. Don't talk nonsense. I am not a lovesick fool. Zhuzh and I retorted, hurrying along the road. If Yi Lin were here, he would have realized that Zhuzh and I was following the exact route he'd taken to escape after killing the crooked boss and manager Wang. Nini, how are you even going to find him? Lu Yanwei asked, struggling to keep up behind her. I'm extremely sensitive to the presence of fire elements. Even though a day or two had already passed, I could still sense the faint traces of the hellfire left behind. Zhuzh and I's eyes glistened with excitement. Among all of Qingqing, only she, an SSS rank fire mage, could still pick up on this trace. She was grateful there had been no rain these past 2 days. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for her to detect. Clearly, this was fate working in her favor. Following the lingering trail of Yi Lin's hellfire, Zhuzh and I tracked it all the way to the slums. The filthy, refuse-strewn alleys starkly contrasted with the elegant long dresses Zhuzh and I and Lu Yanwei wore, making them stand out like jewels in the mud. Both girls couldn't help but wrinkle their brows. This was their first time seeing a place so dirty and run down. A few men with greedy, hungry eyes dared to approach, but after Zhuzh and I sent a fireball their way, no one else dared come near. After all, class changers weren't people to be trifled with. The two moved carefully through the slums, stopping and starting, until Zhuzh and I finally halted in front of Yi Lin's house. The hellfire aura ended here. This had to be Ling Yi's home. Zhuzh and I stared at the door, heart pounding in her chest. The Ling Yi she had thought of day and night, the person always on her mind, was right behind this door. She wanted to knock, but hesitated, pausing to straighten her clothes and fix her hair. She turned to Lu Yanwei anxiously. Yanwei, is my makeup okay? It's fine, you look great, Lu Yanwei replied, unable to hide the exasperation in her voice. Good, good. Zhuzh and I took a few deep breaths, finally summoning the courage to step forward and knock on the door, heart fluttering like a startled deer. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp knocking echoed in the night. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3. Time ticked by, but the door didn't budge. Zhuzh and I refused to give up. She raised her hand and knocked harder. This time, the door swung open on its own. Yi Lin had never bothered locking his door. There was nothing worth stealing here. Any thief would probably leave 200 yuan out of pity before leaving. Ling Yi, are you home? Startled by the sudden opening of the door, Zhuzh and I lowered her voice and called out. No one answered her from the empty room. Ling Yi, I'm coming in, she whispered, then stepped inside, gathering her courage. The room was sparsely furnished, a blackened table, a 3-legged stool, an iron-framed bed, and a set of bedding and pillows so faded and worn it was impossible to tell their original color. Apart from these, there was nothing else in the room. Zhuzh and I looked around at the bleak surroundings, her eyes finally landing on the barren walls. She pressed her lips together, her eyes growing a little red. So this was the kind of place Ling Yi had grown up in. All these years. No wonder he always has that cold, distant air about him, as if he's built walls miles thick. He must have endured so much hardship growing up. And yet, even so, when I was in danger, he didn't hesitate to help me. Even though he lives in darkness, his heart has always yearned for the light. Zhuge and I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him, and it only strengthened her conviction. There must have been no other way for Ling Yi to kill someone this kind-hearted, someone so pure despite being surrounded by filth, could never kill without a reason. Right. Meanwhile, Yilin was completely unaware that Zhuge and I had, without even realizing it herself, shielded him from disaster. Nor did he know how close he had come to exposing his real identity as Ling Yi. If he hadn't happened to move into the Ji family's residence, he would have run right into Zhuge and I. Right now, Yilin was still basking in the thrill of acquiring brand new gear. With this set of equipment, his combat power had doubled. At the very least, eager to test it out, he could hardly wait to find somewhere to try out his new abilities. Unfortunately, with the city on lockdown, there was nowhere to go, not the secret realms, not the outskirts. He couldn't get out. Sigh, boss, I know a place where you can test your new gear. Ji Lingyu spoke up after hearing Yilin's complaint. Where? Yilin immediately asked. The Reawakeners Guild. They have private training rooms just for this. You can practice under real battle conditions, Ji Lingyu explained. Thanks to Ji Lingyu's explanation, Yilin finally understood what the Reawakeners Guild was all about. It was an official institution, established by the ancient Xia dynasty, with branches in every human city. They handled everything: material trading, equipment sales, mission assignments, live combat training, and all sorts of services tailored to people like him, Reawakeners. Now that he knew the guild offered practical training, Yilin couldn't sit still another moment. He urged Ji Lingyu to turn around and take him straight there. The guild was located right next to the city gates. As soon as the two of them stepped inside, a young woman in sleek black tights strode over to greet them. Good evening, gentlemen. Are you here for combat training? She asked with a professional smile. Not me. Mostly it's for my boss here, Ji Lingyu said, waving his hands quickly. All right, may I have your level, please? She turned to Yilin. Yilin revealed his level for her. When she saw he was level 16, her smile brightened. Great. I'll book you a training room for Reawakeners under level 20. It's 200,000 yuan per hour. Yilin's eyes widened in shock. 200 grand an hour. Being a Reawakener really burned a hole in your wallet. Thank goodness he had Ji Lingyu. Is there any way I could get the room for under level 40? Yilin asked. The woman looked a bit surprised at first, but quickly nodded in response. Of course, that's no problem. But the training rooms suitable for levels below 40 are much more expensive. The rate goes up to 800,000 yuan per hour. You know, that's fine, I just need one for level 40 and below. Yilin nodded. Although the receptionist at the Job Changers Guild didn't know why Yilin needed a training room restricted to levels under 40. As long as he was willing to pay, her job was to arrange it. Her high heels clicked briskly on the floor as she hurried off to make the preparations. Your training room is ready. Please follow me, she said after a moment, returning with a keycard in hand. Why don't you wait for me outside? Yilin turned to Ji Lingyu. I wouldn't want to accidentally harm you. Ji Lingyu shuddered as he recalled the time Yilin nearly struck him with that apocalyptic thunder spell. Boss, no problem. You go ahead and train, I'll wait for you out here. All right. Yilin nodded and followed the receptionist into the training room. The space was enormous, easily as large as a basketball court. In the center stood a row of training dummies. The receptionist explained that the entire room was specially constructed from unique materials, built by an S-rank master builder. It could withstand the full-strength attacks of any job changer below level 40. Even the dummies were incredibly resilient. For low-level job changers, leaving a mark on one was no easy feat. Would you like a sparring partner? She offered. No need. I'd prefer to train alone. Yilin had no desire for anyone to witness him giving it his all. Understood. Enjoy your training. The receptionist smiled and considerately closed the door behind her on her way out. Yilin stepped up, locked the door from inside, and double-checked the entire training room, making absolutely sure there were no surveillance cameras or recording devices. Only then did he finally let out a breath of relief and draw his weapon. The Stardust Skyfall. The Longevity Blade Art. Each swing costs a year of my life. Does it? Let's start with 100 swings and see what happens. Forbidden Spell, Burning Reincarnation. Forbidden Spell, Longevity Blade Art. Taking a deep breath, Yilin gripped the Stardust Skyfall tightly, entering an almost otherworldly state of focus. His gaze turned resolute and profound. He lashed out with the first strike. A deafening boom echoed through the training room, as if something fundamental had been torn asunder. A brilliant light danced along the blade of the Stardust Skyfall, the very embodiment of Yilin burning away his lifespan. He struck again. The second blow was even fiercer and more powerful, the air itself seeming to split as a sharp, invisible blade aura slashed through the room. Then came a third swing, a fourth, a fifth, each faster and stronger than the last. By the time Yilin reached the 99th strike, the entire training room was trembling, thick with turbulent energy. In that instant, the ground seemed to shatter as a blinding radiance burst from the blade, flooding the whole room with dazzling light. An invisible arc of blade energy burst forth from the edge of the knife, slicing through the air in an instant and striking the mannequin ahead. A faint mark appeared across the mannequin's neck. If anyone else had witnessed this scene, their jaw would have dropped in shock, for this dummy was designed to withstand the full force attacks of job changers below level 40. Yet Yi Lin, a mere level 16 job changer, had actually managed to leave a mark on it. But that was only the beginning. The 100th strike, the 101st, the 102nd. Yi Lin's blows came one after another, with his Yansho blade technique stacked up to the 99th layer. Each strike was terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, Yi Lin was like a god of war. After hacking at the mannequin for several hundred more times, there was a loud bang. The dummy, which was supposed to endure the full force blows of any job changer under level 40, suddenly had its head split clean off by Yi Lin. It tumbled to the floor and rolled away. What a blade! Yi Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at his Starfall heavenly scar with growing affection. With this knife, combined with the forbidden spell's burning reincarnation and the Yansho blade technique, he felt he could turn into Lu Huaqiang and carve his way all the way from Penglai East Road to the gates of heaven itself. In the time that followed, Yi Lin experimented with the other powerful equipment he'd just obtained: the Yellow Dragon Wish Ring, the Azure Sky Thunder Ring, the Inyan Twin Bracelets, and the Scorching Moon Necklace, testing just how terrifying his forbidden spells were at full force. With one cast, he sacrificed all his organs for a forbidden spell. Instantly, the mannequin that he'd already split in half shattered into pieces, scattering debris across the floor. The sheer power made Yi Lin suck in a breath of cold air. It seemed he had underestimated himself. If he went all out and didn't have to worry about exposing his undying body, he could probably go toe-to-toe with a level 35 job changer. Next, Yi Lin tried out each of his forbidden spells on the remaining dummies. Once he'd gotten a good estimate of his current strength, he left the training room feeling satisfied. "You're finished already?" The young woman at the front desk greeted him with a warm smile. "If it's less than an hour, we still charge by the full hour." "You know, I know. By the way, if I broke anything in the training room, I don't have to pay for it, right?" Yi Lin asked. She laughed. "You must be joking." "Sir, this training room is meant for job changers below level 40. If a level 16 like you managed to break anything in there, it'd mean our equipment is subpar. Why would we ask you to pay for that?" "Great, that's a relief. I'll be heading out." Then, Yi Lin let out a sigh and quickly dragged Ji Lingyu away with him. After Yi Lin had left, the young woman entered the training room for a routine check. Seeing that nearly everything inside was perfectly intact, she couldn't help but smile to herself. "I knew it. How could a level 16 class holder possibly damage a training room meant for those under level 40? She turned, ready to close the door and leave. But as she glanced at the empty training room, something suddenly felt off. Wait a second. What the hell? Where are the dummies? All those practice dummies that usually lined the training room were gone. While Yi Lin was testing her strength, chaos was erupting elsewhere in the Ji family compound. "Damn, it's freezing out here. Hey, man, gotta smoke." Two class holders, one fat and one skinny, were shivering as they smoked outside the Ji family's gate. Though they were class holders, their levels were only around 10 or so. They didn't have the guts to go outside the city and face deadly beasts. Guarding the entrance of the Ji estate was the perfect gig for them. Safe, well paid, with plenty of downtime. The only downside was having to brave the cold when on night duty. But all things considered, it was a pretty sweet deal. "Damn it, I always need to take a dump whenever I smoke. Cover for me, will ya? I gotta go." The fat class holder frowned, stood up, and waddled off toward a distant patch of bushes. "Seriously, dude, there's a public restroom right there and you'd rather do your business outside." The skinny one looked at him, full of disgust. "You don't get it. Out in the open, I can better commune with the spiritual energy of nature." The fat guy snorted dismissively as he disappeared into the darkness and squatted down. But as soon as he squatted, his face went pale as a sheet. Everyone knows even the toughest man is at his most vulnerable when he's got his pants down. And in that vulnerable moment, he suddenly realized to his horror that the hedge was already full of people crouching there. He opened his mouth to warn his partner, but a giant hand slapped over his mouth before he could make a sound. A knife was shoved into his back, sliding straight between his ribs. He could feel his life force draining away. Meanwhile, the skinny class holder noticed the glowing tip of the fat guy's cigarette suddenly flicker out. He instantly sensed something was wrong. "Hey, fatty, what's taking so long? You fall in or something? You've been gone forever." Inside the bushes, the people in black froze. Too, their plan had been a surprise assault. How were they supposed to know some idiot would suddenly come to take a dump in their hiding spot? The whole operation was thrown into disarray. "Damn it, what's with this fat bastard and his bathroom habits?" One of the black-clad attackers nearly choked in frustration. With their cover blown, they had no choice but to charge the front gate. Enemy attack. The skinny class holder's face drained of color. He frantically sounded the alarm. He couldn't fathom it. Who in Green City would have the guts to attack the G family? After pulling the emergency alarm, he bolted. He wasn't about to stick around and fight to the death for a measly few grand a month. He wasn't getting paid enough for that, but even this was already enough. In an instant, the pitch-black G family villa lit up as every light came on, startling everyone inside awake. Along with the ear-piercing shriek of the alarm, G's father, who had only just lain down, was jolted upright in panic. A member of his staff, a class-changed professional known for his speed, burst into G's father's bedroom in a flurry. Mr. G, the outside is swarming with professionals. They tried to sneak in, but after they were discovered, they've switched tactics and are launching a full assault. They're too strong, we can't hold them off. You have to leave with me. Right now, please. What? Father G's shock turned quickly to fury. Kenson's revenge had come faster, and more violently than he could have ever anticipated. He had just finished laying out his new plans targeting Kenson within the G Corporation, only for Kenson's retribution to arrive at his own doorstep. That man actually dared to storm the G family's villa. Wasn't he afraid that the entire Qing city would unite against him in return? This was outright outrageous. Mr. G, we have to go. There's no time. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. The swift professional urged him desperately. Yet in the very next second, a flash of cold light and a sharp dagger burst through the man's chest, right at the heart. No one saw when Kenson had appeared behind him, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Shao Li. Father G's eyes went wide with rage and sorrow. He remembered a child, frail and skeletal, once collapsed on the street, starving nearly to death. Passers-by flowed by, glancing at the boy, but none stopped to help. G's own heart had softened. He'd knelt, extending a steaming bowl of noodles. He watched as the boy devoured the food he'd spoon-fed him then and there. At that moment, G had decided to take the child in. Shao Li had never let him down, growing up to be his most trustworthy right-hand man. Now, as life slipped from him along with the blood pouring from his chest, the dying Shao Li summoned all his strength. Through unbearable pain, he twisted around and clung desperately to the man behind Kenson. Mr. G, go, now, Shao Li roared, desperate and hysterical, as if unleashing all the last remnants of his life. You really don't fear death? Kenson sounded a little surprised. My life was bought by Mr. G with a bowl of noodles. Not worth much. Shao Li growled with a ferocious, almost crazed smile. What touching loyalty, Kenson said, expressionless. I, Kenson, have the utmost respect for the bonds between master and servant. I'll let you die whole. With that, Kenson gave a curt nod, then reached out with a cold, decisive motion, crack, and snapped Shao Li's neck. Kenson. Father G's eyes turned bloodshot, nearly mad with rage. He ripped open a nearby drawer, pulled out a black pistol, and leveled it at Kenson, immediately squeezing the trigger. But before the shot could even ring out, a gleaming blade flashed through the air like lightning. In utter disbelief, Father G watched as the hand clutching the pistol was sent flying, severed at the wrist. Bringing a gun to fight a professional? What are you? Stupid. Kenson sneered with disdain. Guns might be useful against newly awakened job changers, but once someone reached level 30 or above, a gun was nothing more than a toy in their hands. In your next life, remember not to cross me, Kenson. I'm just keeping a low profile, not dead. Kenson raised his blade, ready to finish off G's father. But just then, one of his men hurried over and whispered something in his ear. What? They got away. Useless. Kenson slapped the man hard across the face, and the blade meant for G's father was sheathed. Kenson, congratulations, he said, a smile spreading across his face. Looks like your son and that Yi Lin were quick on their feet. That means you get to live a little longer. With Ji Lingyu and Yi Lin on the run, killing Ji's father now would only be doing Ji Lingyu a favor, removing his only weakness. If you don't pull weeds up by the roots, all it takes is a breeze in spring for them to grow back. Kenson had no intention of living another 10 or 20 years only for someone to return and take revenge. Kenson never did things halfway. If he decided to act, he made sure it was thorough. He'd use Ji's father to lure those two out, then wipe them out together. Don't even think about it. Ji's father was a fox himself. He instantly realized what Kenson was up to. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the corner wall, trying to smash his head against it. His son was the only thing he cared about. He would never let himself become the bait that ended up killing his own child. But how could Kenson possibly let him have his way? Before Ji's father could reach the wall, Kenson knocked him out cold with a swift chop to the neck. Take him away. In less than 30 minutes, everyone inside the Ji family villa except for Ji's father had become nothing but cold, lifeless corpses. After tonight, the underworld king Kenson's name would be more feared than ever. Just as Yi Lin finished testing his combat skills and returned to the gates of the Ji estate, a heavy stench of blood hit him. His pupils tightened in shock. Even after hiding in the Ji family home, Kenson refused to let him go. He was willing to slaughter the whole Ji household just to get to him. Yi Lin started to seriously suspect that Kenson had already uncovered some of his secrets. That was the only way to explain such relentless madness. This Kenson, maybe he couldn't be allowed to live any longer. Ji Lingyu was just about to open the door when Yi Lin stopped him, his voice heavy with warning. You'd better brace yourself. Ha, what are you talking about, boss? Ji Lingyu, oblivious to the situation, pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment he entered, every muscle in his body went rigid. Yi Lin looked and saw a scene straight out of hell. The bodies of job changers and household staff littered the floor, limbs scattered everywhere. Horror was etched on many faces, as if they'd seen the very devil before death. Boss, did we get the wrong house? This can't be my place, right? Ji Lingyu forced an ugly smile as he stumbled a few steps back. He tried to find some hint of denial from Yi Lin, but Yi Lin's grave expression told him everything. This was indeed the Ji family home, the place he had lived for more than a decade. Like a madman, Ji Lingyu charged into the blood-soaked massacre. Dad, Dad, where are you? Ji Lingyu shouted in terror as he waded through the carnage. He desperately wanted to find his father as quickly as possible, but at the same time, he dreaded seeing his father's corpse amidst this sea of bodies. By the time he reached the doorway to his father's bedroom, Ji Lingyu's heart was clenched in his throat. Bracing himself as if walking to his death, he pushed open the door. The room inside was immaculate, as if it had just been scrubbed clean. On the table, however, lay a severed hand gripping a pistol. It lay there in eerie silence. Ji Lingyu rushed forward. In an instant, he recognized it as his father's hand. Beneath the severed hand was a note, with a message written in fresh blood. If you want to save your father, bring Yi Lin and come find me at the underground black market. Every 6 hours, I'll cut another piece of flesh from him. When Ji Lingyu finished reading, he lost it completely. Kensen, I'm going to kill you, Ji Lingyu shrieked, ready to risk everything as he ran to hunt Kensen down. In the black market, the only one with the power to kidnap his father was the underground king Kensen. But just as he reached the door, Yi Lin kicked him hard, sending him sprawling back into the room. Get out of my way. Don't you dare stop me. Ji Lingyu's eyes blazed with anger as he glared at Yi Lin. Anyone who stood between him and saving his father was the enemy now. Seeing that Ji Lingyu had lost all reason, Yi Lin didn't waste any words. Instead, he slapped Ji Lingyu hard across the face, so hard that half the man's face swelled instantly with a sharp crack. Your dad is only still alive because Kensen hasn't gotten a hold of you yet, Yi Lin said coldly. Believe me, the second he catches you, you and your dad will both be dead. Ji Lingyu clenched his jaw, tears rolling uncontrollably down his cheeks. He hammered his fists against the floor, desperate to vent the anguish building inside him. Then what am I supposed to do? What can I do? Ji Lingyu cried out in despair, like a cornered animal with no way out. Go find a place to hide, make sure nobody finds you. He tried to find some hint of denial in Yi Lin's expression, but Yi Lin's serious face told him everything. This was indeed the Ji family's house, home he had lived in for over a decade. Ji Lingyu burst through the blood-soaked carnage as if possessed. Dad, Dad, where are you? He shouted in terror, desperately hoping to find his father quickly but dreading the thought of encountering his father's corpse in this gruesome slaughter. By the time he reached the door to his father's bedroom, Ji Lingyu's heart was pounding in his throat. Bracing himself for the worst, he pushed open the door, resolute as a soldier going to his death. Inside, the room was pristine, as if it had just been cleaned. Only a severed hand, clutching a pistol, rested silently on the desk. Ji Lingyu rushed over at once. He recognized the hand immediately. It was his father's. Under the hand was a sheet of paper, with a message scrawled in blood. If you want to save your father, bring Yi Lin to the underground black market and find me. For every 6 hours that pass, I'll cut another piece of flesh from your father. After reading it, Ji Lingyu snapped. He went utterly berserk. Kensen, I'll kill you, he shrieked furiously, ready to rush off and fight Kensen to the death. In the underground world, only the kingpin Kensen had the power to pull off such a kidnapping. But as soon as Ji Lingyu reached the door, Yi Lin kicked him back inside. Get out of my way. Don't you dare stop me. Ji Lingyu's eyes burned with rage as he stared at Yi Lin. Right now, anyone who stood between him and saving his father was his enemy. Seeing that Ji Lingyu had lost all reason, Yi Lin didn't bother arguing. He raised his hand and slapped Ji Lingyu hard across the face, no holding back. The crack resounded through the room, and half of Ji Lingyu's face swelled up at once. Uncle Ji is still alive because Kensen hasn't gotten his hands on you yet. Believe it or not, the minute you fall into Kensen's grasp, you and your dad will both die. Ji Lingyu clenched his jaw. Tears slid silently down his cheeks. He pounded the floor with his fists, as if trying to vent all the rage and frustration boiling inside him. So what should I do? What the hell am I supposed to do? His howl was desperate, like a wild beast with nowhere left to run. Just find a safe place to hide. Don't let them find you. Leave everything else to me, Yi Lin said reassuringly. I'll leave it to you. Ji Lingyu looked up, dazed. Did you forget? Once a boss, always a boss. With Uncle Ji in danger, how could I just stand by and do nothing? Yi Lin replied with a smile. Boss. Ji Lingyu couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Guilt overwhelmed him. He'd been trying to use Yi Lin all along. Yet Yi Lin responded with sincerity and loyalty. How could he not feel ashamed? Enough crying. I'll bring Uncle Ji back, and I'll make Kensen understand just how terrifying a curse master can be when he has nothing left to lose. Qingqing, the underground black market. This was the darkest corner of Qingqing, a place rife with all kinds of evil and filth. As long as you had enough money, you could buy almost anything you desired in the underground black market. Killing outsiders might draw the attention of the Job Changers Investigation Bureau, but a death in the black market, no one would care, because this territory belonged to the king of the underworld, Kensen. Swoosh! A shadow slipped like a ghost across the night sky, silently closing in on a guard. The entire black market was crawling with Kensen's spies. If Yi Lin wanted to rescue his uncle without alerting anyone, the first thing he had to do was take out the lookouts on the perimeter. Dressed head to toe in black shoes, clothes, with his face wrapped in a black cloth and a black scarf covering his hair, he melted completely into the darkness. Even if someone glanced his way, it would be hard to tell that this shapeless black patch was actually a person. With Dance of the Moment activated, his speed was like lightning. Using the powerful momentum, he drove his Starfall Scar blade straight through the guard's heart. To keep the scent of blood from spreading, Yi Lin quickly sealed the wound with the Eternal Frost Gaze, freezing it instantly. Just like that, a flawless silent assassination was completed, vanishing into the darkness as if it had never happened. Yi Lin let out a sigh of relief. Things were going even smoother than he'd hoped. If he could sneak in without making a sound, maybe he could catch Kensen off guard and actually take him out. But just as he had that thought, the next second, a swarm of Kensen's men surrounded him from all directions. How did they find me? Yi Lin was baffled. He'd been so meticulous, how could they have discovered him so quickly? A cocky blonde, a scorpion tattooed on the web of his hand, pointed at a tiny, barely visible camera above Yi Lin's head. Hey, man, times have changed. Our cameras here have infrared night vision. What are you thinking? Still trying to get by with that ninja outfit? Yi Lin, he really had underestimated them. But it didn't matter. As long as he killed everyone here, there'd be no one left to know he'd broken in. Forbidden spell, burning reincarnation, forbidden spell, inferno of purgatory. Thanks to 5 pieces of gear boosting his mental power, Yi Lin's natural spirit was already an impressive 1088 points. After activating burning reincarnation, his spiritual force soared to 2176, enough to probe this group's every detail with his mind, right down to how many hemorrhoids each one of them had. Empowered by such terrifying spiritual force, his Inferno of Purgatory spell blazed through the night as if igniting the entire sky. For a split second, the group led by the blonde could truly say they had seen the light. They had no idea what kind of monster they were up against. A scalding jet of fire burst from Yi Lin's palm. The purple-red flames so ferocious it was as if they would consume everything in their path. The flames spread at a terrifying speed, devouring all of Kensen's men in the blink of an eye. Every scream, every wail, every desperate cry for help was swallowed by the inferno, leaving behind only the crackling roar of the fire. In the heart of the blaze, Blondie's trademark yellow hair was already singed away. In a panic, he tried to escape the hellish sea of flames, but the purple-red fire seemed almost alive, chasing after him relentlessly. After a few desperate flails, he too was reduced to nothing but ash. Forbidden Curse, Return of the Dead. Yi Lin unleashed the Forbidden Curse. Instantly, countless undead clawed their way out from beneath the ground, encircling the entire underground black market. With so many skeletons in his closet already, Yi Lin wasn't bothered by adding another crime to the list pinned on his Ling Yi persona. What did it matter if he was blamed for assassinating Kensen now? The only thing that mattered was making sure not a single living soul escaped from this place tonight, otherwise the secret of his immortality would be out. He'd already been exposed anyway, so Yi Lin didn't bother with any more disguises. He activated the Lifespan Blade technique directly, spinning up his Starfall Sky Scar and began racking up layers. That's him. Get him. Kensen wants him alive. This entire black market was Kensen's territory. No sooner had Yi Lin taken care of Blondie's gang than more of Kensen's men showed up. But this time, they weren't just disposable thugs, these were real job changers. More than a dozen of them, all above level 20. A job changer above level 20 was no longer an ordinary human. Each one had destructive power on par with an elite special forces soldier bristling with weaponry. One figure moved first, darting toward Yi Lin. The guy was obviously a speed specialist, his movements a blur, as agile as a wildcat. But for all his speed, Yi Lin was even faster. Empowered by Dance of the Fleeting Moment, Yi Lin appeared right in his path in a flash. The job changer was startled by the sudden face right in front of him, but his reflexes were razor sharp. He lashed out with a left jab, followed by a right roundhouse kick, then a left front kick, smooth and deadly. Yi Lin didn't dodge. He didn't even try. But he wasn't being careless. No, he was doing it on purpose. As the blows landed, Yi Lin swung his massive blade, cutting through the man's throat with a clean, surgical stroke. At the same time, Yi Lin was blasted back by the barrage, blood spraying from his mouth as he stumbled back several steps. The job changer pressed a hand to his bleeding throat, eyes wide with disbelief. He hadn't expected Yi Lin to be this ruthless, trading injury for the kill. This guy is seriously messed up. Don't hold back, beat him within an inch of his life, then drag him back. The brutal death of their comrade instantly put the rest of the group on high alert. In a flash, they understood underestimating Yi Lin would come at a terrible price. Still, what the hell kind of class was this guy? One moment he's tossing fire, the next he's brandishing a blade. What was going on here? They didn't know, but one thing was certain. They needed to be careful. That fire attack of his was downright terrifying. Alright, Old 6, find a way to distract him. Old 8, look for a chance to hit him from behind. Everyone else, come with me. We'll create an opening for 6 and 8. Kensen's men quickly hashed out a battle plan to take Yi Lin down. Yi Lin, however, ignored their scheming completely. His only focus on stacking more layers onto his Yansho blade technique. A reclassed fighter was the first to rush Yi Lin. With a roar, he slammed his fist forward like a tiger breaking from its cage, his punch a heavy hammer, smashing straight into Yi Lin's chest. Yi Lin, for his part, didn't even try to dodge. Crack! The punch caved Yi Lin's chest in, making a sickening sound of shattering bone ribs breaking one after another. The attacker grinned wildly, ready to declare their victory. Convinced Yi Lin had been fatally wounded and their mission was accomplished. But then, a cold gleam flashed by. Suddenly, his eyes filled with a dazzling, magnificent starry sky. A meteor streaked across, leaving a glowing white trail overhead. An instant later, he felt the world spinning, saw a headless corpse still standing upright, blood gushing from its neck. Oh, that's my body, isn't it? My head, it's been cut off. With that last thought echoing through his mind, the world before him dissolved into darkness. Old Nine, wailed a horse-faced fighter, staring in agony at the man Yi Lin had just killed. Everyone, get him. That bastard's been crushed by Old Nine's iron fist. He won't last much longer. Almost at once, another enemy charged in, this time a sword specialist. His longsword glittered coldly in the dark, quick and ruthless as he lunged straight for Yi Lin, plunging the blade diagonally into Yi Lin's chest, piercing his lung. Don't worry, the swordsman sneered. My aim is perfect. An injury like this won't kill you, but you'll be in no shape to fight. The slightest movement will. Before he could finish, Yi Lin's blade was already in motion. By now, the Yansho blade technique had stacked 70 times its power, even more terrifying than before. With a single slash, the sword wielder was reduced from one person to two. Old Seven, the horse-faced fighter howled again. Hurry, he's losing blood from Old Seven's sword. There's no way he can last. Swish, a flash of cold light, the tip of a spear, straight and deadly like a dragon leaping from the shadows. A spearman rushed in and drove his weapon right through Yi Lin's chest. In the moonlight, Yi Lin stood still while his foes scrambled, each step more desperate than the last. Yi Lin's response was just as simple. He thrust forward with a single, overwhelming strike, stacking 75 layers of Sunlife blade technique. The blade pierced straight through the other profession changer, blood pouring from the man's mouth until all life quickly faded from his eyes. Old 11, get in there. He got stabbed by a sword, a spear, and now this. There's no way he's surviving this time. The horse-faced profession changer wailed in despair. Wind Mage, Wind Blade Flurry. Another profession changer shouted, rapidly forming hand seals. The air around Yi Lin suddenly grew wild and violent, like an enraged beast howling in the night. Invisible forces gathered, coming together to form a razor-sharp wind blade that sliced through the darkness, barreling straight toward Yi Lin. Under the gleam of the wind blade, Yi Lin's figure seemed especially lonely standing there. Yet, even as he faced this lethal assault, he made no attempt to dodge. Squelch, the sound of flesh being cut echoed in the air. The wind blade gouged deep, bone-revealing wounds all over Yi Lin's body. One particularly dire slash tore across his abdomen, nearly spilling his intestines. With injuries this severe, Yi Lin could hold on no longer. His body went limp as he collapsed to the ground. Ha! Told you he was done for this time. Tie him up. Take him to Boss Kensen. The horse-faced one shouted in delight. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. After taking wounds that gruesome, if Yi Lin still didn't go down, they thought they'd lose their minds. 3 of the profession changers stepped forward to tie Yi Lin up tight as a drum when suddenly, Yi Lin sprang up with a roar. 4 Piltover. For the Black Stallion. He swung Starfall Skymark in a sweeping arc. In an instant, the Sunlife blade technique, now stacked 85 times, sliced straight through the 3 men who had approached, cutting them clean in 2 at the waist. Old 5, Old 6, Old 10. The horse-faced profession changer howled in anguish once more. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. How was Yi Lin still fighting back? After suffering wounds that would have sent any normal man straight to the ICU, Yi Lin was drenched in blood, a human figure covered head to toe in crimson, with a sword and spear still impaled in his body. By all rights, anyone else with those injuries would be sipping porridge through a straw in a hospital somewhere. But Yi Lin was fighting on as if nothing was wrong, a sight that defied belief. This has to be a last burst of strength before he dies. Take him down, now, the horse-faced one shouted. This time, no one dared act rashly. 3 profession changers attacked at once, coming at Yi Lin from 3 sides. One was the Wind Mage from before, sending another wind blade screaming his way. The others, one wielded a saber, and the third was a Fire Mage. Wind feeds the flames. The wind and fire users unleashed their power, filling the skies with roaring fire. But now, Yi Lin had stacked the Sunlife blade technique to its full 99 layers. He was done playing defense. Forbidden art, dance of the moment. Yi Lin sacrificed one of his hearts, exchanging it for 10 times his normal agility. In an instant, he became a streak of light, charging headlong into the raging inferno before him. By the time the 2 clash changers realized what was happening, Yi Lin was already upon them, blade in hand, like the very incarnation of death. Swish, swish, 2 flashes of the blade, and the wind and fire mages collapsed into warm, lifeless corpses, empowered by the profound mastery of the 99-layer Yansho blade technique. Yi Lin's attack at close range left them with no chance to resist. Second, fourth, the horse-faced clash changer howled in anguish yet again. Almost immediately, 2 dark figures lunged at Yi Lin from behind. One was the sword-wielding clash changer. The other, Old 8, who had been lurking in the shadows all this time. The one with the blade slashed Yi Lin across the back, while Old 8 drove a razor-sharp dagger straight into Yi Lin's lower back. In the blink of an eye, Yi Lin had been gravely wounded yet again. Ha 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 ha, you really think you can kill me? Yi Lin spun around and, with a single swift motion, dispatched his two would-be assassins without hesitation or mercy. Third, eighth, the horse-faced clash-changer howled his sixth anguished cry. There was no one left at his side, he was the last man standing. He stared in terror as Yi Lin strode toward him, blood gushing from every orifice, wounds everywhere, a sword jammed into his left chest, a gun lodged in the right, a blade protruding from his back, a dagger embedded in his side, yet Yi Lin kept coming, one step after another. Monster. You're a monster. How are you still alive after all that? What are you, human? Or ghost? Yi Lin cocked his head slightly. A monster. That's not exactly wrong. The only reason I still look human is simply a matter of personal preference. Long ago, Yi Lin had discovered that, thanks to his immortality, even if he was cut to pieces and reassembled into something utterly inhuman, he would live on. But after being a human for so long, he found staying in human form more comfortable. With a single motion, Yi Lin slashed and severed the tendons in the horse-faced clash-changer's hands and feet. As the man screamed in agony, Yi Lin lowered his gaze, face emotionless, and pressed his blade to the man's throat. Now, tell me, where is Kensen? And what's the highest level of clash-changers in this underground black market? I'll never tell you. I'd never betray Boss Kensen, not in a million years. Eyes squeezed shut, the horse-faced clash-changer looked ready to die rather than betray. Oh, that's fine. Say, do you eat barbecue? Yi Lin tilted his head, sounding as innocently curious as the proverbial boy next door. Barbecue. The horse-faced clash-changer froze, blindsided by the question. Of all things, barbecue was the last thing he expected to hear in a moment like this. Yi Lin, hearing this, gave him a friendly, almost gentle smile. Next, with a swift slash, he sliced a strip of marbled flesh from the horse-faced transferee's body. The horse-faced man opened his mouth, about to let out a piercing scream, but before a sound escaped, Yi Lin had already dislocated his jaw. Yi Lin snapped his fingers. Scarlet-purple hellfire roared to life, quickly charring the piece of meat until it blackened, filling the air with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Sorry, I'm not great at grilling meat yet, Yi Lin said, his tone almost casual. It's a bit burnt, but don't worry, you've still got plenty of meat on you. With a few more tries, I'm sure I'll get it right. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lin reattached the man's jawbone. The horse-faced transferee trembled violently, finally understanding what Yi Lin meant by eating roast meat. Demon, you're a demon, he screamed inside, panic twisting his face as Yi Lin moved to shove the burnt meat into his mouth. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. The man broke down completely, words pouring out of him like beans spilling from a bamboo tube as Yi Lin threatened him with the charred flesh. In his terror, he confessed everything he knew. Boss Kensen should be with Sister Qian at this hour. They're at the center of the underground black market. Kensen's the highest level transferee in the place, but I don't know exactly what level he's at now. He hasn't made a move in ages, but last year he was already level 48. When he finished, the horse-faced man, dragging his severed tendons, pleaded with a swift motion. Yi Lin brought his blade down and sliced off a strip of marbled flesh from the horse-faced job-changer. The man opened his mouth, about to let out a shrill, agonized scream, but Yi Lin dislocated his jaw before any sound could escape. Snapping his fingers, Yi Lin summoned a blaze of crimson-purple hellfire. The flames roared, quickly charring the meat to a burnt black, filling the air with a bitter, scorched smell. Sorry, I'm not great at grilling, it's a bit burnt, Yi Lin remarked with a casual shrug. But it's fine, you've got plenty of meat on you. After a few tries, I'm sure I'll get it right. With that, he snapped the man's jaw back into place. The horse-faced job-changer trembled so badly he could barely stand. Only then did he realize what Yi Lin had meant by having some barbecue. You're a demon. You're a monster, he wailed. But Yi Lin was already moving to force the burnt meat into his mouth. The job-changer broke down completely, his mind unraveling at the horror. I'll tell you everything, he screamed, and, seeing that Yi Lin had no intention of stopping, began to spill everything he knew in a frantic rush. Boss Kensen should be with Sister Qian at this time. They're at the center of the black market underground. Out of all the job changers there, Kensen's the highest ranked, but I don't know exactly what level he is. He hasn't made a move in ages. Last year he was already level 48. His voice cracked, and he dragged his ruined body closer, pleading pitifully. Please, just finish me off. I'm begging you. With the information he needed, Yi Lin saw no reason to waste any more time on the man. One strike was all it took to end his suffering. As the life faded from the man's eyes, a faint smile of relief crossed his face. Yi Lin incinerated all the corpses in an instant, letting the fire consume every shred of evidence. Level 48. That's going to be tricky. He frowned, running the odds. Even at his very best, Yi Lin figured he could barely handle a level 40 job changer. Kensen had been level 48 last year, and might have broken through to 50 already. Killing him head-on would be suicide. He'd need a plan. Some way to catch that old fox off guard. Wait, maybe there was a way. A sudden idea flashed through Yi Lin's mind. If he picked the right moment, caught Kensen at just the right critical instant, it didn't matter if the man was level 48 or even 58. There'd still be a chance. With his thoughts in order, Yi Lin set out once more on his hunt. That night would become known as a blood-soaked one in Kingshan's black market underworld. Yi Lin moved through the shadows, his steps light but unerring, a perfect predator, showing the world just what it meant to be a true hunter. With the 99-level Yangsho blade technique and the dance of the instant bolstering his strength, no class changer below level 20 could withstand even a single swing of his blade. Each was cut down swiftly, joining the ranks of the dead at his feet. As for those above level 20, they simply needed a few more strikes before meeting the same fate. Yi Lin rampaged forward like a man possessed, like Lu Huaqiang himself had taken over his body. Anything living that crossed his path would inevitably taste his blade. After each kill, he'd casually unleash an inferno of damnation, delivering an all-inclusive cremation service, leaving nothing behind. The path he carved through the underground market wasn't littered with corpses, nor did it bear so much as a drop of blood. All that remained were charred, human-shaped black marks scorched into the floor, silent proof that someone had lain there just minutes before. He'd even encountered class changers past level 30 along the way, but even they were helpless when faced with an undying forbidden spellcaster, one who could shrug off death itself and rain down devastating curses with every move. Against Yi Lin's reckless, life-for-life fighting style, not even the high-level foes could hold out for long. Of course, this came at a cost. His body was riddled with mortal wounds, weapons of all kinds embedded in his flesh, and his skin bore the scars of countless burns and frostbites. At this point, Yi Lin looked less like a man and more like a hellish specter crawled straight from the underworld, a grim reaper out for souls. Through it all, Yi Lin killed his way forward, interrogating anyone left standing about Kenson's whereabouts. But before long, he hit real trouble. A class changer of level 42 blocked Yi Lin's path, a true mountain standing in his way. The man towered above him, massive and imposing, like a living wall of muscle and menace. His face was set in a murderous scowl, eyes glinting dangerously under his black battle armor. In his grip was an enormous battle axe, and the deadly aura radiating from his body sent chills down the spine of anyone nearby. You're either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. It's been years, no, decades since anyone dared to stir up trouble in the black market alone, the man intoned in a deep, resonant voice that seemed to penetrate to the very soul. Yi Lin came to a halt, leveling his gaze at the man before him, a rising sense of caution gnawing at his heart. He knew instantly this was a foe he couldn't underestimate. Zai Zaiuki, watching Yi Lin's blood-soaked, weapon-studded figure, couldn't help but feel a flicker of unease. As one of Kenson's most notorious enforcers in the black market, he'd faced his share of difficult opponents, but never had he seen someone like this, a man who should have died 20 times over, yet stood bloodied but unbroken in front of him. It made no sense. How are you still alive? Zai Zaiuki blurted out, unable to contain the question burning inside him. He hesitated before making a move, wanting to know the answer first. Yi Lin eyed the massive axe in Zai Zaiuki's hands and managed a wary smirk. Put the axe down, and I'll tell you. Forget it. Never mind. I'll find the answer to this myself. Zai Zaiuki tightened his grip on the battle axe in his hand. When he fought, he never let go of that axe, just as a bull warrior would never take off his mask. Seeing this, Yi Lin frowned. He'd been hoping to trick Zai Zaiuki into putting down his weapon for a surprise attack, but now it was clear that wasn't going to happen. With a swirl of his axe, Zai Zaiuki charged straight at Yi Lin. Every step he took sent tremors through the earth, the ground shaking beneath his feet. Yi Lin's expression grew grave, facing Zai Zaiuki. He didn't dare let his guard down for even a second. Forbidden spell, dance of burning samsara. Forbidden spell, instantaneous waltz. He unleashed 2 forbidden spells in quick succession, instantly boosting his state to its absolute peak. Humph, burning your life force just to power up in battle, how long can you keep that up? Zai Zaiuki scoffed at Yi Lin's tactics, and then brought his axe crashing down with tremendous force. Yi Lin swung his own weapon, the Starfall Skyscar, to meet the blow. The impact sent shockwaves up his arms and forced him to stagger back, blood spurting from his mouth. Yi Lin's face tightened in seriousness. A level 42 class advanced fighter really was something else. Even with his Yangsho blade art stacked to the 99th layer and buffed by burning samsara and instantaneous waltz, he still couldn't match up. But there was one thing in his favor. He was hard to kill. Even after being struck back by Zai Zaiuki's axe, Yi Lin shrugged it off almost at once, charging right back in with Starfall Skyscar in hand as if nothing had happened. Unbeknownst to Yi Lin, Zai Zaiuki was also deeply shocked inside. Yi Lin looked so young, just a teenager. Really, and yet he'd managed to withstand a full force strike from him. Zai Zaiuki didn't dare get careless. His battle axe erupted with brilliant light, and with a force even greater than before. He brought it down in another mighty swing. Yi Lin raised his blade to block, but the force of the axe sent the sword flying from his grasp. Without slowing, the axe smashed down onto Yi Lin's shoulder. Crack! The sickening sound of bone shattering rang out. His shoulder and collarbone both splintered under the strike. Yi Lin spat out another mouthful of blood and went flying like a cannonball, slamming hard into the wall some distance away. But just as Zai Zaiuki stepped forward to finish him off, Yi Lin suddenly sprang up. With his left hand, he unleashed a terrifying blast of violet-red fire, while his right hand pointed to the heavens, summoning thunder from above. Forbidden spell, infernal blaze, forbidden spell, doomsday thunder. This time, Yi Lin sacrificed everything he could, determined to bring forth the legendary chaos divine thunder. Of course, forbidden spells weren't magic bullets, you still needed real strength to make them truly powerful. Yi Lin's actual level was only 16. If he summoned ordinary lightning, it would barely phase an opponent like Zaizaoki. A massive fireball of deep purple flames hurtled toward Zaizaoki, radiating a destructive force that made his eyes narrow in concentration. He instantly recognized that this was no ordinary blaze. He couldn't afford to let even a trace of it touch him. With a sharp cry, he swung his battle axe through the air, splitting the sky in a move reminiscent of the very act of creation itself. Falling Sun Divine Axe. Blinding light flared as the weapon cleaved downward, striking the infernal fireball. With a tremendous roar, the ball of flames was split perfectly in two, neither piece so much as singeing Zaizaoki's clothing or harming him in the slightest. But in the very next moment, the night itself seemed to be ripped open, replaced by a single bolt of primeval lightning swirling with chaotic energy, though only as thick as an arm. The thunderbolt's color was in constant flux, at times a deep and mysterious purple, then a wild and furious red. It seemed to contain every color imaginable, yet also existed beyond the concept of color itself. The thunder crashed so loudly it was as if the world itself trembled in fear. Zaizaoki's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed a danger like nothing he'd ever faced before. Throwing all his strength into his battle axe, he tried to block the divine lightning, but the bolt seemed almost sentient, darting around his defense and striking him dead on. An overwhelming force exploded through Zaizaoki, as though about to tear him limb from limb. His battle axe flew from his grasp as he was thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Shock and disbelief filled his eyes. He never could have imagined that a youngster like this would push him to such a sorry state. Yi Lin wasn't about to give him a chance to catch his breath. Seizing the Starfall Sky Scar blade, he flashed forward, appearing right in front of Zaizaoki with blinding speed. He swung the blade down hard, aiming to end it once and for all. Just as Yi Lin thought victory was in his grasp, Zaizaoki suddenly raised his arms in front of himself, taking the strike head-on. Bang! The force of Yi Lin's attack shook Zaizaoki, but he weathered it with sheer physical strength. The impact numbed Yi Lin's entire arm. Stunned, he looked up and saw a faint black glow shimmering over Zaizaoki's jet black armor, as if some mysterious power was protecting him. No way! Yi Lin's eyes narrowed as a realization dawned. Refined rare-grade gear. Zaizaoki shot him a cold look, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. That's right. This divine blacklight armor has been with me for ages. I've refined it to 7 stars. Its defense is off the charts. Your attacks may make a mess of me, but they'll never cause fatal damage. A deadly gleam shone in Zaizaoki's gaze. Raising his hand, he summoned his battle axe back to his palm with a sharp motion. With a powerful swing, he struck Yi Lin square in the abdomen, opening him from chest to belly. Blood and organs spilled out onto the ground. Yi Lin staggered back, blood gushing from his mouth. He knew, this time, he was in real trouble. Equipment can be refined, and with each successful refinement, its attributes are improved. Every time you succeed, you earn another star, up to a maximum of 9 stars. A piece of rare-grade equipment refined to 7 stars could even rival an epic-grade item. No wonder, then, that even when he struck with the Chaos Divine Thunder, it failed to leave so much as a scratch on Zaizaoki. If he couldn't break through Zaizaoki's Divine Radiance black armor, there was simply no way for him to win this fight. The two of them could only continue this futile stalemate. One couldn't be killed, the other couldn't deal damage. What kind of monster are you? How are you still alive after all that? Zaizaoki was in shock. It defied all logic. He'd seen with his own eyes that Yi Lin's internal organs had all but spilled out, leaving not much more than 2.5 remaining. Yet here Yi Lin was, still bouncing around as if nothing had happened. It made no sense at all. Don't talk yet. Let me think. Yi Lin ignored his own injuries. Instead, he lowered his head, racking his brain to remember if any of the forbidden spells he had mastered could turn the tide. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Yes, among the forbidden spells he knew, there was indeed one designed specifically to pierce even the toughest defenses. 7-star refined rare-grade Divine Radiance black armor. Let's see just how tough you really are. Forbidden spell, Eternal Gung Metal. As Yi Lin began reciting the incantation, golden light burst from within him, brilliant yet gentle. The radiance suffused his entire being until he seemed cast in pure gold. The golden light streamed out from him in torrents. With every surge, his face paled a little more. The radiance spun rapidly before him, colliding and folding upon itself, until, at last, it condensed into a dazzling golden spear. The spear radiated an ancient, mysterious aura. The tip gleamed with a razor-sharp, icy brilliance unique to Eternal Gung Metal, as though it could pierce through any defense in existence. Yi Lin reached out and gripped the spear tightly, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. With a powerful swing of his arm, the golden spear tore through the air with a shrill whistle, thrusting straight for Zaizaoki. Forbidden spell. Eternal Gung Metal. The forbidden spellcaster sacrifices all the metallic elements within their body to forge a spear made of eternal gung metal, a weapon capable of breaking through any defense, indestructible and unstoppable. Since obtaining this forbidden spell, Yi Lin had never once used it. It was designed for targeting a single enemy and came with an arduous casting period, making it far less practical than apocalyptic thunder or infernal blaze in most situations. But up against a foe as impervious as Zaizaoki, a veritable human fortress, Yi Lin realized this was just the spell he needed. As the roaring golden spear hurtled toward him, a flicker of doubt and alarm crossed Zaizaoki's face. He couldn't quite get a read on that gleaming weapon. Still, He put his trust in his 7-star refined rare-grade armor. Gripping his battle axe tight, Zaizayoki unleashed the full power of his divine radiance black armor. Bracing himself to take the blow head-on, the light radiating from the divine light black armor grew even more dazzling, forming a luminous shield that seemed to envelop Zaizayoki completely. When the golden spear finally met the black armor, there was no thunderous boom, no earth-shattering shockwave, just the quiet, decisive sound of a silver needle popping a balloon. The golden spear pierced with such precision and force that Zaizayoki's once proud divine light black armor, invincible in his countless campaigns, offered no resistance at all. In a heartbeat, the protective shield shattered, and both the armor and Zaizayoki's body were pierced clean through, front to back, leaving a bloodied hole no bigger than a fingertip. It wasn't fatal, but the shock left Zaizayoki utterly dazed. Impossible. How could this be? Disbelief was written all over his face. For years, the divine light black armor had accompanied him across countless battles, never sustaining more than superficial damage. Yet now, in an instant, it had been breached as if it were nothing. As he reeled from the shock, Yi Lin was already charging forward, wielding the Starfall Heaven Mark. With his life-extending blade technique stacked to 99 layers, every strike was lethal, forcing Zaizayoki back again and again. Rattled and unfocused, Zaizayoki couldn't even mount a defense. And then he noticed something even more alarming. From the very beginning, Yi Lin's body had been shrouded in blood-red flames, a sure sign that he was using a forbidden spell, burning his own life force. But after all this time, Yi Lin looked perfectly fine. Why wasn't he showing any of the usual signs of exhaustion or impending death? Is this kid some kind of immortal? Zaizayoki was shocked and furious. What kind of monster had Boss Kensen provoked this time? Not only could Yi Lin sustain a forbidden curse that should have burned him out long ago, but all the injuries Zaizayoki had inflicted seemed to have no effect at all. Yi Lin fought with undiminished vigor, showing no hint of weakness, as if nothing in the world could bring him down. It was beyond anything Zaizayoki had ever witnessed. Yi Lin gave him no time to wonder. Another forbidden spell flew from his hand. Forbidden spell. World-destroying wild thunder. The now familiar chaos divine thunder descended, smashing down with devastating force. Yi Lin pulled no punches, pressing his attack to the limit. Though the divine light black armor still offered some protection, it was badly damaged, and now the chaos thunder poured in through every crack, ravaging Zaizayoki's body from within. The shock and anger mounted. At this rate, Zaizayoki truly would die at Yi Lin's hands. But he was no stranger to death. He had clawed his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Now, facing mortal danger, Zaizayoki found himself strangely calm, regaining his composure. He swung his battle axe with renewed ferocity, quickly forcing Yi Lin back. Each strike was heavy and relentless, but Yi Lin met his aggression head-on. In the blink of an eye, he conjured another spear of everlasting gunmetal, hurling the golden weapon straight at Zaizayoki once more. This time, Zaizayoki dared not face it head-on. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, and in the next instant, his figure blurred as his speed skyrocketed. Shadow step escape. Zaizayoki's speed suddenly exploded. It was almost impossible to believe that such a powerfully built man could move so fast. He left nothing but a blurred afterimage, nimbly dodging Yi Lin's golden spear. He moved so quickly that Yi Lin couldn't even react. In the blink of an eye, Zaizayoki was right in front of him, sundering Sun Holy Axe. A flash of an axe swept by like a bolt of lightning, and a chilling sensation brushed Yi Lin's neck. His head flew high into the air and tumbled to the ground, his face still frozen in shock and terror, while the headless corpse stood rooted to the spot. Zaizayoki panted heavily, gulping for air. He might have dispatched Yi Lin with one blow, but he had just used up every last trick up his sleeve. Phew, I chopped his head clean off. There's no way he's surviving that this time. Zaizayoki finally let out a sigh of relief. Only he truly understood how close this battle had come. He'd been just a hair's breadth from dying at Yi Lin's hands. But just as he thought it was over, a long blade wreathed in starlight pierced through his heart out of nowhere, snuffing out the very life within his chest. In disbelief, Zaizayoki twisted around. The fight had only just ended, so he was completely unprepared. The attacker, the one who'd struck, was none other than Yi Lin's headless corpse. After plunging the sword through Zaizayoki's heart, the headless body walked over to Yi Lin's fallen head, picked it up, adjusted its position, and reattached it to his neck. You're strong. It's a shame you let your guard down. Yi Lin calmly withdrew his blade. Blood gushed from the wound, the final signal that Zaizayoki's life was at an end. In his final moments, Zaizayoki glared at Yi Lin, fury and shock warring in his eyes. Let my guard down, my ass. You really are immortal. As understanding dawned, Zaizayoki realized he hadn't died in vain. Facing a monster that couldn't be killed and was terrifyingly strong, there was no shame in defeat. After all, who could possibly expect that an enemy whose head you'd lopped off could still get up and stab you in the back? Zaizayoki said nothing more to Yi Lin. With the last of his strength, he rolled over and looked in the direction of the black market, eyes full of worry. Kensen, boss, run, get out. A monster who couldn't be killed, who threw around forbidden magic like it was nothing that was enough to strike terror into anyone. With his last words uttered, Yi Lin dispatched Zaizayoki with a swift, merciful stroke. Once Zaizayoki had been dealt with, Yi Lin found little resistance ahead. It seemed that except for Kensen himself, Zaizayoki had been the underground black market's strongest fighter. According to the information he'd gathered, Yi Lin quickly made his way to a particular room's door. Hearing the voices from inside the room, Yi Lin let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had arrived just in time. He crouched quietly beneath the window outside, pressing his ear to the wall with a calm patience, waiting for the moment when Kenson's guard would be at its lowest. Kenson probably never imagined in his wildest dreams that a 16-year-old kid would dare to come assassinate him all alone. Yi Lin waited in silence, his fingers subconsciously tapping along with Kenson's rhythm, just like an old hunter biding his time. Finally, the sounds from inside abruptly stopped, followed immediately by Kenson's booming shout. At the commotion, Yi Lin gripped the Starfall scar firmly, activated Burning Reincarnation and Dance of the Fleeting Moment, then burst through the window blade in hand. "Who's there?" Kenson roared. No wonder he was called the king of the underworld, his vigilance was as sharp as ever. And he noticed Yi Lin the instant he appeared. Yi Lin's answer was a blade shimmering like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Whoosh! The strike was blindingly fast. Even though Kenson's reflexes were impressive, he couldn't evade in time. The blade sliced clean through his left forearm, the wound smooth as glass, blood spurting everywhere. Ah! Kenson let out a howl of pain, stumbling backward, his eyes wide with shock and terror. Sister Qian had been scared out of her mind. She stood there, mouth agape in horror, then scrambled away, slipping out in a panic. Yi Lin ignored her. With the deadly return seal in place, she wouldn't get far anyway. He frowned at Kenson, a bit disappointed his first strike hadn't finished the job, but taking off an arm would severely weaken Kenson's combat ability. If one cut wasn't enough, he'd simply swing a few more times. As Yi Lin prepared to strike again, Kenson suddenly flicked on the lights with a snap. In the harsh glare, he finally saw his attacker's face. "You're Yi Lin, the high schooler who killed Su Xiu." Kenson's face twisted with rage and disbelief. Never in his life did he think he'd lose an arm to a mere teenager. "How did you get here? Where's Zayuki? Where's everyone else?" Kenson demanded, utterly baffled. This was his own base in the underworld, swarming with loyal men. How the hell had some teenager snuck in and got the drop on him? "They're all dead. And you're next." Yi Lin raised the Starfall scar, swinging ruthlessly at Kenson with no hesitation. "Dead?" Kenson sneered. "That word's got nothing to do with me. Plenty of people have tried to kill me, but you, a snot-nosed brat like you, isn't even close." Even with his arm severed, Kenson was a hardened veteran. He wouldn't have survived this long, or earned his notorious reputation otherwise. While Yi Lin's sword rushed toward him again, Kenson rallied his remaining strength. With a brutal swing of his right fist, he punched Yi Lin, man and blade both, straight into the wall, the impact deep enough to embed Yi Lin into the plaster. A cold, murderous light flickered in Kenson's eyes. He was a berserker with a staggering level of 50 even with one arm lost. There was absolutely no way a high schooler could stand a chance against him, let alone hope to get lucky. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Lin doubled over in a violent fit of coughing, his eyes wide with fear and shock. Kenson's strength was even more terrifying than Zayuki's. If he hadn't managed that sneak attack and severed one of Kenson's arms, there was no question that his assassination attempt tonight would have ended with him being captured alive. That one punch from Kenson had shattered his chest, broken ribs punctured his lung. To keep himself from coughing any further and lowering his combat effectiveness, Yi Lin immediately sacrificed his own lung. Forbidden spell, world-ending thunder. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of golden tribulation lightning streaked toward Kenson, but as the crackling thunder bore down on him, Kenson's features contorted into a vicious snarl. He simply swung his fist once more, smashing the golden thunder apart into a flurry of electric arcs. Then Kenson surged forward, his entire body like a moving mountain barreling toward Yi Lin. Under Yi Lin's fearful gaze, there was a resounding crash as he was smashed to the ground, gouging out a human-shaped pit in the floor. Kenson didn't stop there. He stomped down hard, driving his foot into Yi Lin again and again, until there was a sickening sound. Yi Lin's skull had cracked. Only then did Kenson finally withdraw. Seeing that Yi Lin was now unmistakably, irreversibly dead, Kenson turned toward his liquor cabinet. He grabbed a bottle of baijiu, poured it over his wound, and the searing pain made the veins bulge on his forehead. Damn it! After a lifetime of playing the hunter, I got pecked in the eye by my own prey. He jammed a cigar between his lips and lit it up. The nicotine dulled the pain, if only slightly. He made his way to his severed left arm. As long as he could find an advanced healer, he would be able to reattach it, good as new. Just as Kenson bent down to pick up his arm, a golden spear blazed through the air and pinned his right hand to the floor. Immediately after, a flash of a blade sliced across his right arm was severed at the shoulder. "What? Why are you still alive?" Kenson's face twisted with disbelief as he stared at Yi Lin. He remembered clearly. He had crushed Yi Lin's skull. How could this guy still be up and about? Was he immortal or something? "Sorry, my class is Forbidden Spellcaster. I have a forbidden spell called Undying, Unyielding. If I sacrifice 2.5 years of my lifespan, I can negate a single fatal injury," Yi Lin helpfully explained, a little out of breath. With both of Kenson's arms out of commission, Yi Lin didn't believe he could lose now, but just as that thought flashed across his mind, Kenson, now armless, suddenly launched a fierce kick, catching Yi Lin's jaw with perfect accuracy and sending him soaring high into the air. "Undying, unyielding, ha! I'd like to see just how undying you really are." although he had lost both arms, Kenson's combat strength was still terrifyingly overwhelming. First, he kicked Yi Lin hard, sending him flying into the air. Then, leaping after him, Kenson lashed out with a powerful, crushing roundhouse kick, smashing Yi Lin down like a cannonball toward the ground. Boom! Amidst the swirling dust, Kenson charged down again, bringing his foot down hard onto Yi Lin's body. As a level 50 berserker, even without using any special skills, every punch and kick from him was fatal to a level 16 Yi Lin. Kid, you're still too green. One of the biggest mistakes in battle is revealing your own secrets while your enemy can still fight. Even without my arms, I'm not someone a high schooler like you can handle. Let's see how much life force you have left to dodge lethal attacks. Bang, 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 bang. Kenson didn't hold back against the now helpless Yi Lin. Every savage kick aimed for his heart and head. The twin yin bracelets on Yi Lin's wrists glowed, desperately repairing his injuries. But the rate of healing couldn't keep up with Kenson's ferocity. Injuries would barely be mended before Kenson's next assault landed. In the face of Kenson's relentless, storm-like attacks, Yi Lin's body was quickly reduced to a bloody, mangled mess. Bone fragments mixed with gore, a truly gruesome sight. The twin yin bracelets still shimmered faintly, but they could no longer repair Yi Lin's broken body. Kenson let out a long breath, sweat pouring down his face. He'd inflicted at least 100 mortal wounds on Yi Lin just now. There was simply no way the kid could have survived. There's no way Yi Lin still has 200 years of life force left, he thought. Breathing hard, Kenson walked away, gritting his teeth as the pain from his severed arm stabbed at him. Damn it! These curse masters are way too freakish, no wonder they die young. Serves them right, he cursed under his breath. Having his arms cut off by a high school kid, if word got out, it would be a total humiliation for the so-called king of the underworld. No one would dare comment to his face, but behind his back, who knows what they'd say. Just the thought of it left Kenson more irritated than ever. As he was brooding, an icy chill crept up his back. He spun around, just in time to see a flash of starlight and a powerful leg arcing high toward him. Kenson froze, standing awkwardly on one leg, staring blankly at Yi Lin, his face filled with disbelief. He had never imagined Yi Lin could possibly have survived. The shock was so great that, for a moment, he even forgot the pain of his lost leg. Didn't see that coming, did you? Yi Lin grinned. I tricked you. Too young. Man, how could you believe the enemy's word? Now that Kenson had lost both arms and a leg, Yi Lin was sure there was no way Kenson could win with only one leg left. Bang! Kenson viciously delivered a brutal headbutt to Yi Lin, sending stars shooting across Yi Lin's vision. But this time, instead of pressing the attack, Kenson turned and fled as fast as his single leg would carry him. Fear flickered in his eyes, real, raw terror. For the first time, he truly felt afraid. Yi Lin seemed like an unkillable cockroach. No matter what Kenson did, the man just wouldn't stay down. If he kept fighting, he crippled and hobbled, might really end up dead at Yi Lin's hands. Run, will you? Forbidden spell, eternal frosted gaze. Yi Lin sacrificed his own eyeball to cast the spell. As it went dark, the world in his vision faded just before losing sight. He fixed his gaze on Kenson's single remaining leg. Kenson hadn't bounded more than a few steps before icy crystals began to form on that last leg. In seconds, the frost crept up, encasing his entire body and freezing him in place. No, no, Kenson struggled desperately, but with both arms and one leg already gone and the last one locked in solid ice, escape was impossible. When Yi Lin's vision returned, he picked up his weapon Starfall Edge and strode toward Kenson. The blade scraped along the ground, sending up a trail of sparks and a series of crisp clangs that echoed through the air. Tell me, where's Uncle G? Yi Lin had already searched all over before coming here, but he'd found no trace of Uncle G. It was clear Kenson must have hidden him somewhere secret. Kenson clenched his jaw and refused to speak. Yi Lin didn't waste his breath. He simply snapped his fingers, and a violet-red flame dropped to the ground, instantly reducing Kenson's left arm to ash. No, Kenson's eyes went wide with disbelief and pain. If he'd only lost his arm cleanly, he might have found someone in the healing professions to restore it. But with his entire hand gone, there was just no hope. Those top-tier experts who could make a new arm grow were far, far beyond his reach. Yi Lin had just slammed the final door shut. From now on, you'll be one-armed Kenson, Yi Lin said calmly. You? Kenson's eyes burned red with rage. Even if I tell you, will you really let me go? Oh, Kenson, you know I pride myself on honesty. Yi Lin gave him a faint smile. I came here only to save Uncle G. Killing your subordinates, you can clean up that mess easily. But if I killed you, the underground king of Qingqing, that's the kind of thing that shakes the heavens. I'm not stupid enough to risk that, but just because I'm wary doesn't mean I won't do it. Uncle G means the world to me, so think carefully. Don't push me too far, you never know what a desperate honest man might do. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Lin's eyes, and his tone took on a menacing weight. Kenson hesitated, but with 3 of his limbs gone and the last frozen solid, he had no options left. In the end, he chose to comply. Don't worry, that old G isn't dead, just lost a hand, is all. He's locked up in the prison outside, Kenson admitted through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Yi Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. If Uncle G had died, he would have felt at least a little guilty and sad about it. Whatever Uncle G's real motives were, The man had genuinely spent good money and effort on Yilin that was a real debt of gratitude, and Yilin knew he had to accept it. Swish! The razor-sharp starfall blade turned into a streak of shimmering light, cutting through the air toward Kenson's neck, aiming to behead him in one strike. Sensing the icy killing intent, Kenson's hair stood on end. So you really were lying to me, you bastard. At that moment, Kenson couldn't care less about his last remaining leg. He twisted his sturdy waist with all his might, and his already frozen leg snapped off with a sickening crack. He tumbled to the floor, battered and helpless, but managed to dodge Yilin's fatal blow. A strong will to survive but useless now. Yilin raised the starfall blade again, ready to strike. He would never allow anyone who knew the secret of his immortality to walk away alive. Now, Kenson was completely limbless, helpless as he lay on the ground. He managed a bitter smile, despair filling his face as he closed his eyes. He, the so-called king of the underworld, never thought he'd end up dying at the hands of a high schooler. Just as Yilin was about to finish Kenson off, a sharp, urgent cry came from the doorway. Stop, let him go, or I'll kill Ji right now. The woman who had just fled, Sister Qian, had returned, and she'd brought another man with her. Uncle Ji's condition was terrible, bruised from a beating, face deathly pale from blood loss. He was tied up tightly, his mouth stuffed so he couldn't make a sound. Sister Qian was holding a black pistol, pressing it firmly against Uncle Ji's temple. Boss. Seeing Kenson reduced to such a wretched state, a human stump, Sister Qian screamed, tears streaming down her cheeks. You ran away, why'd you come back? Get lost. I don't need a woman to save me. Kenson was stunned, both furious and moved. No, I'm not leaving you here alone. Sister Qian shook her head, pressing the gun even harder to Uncle Ji's head. Let him go, or I'll kill him right now. You idiot. I never loved you. Why'd you even come back? Kenson's eyes reddened. When Yilin chopped off his arms and legs, he didn't shed a single tear. But seeing Sister Qian risk her life to save him, he couldn't help but choke up. Only when you're in real trouble do you learn whether those around you are friends or fiends. He never imagined the one who'd come back for him would be Qian. Yilin narrowed his eyes, drumming his fingers lightly on the starfall blade. With burning reincarnation and dance of the instant activated, his speed had risen tremendously. By his estimate, there was a 60% chance he could cut off the woman's hand before she pulled the trigger. He hesitated. Was it worth gambling on? After a moment's thought, he decided not to risk it. Even a 60% success rate was too dangerous when Uncle Ji's life was at stake. What do you want? He asked. Are we exchanging hostages? Yilin asked. No way. Sister Qian snapped, her teeth clenched. If I give up my hostage, you'll kill us all as soon as you get the chance. You let Kenson's men take him away first, I'll stay here with the hostage. Yilin frowned. This girl really was cut from the same cloth as Kenson, no way to trick her. But there was no way he could just let Kenson go. If Kenson made it out alive tonight, it'd be like letting a tiger loose in the mountains. Yilin would have endless trouble. If he hadn't caught Kenson off guard tonight, he probably wouldn't even have had a chance to get close. He'd have been taken down immediately. Kenson's face twisted with rage and panic as he heard Qian's words. He understood all too well. Qian was planning to trade her own life for his. He tried to shout. He won't let me go. You have to leave. Haven't you always listened to me? Go, now. But his shouting grated on Yilin's nerves. Without hesitation, Yilin grabbed a two-headed dildo from Kenson's bed and shoved it into his mouth, making Kenson gag and retch, unable to say another word. Yilin then looked up at Sister Qian. I can't agree to your terms, he said flatly. If Kenson leaves, he'll call his people right away and hunt me down. Neither I nor Uncle Ji would survive. You want to protect the one you care about, and so do I. But if you're worried I'll hunt you or Kenson down, let me put your mind at ease. With that, Yilin turned the blade of the starfall blade toward himself. For flashes of cold light later, the tendons in his wrists and ankles were sliced clean through, blood streaming down his limbs. He collapsed in a heap, unable even to crawl. But he wasn't finished. Summoning the last of his strength, Yilin slashed open his own abdomen, intestines spilling out in a grotesque tangle. Well, do you believe me now? I won't be coming after you or Kenson, Yilin said weakly, his face utterly drained of color. You, Sister Qian clapped a hand over her mouth. She couldn't believe Yilin could go this far. Uncle Ji means the world to me, Yilin said, his voice hoarse but resolute. I'm an orphan. He came into my life like a father. I have to make sure he's safe. I have to. His words rang out with conviction, and even Uncle Ji, his mouth gagged, felt his eyes fill with tears. After years in the cutthroat, callous world of business, pure emotions like this moved him more than mountains of money ever could. Seeing Yilin wound and ruin himself so completely, Sister Qian finally lowered her gun. Kenson, seeing his chance slipping away, thrashed desperately. He knew all too well that for Yilin, injuries like these were nothing. He'd already survived worse tonight, but with the dildo jammed in his mouth, there was no way he could warn Sister Qian. Qian, though, mistook Kenson's struggle for a call for help. She hurriedly let go of Uncle Ji and ran over. Kenson, I'm here. I'm right here, she called, rushing to his side and yanking the dildo out of his mouth. When Kinja finally let go of Ji Fu, Kenson's face went ashen just as he feared. He turned his head and saw Yilin, one hand stuffing his intestines back into his abdomen. stride unsteadily toward them. If you want to kill me, I don't care. But could you let Qian go? She doesn't know anything. She's not an awakened. She's no threat to you. Kensen hurriedly pleaded. I've done all sorts of things in my life, but I've never begged anyone. Call this my one and only time I'm begging you. You, how are you even standing? Kinja's face was drained of color. She simply couldn't understand how someone whose tendons in both hands and feet had been severed could still be upright, let alone wielding a knife. Yi Lin looked at Kensen, his gaze complicated. In some ways, Kensen was a man of loyalty and righteousness, the true brother. It was a shame, really, because Yi Lin had no other choice. If the secret of his immortality got out, his end would be 1,000 times worse than Kensen's. Expressionless, Yi Lin raised the starfall blade high. I'm begging you, spare Qian. Swear it. Take whatever you want, money, anything, just please. Let Qian go. Kensen cried. The cold gleam of the blade flashed, and Kensen's voice cut off abruptly. The underworld king of Qingchen died with his eyes wide open, unyielding even in death. Brother Sin, Qian wailed, her face streaked with tears, grief overwhelming her reason. I'm sorry, Sen. I'm useless. I'm so stupid. Twisted by anguish, she snatched up a gun and, without hesitation, fired at Yi Lin. Bang, 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 bang. 6 shots empty. The barrel smoked, but every single bullet was blocked by the starfall blade. Not one found its mark. Yi Lin hadn't really planned on blocking them after all. He couldn't die, but with Jifu watching, he had to put on a show. Kill me. Why don't you just kill me too? Kinja screamed hysterically. Revenge was out of reach now. She just wanted to follow Kensen in death. Yi Lin shook his head, sighing softly. Don't be stupid, sis-in-law. I don't kill women. Go. You don't kill women. Kinja froze. For a moment, Yi Lin's words left her speechless. That's right. Kensen was a decent man in life. You're still alive, so you can see he gets a proper burial. If he hadn't kidnapped Uncle Ji, I really wouldn't have wanted to be his enemy. Yi Lin gave a weary sigh. Sen. At Kensen's name, Kinja's tears came again, pouring down like a breached dam. Yi Lin ignored her, turning instead to Ji Fu. Uncle Ji, I'm sorry I'm late. Yi Lin quickly undid the restraints that bound him and pulled the gag from his mouth. It's all right, kid. You risked your life to save me, and that's more than enough. I'm deeply moved, Ji Fu said, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Kensen's power was something he knew all too well. He could hardly imagine how much suffering and effort Yi Lin must have endured to successfully rescue him. Uncle Ji, let's get out of here, Yi Lin said, supporting Ji's father as they made their way toward the exit of the underground black market. Yi Lin, you must have gone through a lot getting in here, didn't you? Ji's father's voice was full of concern. Uncle Ji, you're underestimating me. I'm only level 16, even if I'm a forbidden spellcaster. There's no way I could take on so many of Kensen's men by myself. They could have worn me out by sheer numbers alone. Yi Lin couldn't help but shake his head. Oh, then how did you manage to get inside? And how did Kensen end up so badly injured? Ji's father was genuinely curious. He had seen Kensen's condition clearly, a man with all his limbs severed, reduced to a pitiful, mutilated state. It was a friend of mine. Yi Lin hesitated before answering. This friend asked me not to reveal his identity, so I'm afraid I can't tell you. Uncle Ji. Ji's father nodded, a gleam of shrewdness unique to seasoned businessmen flashing in his eyes. Forbidden spellcasters could grow at an incredible rate. Even though Yi Lin was still only level 16, after the college entrance exams, he could just slip into the wild's end, within a year or two, become a powerhouse able to hold his own territory. It seemed Ji wasn't the only one who had noticed Yi Lin's talent. Others in Qingchen clearly had their eyes on him, too. Realizing this, Ji's father didn't press further. After all, the fact he was still alive tonight was already a stroke of fortune. Being kidnapped by Kensen had opened his eyes to many things. Yi Lin, pardon me if I sound nagging, but in this society, the most fundamental relationship between people is about interests. People will approach you and get close to you only if you have value to offer. You need to be careful, never trust anyone too easily. Not even me. Ji's father's gaze was complicated. At first, when he'd had Ji Lingya reach out to Yi Lin, it had been with an intent to use him. Understood, Uncle Ji. I'll keep everything you've taught me in mind. Yi Lin nodded obediently. Since you see me as an uncle, there's something else I have to tell you, otherwise, you're bound to suffer a major loss in the future. Ji's father suddenly turned serious. Right now, he already saw Yi Lin as a second son, second only to Ji Lingyu in his heart. Please go ahead, Uncle Ji. I'm listening, Yi Lin replied earnestly. You're too kind, too merciful. A flash of coldness flickered in Ji's father's eyes. That's a fatal flaw. The merciful can't command soldiers. The righteous can't manage wealth. The benevolent can't be officials. The sentimental can't get things done. The compassionate can't govern. These are truths as old as time. Take that woman with Kensen, for instance. Uncle Ji admits their true feelings were moving, but precisely because of that, you all the more couldn't let her go. Otherwise, once she comes to her senses, with her status as a Kensen woman, she'll definitely be able to rally plenty of Kensen survivors to hunt you down for revenge. If that happens, you'll be in serious trouble. Your very life could be at risk. Yi Lin put on a look of alarm and quickly said, Uncle G, what should I do now? Should I go back right now and finish her off? No need for that. I'll take care of whatever mess is left in the underground black market. The only reason I'm saying all this is because I want you to change that soft-hearted nature of yours. Ji Fu shook his head, then spoke to Yi Lin with a gentle tone. Yi Lin, it's good to have compassion, but save it for those close to you. The moment you're sure someone is an enemy, showing them mercy is only opening the door to your own destruction. Uncle Ji, I'll remember your advice. Yi Lin replied obediently. As they talked, the two made their way toward the edge of the black market to leave, but just as they reached the outskirts, Ji Fu was stunned. Countless pale, bony skeleton warriors guarded the perimeter of the black market, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with ghostly blue flames. Behind them loomed even more terrifying undead, headless horsemen, bone dragons, liches, and an array of sinister necromantic creatures. Some of the skeleton warriors' rusty short swords still dripped with fresh, warm blood. Obviously, someone had just tried their luck at breaking through, only to be struck down instantly. How could Kenson's revenge have come this quickly? Ji Fu's heart pounded in fear, then his eyes flashed with steely resolve. Yi Lin, if there's no way out, just leave me behind and save yourself. Uncle Ji, I can't possibly do that. Yi Lin cried out in shock. Ji Fu wanted to say more, but suddenly, he saw a skeleton warrior creeping up behind Yi Lin. Yi Lin, watch out, Ji Fu shouted, shoving Yi Lin aside. The skeleton swung a heavy fist into Ji Fu's face, knocking him out cold with a single blow. Yi Lin rubbed his nose, feeling guilty as he looked at Ji Fu's unconscious body. He murmured softly, sorry, Uncle Ji, it's not what I wanted either, but I couldn't get anything done with you awake. The secret of his undying body was too important. Yi Lin didn't want anyone to know. As for all those in the underground black market tonight, he didn't plan to let a single one escape. Forbidden spell, burning samsara, forbidden spell, inferno of karma. Yi Lin raised his hand. Instantly, all the blood in his body was drawn out, leaving him a shriveled corpse of skin and bones. But that wasn't the end. At a thought, his undying body regenerated his blood, only for him to offer it up again. He switched tirelessly between being a normal person and a dried-up husk, again and again, and with each switch, the violet-red infernal fire in his hand grew stronger and stronger, until it shone like a miniature purple sun, dazzling and terrifying. The little sun of violet-red flames bounded and twisted in Yi Lin's grasp, as if it could break free at any moment and incinerate everything in its path. Yi Lin could feel it clearly. He was on the verge of losing control over this power. This time, the infernal flames he was unleashing were far stronger than anything he'd ever summoned before. He took a deep breath, then hurled the blazing inferno sun in his hand toward the black market up ahead. The purple-red fireball streaked through the air in a long, brilliant arc, like a comet tearing across the night sky, radiating an aura of utter annihilation as it plunged into the depths of the black market. The moment the fireball touched the ground, boom, an earth-shaking explosion erupted. A huge mushroom cloud rose over the black market. As the terrifying flames exploded outward, the fire roared, the temperature skyrocketed, as if intent on consuming everything in its path. Any living thing left in the market shrieked in agony under the searing heat, but in the blink of an eye, they were swooped up by the flames, not even ashes left behind. The entire black market was swallowed by infernal fire, transformed into a sea of raging flames, bathed in their glow. It was as if the inferno itself declared the utter end of this once notorious, largest den of sin in Qing City. The purple-red light flickered across Yi Lin's face, casting it in shifting shades of brightness and shadow. He stared at the blazing firestorm before him, his thoughts tangled and turbulent. He pulled out a battered pack of scavenged cigarettes, lit one off his own infernal flame, stuck it between his lips, and tossed the rest of the pack into the fire. The nicotine bit into his mouth, filled his lungs, and slowly his nerves began to settle. Reaching for a smoke when things go sideways, it's a habit written into every man's genes. A high schooler who'd just switched classes not long ago, only level 16, takes down Kenson, kingpin of Qing City's underworld, then burns the entire black market to the ground, single-handed. Even he wouldn't believe it if he said it out loud. No way the authorities would ever suspect him. It's like if the president of the big beautiful country suddenly got assassinated. No one's going to kick down your door just because you're watching from your couch. With this one fire, everything could be pinned on the conveniently non-existent Ling Yi. Yi Lin's eyes fell, watching his still unconscious Uncle G through a haze of cigarette smoke. Now, the only problem left was Uncle G. He was the only one who had witnessed Yi Lin kill Kenson with his own eyes tonight. If Yi Lin got rid of Uncle G first, then finished off Ji Lingyu, and collapsed beside her, gravely wounded and near death, then he could cut himself off from all this. Anyone who came to investigate would only think it was Kenson who attacked the G group, wiped out Uncle G's whole family, and was then killed in turn by the mysterious Ling Yi. Yi Lin would just be an unlucky survivor caught in the crossfire. The idea took shape in Yi Lin's mind. He quietly raised the starfall blade, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. But just then, Uncle G groaned and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the faint, swirling starlight on the edge of the starfall blade. Yi Lin, what are you doing? Yi Lin didn't answer. Instead, he let the blade fall, with a few flashes of cold steel. The bright red apple was perfectly peeled in an instant. Uncle G, would you like an apple? Yi Lin batted his eyes innocently, looking every bit the picture of harmlessness. Only then did Uncle Ji let out the breath he'd been holding, still pale with lingering fear. Yi Lin, you nearly scared me to death. At a time like this, you're worried about apples. He turned around, eyes wide with panic as he stared at the raging inferno before them. What on earth happened? Those skeletons just now tried to kill us. Thankfully, it was Ling Yi-oh. Wait. Yi Lin quickly slapped a hand over his own mouth, feigning embarrassment at his slip. He hastily corrected himself. That mysterious stranger saved us, and then he set the entire black market on fire. Oh, a sharp glint flickered in Uncle Ji's eyes. Privately, he mused that Yi Lin was still a child at heart. Whatever was on his mind slipped right out of his mouth. But things you blurted out weren't secrets, were they? He made a mental note to have a talk with Yi Lin about that sometime soon. Ling Yi, who was this mysterious powerhouse, and why had he never heard of him before? It's all right. What matters is that we're all safe. Let's get out of here. Quickly. The investigation bureau will be here any minute. I have to get back and prepare. Uncle Ji's tone had grown grave and urgent. Yi Lin nodded in agreement. The investigation bureau was the official agency that dealt with awakened individuals. Kinson's death was bound to trigger a thorough and uncompromising investigation. Moments earlier, Yi Lin really had considered killing Uncle Ji, but in the end, he suppressed the impulse. If he were to kill Uncle Ji and Ji Lingyu, who had both shown him nothing but kindness just to secure his own peace of mind, that would mean abandoning every last shred of his own humanity. Humans are a mix of humanity and animal instinct, cunning and self-serving, but sometimes driven by a selfless urge to help. His survival instinct, that was the animal in him speaking. But saving Uncle Ji, that was gratitude, that was humanity. If he ever gave up on that part of himself, then even if he managed to keep on living, he'd be nothing more than a long-lived animal wearing a human face. When Uncle Ji and Yi Lin finally made it back safely, Ji Lingyu couldn't hold back his tears. He rushed forward and pulled Uncle Ji into a crushing embrace. Dad, you're finally back. I thought I'd lost you forever. Few things in life are as beautiful as recovering what you once thought lost. Silly boy, what are you crying for? Uncle Ji affectionately ruffled Lingyu's hair, his own eyes growing moist. See, I'm right here. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, the sky can't fall. Ever since Ji Lingyu's mother had passed away early, Uncle Ji had raised his son single-handedly. After her death, Lingyu became his entire world. All right, enough with the tears. Doesn't suit a young man. Step aside. I have a lot of things to take care of. The old sharpness returned to his eyes in that moment. He was once again the formidable Mr. Ji, a force to be reckoned with in the business world. Kinson's death was certain to shake the whole of Qing City to its core. When word got out, the investigators would surely descend en masse to get to the bottom of it. His top priority right now was to ensure that Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu could successfully attend the college entrance exam trial. As long as the two of them set foot in the exam room, not even the investigation bureau would be able to touch them. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, not just for Father Ji, but for everyone else in Qingqing as well. Qingqing Investigation Bureau. Investigator Huang sat at his desk, having just finished organizing the case file for the Suzhia farmhouse incident. Suzhia was one of Kenson's men, the very same Kenson who ruled Qingqing's underworld. Kenson had already sent word to the bureau, telling them to drop the investigation, so Investigator Huang had closed the case as a cold one, just as instructed. When he finally looked up from the paperwork, he realized it was already past 3 in the morning. He rubbed his brow between two fingers, feeling a headache coming on. The king of Qingqing's underworld. Having a cancer like this in the city was truly enough to make anyone pull their hair out. Just as he was muttering to himself, there was a sudden bang at the door. In the quiet of the night, the loud sound was like a clap of thunder, startling Huang Lishan out of his thoughts. He looked up and saw it was his young apprentice, Su Xiu, assigned to him by the bureau. Right now, Su Xiu's face was pale with panic. What's wrong? Why are you so jumpy? Haven't I taught you? When something happens, stay calm and keep your emotions in check. Panic and excitement won't solve anything. Huang Lishan scolded. Why yes, you're right, master, but something huge has happened. Su Xiu's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Oh, Huang Lishan gave a faint smile, as if nothing could faze him. He picked up his cup and took a sip of water. Let's hear it, then. What's this huge deal you're talking about? In his view, young people always overreacted, making a fuss over nothing. Master, you absolutely can't freak out when I tell you this, Su Xiu said, his voice shaking. Relax. I've been an investigator for years, what haven't I seen? Giants. Human centipedes, what could possibly scare me? Huang Lishan said coolly, still sipping his water. Kenson's dead. The entire underground black market has been burned to ashes, torched in exactly the same way as the previous farmhouse incident. Su Xiu, seeing how poised his mentor appeared, forced himself to calm down as well and delivered the news evenly. But the moment the words left his mouth, *PFF, Huang Lishan sprayed water everywhere, drenching Su Xiu from head to toe. What? Huang sputtered. Who did you say is dead? Kenson. No freaking way. He lunged forward and grabbed Su Xiu's shoulders, shaking him hard. Who? Say it again, who's dead? Su Xiu felt his brain was about to be scrambled from all the shaking. Master, Didn't you just say you have to stay calm and composed when things happen? Asterisk smack. Smack. Asterisk Huang Lishan slapped him twice and yelled, cut the crap, out with it. What the hell happened? Who's dead? Ken-san, Sushio said, her voice full of grievance. Are you sure? Same name. Maybe. Huang Lishan clung to a last shred of hope as he asked softly. No, it's him, the king of the underground. Ken-san. From what I can tell, not just him, but all his underworld henchmen in the black market are dead. Sushio answered truthfully. Hearing this, Huang Lishan released Sushio, taking several stumbling steps backwards. He only managed to steady himself after he bumped into his desk. As a professional lie detector, he knew for certain that his young apprentice in front of him wasn't lying, but for once, he desperately wished that she was. Ken-san was dead, and not just that, he'd died here, in the heart of the city, along with everyone in the black market. This wasn't just some crime, this was something that could shake the city to its very core. Whatever he was behind the scenes, the so-called king of Qing City's underground on the surface, he was one of Qing City's top 10 outstanding philanthropists, a man with a spotless public reputation. If something happened to him, who knows what kind of chaos would break out in Qing City? Huang Lishan muttered, a deep crease in his brow. Come on, we're going to the scene. The veins on his forehead throbbed visibly. The high school entrance examination's big selection trial was about to begin the next day. This was the worst possible moment for any major incident in Qing City. By the time Huang Lishan and Sushio arrived at the scene, the inferno hadn't yet fully died down. Every so often, purple-red flames would still leap up from the scorched ruins. Huang Lishan strode forward, but Sushio quickly grabbed his arm. Master, please don't be rash. That fire's really weird. Once it touches you, it's impossible to put out. It's dangerous. I know. Don't try to stop me, Huang Lishan said, his face darkening. The scene before him was all too familiar. The same strange fire, the same destruction, every scrap of evidence reduced to ash. Nothing left but scorched, brown earth. Not even bones survived, only powdery gray remains. Just like that farmstead, he thought bitterly. This black market was simply the same disaster, multiplied 100-fold. Damn that Ken-san. Huang Lishan couldn't help but curse under his breath. If Ken-san hadn't interfered with their investigation into the farmstead, maybe all this could have been avoided. Now, he finally believed what Zhu Zhenai had said, that Jilin and Ling Yi were not the same person. There was just no way a 17-year-old high schooler could pull off a massacre like this, not when they, the Investigation Bureau, knew full well Ken-san was a level 50 advanced class professional. Could this whole thing have been done by the mysterious Ling Yi? But even that didn't make sense according to Zhu Zhenai. She saw Ling Yi inside the beginner's secret realm. That meant Ling Yi couldn't possibly be the killer here. Maybe Ling Yi only destroyed the evidence, while the real murderer was someone else entirely. Huang Lishan's headache felt like it was splitting his skull. Just then, Sushio came running back, panic written all over her face. She gave him another report, and this one made Huang Lishan's brow furrow even deeper. 10 minutes later, at the Qing City Bureau of Investigation, Huang Lishan was led into the director's office. Seated there was Mr. G. Director G. Huang Lishan greeted. Huang Lishan reached out to shake hands with Mr. G. But Mr. G forced a bitter smile and instead raised his left arm, what was left of it after being chopped off by Ken-san. Huang Lishan's lips twitched faintly. Mr. G. Let's not waste time on formalities, he said, voice brisk. Let's stick to the facts. Your family's villa was attacked by Ken-san and his men around 10 o'clock. Correct. That's right. Mr. G closed his eyes in pain. Everyone except me was killed. My son and his friend were out at the time, otherwise they would have died too. Huang Lishan activated his professional mind-reading skill and sensed that Mr. G was telling the truth. He frowned and continued. Mr. G, can you explain how you managed to survive? No offense, but from what I know, you're just an ordinary person, not a transferee. His meaning was clear. All the people with abilities had died. So how did a regular guy like him make it out alive? It was Shao Li. Mr. G replied. The flick of his lighter loud in the tense air as he lit a cigarette. Grief clouded his eyes. He was an orphan I adopted. My personal bodyguard. He died saving me, gave his life so I could escape. And what happened after that? Huang Lishan pressed. I passed out. Mr. G rasped, taking a drag of his cigarette. My son's friend, Yi Lin, found me and got me to safety. After that, I came straight to the Investigation Bureau to report. Ken-san is dead, you know that, right? Huang Lishan watched Mr. G intently. I know. Mr. G shot back. I heard about it on the way here. Good riddance. If he hadn't died, I'd find a way to kill the bastard myself. As Mr. G spat out those venomous words, Huang Lishan frowned again. Up to now, everything Mr. G had said was true, not a single lie. In other words, Mr. G hadn't been deceitful at all. But watching him flick ashes from his cigarette with such ease, Huang Lishan was sure of one thing. Mr. G knew more about Ken-san's death than he let on. The best liars, he thought, never actually lie. Every word out of their mouth is true, but pieced together, they weave an enormous deception. It's the montage lie using truths to build a falsehood. It's like saying, the national soccer team is world famous. No other team has ever beaten us at the World Cup. Or, My girlfriend cheated with her best friend, so I went and taught her best friend a lesson she won't forget. Technically true, but the conclusion is misleading. That's how the shrewdest operators play it. And even as an investigator with a lie detecting ability, Huang Lishan couldn't do a thing about it. Well, thank you, Mr. G. That's all I need for now. Huang Lishan concluded. I'd like to talk to your son, Ji Lingyu, and his friend, Yi Lin, if you don't mind. Of course, Investigator Huang, go right ahead. Mr. Ji beamed. He'd already coordinated the story with Ji Lingyu and Yi Lin back at home. He trusted that Huang Lishan would never wring the real truth out of them. Very soon, Ji Lingyu and Yi Lin were brought into the investigation bureau. Yi Lin glanced around nervously, looking exactly like someone with a guilty conscience. This immediately drew Huang Lishan's attention squarely onto him. The two were just high schoolers, no way they could be as cunning as that old fox. Ji's father, so Huang Lishan naturally saw them as prime entry points for his investigation. What's more, Yi Lin had already been the main suspect in the farm incident, and Huang Lishan had been wanting to have a chat with him for a while now. Hello, Yi Lin. My name is Huang. You can call me Investigator Huang. Huang Lishan introduced himself, reaching out to shake Yi Lin's hand. Yi Lin's expression was dead serious. Hello, Investigator Huang. To get to Urxian Bridge, I have to take Chinjua Avenue. I can only pick up a little fare. Not too much. Huang Lishan. I'm asking you if this car can still drive. Huang Lishan said, rubbing his aching head. It can drive. All the way to Urxian Bridge. Yi Lin replied earnestly, nodding. No, seriously, what the hell? Huang Lishan realized Yi Lin had completely let him off track. Yi Lin, here, I'm going to ask you a few simple questions. Just answer them. No need to go off topic. Understand? Huang Lishan said. Got it. Investigator Huang. Sorry, it's just that you looked so serious. I thought I'd crack a joke to lighten the mood. Yi Lin said, giving his head a sheepish scratch. Oh, thanks ever so much. Huang Lishan replied dryly. Do you know Su Xiao? Nope, never even heard the name. Yi Lin answered honestly. He really didn't know that the ruthless organ buyer went by Su Xiao. Huang Lishan was convinced Yi Lin wasn't lying, but still pressed onward. Have you ever been to the farm? I have. At this, Yi Lin's face suddenly filled with fear. What's at the farm? Huang Lishan fixed his gaze on Yi Lin. Finally, a clue. There are chickens at that farm. Huang Lishan nearly lost it and wanted to punch Yi Lin. No kidding. Of course a farm has chickens. No, Investigator Huang, not your average chickens. Those are like 100 pounds each. Yi Lin said seriously. As soon as he mentioned 100-pound chickens, everyone nearby perked up, straining to hear what Yi Lin would say next. And the chicken even asked me if I wanted to play. Said I had good potential and I wouldn't even have to pay. I got scared and ran away. Yi Lin blinked as he spoke, deadpan, and he was telling the truth. Back when he lived in the slums, it was common for some shady old ladies to try and scam him. Huang Lishan, he was silent, because he realized that everything Yi Lin said was, improbably, the truth. Now, there were two possibilities. 1. Yi Lin was an even shrewder fox than Ji's father and was only pretending to be crazy. 2. Yi Lin really had nothing to do with Su Xiao's death. Huang Lishan was inclined toward the second option, so he didn't press any further about the farm. Instead, he changed the subject to where Yi Lin had been tonight, but asking about this would only lead to another dead end. Because tonight, Yi Lin really was at the Transferry Guild with Ji Lingyu, practicing his blade skills. The guild keeps detailed records, and all it took was a simple check to confirm this alibi. Huang Lishan quickly pulled up the report. When he saw that Yi Lin had destroyed a training dummy built to withstand attacks from anyone below level 40, Huang Lishan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi Lin, can you explain how, at only level 16, you managed to destroy a dummy designed to handle assaults from transferries under level 40? Huang Lishan asked, his tone half amused, half serious. I'm just naturally strong, Yi Lin replied, completely unfazed. Naturally strong? I'd advise you to tell me the truth, Huang Lishan said, tapping his finger lightly on the table. Otherwise, you might be spending the night here. Damn, Yi Lin thought to himself. Anyone else wouldn't have had access to such detailed guild logs, but the investigation bureau definitely had the authority. If I'd known I was going to kill Kensen tonight, I wouldn't have shown off so much earlier. Thanks to Uncle G buying me a set of good equipment, plus my class as a forbidden arts mage, I was able to hit that hard, and it's not like the dummy can dodge, Yi Lin explained truthfully. Huang Lishan narrowed his eyes, fingers drumming the tabletop. Frankly, it was a plausible explanation. Forbidden arts were terrifyingly powerful, and with top-notch gear, a level 16 could theoretically smash a dummy built for level 40 or below. So, you risked your health to unleash a forbidden spell all just to test yourself on a training dummy. Why? Huang Lishan asked, brows knitted. Just got tired of living. Is that against the law? Yi Lin blinked at him. No, it's not, Huang Lishan replied, letting that thread drop. Then, suddenly shifting gears, he asked, do you know Kensen? Of course, he's one of the city's top 10 outstanding philanthropists, but I haven't seen much of him on TV, Yi Lin answered easily. Oh, and why is that? Huang Lishan's gaze sharpened. We're poor, couldn't afford a TV, Yi Lin said flatly. Huang Lishan, Yi Lin, it seems you really do know something about Kenson's death, Huang Lishan said, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. From the start, you've been deflecting and trying to distract me. Clearly, you don't want me pushing further. At the same time, an audacious theory started brewing in Huang Lishan's mind. Forbidden arts mage, capable of destroying a level 40 training dummy. Maybe this Yi Lin in front of him is the mysterious Ling Yi. Or perhaps Ling Yi isn't just a person, but a well-organized group. Once that idea took root, he couldn't shake it. Suddenly, everything started making sense. After the incident at Suze's farm, Yi Lin was taken in by the Ji family. Then, the Ji family was targeted for retaliation by Kenson, and right after that, Kenson ended up dead. There's something on you, something that caught the attention of both Kenson and the Ji Corporation. Suze was the first to discover it, which is why you silenced him. And then, the entire farm and everyone in it were burned to the ground, wiped out by your hand. Afterward, Kenson covered up what happened, biding his time to strike back at the Ji family, and when he did, everyone in the Ji family's villa was killed. Ji's patriarch lost a hand, too. Then you or perhaps the force behind you made a move and wiped out Kenson and his entire lineage. Am I right? Ling Yi. Huang Lishan's eyes stared sharply into Yi Lin's, as if he could catch a hint of panic flickering inside them, but he was disappointed. Though Yi Lin was panicking inside, he looked just as blankly innocent on the outside as ever. He even blinked innocently at Huang Lishan. Officer Huang, what are you talking about? You shouldn't make wild accusations without evidence. It does nothing for unity. One sentence from Yi Lin and Huang Lishan instantly deflated, like a balloon with all the air let out. That's right. No evidence. Everything at the farm and the black market had been incinerated by supernatural fire, leaving not a single trace behind. Even if his suspicions were the truth, what did that matter? Without evidence, there was nothing he could do. No way to officially define the nature of these events. Huang Lishan took a deep breath. He was sure that, even if he hadn't completely uncovered the truth, he was at least close. This was the only way to make sense of the string of incidents that had been taking place. But there was still one thing he couldn't figure out. The massacre at the Ji family villa occurred a little after 10 p.m., while the black market fire broke out around 3 a.m., over 5 hours apart. What had happened during those hours? If there'd been a major clash between transfer professions in the underground market, the Bureau would have heard about it right away. But those 5 hours were eerily silent, as if nothing in the world had happened at all, until, suddenly, the fire erupted, raising the underground market to its foundations. Huang Lishan gave Yi Lin one last, hard look. He knew there was no point in asking, he wouldn't get anything more out of him. He glanced at his watch and spoke up. Yi Lin, it's 5 in the morning now. There are 27 hours left until the start of the college entrance examination trial. You'd better hope that, in these 27 hours, I find nothing against you. Yi Lin was held in the investigation bureau, locked away in a specially designed cell. The bureau's cells were the joint work of master material scientists and master architects. Breaking out was nothing but a fool's dream. Barring any surprises, Yi Lin would be spending the 27 hours before the college exam right here. Not even all of Father Ji's protests, nor pulling strings through the Ji Group's network, could change that. There were simply too many dead this time, and one of them was Kenson, king of the Qingqing underworld. Unbeknownst to anyone in Qingqing, a terrifying new force had quietly emerged, one powerful enough to wipe out Kenson overnight. Yet the entire investigation bureau had remained blissfully unaware. When Huang Lishan finally reported this development, the news shocked every single agent in the bureau. Jaws dropped across the room, to find a sleeping tiger growing by their very bedside on their own turf, right under their noses, and to realize they hadn't noticed a thing, was almost unthinkable. To put it bluntly, if they didn't get to the bottom of this mysterious new power, the investigation bureau itself could be eliminated just as suddenly as Kenson, and they'd never see it coming. The situation immediately became a top priority for the Qingqing Investigation Bureau. The upper echelons granted Huang Lishan the highest level of investigative authority, placing him entirely in charge of the case. To ensure his safety, they also assigned 2 highly skilled job changers, elite operatives, to protect him around the clock. As Huang Lishan led his team away, Yi Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. He leaned back against his chair, a quiet smile playing at the corners of his lips. Kenson might be dead, but his influence ran far deeper than just a few underground markets. This underworld kingpin had his network spread all across Qingqing. Kenson's subordinates, unlike Huang Lishan, weren't going to bother with evidence or procedural niceties. They'd rather kill an innocent than let the real target slip away. For Yi Lin, the plan was a simple one. Find a safe place and wait for the national entrance exam trials to start. And in Qingqing, what could be safer than the investigation bureau itself? In this world, job changers, especially those with rare talents, held extraordinary privileges. As long as he made a splash in the trials and caught the attention of the big universities in the provincial capital, even if Huang Lishan managed to produce hard evidence that Yi Lin had killed Kenson, it would no longer matter. Yi Lin was confident in his skills and potential. He'd covered his tracks with meticulous care, so he wasn't the least bit worried about Huang Lishan digging deeper. With just 27 short hours to investigate, there was no way Huang could unearth anything substantial. Relieved, Yi Lin stretched out on his narrow iron cot, letting himself drift off to sleep, getting some much-needed rest for the trials ahead. Meanwhile, at the crack of dawn, Huang Lishan led his team to the Zudge family estate. The Zudge residence stood apart from the world, an ancient courtyard seemingly untouched by time. The low garden walls gleamed gold in the first light of dawn, each weathered stone a silent witness to Qinshan's long-hidden secrets. Mr. Zudge, Huang Lishan, 7th-rank investigator of the Qinshan Bureau, requests an audience. Huang knocked respectfully on the door. Despite his official status, he knew better than to make trouble here. The master of this house was Zudge Qianqing, so it's investigator Huang. Please, come in, came the reply. As if on cue, the gate swung open with a gentle creak. Inside the Zudge family grounds, tall ancient trees towered overhead and bamboo swayed softly in the breeze. The winding flagstone paths curved gracefully through the courtyard, the air thick with the delicate scent of tea. Every breath seemed to calm the mind. In this sanctuary, time itself seemed to slow, letting all of life's worries melt away. At some point, without anyone noticing, Zudge Qianqing was already seated in the courtyard, brewing tea, as if he'd known long ago that Huang Lishan would be coming. Investigator Huang, please, have a seat, Zudge Qianqing said, picking up a cup of tea and handing it to Huang Lishan. Huang Lishan accepted the tea, took a small sip, and the fragrance of the brew seemed to wash away the weariness from his heart. He set the cup down, his expression turning serious. Mr. Zudge, I'm here today on an important matter. Zudge Qianqing smiled faintly. You aren't really here for me, but rather for my daughter. Aren't you? This is about Kensen, isn't it? Huang Lishan let out an awkward laugh. Nothing gets past you, Mr. Zudge. He'd already suspected. Back at the farm, that Zudge and I certainly knew something, but since she refused to talk, he'd decided to let it slide. After all, Suzhou wasn't anything close to a good man. His death wasn't worth the trouble. But this time was different, this incident was too important. Huang Lishan couldn't afford to let this clue slip away. He explained in detail to Zudge Qianqing about Kensen's death and the mysterious forces emerging in Qingqing. After hearing him out, Zudge Qianqing gently put down his teacup and said calmly, I've heard some rumors about this. I can have my daughter cooperate with you. However, I have a favor to ask of you as well. Investigator Huang, is that all right? There's no need to be so formal. Mr. Zudge, just say the word, anything I can help with. I definitely will. Huang Lishan replied quickly. Zudge Qianqing nodded slightly, lowering his voice. There's going to be major turmoil in Qingqing. I hope you can protect my daughter and arrange for your bureau's people to escort her through the college entrance trial. Also, I'd like you to announce to the public that she is now a level 9 investigator with your bureau, and after graduation, she'll officially join your ranks. Huang Lishan was momentarily stunned, but soon realized what Zudge Qianqing intended. He wanted to use the investigation bureau's authority to shield Zudge and I. After all, no matter how powerful a transfigured one may be, unless they were completely insane, there was no way they would dare kill someone from the bureau. Doing so would put a nationwide bounty on their heads throughout the entire Xia Empire. After considering, Huang Lishan nodded solemnly. You have my word, Mr. Zudge. As long as I'm around, no one will be able to harm Miss Zudge in the slightest. His face betrayed no emotion, but inside, Huang Lishan was deeply shaken. For Zudge Qianqing to ask for protection for Zudge and I during the college entrance trial, what sort of upheaval was about to hit Qingqing that even Zudge Qianqing would need to rely on the investigation bureau's strength? Seeing that Huang Lishan had agreed, Zudge Qianqing nodded in satisfaction and sent someone to call Zudge and I out. Dad, what's up? So early, the sun's barely up. Zudge and I grumbled as she shuffled out, still in her pajamas decorated with little cartoon bears, clearly displeased at being woken at daybreak. You've been wanting to find Ling Yi, right? We've got news about him, Zudge Qianqing said, smiling. Ha, really? Zudge and I's bleary eyes immediately lit up at those words. This is Investigator Huang. Go get changed and go with him. He'll explain everything to you, Zudge Qianqing said with a friendly smile. All right, Zudge and I replied. When she spotted Huang Lishan, her expression grew a little uneasy. She certainly remembered him. Zudge Qianqing watched as Zudge and I followed Huang Lishan out of the courtyard. Only after they'd left did he finally let out a long, quiet sigh, reaching into his chest pocket to pull out a key. He ran his fingers gently over the ancient key. The surface was covered in marks left by the passage of time, as if it were silently telling endless stories from the past. Though it looked like an ordinary bronze key, with patches of mottled rust, it held a mysterious power, one capable of revealing the origins of all things in the world. Suddenly, Zudge Qianqing began coughing violently. Crimson blood spattered onto the key, a shocking sight, yet his face remained calm and composed. Yi Lin, oh Yi Lin, I never would have thought you managed to take down Kensen on your own. When will you finally come to me for help? My time is running out. Qingqing Bureau of Investigation Detention Center. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Lin, fast asleep, was jolted awake by the sound of someone banging on the iron bars. A cup of diluted soy milk, a deep-fried dough stick laced with excess aluminum, and two suspicious-looking pork buns with lymph nodes were set down in front of him. Yi Lin, breakfast, said Su Xiu, Huang Lishan's apprentice, sticking a breakfast tray through Yi Lin's cell bars. This instantly drew a complaint from another inmate. Come on, officer, we're all locked up here, so why does he get soy milk, dough sticks, And buns while I have to eat plain buns and bland porridge. He's taking the college entrance exam tomorrow. If you were a test taker too, you'd get the same, Sushio replied, shooting the man a glare. The guy immediately shrank back and didn't dare say another word. Yi Lin glanced up, finally noticing that the cell across from his housed a thin man who looked almost like a monkey, sunken eyes, sallow skin, and a perpetual look of exhaustion. Noticing Yi Lin's attention, the monkey-faced man couldn't help but call out, "Oi, bro, you're a high school student, right? What are you doing in here? This doesn't make sense. What kind of trouble did you get yourself into?" "Me, they think I killed Kensen," Yi Lin answered honestly. "What?" The monkey man's voice shot up to a shriek. "You, a high schooler, took out Kensen? Bro, I've been around the block, I gotta say. You take the prize for the wildest claim I've ever heard. What about you, man? What did you do to get locked up?" Yi Lin asked as he picked up a bun, not bothering to explain further. After all, anyone locked up in the Bureau's detention center was bound to be someone special, a transferee. It's enough to make me angry just talking about it. Honestly, it was nothing. I got transferred into the Swift Shadow class. Makes me fast at just about everything. Figured I'd use it to make a living as, well, a flower thief. It was working out great until I accidentally messed with the wrong woman. Turns out she was married to some big shot. And that's how I ended up in here. The monkey-faced man sighed, clearly exasperated. The corner of Yi Lin's mouth twitched. This was the first time he'd heard anyone describe his speed in such an innocent, refreshingly original way. And that swift phantom profession the monkey-faced guy mentioned, as far as Yi Lin knew, was an S-rank rare class, renowned for its incredible speed and agility. Swift phantoms could vanish in an instant, ghosting in and out without a trace. At higher levels, they made the best scouts and assassins. Yet here was this monkey-faced guy, who'd awakened the swift phantom class, and used that blistering speed to sneak around as a flower thief. Goes to show there are geniuses in every walk of life, no matter the profession. Aren't you even a little curious who this big shot was? Monkeyface grinned slyly. When they came to catch me, they sent almost 10 investigators over level 40. Yi Lin paused, curiosity flickering in his eyes. In a small place like Qingqing, investigators over level 40 were already top tier, the strongest around. What kind of heavyweight would make the investigation bureau go to such lengths? Go on, let's hear it. Yi Lin polished off his last bun, then fixed Monkeyface with a steady look. A glimmer of pride flashed in Monkeyface's eyes, as if savoring the memory. That woman, she was gorgeous. I tell you, tisk, tisk. I asked about the big shot, not his wife. Yi Lin reminded him. Monkeyface grinned. Well, you're not gonna believe it, the woman was the deputy director of Qingqing Investigation Bureau's wife. Yi Lin's expression instantly became a little odd. No wonder the bureau sent 10 level 40 plus investigators after this guy. Frankly, the fact they didn't just kill him on the spot showed they had some restraint. Man, you've really got guts, any woman in the world, and you had to go for the one married to the deputy director. Yi Lin couldn't help shaking his head. Hey, Monkeyface scoffed. You think that deputy director's some saint? While I was hiding in his wardrobe, I overheard him on the phone with Kensen. Kensen said he had some stuff to give the guy as a gift. What did you say? Yi Lin shot to his feet, staring at Monkeyface in shock and suspicion. The deputy director and Kensen on the phone together. If those two were in cahoots, wasn't he walking right into their trap? But the moment he stood, a wave of dizziness swept over Yi Lin. It was obvious there was something in his breakfast. Some kind of drug. With a crash, Yi Lin stumbled and fell to the floor, his whole body sapped of strength. What's wrong, man? Monkeyface asked. Don't worry about me, worry about yourself. Yi Lin replied with a bitter smile. If these people were going after him, there was no way the guy sitting across from him would get out alive. After all, Monkeyface could see everything clearly from where he sat. Me, what do I have to worry about? A couple more years and I'll be out, Monkeyface said breezily. The monkey-faced man was clearly confused before he could react. A long knife flashed through the air like a streak of light and pinned him to the wall. He never imagined that someone would dare attack him inside the investigation bureau's prison, so he hadn't put up any guard at all. Blood bubbled from his mouth as he struggled, raising a hand as if to speak, but before he could get a word out, his head lolled to the side, and he stopped breathing. Crack! As soon as the monkey-faced man died, someone opened Yi Lin's cell door. A tall, skinny man stepped in, completely covered from head to toe with a hat, a mask, and dark sunglasses, his entire silhouette wrapped in secrecy. He grabbed Yi Lin by the hair and yanked him upright, his voice cold and sharp. Talk, where is it? Yi Lin was baffled. What are you talking about? Desperately, Yi Lin started sacrificing parts of his own stomach and blood to cleanse the poison from his system. Bang! The tall man smashed Yi Lin's head into the bars. Pain thundered through Yi Lin's skull. Stars exploded in his vision, and he nearly passed out right then and there. Drop the act. Kensen died by your hand. That means the key is with you. The tall man's voice was ice cold, each word edged with cruelty. He waved a dagger in front of Yi Lin's eyes, the blade glinting wickedly. Hand over the key you took from Kensen, and I'll let Kensen's death slide. But if you keep playing dumb, I'll gouge both your eyes out starting right now. Yi Lin was torn. He really hadn't taken anything from the underground market. He'd made sure not to leave a trace behind. And if there was a key, well, He'd already torched anything suspicious to ashes, but right now, he couldn't afford to show the slightest hint of fear or surprise. If he did, this tall man wouldn't hold back, then Yi Lin would either have to reveal his secret of immortality, or spend the rest of his life blind. You wanna try? Go ahead. Yi Lin snapped, glaring fiercely at the tall man. I have the key, but it's not on me. If you lay a finger on me, I guarantee you'll never find it. Truth be told, Yi Lin hadn't the slightest clue what key the man was talking about, but he knew one thing, whatever it was his only bargaining chip. Sure enough, the tall man narrowed his eyes, caught off guard. He'd come with a mentality of kill the right guy, kill the wrong guy, just don't leave any loose ends. But now he felt he'd gambled correctly. So the key really is with you. Tell me, what'll it take for you to hand it over? First, get me out of the investigation bureau. Yi Lin shot back. Originally, he'd planned to lay low here until the college entrance trials began. But now, it was clear the investigation bureau was more like a dragon's den than a safe haven. He never imagined that even the bureau's deputy director had ties to Kensen. You're sure about that? The tall man's eyes were frosty. If I leave the bureau now, I'll become a wanted fugitive, Yi Lin said, lips pressed tight. I won't even be able to participate in the entrance trials. It really did feel like a dead end, no way out, no chance of turning things around. In fact, Yi Lin couldn't shake the sense that, compared to Kensen, this tall, thin man was far more terrifying. Whether he chose to fight or flee, it was clear he didn't stand a chance either way. In his desperation, Yi Lin thought of one person he might be able to contact. Perhaps that person could help him. It was a last resort, but he had no other options. Fine, I'll give you 1 minute, the tall, thin man said coolly. Of course, he didn't believe for a second that Yi Lin, a mere high school student, had killed Kensen all by himself. No, there had to be some powerful and mysterious force backing Yi Lin from the shadows. In the tall man's eyes, Yi Lin was undoubtedly going to reach out to this hidden force now. Good, he thought if Yi Lin made contact, he might just be able to follow the trail and finally get a glimpse of what lay behind that veil of secrecy. A gleam flashed in the tall man's eyes as Yi Lin dialed a number. On the other end of the line, seeing Yi Lin's call come through, Zhuge Qianqing smiled, adjusted his glasses, and let out a soft chuckle. I was wondering when you'd finally call. Zhuge Qianqing picked up the phone. Moments later, inside the holding cell of the Qingqing Investigations Bureau, a man in a windbreaker appeared. He had a scholarly air about him and carried himself with quiet confidence. The moment the tall, thin man caught sight of him, he froze in shock. Why, you're Mr. Zhuge. The tall man's heart trembled violently, eyes wide with disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined Yi Lin would bring in someone like Zhuge Qianqing. Could it be that the mysterious force backing Yi Lin was connected to Zhuge Qianqing as well? Are you leaving on your own, or do I have to make you? Zhuge Qianqing asked, calmly pushing up his glasses. His tone was gentle, but carried an undeniable edge of authority. Mr. Zhuge, you. The tall man's breathing quickened as he stared intently at Zhuge Qianqing, then finally grit his teeth and spoke. Everyone always said Mr. Zhuge cared nothing for power and so had withdrawn in seclusion to Qingqing. But looking at him now, it seemed there was far more ambition to the man than anyone suspected. If Zhuge Qianqing was involved, then it made perfect sense that the entire underground black market and Kensen along with it had been swept away overnight. Ambition is too strong a word. I'm just making a living, Zhuge Qianqing replied, suddenly pulling an antique-looking key from inside his coat. The key gave off a strange, faint aura. Here, this is what you came for. The tall man was stunned to see the very key he'd been looking for appear in Zhuge Qianqing's hand. That proved it. Yi Lin's mysterious backer was indeed Zhuge Qianqing. After all, that key was supposed to be in Kensen's possession. Still, the tall man was even more confused now. If Zhuge didn't care about the key, then why would he go to the trouble of killing Kensen in the first place? Noticing the man's confusion, Zhuge Qianqing smiled and adjusted his glasses again. Kensen died because he crossed someone he shouldn't have crossed. It's that simple. You wanted the key. I wanted his life. Both our needs are met. Seems fair to me. The tall man's mind reeled as he looked from Yi Lin to Zhuge Qianqing and back again. I understand. Mr. Zhuge, Kensen brought this on himself. I'll report it up the chain and close the case. Now that he had the key in hand, there was no need to risk offending Zhuge Qianqing, that living Buddha. Never mind Kensen's notorious reputation as king of the underworld. Even with all his power, to the true movers and shakers, Kensen was nothing more than a useful pawn. With a flicker, the tall, skinny man vanished from the cell. Only when he saw the man leave did Yi Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. He bowed respectfully to Zhuge Qianqing. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge. If he'd had any other choice, Yi Lin really wouldn't have wanted to ask this man for help. He always felt like Zhuge Qianqing could see right through him, as if nothing about him could ever be hidden. Zhuge Qianqing simply smiled, said nothing more, and turned casually toward the corpse of the monkey-faced man lying nearby. He nudged him with his foot. Quit pretending to be dead. With a whoosh, the monkey-faced man jumped up and grinned sheepishly. Mr. Zhuge, your insight is uncanny. Even my act couldn't fool you. Yi Lin was more than a little shocked. He'd seen with his own eyes the man get stabbed right through the heart. How could he possibly be alive? This monkey man clearly knew Zhuge Qianqing, and the key. The tall, Skinny Man wanted something that should have been in Kenson's hands had inexplicably ended up with Zhuge Qianqing. It was becoming clear to Yilin that he'd been pulled into something far bigger and more dangerous than he could have imagined. You've been locked up here for 2 years. Have you done your reflecting? Zhuge Qianqing asked. All done, Mr. Zhuge. Guaqin. Swear, what I hate most in this world is women. I can't stand them, just the sight of them annoys me. I swear, the monkey-faced man declared, holding up 3 fingers. Then come with me, Zhuge Qianqing said with a nod. Right away. Guaqin obediently fell in line behind Zhuge Qianqing, raising his hand. Zhuge Qianqing traced a gentle arc in the air, and a crack appeared in the fabric of space itself, leading Yilin and Guaqin. He stepped straight into the rift. On the other side was a courtyard, old trees towering overhead, bamboo swaying gracefully, the ancient charm rich in the air. Guaqin, wait outside. Don't let anyone get close. Yes, Mr. Zhuge. Guaqin snapped to attention and was gone in the blink of an eye, vanishing as if he'd never been there. Now, only Zhuge Qianqing and Yilin remained in the courtyard. It's been a while. Yilin, have a seat. Zhuge Qianqing sat casually at the stone table, showing not a trace of arrogance. Thank you, Mr. Zhuge, Yilin said respectfully. If not for your help back there, I might truly have been in mortal danger. In mortal danger. Zhuge Qianqing adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, a meaningful glint in his eye. Indeed, after all, if word got out about your secret, the fact that you're immortal, not just the most powerful figures in Daxia, but even those overseas, would stop at nothing to come after you. His words landed on Yilin's heart like a sledgehammer. Immortality. Zhuge Qianqing knew his greatest secret. This secret was Yilin's final trump card, his absolute last line of defense. He'd never told a soul, knowing all too well the danger of having a treasure is a crime in itself. Whether it was Su Xiao or Kenson, Yilin had given everything to make sure they were killed. Wasn't it because they might expose his secret of immortality? Now that Zhuge Qianqing knew as well, what was he supposed to do? Kill him too? At this distance, if Yilin caught him off guard and summoned his most powerful chaotic god Thunder, he might seriously injure, maybe even kill him. But then what? What would happen after that? Oh, there's murder in your eyes, directed at me. Seems I was right. You really are immortal. If you flip Ling Yi around, it's Yilin, isn't it? Just as Yilin was weighing whether to make a move, Zhuge Qianqing spoke again. He couldn't help but sigh. So it's true when you eliminate every other possibility. Whatever remains, however unbelievable, must be the truth. You really are immortal, yet you're still so weak. That means, the legend must be true too. Zhuge Qianqing muttered to himself, an odd expression on his face. Yilin could clearly see wounds all over him, but his instincts said that if he attacked Zhuge Qianqing now, he wouldn't stand a chance. Yilin was gnawed by regret if he'd realized Zhuge Qianqing was just trying to trick a reaction out of him. He shouldn't have responded so blatantly. Just as Yilin was trapped in regret, Zhuge Qianqing suddenly lowered his gaze and asked, Yilin, would you be willing to become my disciple? Ha, what? Yilin was completely taken aback. Now, he truly had no idea what Zhuge Qianqing was up to. Zhuge Qianqing had learned his secret of immortality. Not only did he not want to dissect him for study, he actually wanted to take him as a student. So what would I be expected to do? Yilin countered. Zhuge Qianqing offered a faint smile. Once you've grown strong, you'll understand the burden you're meant to bear. As for what I ask, there's only one thing. A flicker of sorrow crossed Zhuge Qianqing's eyes. After I'm gone, take care of Nini. Don't let anyone bully her. Zhuge and I. That she-dragon of a woman, someone can bully her. Yilin muttered silently to himself. All right, let's get back to the point. Are you willing to be my disciple or not? Zhuge Qianqing asked with a smile. I'm willing. Even though Yilin had no clue what Zhuge Qianqing was scheming, becoming the disciple of such a powerful figure could only help him. His most precious secret was already exposed. There was nothing left to lose. Zhuge Qianqing had never harmed him. In fact, he'd stood up for him during the rookie trial, and just now had helped scare off the tall, skinny man. Yilin bowed deeply, respectfully honoring Zhuge Qianqing with the disciple's salute. As he finished, Zhuge Qianqing's face finally broke into a sincere smile. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Since you've chosen to be my disciple, I owe you a gift. Here, take this key. Zhuge Qianqing blinked playfully, a smile on his face, then pulled out another key identical to the one from before and handed it to Yilin. Ha! Yilin froze. He'd just seen Zhuge Qianqing hand the key to the tall, thin man. Did that mean there were actually 2 keys? Apparently noticing Yilin's confusion, Zhuge Qianqing chuckled and explained. The one I just gave him was fake, crafted with painstaking care by an old friend of mine, a master forger. This one here, though, is the real Apocalypse Relic key. Apocalypse Relic key. Yilin couldn't help but examine the key in his hand. It was made entirely of bronze, mottled with patches of rust, yet it radiated an ancient and mysterious aura. Have you ever heard of the Origin Relics? Zhuge Qianqing asked, pouring a cup of hot tea as he spoke. Yilin's heart skipped a beat. Of course he had. In the beginning, this world hadn't known anything about dungeons, monsters, or awakened, the chosen ones who underwent transformations. Everything changed the day the Gate of Apocalypse appeared. When that happened, 7 legendary origin relics fell from behind the gate and scattered across the world. each one possessing a unique and extraordinary power. The first 7 people to obtain these relics became almost mythical beings walking taboos feared by all. After that, when the Gate of Apocalypse truly opened, the world as everyone knew it was forever changed. Humanity began to awaken into new roles. Bizarre and terrifying monsters started appearing, and different kinds of dungeons cropped up one after another. Great wars erupted, humans against monsters, and sometimes humans against each other. The battles were so fierce that some origin relics were shattered to pieces. Now, the very existence of these relics was considered little more than legend. There was a rumor that the Emperor of Daxia possessed one of the relics, but no one knew if that was true or not. It was safe to say that the origin relics were the most powerful artifacts in existence. Even if every legendary mastersmith in the world combined their skills, none of them could forge something to match an origin relic. Yi Lin swallowed hard. Master, this apocalypse relic key, could it help someone find an origin relic? Zhuge Qianxing handed Yi Lin a cup of tea and shook his head with a smile. Of course not. But the apocalypse relic key can open the Gate of Apocalypse, and who knows what might be inside. Maybe something even greater than the origin relics. Yi Lin's breath caught in his throat. Only now did he grasp just how precious the key Zhuge Qianxing had given him really was. If all 7 origin relics fell out from behind the Gate of Apocalypse, wasn't it possible that there was an 8th waiting inside? But almost immediately, Yi Lin sensed something odd. Master, if the apocalypse relic key is really this incredible, why aren't you using it yourself? Zhuge Qianxing spread his hands in a gesture of helpless honesty. Because I have no idea where the Gate of Apocalypse will appear next. Sometimes it shows up in the wilds, sometimes in forbidden wastelands, sometimes hidden inside a dungeon, and sometimes right in the heart of a human city. Even with Zhuge Qianxing's extraordinary talent for divination, he couldn't foresee where the Gate of Revelation would appear. But don't worry, he said with a smile. That deputy director from the investigation bureau has already gotten his hands on the fake ancient key. He'll be mobilizing official resources soon to search for the Gate of Revelation. All we need to do is wait by the tree for the rabbit, let them do the work, and we'll reap the rewards. Only then did Yi Lin realize the deeper meaning behind Zhuge Qianxing handing the key to the tall, thin man. Opposing Zhuge Qianxing was truly perilous. You might not even know how you died. But, teacher, even if I have the ancient key, it's not of much use to me, is it? Even if the Gate of Revelation does appear, there's no way I could compete with those people for it. Yi Lin knew his own limits. He'd only managed to kill Kenshin by catching him off guard and with a stroke of luck. If the gate did show up, those who came after it would be far more formidable than Kenshin. Zhuge Qianxing sipped his hot tea and said, that's not something you need to worry about. Right now, your top priority is to perform well in the college entrance trial and get accepted by the Supreme Academy. The Supreme Academy? Yi Lin was puzzled. Isn't the strongest academy for job changers in the Great Xia Kingdom the Xia Academy? I've never even heard of the Supreme Academy. If those who get into Xia Academy are first-class geniuses, then those who get into the Supreme Academy are monsters among geniuses, the best of the best. Zhuge Qianxing adjusted his glasses. Let me put it this way. The Supreme Academy only recruits 100 students each year. Out of the entire entrance trial, it only takes in the top 100 candidates. Yi Lin drew in a sharp breath. There was no doubt about it. If he could get into the Supreme Academy, he'd gain access to the best resources in the whole kingdom. I understand, teacher. I'll do everything I can to get into the Supreme Academy, he said seriously. Previously, he'd thought about just coasting through the entrance trial, but clearly that wouldn't cut it anymore. With so many candidates across the entire country, making it into the top 100 would be no easy feat. Do your best, keep that key safe, find yourself a room, and rest. I've already spoken to Mr. G for you, Zhuge Qianxing said, pointing to a small loft in the courtyard. Yes, teacher. Yi Lin nodded, then picked up Zhuge Qianxing's tea knife and cut a small slit in his own abdomen. He carefully tucked the ancient key inside before letting his wound heal over. Zhuge Qianxing, Miss Zhuge, are you sure it's this way? I'm sure. I'm very sensitive to the aura of karmic fire. I can't be wrong about this. Zhuge and I nodded confidently. After Huang Lishan led her to the ruins of the underground black market, Zhuge and I indeed managed to pick up a familiar trace from the lingering karmic fire. But when Huang Lishan saw the direction Zhuge and I was heading, his eyes narrowed slightly because the trail pointed straight to the investigation bureau. A surge of excitement welled up in Huang Lishan's heart. It looked like he was about to get some real evidence to incriminate Yi Lin. This proved that all his earlier suspicions were right, even if Kenshin wasn't killed by Yi Lin. Yi Lin was definitely involved in the underground black market. All along the way, Zhuge and I tracked them with mounting excitement lighting up her face. She was finally about to see Ling Yi, the man who'd occupied her thoughts day and night. But when she and Huang Lishan reached the holding cells of the investigation bureau, they found not a soul inside. Staring at the empty cell, Zhuge and I felt a mix of disappointment and relief. She was disappointed not to see Ling Yi, but at the same time, she was glad he'd managed to escape, that the investigation bureau hadn't caught him. As far as she was concerned, someone like Kenshin, who ran an underground black market, was absolute scum. Ling Yi had killed him. That was simply this proved that all his previous suspicions were correct. Whether or not Yellen had killed Kenshin himself, Yellen was definitely involved in the underground black market. As Zhuge and I followed the trail, Her face was alive with excitement. She was about to finally see Ling Yi, the person she'd been thinking about day and night. But when the two of them tracked their lead all the way to the investigation bureau's detention center, they found it completely empty. Staring at the deserted cell, Zhu Zhenai felt a mix of disappointment and relief. Disappointed she hadn't seen Ling Yi, but relieved he'd escaped and hadn't been captured by the bureau. In her eyes, a guy like Kenson, who ran an underground market, was a true villain. So Ling Yi killing him was simply ridding the world of evil. But where is he? Where did he go? Huang Lishan's eyes were wide with disbelief. His face twisted in shock. Just then, his apprentice, Su Xiu, rushed over. Master, the prisoner's been released, Su Xiu said timidly. Released? Huang Lishan stormed forward, grabbing Su Xiu by the collar, spitting with every word. Who told you to let him go? Without my orders. How dare you release anyone? I don't know. Master, Su Xiu stammered miserably. The vice director signed it personally. Not only was the prisoner released, but the whole Kenson case has been closed. There's no need to keep investigating. Closed. No further investigation. Huang Lishan sagged to the floor as if all the bones had been pulled from his body. It felt like all his hard work these past 2 days was nothing but a bad joke, a complete and utter farce. Damn it. He punched the wall with all his might, blood instantly staining the white surface a bright red. In the eyes of the big shots, were they all nothing but pawns, moving at someone else's whim? Officer, can you tell me where the person who was released went? Zhu Zhenai pressed Su Xiu. I'm sorry, I honestly don't know, Su Xiu replied, shaking his head. He'd only just realized Yellen was missing and had rushed to report it, but the only answer he got back was an official document signed by the vice director. The paper declared the Kenson case closed as an accidental fire, and Yellen was cleared and released. I see. Zhu Zhenai's mood dimmed. Miss Zudge, thank you for all your help. Huang Lishan gave a weary, bitter smile. But I think this is as far as things go. Don't worry, though, I promised Mr. Zudge, and I'll keep my word. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally escort you to the exam hall, and after you graduate college, you will officially become a member of the bureau. All right, thank you, Zhu Zhenai nodded. I'll be off. Then, as she walked out of the investigation bureau, Zhu Zhenai felt lost, an odd emptiness settling in her chest. Ling Yi, you really are something of a mystery. The more she failed to find him, the more intrigued she became. The ones you can't have always linger most in your mind. And the more elusive Ling Yi seemed, the more deeply he captured her curiosity. The name Ling Yi was like a little kitten scratching at the bottom of her heart, making her itch with curiosity. But when Zhu Zhenai returned home, she was completely stunned, because in her own house, she saw the person she despised most, Yi Lin. What are you doing here? Zhu Zhenai's eyebrows immediately knitted together. Yi Lin was in the courtyard, helping Zhu Qianqing sweep up the fallen leaves. Faced with Zhu Zhenai's sharp question, he just shrugged. Would you believe me if I said Mr. Zudge took me in as his apprentice? Don't give me that bullshit. Zhu Zhenai exploded with anger at his words. My dad would never take in a coward like you. Not only are you scared to death of everything, you're also a compulsive liar. Well, you can believe whatever you want. Yi Lin spread his hands, clearly too lazy to argue with her. Life never goes smoothly for anyone. He'd already become Zhu Qingxing's disciple and even obtained the legendary ancient key of revelation. Getting cursed out a few times by Zhu Zhenai was nothing. It's not like he'd lose any skin from it. Yi Lin had grown used to this. After all those years in the slums, he'd endured far worse beatings and insults that made Zhu Zhenai's words sound almost endearing by comparison. Frankly, the way she yelled at him sounded almost flirtatious. You get out. Right now. Out of this house. Zhu Zhenai pointed at the door and shrilled. I'm afraid you don't get the final say on that. Yi Lin replied calmly. If Mr. Zudge asks me to leave, I'll go. No questions asked. The Mr. Zudge you keep talking about is my dad. You think my dad would take the side of an outsider over me? Zhu Zhenai found herself getting even angrier at Yi Lin's defiance. Dad, what is it? My little princess. Zhu Qianqing came out looking resigned, as if he already knew what was coming. Why are you throwing a fit the moment you walk through the door? Dad, get him out of here. This guy is a coward and a liar. Why are you letting him stay in our house? Zhu Zhenai demanded anxiously. Zhu Qianqing hesitated, then said, Yi Lin didn't lie to you. He really is my apprentice now. He hadn't even finished when Zhu Zhenai all but exploded. What did you say? Dad, have you lost your mind? You made him your disciple. Are you crazy? She pointed at Yi Lin, her whole body bristling with emotion. Fine, even if we ignore his character and just look at his talent, he's a cursebreaker. Cursebreakers never live past 25. He's probably going to die before you do. Dad, what's the point? Zhu Qianqing, as clever as he was, didn't know how to explain without revealing Yi Lin's secret of immortality. He certainly couldn't just blurt that out to Zhu Zhenai, could he? Nini, you don't have to put it so harshly. He soothed. Yi Lin isn't as bad as you think, and more importantly, he's actually the very person you've been searching for all this time. Yi Lin and Ling Yi are one and the same. Zhu Qianqing had thought that after hearing the explanation, Zhu Zhenai would change her opinion of Yi Lin. To his surprise, Zhu Zhenai simply let out a cold laugh, casting a frosty glance at Yi Lin. So that's how it is. Turns out you're not just a coward and a liar. but a fraud who deceives the world. You even managed to fool my own father. She could never forget seeing Yi Lin turn and run in fear that night, while Ling Yi had appeared before her like a savior descending from the heavens. How could those two possibly be the same person? People are like that. Once convinced of something, trapped by their own stubborn beliefs, it's hard to break free. Right now, Zudge and I was exactly like that. This house is only big enough for one of us. If he stays, I leave. If I stay, he goes. Zudge and I spat out these words through gritted teeth as she brushed past Yi Lin, storming off. Just you wait. I'll find the real Ling Yi and expose your phony face. Her words left Yi Lin's face twitching with an odd expression. Bang! The courtyard gate slammed behind her with all the force of her anger, and she dashed out of sight. Teacher, should I follow her and keep her safe? Yi Lin asked. No need. Zudge Qianxing replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. In Qingqing, no one would dare lay a finger on my daughter. He sighed softly. Yi Lin, don't take it to heart. Ni's a good kid at heart, he's just a little too headstrong. I understand. Teacher. Yi Lin replied, nodding. Counting the years before and after his transmigration, he was nearly 40, far too old to hold a grudge against a headstrong teenager. It's my own fault. Really, I've spoiled her too much over the years. Let me apologize on her behalf. Here, take this. Zudge Qianxing produced a wooden box and handed it to Yi Lin. Teacher, I couldn't possibly, really. I couldn't. Yi Lin protested, even as he pulled the box greedily toward himself. Zudge Qianxing. Yi Lin opened the box, only to find inside a mask as thin as cicada's wings. At first glance, his scalp tingled. This wasn't just a mask, it looked exactly like a real human face. Lifelike, as if freshly peeled away. Teacher. This is. Yi Lin stammered. This is a little invention by an old forge master friend of mine. It's called the Phantom Visage. Once you put it on, you'll become someone else entirely down to your voice and the very aura you give off. Zudge Qianxing explained, nudging his glasses higher on his nose. With this, if you ever need to go all out, you can wear the Phantom Visage before making your move. It'll make it a lot harder for anyone to trace it back to you. Yi Lin's eyes lit up immediately. While the mask wouldn't make him more powerful, it could be invaluable in the moments that mattered most. Thank you, teacher. Suddenly, Yi Lin felt that getting scolded by Zudge and had been well worth it. If this was the kind of reward he'd get for taking some insults, he almost wished Zudge and would yell at him more often. The next morning, just as the sky was starting to lighten, Yi Lin woke up. Today was the day of the college entrance exam, a true trial by fire. For someone with the potential to change professions, getting into a top university was as vital as Panjinlian needing Ximen Qin, utterly indispensable. Yi Lin put on the clothes Zudge Qianxing had laid out for him and headed into the yard. Fully energized, Zudge Qianxing was already there waiting with breakfast prepared. Hurry up and eat, Zudge Qianxing said with a smile. Once you're done, Guo Qin will take you to school. At that moment, Zudge Qianxing was still in his pajamas, gently stirring a pot of porridge with a spoon. If you didn't know better, you'd never guessed that this unassuming figure was actually the famous Mr. Zudge, renowned throughout Daxia. You're not coming with me, teacher? Yi Lin asked as he took a bowl of porridge. No, I won't go, Zudge Qianxing replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. Ni is definitely still sulking at me. If she sees me, it'll just make her unhappy and throw off her exam mindset. Teacher, that's not how it works. Yi Lin downed half his porridge in one gulp. With women, if she's mad, you have to coax her. Sure, she'll still be upset, but if you don't even try, she'll just get angrier. Zudge Qianxing stared, momentarily taken aback. Then, in your opinion, you should show up but not too early, Yi Lin said, brimming with confidence. The best timing is when she's sure you won't show. Just as she starts to feel disappointed and angry, bam, you appear right then. That's how you win her over completely. For a moment, Zudge Qianxing's eyes lit up as he considered this. That actually makes sense. First, you let her expectations drop, then exceed them for an even bigger impact. Now you're getting it, teacher. Yi Lin nodded approvingly. After a hearty breakfast, Yi Lin got ready to leave for Qingqing High School. All the examins had to gather at their schools first, and then the school leaders would escort them as a group to the city gates. As soon as he stepped out the front door, he found Guo Qin half crouched at the gate, waiting for him. What are you spacing out for? Hop on, Guo Qin called out. Hop on. Get on what? Yi Lin asked, eyes wide. Yeah, mister. Zudge told me to take you to school, Guo Qin replied matter-of-factly. He means escort. Right, we could just drive there, Yi Lin muttered, lips twitching. Forget it, no car is faster than me. Trust me. Without giving Yi Lin a chance to protest, Guo Qin stooped and hoisted him onto his back. The whole thing looked ridiculous. Guo Qin was not only skinny, but also half a head shorter than Yi Lin. Watching him piggyback Yi Lin was like seeing a tiny pony hauling a giant cart. All right, let's go. Time to show you the speed of a flower thief, Guo Qin announced before taking off. He became nothing more than a streak of light, weaving through streets and alleys at a dizzying pace that left Yi Lin amazed. Even if he activated his forbidden spell, Moment Dance, Yi Lin knew he still couldn't keep up. Their speeds weren't even on the same level, and this was with Guo Qin carrying him, no less. Remarkably, As he sprinted like the wind, Guo could still introduce the sights along the way in a cheerful tone. In that house lives a girl who just turned 18, loves wearing JK uniforms and black stockings, figures a bit on the flat side, but her legs make up for it, long and sleek. Whether she rocks black, white, or any kind, she always looks great. There lived here a slightly chubby young woman, unmarried, so she was fairly average. Nothing about her really stood out, and in every way she was still a work in progress, far from reaching the level of true mastery. Wait, this hotel has a parking lot. At first, Yilin didn't quite understand what was going on, but the moment he repeated those words to himself, his expression instantly turned odd. Brother Guo, I don't think your rehabilitation is complete yet. Honestly, you probably ought to spend another 10 years in jail. Exactly, that's what I think, too. Guo nodded earnestly. All right, we're here. As they chatted, Guo had already dropped Yilin off at the entrance of Qingqing High School. To be fair, for all of Guo lack of subtlety, he really was impressively fast. No other ride in all of Qingqing could hope to beat his speed. Still, getting off was awkward. Practically everyone at the school gate turned to stare. Everyone else was either dropped off by car, rolled up on a scooter, or walked on their own feet. Yilin, though he had ridden in on someone's back, truly one of a kind. Fortunately, Yilin was thick-skinned enough not to care. Yilin, Guo waved, grinning, do your best on the college entrance exam, and once it's over, I'll introduce my niece to you. She was a bit clueless when she was younger and spent some time in jail, but by now she should be out. Your niece? Yilin asked, glancing over at Guo face. The guy had to be in his 30s, at least. How old is she now? Relax, she's only 15 years older than you. 33 this year. Women that age know how to take care of people. Plus, she's my own niece, so you know exactly what you're getting. Guo said cheerfully. What did she go to jail for? Yilin couldn't help asking. Guo waved his hand carelessly. Just didn't have enough money. She wanted to buy the latest iPhone 13, so she sold her own 13, got caught and sent away. You know how girls are. A little vain sometimes. She's all rehabilitated now. Yilin, well, in that case, let's just not keep in touch anymore, and definitely don't contact me if anything comes up. Without looking back, Yilin walked into Qingqing High. Not even a lifelong gold miner would ever find a nugget as rare and bizarre as Guo. When the principal of Qingqing High, Gao Zhentian, saw Yilin arrive at last, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A level 16 SSS tier forbidden spellcaster, Yilin was the school's ace for this year's college entrance exam trials. Add to that Zhu Zhenai, a level 12 SSS tier fire mage, and Qingqing High was sure to have a strong showing this year. Boss, the moment Yilin appeared, Ji Lingyu ran up to him, visibly excited. Ever since Yilin had dragged Ji's father back from the brink of death that night, Ji had genuinely accepted Yilin as his leader. Boss, I heard from my dad that you've been accepted as Mr. Zh's disciple. Ji Lingyu asked eagerly. Yeah, Yilin nodded. News of Zhou Qianqing formally taking him as a disciple would be spreading soon anyway, so there was no need to hide it. So that's how it is. No wonder even Kensen was taken out, so it was Mr. Zh's doing. Ji Lingyu nodded deeply in agreement. Yilin gave a faint smile, but didn't bother to explain anything. This time, his teacher was really shouldering a huge burden for him. Don't worry, what I promised you before still stands. Once we leave the city, just stick with me, Yilin said. Got it, boss. I'll do whatever you say. Ji Lingyu replied at once. Ji Lingyu, you're the distinguished young master of the G group. How can you have such poor judgment? You're actually calling him your boss. Zhu Zhenai's voice rang out at just the wrong moment, and she shot a cold glance at both Yilin and Ji Lingyu. Oh, come on, Zhu Zhenai. You can insult me all you want, but do you have to insult your own dad, too? Your dad took my boss as his disciple. Doesn't that make him even more short-sighted? Ji Lingyu shot back. My dad was fooled by this despicable little sneak. Zhu Zhenai scoffed. Yilin's nothing but a fraud pretending to be someone he's not. As soon as Zhu Zhenai said this, the expressions of everyone nearby changed. The way they looked at Yilin grew strange and uncertain. Up until now, they'd been envious that he'd been accepted as a disciple by Zhu Qianqing. After all, Mr. Zhu was a legendary astrologer, famous throughout the whole of Great Xia. But from the sound of it, maybe there was more to this story. Zhu Zhenai, you'd better have proof for what you're saying. Ji Lingyu frowned. I'll find it. When I do, I'll expose your true face in front of everyone. Zhu Zhenai shot Yilin a murderous glare and turned sharply on her heel. She'd never liked Yilin, and her resentment had only grown because of Yilin. Her father hadn't even shown up to send her to the college entrance exam. Instead, Huang Lishan had to take her. That left her even more annoyed at Yilin. Once she found Ling Yi and confronted Yilin face to face, the truth would finally come out. Damn, what was I thinking liking her all this time? Even treating her like some unattainable goddess. I must have been blind. Thank God you hit me with those 3 thunderbolts and snapped me out of it. Boss, Ji Lingyu cursed bitterly. Goddess, please, you just thought she was hot. Then, because you couldn't get her, you put her up on a pedestal with all this mystical pure white moonlight nonsense. She became the light, and you became its loyal worshipper. Yilin shrugged. You mean like how Zhu Yuanzhang could never accept that his famous jade soup was really just a bowl of wilted cabbage leaves? Ji Lingyu asked, only half understanding. At least that jade soup actually once saved old Zhu's life. You, on the other hand, never even tasted the soup, you're just playing the clown. Yi Lin said, spreading his hands. Boss, has anyone ever told you that your words are really hurtful? Ji Lingyu clutched his chest, pretending to choke up. I'm only a little hurtful. I'm pretty easygoing overall. Come on, the car's here. Yi Lin nodded toward the school gate. Lined up neatly in front of Qinchenj High School were over a dozen buses, all waiting to take them out to the city gates. Principal Gao Jintian was already standing at the school gates, his expression grave and commanding. Students, first of all, congratulations to all of you for becoming powerful awakened professionals. Today is the day of the college entrance trial. Whether you can get into a good university will determine your future path. The rules for the trial are the same as in previous years. The entrance is set outside the city gates. You'll have to pass through about 10 kilometers of wilderness before you reach the trial grounds. Remember, if you encounter danger you can't handle, do not hesitate to forfeit immediately. The exam is important, but no test determines the rest of your life. The most important thing is your life. As long as the green hills last, no need to worry about firewood to burn. He clapped his hands briskly. All right, board the buses. Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu climbed onto the same bus. All of Qingchen was making way for the college entrance trial. Its streets lay empty of all vehicles, silent but for the low hum of anticipation on both sides of the road. However, crowds of people gathered, the air buzzing with excitement. Many parents stood waiting for a glimpse of their children, cheering and waving. Some mothers, especially those proud of their figures, wore form-fitting, high-slit cheongsams, an auspicious sign, as the qipao was a homonym for victory at first try. Yi Lin couldn't quite understand this custom. He found himself staring, not out of interest, but as if the longer he watched, the more he might unravel the meaning behind it. The bus soon rumbled to a halt at the city gates. Before them rose an enormous gate, soaring dozens of meters into the sky, wide enough for several buses to pass side by side. It stood tall and imposing, etched with intricate runes and patterns, every line and groove imbued with a profound mystery. Bathed in the sunlight, its silhouette was both awe-inspiring and intangible, sending a shudder of wonder through the students. For many, it was their first time seeing Qinchen's city gate up close, and they were stunned by its sheer scale. This gate separated the safety of Qingchen from the untamed wilds beyond. Out there, deadly monsters prowled, cut off from the city's peace. Soon, buses from other high schools arrived, and within 10 minutes, every senior student in Qingchen had gathered at the city gates. The college entrance trial was a national event of utmost importance. No one with any sense would dare show up late on such a day. After all, they had trained for years just for this very moment. A hardened determination could be seen in the eyes of the students as they waited quietly, breath held, for the gates to swing open. Zhu Zhenai glanced around as if searching for someone, but when her eyes found no familiar face, a faint disappointment flickered in her gaze. Nini, are you looking for Dad? Without a sound, Zhu Qianxing appeared at her side. Zhu Zhenai's face lit up in surprise, but she quickly masked it with a frown. Who said I was looking for you? Come or not, whatever. Upon seeing this, Zhu Qianxing immediately understood. Zhu Zhenai had gotten over her anger. She just didn't want to admit it. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What Yi Lin taught him really worked. It was true. You never stop learning. That kid obviously understood women better than he did. As a teacher, he'd have to make time to learn more from Yi Lin when he could. My precious daughter is taking the college entrance exam. How could I, as your father, not be here? Zhu Qianxing said fondly. You have to give it your all. Okay. He reached out to ruffle Zhu Zhenai's hair affectionately, but she dodged away at once. Humph, don't touch me. Go pat your star apprentice instead. She snapped, still angry. Ha, you've really misunderstood Yi Lin. Zhu Qianxing forced a wry smile. I have not. If you trust him so much, let's make a bet. Zhu Zhenai lifted her slender, fair neck like a proud swan. If my score beats his on the college entrance exam, you have to cut all ties with him and send him away. How about that? All right, Dad will take that bet. Zhu Qianxing laughed. But what if you lose? If I lose, I'll stop meddling in your business with him. Not only will I let you take him as a disciple, even if you want me to marry him, I won't object. Zhu Zhenai replied seriously. You child, is that any way to talk to your father? Zhu Qianxing smiled bitterly. Marry Yi Lin, that was out of the question. Not to mention, Great Xia's laws wouldn't allow it anyway. It's settled then. Just wait, there's no way he can beat me. With that, Zhu Zhenai strode off, head held high. Watching her retreating back, Zhu Qianxing opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't bring himself to dampen her spirits. He just stood there muttering to himself. Ni, do you have any idea what kind of monster you're up against? As the morning sun spilled thousands of rays of golden light, the horizon gradually tinged with soft orange-red, like a painter's palette, rich and subtle in color. The sun's glow illuminated the entire world and lit up the hopes and dreams in people's hearts. In this beautiful moment, everything felt full of boundless possibility and life. On top of the city wall, several principals from Qingqing stood side by side, gazing at a new wave of examens exuding the energy of the rising sun. The college entrance exam trial was finally about to begin. If the initial exam was just a warm-up, this one was truly a battle for survival. 10,000 troops struggling to cross a single log bridge. Take a guess the number of Qingqing students admitted to Great Xia Academy this year. One principal asked. There were 5 last year. I'd say we'll have at least 7 this time. For one thing, those 2 SSS ranked students from Gao School are shoo-ins for admission, barring anything unexpected. You flatter me. Gao Jinayo, the principal of Qingqing High, tried to sound modest, but couldn't hide the joy on his face. Don't forget Wang Zhenlin from Experimental High. With his SSS ranked Radiant Blade class, he's sure to claim a spot. And old Su, your student Luo Jun from UKI High has the SSS ranked Shadow Dragon Spear class. He should easily secure a place at Great Xia as well. That's already 4 contenders. If we get 2 or 3 more dark horses, I'd say it's no problem to fill all 7 spots. One of the principals voiced his prediction, and Principal Su gave a faint smile. Luo Jun's goal isn't just Daxia Academy, he said calmly. He's aiming to be Qingqing's top scorer. The other principals weren't the least bit surprised by this. After all, in recent years, almost every top scorer in Qingqing had come from UKI High School. Still, all eyes unconsciously drifted to Gao Jinayo. This year, Qingqing High wasn't just proud to have the record-breaking Zhenai. It also had Jilin, a monster who'd reached an astonishing level 16. Principal Su shot Gao Jinayo a sidelong glance and said coolly, a combatant's power isn't only about their level. Equipment and real combat experience matter just as much. If a high level guaranteed victory, then what's the point of the JAKO's combat trials? Might as well just hand out rankings based on level alone. Humph. Principal Su, have you ever heard the phrase pure brute force crushes all tricks? If your level's high enough, nothing else matters. Gao Jinayo scoffed in return. Neither principal was willing to concede. A subtle contest of wills playing out between them. Just then creak. The massive city gates, as imposing as 2 towering walls, slowly swung open to both sides. This signaled the official start of the JAKO trial. All the examens needed to do was traverse a 10-kilometer stretch of untamed wilderness to reach the true site of the trial, the first challenge in the JAKO. The moment the gates opened, many students could no longer restrain themselves and bolted forward. Among them, Yi Lin and Ji Lingyu, determined to beat Yi Lin. Zhenai had also decided to stay outside and level up in the wild, so she was at the head of the first group as they surged into the open. Meanwhile, more cautious candidates hung back, quietly watching, not in any rush at all. After all, dashing out first didn't necessarily mean you'd get to the entrance faster, but it did mean you'd run into dangerous monsters sooner. If you didn't have absolute confidence in your abilities, you'd rarely dare to join that first wave. The second batch would face much less resistance. The moment they stepped outside the city walls, they were greeted by a rancid, foul stench that hit them like a slap in the face. It was the smell that monsters gave off, an acrid, bloody odor mixed with the reek of something rotten. Some students gagged and doubled over, vomiting on the spot. For most, this was the first time they'd ever set foot outside the city. They never imagined that the world beyond the walls would be so completely different from the world within. They had spent so long living in the city, they'd almost forgotten that this world was still surrounded and threatened by countless monsters. Barely had they set foot outside when a deafening beast's roar shook the sky, shattering whatever sense of order and tension had lingered in the air. It was an enormous lizard, over 3 meters tall, its entire body armored with tough, gray scales. A savage, bloodthirsty gleam shone in its eyes, its long tongue flicked in and out, constantly tasting the air like some demon that had clawed its way out of the deepest level of hell. The mere sight of it sent chills down everyone's spines. It's a bloodthirsty demon lizard, someone cried. A level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. Instant chaos ensued. Panic-stricken, the students scattered in all directions, desperate to avoid crossing paths with the monster. The bloodthirsty demon lizard moved with shocking speed, leaping several meters in a single bound. In the blink of an eye, it was upon a few fleeing examens. Its razor-sharp claws slashed through the air like steel blades. One swipe, and blood sprayed everywhere. Ah! Harrowing screams echoed across the open land. The sudden, gruesome scene stunned the other examens into stillness. Some even forgot to run. No one expected to be confronted with such horrifying violence right after leaving the city. Up on the city walls, however, the principals remained calm and composed. Only those who had been tempered by blood and battle could truly grow. They believed. Otherwise, the examens would always remain delicate flowers, sheltered in a greenhouse, unless a monster of level 20 or above appeared. The principals had no intention of interfering with the examination. Watching the examens scatter in panic or freeze in terror, one principal couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. This crop isn't much. Ha! Spooked by an 11th level bloodthirsty demon lizard like this, with so many of them, they could kill it just by each throwing a single skill at it. Just then, a dark figure broke away from the chaotic crowd and charged straight toward the bloodthirsty demon lizard. It was Yi Lin, with an expressionless face and the starfall blade in hand. He rushed forward. Swish, 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 swish. He unleashed the longevity blade technique, sending out 4 dazzling arcs of starlight in quick succession. In an instant, the very creature that had terrified so many was left writhing helplessly, its limbs severed, reduced to nothing but a squirming lump of meat. What a terrifying blade! That's gotta be at least rare-grade equipment. One principal on the city wall murmured in awe. So that's Yilin, the forbidden mage. Level 16. Paired with rare-grade gear, no wonder he can take down an 11th level bloodthirsty demon lizard so easily. But why isn't he finishing it off? As everyone wondered, Yilin waved to someone behind him. Ji Lingyu, come finish this. On it, boss. Ji Lingyu called out excitedly, sword in hand, and dashed over. The demon lizard was already completely defenseless. With one swift strike, Ji Lingyu ended its life. Team kill. Level 11 bloodthirsty demon lizard. Reward: 40 experience points. A monster at level 11 should grant 110 experience points, but since the kill was done as a team, the XP was split. Yilin got 40 points. The remaining 70 must have gone to Ji Lingyu. Everyone stared, stunned by the absurdity of what they'd just witnessed. Only now did they realize why Yilin had merely cut off the beast's limbs instead of killing it outright. The monstrous lizard that sent the whole group fleeing in terror. In Yilin's hands, it had been reduced to nothing more than target practice for Ji Lingyu. At that moment, a powerful urge swept over the crowd to rush to Yilin, latch onto him, and ask if he was looking for more followers. After all, if you pledge loyalty, you get someone to help you level up. Who wouldn't want in on a sweet deal like that? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Yilin and Ji Lingyu didn't rush into the college entrance trial. Instead, the two headed off to the right, sweeping through everything in their path. Yilin, just you wait. I won't lose to you this time. Zhugenai shot an icy glare at Yilin's back before dashing off to the left. In her mind, the only reason she'd been completely outclassed by Yilin in the rookie dungeon was because she hadn't taken it seriously. This time, she wouldn't give him any chances. She, too, chose to head out into the wild, hunting monsters to level up. With these two powerhouses clearing out the monsters to the left and right, no one was happier than the other candidates who'd surged out with them. The pressure on them suddenly lifted, and they couldn't help but look at Yilin and Zhugenai with admiration and gratitude. There really are some good people in this world. Wasting no more time, they raced straight for the main entrance to the college entrance trial. Party kill. Level 12 Chimera reward. 50 experience points. Party kill. Level 11 Seahorse Warrior reward. 40 experience points. Party kill. Level 13 Skeleton Archer reward. 60 experience points. Every monster they came across, Yilin would simply slash it a few times, leaving it on the verge of death before moving on. Ji Lingyu, following behind, quickly adapted and fell into a perfect rhythm with him. Whenever Yilin left a monster wounded, Ji Lingyu would immediately finish it off. Under Yilin's lead, Ji Lingyu leveled up at a breakneck pace, reaching level 8 in almost no time. Boss, I've got nothing to say from now on. You're my one and only boss. Ji Lingyu's excitement was obvious. At this rate, he'd be at least level 12, maybe even 13. Before sunset, the entrance to the college trial would stay open all day. As long as they made it back by sunset, they'd be fine. Don't get too excited just yet. There aren't that many monsters near the city walls. We'll probably have to go deeper. Yilin cautioned as he glanced around. The monsters were definitely thinning out. But boss, if we go deeper, won't we run into level 20, maybe even level 30 monsters? Ji Lingyu's face changed. No big deal. I can handle level 20. If it's level 30, we run. Yilin replied, hefting his blade and heading deeper into the wilds. It wasn't just about leveling up Ji Lingyu. Yilin needed to keep growing stronger too. His goal was nothing less than Supreme Academy. With his blade in hand, Yilin slowly faded from the view of a few anxious principals watching nearby. Yilin's out of control. How can he take Ji Lingyu out that far? Principal Gao Janaya frowned. With Yilin's strength, getting into Daxia Academy is already a sure thing. Just what is he after? Don't worry, Principal Gao. There are already proctors stationed all around the area. Nothing unexpected will happen. Another principal reassured him. I hope you're right, Gao Janaya muttered. But his right eyelid wouldn't stop twitching. For some reason, he just couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go very, very wrong. Along the way, Yilin kept killing monsters as he walked, barely needing to use any other forbidden spells. Just his lifespan blade technique alone was more than enough to slaughter anything below level 20. At worst, it just took a couple of extra swings. Ji Lingyu trailed behind him, reaping the benefits so much so that even though Yilin hadn't leveled up yet, this kid had already leveled up twice and reached level 9. They were just about to push further ahead when, out of nowhere, a man wearing an invigilator's badge stepped out and blocked their path. Don't leave the exam area. It's dangerous out there, the invigilator warned. We can't go any farther. Yilin frowned. Fine. Yilin was just about to turn and head off in another direction when he suddenly paused mid-step. Looking at the invigilator, he said in all seriousness, "Look behind you." The invigilator snorted, not even turning his head. Trying to trick me so you two can sneak out of the exam grounds. Ha, let me guess, your accomplices are waiting right outside, ready to help you power level. Right, give up on that ridiculous idea. I've been invigilating for 20 years. No examinee has ever tricked me. No, seriously, turn around, Yilin insisted, now sounding genuinely anxious. As if, I'm not falling for it. Move along, or I'll mark you down for violating the rules and disqualify you from the EXA. Before he could finish, a deep, Guttural roar erupted from directly behind him. The invigilator's face went pale. Just as he started to turn, a massive monster appeared out of nowhere, looming right behind his back. With a swipe of its giant claw, the invigilator didn't even have a chance to react before he was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing to the ground a dozen meters away. Uncertain whether he lived or died, the monster towered over 4 meters tall, covered head to toe in tough armored plates, gripping an enormous spiked mace. Each step it took made the ground tremble. Above its head floated a bright label, level 33, Goblin Champion. Ji Lingyu's face went sheet white. That stubborn mule. Yi Lin's expression turned dark as well. He'd told the invigilator to turn around multiple times, but the guy just wouldn't listen. A level 33 monster. Unless Yi Lin revealed the fact that he was essentially immortal and fought with everything he had, there was absolutely no way he could take on a goblin champion. Ji Lingyu, run. I'll distract it. Yi Lin barked. Boss, no way. If we run together. Ji Lingyu shot back, panicked. Cut the crap, you're nowhere near as fast as I am. With that, Yi Lin planted a kick squarely on Ji Lingyu's backside, sending the kid flying. Then Yi Lin swung his blade at the goblin champion, his sword flaring with starlight. As expected, the monster was enraged and charged at him with a thunderous roar. Quickly, Yi Lin activated his phantom step, but to avoid drawing suspicion, he only sacrificed his appendix and a section of his large intestine, trading them for a threefold boost to his agility. The price: he couldn't fully shake off the goblin champion. The gap between them was closing step by step. Thunder wrath. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly erupted, the power of thunder instantly gathering into a thick bolt, carrying an aura of utter destruction. It crashed down hard on the goblin hero. The proctor struggled to his feet, his face deathly pale, but a determined light shone in his eyes. Hurry, get out of here. Leave this to me. I won't let a single candidate get hurt on my watch. The words had barely left his mouth when his eyes rolled back and he passed out cold, collapsing to the ground. Yi Lin, you're actually a pretty good guy. The proctor had already been gravely injured by the goblin hero's sneak attack. Just the fact that he could stand up and unleash a spell showed how strong-willed he was, but at least he'd already sent out the distress signal. And soon, 2 other proctors came rushing over. Candidates, clear the area to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. One of them shouted in a low voice. Roger. Yi Lin obediently dodged to the side. The 2 proctors wasted no time, instantly engaging the goblin hero. Under their combined assault, the goblin hero didn't stand a chance. He was completely overwhelmed. One of the proctors swung his axe, sending the hulking goblin hero crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. At that moment, a gleam flashed in Yi Lin's eyes. He sacrificed his own heart, activating tenfold fleeting steps, and sprinted straight for the unconscious, but otherwise healthy, proctor. Using the dust as cover, he began stripping off the proctor's uniform with practiced speed, pulling it on over himself, and slinging the proctor's ID badge around his neck. Without a pause, Yi Lin took out the illusion mask Suge Qianqing had given him. The mask was as thin as cicada wings, fitting his face perfectly. Once he put it on, Yi Lin completely transformed into a man in his 30s. Even the fine stubble on his cheeks looked convincing. Just like that, a brand new proctor had emerged out of thin air. By now, the goblin hero had managed to struggle back to his feet. After the brutal axe attack, he staggered around, his armor shattered and hanging off his wounded body. You beast! How dare you wreak havoc at the national exam site? I won't let you get away with this. Colleagues, allow me to assist. Yi Lin growled, his voice low and commanding. He raised one hand, gathering the essence of gunmetal. Golden light surged from within him, coalescing in his palm. Facing the level 33 goblin hero, Yi Lin didn't hold back at all. Forbidden art, eternal gunmetal. A spear appeared in his grip, ancient and mysterious, its golden radiance gleaming with power. Yi Lin lifted his arm and hurled the spear, the weapon whistling through the air as it shot toward the goblin hero. With a thunderous impact, the golden spear pierced through the battered goblin hero's skull, ending him in an instant. Team kill. Level 33 goblin hero. Reward: 220 experience points. Item obtained: symbiotic talisman. Ha! Something dropped. Yi Lin was a little surprised. Killing monsters sometimes drops items, equipment, or skill scrolls, but the odds are incredibly low. He hadn't expected anything to drop from that goblin champion, but now wasn't the time to check. He spun around and ran without a moment's hesitation. Damn it, bastard! Who the hell are you? Which department are you from? Who steals a kill like that? The proctor wielding a giant axe was practically fuming with rage. He and his partner had been fighting that thing for ages, and then this guy showed up and finished off the goblin champion with a single blow. What the hell was that? Unbelievable. Call me a good guy. Yi Lin's voice echoed from afar. Good guy? My ass. The axe-wielding proctor shouted as he heft his axe, ready to give chase. His colleague quickly held him back. Let it go. Keeping order in the exam hall is more important. I've got that guy's face memorized. He's not getting away with this. We'll settle the score later. Fine. The axe proctor was still fuming. Unbelievable. We're all proctors, we see each other practically every day, and he goes and snipes my kill. Meanwhile, Yi Lin made a quick loop around, returned the uniform and proctor's badge to the unconscious proctor, and then slipped away, disappearing without a trace. Mission accomplished. Credit unclaimed. He had to admit, The Mirage mask was downright amazing. The moment he took it off, those two proctors could search till the end of time and never find him. Now, Yilin finally took a look at the item he'd just gotten. Symbiosis Talisman. Holding hands, we share our fates. Two job changers with less than a 10 level gap use the Symbiosis Talisman by interlocking all 10 fingers. For the next 6 hours, all experience from killing monsters is fully shared between the two. Note, the Symbiosis Talisman can only be used with one person at a time. Whoa, this is awesome. Yilin's eyes lit up. He'd originally planned to help Ji Lingyu hit level 10 and then ditch him, but with the Symbiosis Talisman, even if Ji Lingyu killed the monsters, Yilin would still get the full share of experience. The only weird part was the method of activation. They actually had to interlock all 10 fingers. When Yilin found Ji Lingyu, the guy was being chased by a level 13 Anubis soldier. The soldier was shrouded in black smoke, dusty armor clinging around a shadowy mass. The moment Ji Lingyu saw Yilin, he lit up with joy. Boss, you're okay. That's great. What about the Goblin Champion? Don't worry. It got finished off by some other proctors. Yilin replied with a faint smile. Then he walked up, reaching out his warm hand, deftly snaking his fingers between Ji Lingyu's and firmly intertwining all 10 fingers. Ji Lingyu jolted, stunned into immobility. Pupils contracted in disbelief. He'd held hands with plenty of girls before, but this was his first time interlocking all 10 fingers with a guy. Even the Anubis soldier on the other side seemed momentarily dumbfounded, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Ji Lingyu couldn't help but swallow hard. No wonder when Yilin was at his house, he turned his nose up at all the maids, so this is what he's into. Ji Lingyu was battling it out in his mind. He remembered how Yilin had desperately saved his father, never once complained that Ji Lingyu was dead weight, had even helped him level up, and when danger struck, Yilin was always the one to distract the monsters, telling Ji Lingyu to run first. Thinking back over every one of those details, Ji Lingyu was moved beyond words. Boss, it's such a shame I'm a guy otherwise. I'd totally throw myself at you. Yilin immediately activated the Symbiosis Talisman and shoved Ji Lingyu aside. Move, get as far away from me as possible. Then, in one swift motion, Yilin brought his sword down on an Anubis soldier. Starlight shimmered, and in the next moment, nothing was left but a pile of broken armor. Thanks to the effects of the Symbiosis Talisman, both Yilin and Ji Lingyu gained 130 experience points. Is that a Symbiosis Talisman? Boss, where did you get something this rare? Even money can't buy this kind of treasure. Ji Lingyu exclaimed, excitement in his voice. Doesn't matter where it came from, the main thing is, we need to split up if we want to get the most out of the Symbiosis Talisman. Without hesitation, Yilin turned away and strode off, Starfall cleaver in hand, ready to start his slaughter. With proctors guarding the perimeter, no monsters above level 25 could enter the exam grounds. That meant Yilin didn't even have to use any other forbidden spells, just one round of his Lifestealer blade style, powered up with the extra 300 strength from Starfall cleaver, was enough for him to dominate the exam field. Still, he played it smart, never drawing too much attention to himself. If he ran into a monster below his level, he dispatched it with a single strike. If it was a tougher one, he'd pretend to struggle, put on a show for anyone watching, and then finish it off in one clean blow. He took quite a few hits along the way, but the healing power of his twin yin-yang bracelets kept him covered. He'd tap into his undying skill, instantly recover, and get right back to the grind. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyu was in shock. From the very start, his level had just kept shooting up, almost faster than he could keep track. He didn't even need to look, he just knew Yilin was going on a rampage. The Symbiosis Talisman shared all the experience between them. Suddenly, Ji Lingyu understood what it must have felt like when Zhao Yun, carrying young Lu Shan, charged in and out of the enemy ranks 7 times, mowing down everyone in sight. He was Lu Shan, just along for the ride, while Yilin did all the killing. Run, the Bloodthirster Minotaur is catching up. In this world, speed is the only unbeatable technique. I don't need to outrun the Bloodthirster Minotaur, I just need to outrun the rest of you. Damn, why are we so unlucky? The first group already made it past the entrance, why is there still a Bloodthirster Minotaur waiting here for us? A dozen examines, faces drained of color, ran for their lives. Behind them, relentless in pursuit, was a towering, blood-red Minotaur wielding a massive two-handed axe. The Minotaur-like monster towered at nearly 3 meters tall, its muscles knotted and bulging, looking like blood-stained granite. Just gazing at it sent chills down your spine, and it was a level 15 beast. Trailing at the very back of the fleeing crowd was a young couple, their hands tightly clasped as they ran for their lives. If they got eliminated here, they'd lose even the qualification to participate in the all-important college entrance exam trial. Neither of them was willing to give up, but as they sprinted, the girl suddenly slipped, crashing face-first to the ground. Zhen, her boyfriend cried out, his face going pale. If he turned back to help his girlfriend now, he'd definitely lose his chance at the exams too. But if he ran on ahead, without her slowing him down and with her distracting the bloodthirsty Minotaur, he could probably make it to the exit. Caught between the girl he loved and his bright future, he froze in hesitation. Aibing, go, don't worry about me. Tears welled in the girl's eyes. She knew she was done for, there was no escaping. Okay, that single word was like the final straw breaking the camel's back. Abing didn't even look back. He turned and ran, watching Abing's retreating figure. Jinjin felt something inside her shatter. As the blood-crazed minotaur bore down on her like a living wall, she gave a bitter little smile and closed her eyes, resigned to her fate. But just then, a furious voice rang out. What a load of crap, King's game. Waltz of the Xiang flower. All minotaurs deserve to die. Shing, a flash of frosty steel sliced through the air, scattering starlight in all directions. Yi Lin, out hunting monsters, struck out with a single blow. The minotaur was cleaved clean in two, killed instantly. Jinjin stood frozen, staring dazedly at Yi Lin and his starfall skyblade. She didn't snap out of it until Yi Lin had already walked off with his sword resting on his shoulder. Jinjin, you're okay. Thank God you and I can still aim for the same college. Seeing the bloodthirsty minotaur dead at Yi Lin's feet, Abing ran back, so excited that he wrapped Jinjin in a hug. But Jinjin, her face icy cold, pushed him aside. What she just experienced had made her see Abing's true colors, plain as day. Sorry, but I'm suddenly not that interested in going to the same college as you anymore. Only those who value me deserve to have me. With that, Jinjin turned and walked away, not even giving him a second look. Just then, similar scenes were playing out all across the outskirts of the city, one after another. Monsters were being slain in the blink of an eye. There were even goat-like monsters whose ears seemed to echo with the whispers of devils. Pour on that fragrant mom's house chili salt. Sizzle it with hot canola oil. Dash a little vinegar. A splash of soul sauce, pour it on. And the moment that last command came, the goat-like monster would be beheaded with a single slash. Some examines were being chased and tossed around by monsters when, all of a sudden, a shooting star streaked by before they even saw who their savior was. The monster was already sliced in two. Some students were even stopped by a strange man who asked them how they managed to find the monsters a complete lunatic. If you asked them, they were already doing everything they could to avoid the monsters. Seeking them out on purpose was the last thing on their minds. Up on the city walls, a handful of principals and influential figures from Green City stood gaping in astonishment. The high school entrance trial happened every year that witnessed countless trials before. True, there were always a few powerful students who would farm experience at the entrance before heading in. But this, someone stalking about, blade in hand, actively hunting monsters everywhere. This was a first even for them. Sigh, if only this kid weren't a forbidden spellcaster. If only he possessed any other class, Green City would have truly produced a legendary dragon. One principal shook his head, regret written all over his face. A class switcher capable of sweeping through monsters in the wild, if allowed to grow, would one day become an unshakable force in any territory. Unfortunately, forbidden spellcasters never lived past 25. It's all right, at the very least. Thanks to Yi Lin, we have a lot more students making it to the entrance trial this year than ever before, another principal said, nodding approvingly. It was because of Yi Lin that the number of students knocked out of the trial by monsters before it even started had dropped dramatically this year. Anywhere Yi Lin passed, not a single monster escaped his notice, as if he were a fully automated vacuum sweeping up every creature within the exam grounds. Meanwhile, the students who had deliberately waited for others to clear the way before leaving the city wore smug and self-satisfied grins as they surveyed the empty plains outside. A young man fanned himself and broke into a wide smile. See, I told you waiting a bit would pay off. The monsters rushing ahead got cleared out by the eager ones, now we can just stroll through with ease, he said. The group trailing behind him nodded in eager agreement. It was a 10-kilometer trek from the city gates to the entrance of the high school trial, and they were already halfway there without encountering a single monster. No doubt about it, it really is best to start late, someone said. Elsewhere, Yi Lin came to a stop. He realized there truly wasn't a single monster left. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but he'd already wiped out every monster inside the entire exam grounds. His level now sat solidly at level 18. Name, Yi Lin, class, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 18, 2, 33%, strength, 180, plus 300, agility, 270, spirit, 540, plus 659, class talent. Endless archmagic for every level gained. A forbidden spellcaster unlocks a new forbidden spell. Skills, forbidden spell, world-ending thunder rampage, dance of instantaneous steps, burning reincarnation, inferno devouring the heavens, undying and immortal, eyes of eternal frost, necromancer's return, lifespan blade arts, eternal metal transformation. The higher the level, the harder it was to advance further. Forget it, time to head into the trial grounds. Yi Lin shook his head. The experience needed to go from level 1 to 16 had been almost the same as what he needed now just to climb from 16 to 18. There was still a long way to go before reaching level 19. Rather than wasting time and energy hunting down those last few monsters, it was better to just head straight for the exam venue. The portal to the JAKO trial looked like a giant gate of light. There was still a long way to go before he could reach level 19. Rather than wasting time and energy hunting down the few remaining monsters, it made more sense to just head straight for the exam site. The portal to the college entrance trial was like a giant gateway of light, suspended silently in the sky and radiating a gentle glow. As he approached, he could feel a strange, mysterious force pulsing around it, a fluctuation of spatial magic that could instantly teleport a person to another place. Yi Lin stepped through the portal. The view before his eyes dissolved and reformed, and when it cleared again, he found himself standing in the middle of a vast plaza paved with bluestone. 10 towering stone pillars rose up around the plaza, each one inscribed with ancient runes that felt both old as the ages and full of mysterious power. In the center of the square stood a massive stone stele, carved with 5 bold characters: College Entrance Trial Grounds. The writing was archaic, full of wild, dragon-like energy. So this is the College Entrance Trial Grounds. Yi Lin glanced around. Everywhere he looked, the plaza was packed to the brim with people, so many heads that it made his scalp tingle. There are so many people. For a moment, Yi Lin regretted not hanging back outside a little longer. If he'd known there would be this many competitors, he would have let the monsters thin the crowd out a bit more before making his move. In the end, he thought ruefully, "I'm just too soft-hearted, boss," Ji Lingyu shouted, barreling toward Yi Lin and locking him in a fierce bear hug. "Boss, you're my real boss. My god, you're amazing." He was so excited he could barely form coherent sentences, and for good reason. His current level had soared all the way to an incredible level 15. Level 15, just thinking about it made Ji Lingyu's heart race. If nothing unexpected happened, with his level, getting into Daxia Academy was almost a sure thing. Yi Lin wasn't particularly surprised. Thanks to the symbiosis talisman, their experience points were shared, so it made perfect sense for Ji Lingyu to have reached level 15 as well. All right, let go. Don't be so clingy in public," Yi Lin said, brushing him off in annoyance. "No, from now on, you're my real boss," Ji Lingyu shouted, dropping down and hugging Yi Lin's leg. "Get off." Yi Lin rolled his eyes, noticing several people casting odd glances their way. Still, he couldn't help but enjoy the playful roughhousing with his friend. Since arriving in this world, Yi Lin had kept to himself in the slums, hiding the secret of his immortality. Ji Lingyu was the first real friend he'd made here. It had been a long time since he'd felt the warmth of genuine friendship. After a while, Zudge and I arrived at the trial grounds as well. Scowling in frustration, she'd only managed to reach level 14, a measly 2-level rise. Things had started out smoothly, and she'd originally planned to catch up to Yi Lin's level 16, but for some unknown reason, she suddenly couldn't find a single monster no matter where she looked. Damn it, Zudge and I fumed, a little vexed, but that didn't matter. Being just 2 levels behind wasn't the end of the world. She could make up for it with skill and determination. Every bit of resolve flickered in Zudge and I's beautiful eyes. As time ticked away, the last rays of sunlight slipped from the sky, and that massive portal finally closed with a distant thud. This marked the point of no return. Anyone who hadn't entered the trial grounds by now had missed their chance to take this year's entrance exam, with no way back. With the portal sealed, an elderly man appeared silently before the stone monument at the center of the plaza. His face seemed kindly, almost gentle. At the same moment, over 100 proctors took up positions around the stone plaza, keeping close watch over every candidate's movements. Candidates of Qing City, welcome to the 886th entrance examination trial. I am Lin Yuan, the chief examiner of Qing City. The old man's voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to resonate deep within everyone's mind. Every person standing in the stone plaza could hear him with perfect clarity. Now, I will announce the contents of this year's trial. Listen carefully during my explanation, and do not make a sound. Anyone who violates this rule will be immediately disqualified. At his words, every candidate sensibly fell silent. The entrance exam trial has 2 parts, a comprehensive ability assessment and a tournament battle, held over 2 days. Tomorrow is the comprehensive ability assessment. Each of you will face different challenges based on your chosen vocation, with 10 stages in total. You may withdraw early or complete all of them. Examiners will grade your performance at each stage. Each stage is worth up to 10 points. Only those who clear all 10 stages with a minimum score of 85 will qualify for the tournament round the following day. The tournament battle will also last 1 day. Every victory earns 10 bonus points, with a maximum cap of 150 points. The top candidate will be decided during the tournament. During both the ability assessment and the tournament, you may use any equipment but no special items. Anyone caught using forbidden items will be disqualified. That concludes the exam briefing. Lin Yuan chuckled kindly. Rest well tonight, everyone. Early tomorrow morning, the comprehensive ability assessment begins. A heavy mood settled over the candidates. They knew the real challenge started tomorrow. Some of them, clearly prepared, pulled sleeping bags from their packs right then and there. Boss, you didn't bring a sleeping bag or something? Ji Lingyu looked surprised when he saw Yi Lin empty-handed. I don't need that kind of thing, Yi Lin replied, shaking his head. If he could sleep in the slums on ground far harsher than this, then a stone floor was nothing to him. That won't do. Ji Lingyu frowned. If you don't rest properly, how will you have enough energy for tomorrow's assessment? He shoved his own brand-name sleeping bag into Yi Lin's hands. Boss, just use mine. Yi Lin was genuinely touched, and couldn't help but ask. But what about you? Me, I'm fine. I can sleep anywhere. Ji Lingyu waved his hand nonchalantly, pretending he didn't care at all. As he clapped his hands, 2 proctors came over, carrying a luxurious Simmons bed to set down right next to him. Yi Lin, wait, what? Just hold on a second. Yi Lin was completely dumbfounded. There's luxury bed service in the JAKO trial. Yep, but it's stupid expensive. This bed isn't even as good as the one at home. and it costs 200,000 per night. Might as well be daylight robbery. If you hadn't forgotten your sleeping bag, no way would I have coughed up for this, Ji Lingyu said with a pained expression. Even for him, shelling out that kind of cash for just a night's sleep was hard to swallow. Sure, he was rich, but he wasn't an idiot. Yi Lin fell silent. So this is what it's like to be filthy rich. Even during the JAKO trial, the experience is on a whole other level. While everyone else is lying on stone slabs and sleeping bags, Ji Lingyu gets a Simmons luxury bed. In the end, Yi Lin managed to persuade Ji Lingyu, whether by virtue or, let's just say, by his own unique brand of forcefulness, to give him the 200,000 yuan bed. After all, martial virtue is a virtue too. The next morning, Yi Lin woke up completely refreshed. Right on time, Lin Yuan was about to appear. The comprehensive ability assessment is about to begin. All examines, please line up in 10 orderly columns and proceed to the testing rooms in turn. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the 10 towering stone pillars in the center of the plaza each opened their own portal. It seemed the assessment would be conducted within those pillars. Despite the huge crowd, everyone lined up swiftly into 10 tidy columns, nobody daring to step out of line. Everyone knew the JAKO trial of the Great Xia Empire was the most important exam in their lives, a watershed that would decide their fate. Yi Lin filed into the 6th column and followed the others forward. As each person stepped into a portal, they vanished on the spot. Soon, it was Yi Lin's turn. He took one step through, and the next second, he found himself inside a sealed, all-metal room. A beam of light swept over him, and his level and class automatically appeared above him. Yi Lin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 18, one after another. The candidates entered the pillars. Lin Yuan, chief examiner of this year's JAKO trial, stood quietly in the plaza, gazing at the 10 great pillars. Behind him, several middle-aged figures with imposing presences materialized. They served as this year's assistant examiners. Among them was a woman in a flowing teal gown. Her arrival was like a spring breeze rippling across a lake, bringing a breath of fresh air. Though she was clearly older, she was exceptionally well-maintained, her features refined and graceful, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, fluttering gently with the breeze. She was slender and elegant, like a noble fairy come down to earth. She stepped up beside Lin Yuan, gave a slight respectful bow, and said softly, "Chief Examiner Lin, apologies for my late arrival." Lin Yuan smiled slightly, his eyes full of respect as he looked at the woman before him. He spoke politely, "Professor Su, you're too kind, your timing is perfect." The other assistant examiners couldn't help but show the same reverence when they glanced at her. This woman was Su Chen-sin, the director of Supreme Academy. Most ordinary applicants had probably never even heard of Supreme Academy, but every examiner here understood well. This was the most prestigious institution in all of Grand Xia. Every student who graduated from there was a prodigy capable of shaking the world. Just as they were about to exchange a few more pleasantries, one of the stone pillars in the room suddenly flared to life. The carvings on its surface seemed to come alive in that instant. Level 18. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened. Reaching level 10 was enough to guarantee admission to a first-tier university. Level 12 meant you could compete for the absolute best. But level 18, there was only one word for it: monstrous. Even Su Chen-sin's interest was piqued. Her gaze burned as she looked in Yi Lin's direction. Level 18, he already qualified for Supreme Academy's acceptance. But then, as she saw Yi Lin's chosen class, her brow furrowed. A forbidden spellcaster. If he was level 18 in any other class, even just an A rank, she could have made an exception to let him into Supreme Academy. But a forbidden spellcaster, that alone was a deal-breaker. Despite being classified as SSS tier, everyone knew forbidden spellcasters never survived past 25. The other examiners all sighed in regret. Such a pity. If it wasn't for that class, Qingchen would have produced a true dragon. Forbidden spellcasters hadn't appeared for a long time now. Not since about 10 years ago. Right, yeah, the last one only lived to be 23 before dying of natural causes. He must have recklessly cast forbidden spells to grind his level. That's just burning through your life for power, not wise at all. This Yi Lin probably wouldn't even make it to 23. How should we score the first stage? Then, just give him full marks. He hit level 18, anything less would be unreasonable. Agreed. As the examiners concluded their discussion, Yi Lin, inside the metallic chamber, heard that familiar, mechanical female voice rise again. Candidate Yi Lin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Stage 1 Level Assessment, full marks, 10 points. As soon as the announcement finished, the metal wall opposite Yi Lin slid open, revealing a crystal-clear orb. Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Stage 2, Attribute Assessment. Candidate Yi Lin, please place your hand on the test sphere. Yi Lin stepped forward. For a moment, he considered whether to use Reincarnation Burn, but decided against it and simply placed his hand on the sphere. Strength, 480 points. Agility, 270 points. Spirit, 1,199 points. Candidate Yi Lin, Comprehensive Ability Assessment, Stage 2 Attribute Assessment, full marks, 10 points. On the bluestone square, one of the examiners couldn't help but complain. I can understand most things, but why the hell does he have 480 strength points? Did this guy get his hands on some gear that boosts attack power? Why would a forbidden spellcaster need that much strength anyway? Casting forbidden spells already takes a toll on your body. What? Is he planning on fighting barehanded? 2. Yilin had already reached level 18. Getting a perfect score on the second round's 3 attribute test wasn't anything unusual at his level. But even so, those 480 strength points made the examiner's mouths twitch in disbelief. 480 strength, that was higher than plenty of warriors who'd already changed jobs into physical classes. To them, everything about Yilin just felt incredibly out of place. Let's just keep watching, Lin Yuan said calmly. The third round's about to start, the practical test. In the metal room where Yilin stood, a training dummy had already appeared. It looked almost the same as the ones in the Job Changers Guild's practice rooms, only a little more refined and detailed. The third round of the comprehensive ability assessment. Attack power test. Candidate Yilin, please use your most powerful skill to attack the training dummy. The dummy will display your score according to the strength of your attack. The lifeless, mechanical female voice announced once more. Most powerful skill. Yilin's first instinct was to use the Chaos God Thunder, a spell he could only summon by sacrificing all his organs, but that would be way too over the top for a college entrance exam, wouldn't it? Still, it couldn't be too weak, either. After all, he was aiming for the Supreme Academy, which meant he needed a perfect score in every round. After weighing his options, Yilin made his decision and raised his hand. Forbidden spell, world-ending thunder. He sacrificed his tonsils and summoned the most basic thunderbolt. Boom! A single strike crashed down from above. The next moment, the training dummy exploded into a cloud of powder, scattered to the wind. Ha! Yilin stared in disbelief. That was the weakest forbidden spell he could use, and the dummy was obliterated like it was nothing. Weren't these things supposed to show his score after being attacked? Now that he'd blown it to bits, how were they going to grade him? Out on the bluestone square, the examiners were all stunned. 2. These dummies were built to withstand attacks from job changers up to level 25. Yilin was only level 18 and one strike from him had vaporized it. Sure, it had been a forbidden spell, but everyone knew those packed a punch. Still, now what? The dummy was gone. How were they supposed to score him? Should they bring out another one? Forget it. No point in wasting more training equipment. Just give him full marks, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head. This kid is seriously hardcore, using a forbidden spell just for an exam. Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse aloud. The other examiners nodded emphatically in agreement. After all, using forbidden spells always came with a price. Casting one during an entrance exam was like burning away your own lifespan just to draw some loot in a game. Candidate Yilin, comprehensive ability assessment. Third stage, attack power evaluation. Full score, 10 points. Hearing the announcement, Yilin, who had been on edge, finally let out a sigh of relief. His biggest worry had been that destroying the training dummy would get his score cancelled altogether. It was only now that he truly recognized the downside of being a forbidden spellcaster. This job simply didn't allow for holding back. As soon as you act, it's a forbidden spell. No matter how much you try to go easy, there's no such thing as restraint. After passing the third stage, the following 3 tests were spellcasting speed, burst damage, and sustained output. None of these posed a challenge for Yilin. In the stunned eyes of the examiners, Yilin effortlessly swept through each stage, earning full marks across the board. But it was at the 7th stage where he finally encountered something different. Right in front of him, a specially designed cage appeared. Inside the cage, a fearsome monster roared, its blood-red eyes blazing like they'd been scorched by fire, radiating pure, murderous madness. Massive and powerful, its knotted muscles rippled like a mountain on the move. Its razor-sharp claws scraped against the cage bars, sending out piercing shrieks of metal, as if trying to show Yilin just how furious it was. Comprehensive ability assessment. 7th stage, survival test. Please persist for 3 minutes under pursuit from a level 25 magical creature, the blazing fire demon wolf. If you remain uninjured after 3 minutes, you receive a full score. A timer appeared at the end of the corridor. The test begins. The moment the mechanical female voice fell silent, the cage began to open with a heavy groan. The level 25 blazing fire demon wolf stepped out slowly, its crimson eyes gleaming with savage hunger. It hadn't eaten for a long time. The instant it saw Yilin, it pounced at him like a desperate bachelor spotting the most beautiful woman in the world. Forbidden spell. Apocalypse Thunder Wrath. Boom! A blinding silver-white serpent of lightning tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fire demon wolf was nothing more than a charred carcass smoldering on the ground. The timer started counting down from 3 minutes, but by then, the creature meant to hunt Yilin was already a corpse. As the countdown finally reached 0, the mechanical voice rang out once more. Candidate Yilin, comprehensive ability assessment. 7th stage, survival test. Full score, 10 points. The examiners watching Yilin's test results all fell into stunned silence. No one had ever seen anything like this. A level 25 magical creature was meant to be an overwhelming, unbeatable foe for any college entrance examinee. Faced with a monster of this caliber, candidates typically use whatever skills they have simply to delay the inevitable as long as they survive 3 minutes. They passed. Each year, there might be a few who made it through unscathed, thanks to brilliant maneuvers and quick thinking. But this year, something unexpected happened. The very instant the test began, Yi Lin fired off a forbidden spell and annihilated the level 25 monster in a single blow. For the next 2 minutes and 59 seconds, Yi Lin simply sat there, spacing out, waiting for the countdown to end. I take back what I said just now. If he keeps throwing around forbidden spells like that, forget making it to 23, this kid surviving past 20 would already be a medical miracle. One of the examiners couldn't help but shake his head. Though Yi Lin's performance was nothing short of astounding, it was clear that the examiners weren't on board with what he was doing. In their eyes, Yi Lin was burning through his body's reserves, sacrificing his future for the sake of immediate power. Inside the examination grounds, Yi Lin was already at the 8th stage. Examiner Lin, should we increase the difficulty for Yi Lin's last 3 challenges? Another examiner couldn't help but ask Lin Yuan. The next 3 stages were all combat trials. The candidates would have to fight a magical beast equal to their level, then 1-2 levels higher, and finally 1-4 levels higher. In other words, even at the final stage, Yi Lin would only face a level 22 beast. He had already one-shot a level 25 blazing fire demon wolf. A level 22 opponent wouldn't even be a warm-up. Lin Yuan frowned, hesitating. If they didn't raise the difficulty, Yi Lin was guaranteed a perfect score. But if they did, it might be unfair to Yi Lin. Professor Su, I'd like your opinion. Lin Yuan turned to Su Chen-sin. If we do increase the difficulty, and Yi Lin still manages a perfect score, would you consider admitting him to the Supreme Academy? If Su Chen-sin agreed, then raising the difficulty wouldn't be a problem. In fact, it would be a good chance to see Yi Lin's real limits. Up until now, he had handled everything with unbelievable ease. I'm afraid I can't agree to that. Examiner Lin. Su Chen-sin shook her head, glancing at the other candidates. In my opinion, Luo Jun, Wang Zhendlin, Zhe Zhenai, and that Ji Lingyu over there, all of them are more deserving of a spot in Supreme Academy than Yi Lin. Yi Lin is I take back what I just said. If he keeps throwing around forbidden magic like this, forget making it to 23, this kid'll be a medical miracle if he even survives to 20. One of the examiners couldn't help but shake his head. Although Yi Lin's performance was nothing short of astonishing, it was clear none of the examiners approved of him. They all thought he was burning through his own body and sacrificing his future for dazzling results now. Inside the testing arena, Yi Lin had already reached the 8th stage. Examiner Lin, should we increase the difficulty for Yi Lin's last 3 rounds? One examiner couldn't help but ask Lin Yuan. The next 3 rounds were all live combat tests. Each candidate had to face a magical beast of their own level, 1-2 levels higher, and finally 1-4 levels higher. In other words, even at the very last trial, the monster Yi Lin would face would only be level 22. He already massacred a level 25 fire demon wolf in a single move. There's no way a level 22 monster could threaten him now. Lin Yuan frowned, clearly stuck in indecision. If they didn't ramp up the difficulty, Yi Lin would breeze through the exam with a perfect score. But increasing the difficulty, wouldn't that be unfair to him? Ms. Su, may I hear your input? If we do make things tougher and Yi Lin still manages a perfect score, would you consider accepting him into the Supreme Academy? Lin Yuan turned to ask Su Chen-sin. If Su Chen-sin agreed, then it would be fine to raise the difficulty. They could also get a front row seat to see just how far Yi Lin could actually go. So far, he hadn't even broken a sweat. I'm sorry, Examiner Lin, but I can't agree. Su Chen-sin shook her head, her gaze drifting to the other candidates. In my view, Luo Jun, Wang Zhendlin, Zhe Zhenai, and that Ji Lingyu, any one of them is more qualified to enter Supreme Academy than Yi Lin. Yi Lin is a forbidden magic user. The power he wields now comes at the cost of his own life and future. It's just a flash in the pan. Someone like that isn't what Supreme Academy is looking for. Bringing him in would only be a waste of our resources. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, as if to argue, but quickly fell silent again. Truth be told, the 4 students Su Chen-sin listed really were top-tier geniuses. Only by being measured against a monster like Yi Lin did they seem ordinary by comparison. In the end, Yi Lin's test difficulty wasn't increased. He faced off against level 18, 20, and 22 magical beasts, and each fight ended almost instantly. The monsters never stood a chance. After clearing the final round, Yi Lin's figure once again appeared on the Bluestone Plaza. He was the first candidate to pass all 10 trials. Not long after, the other examines finished their own tests. Soon, the square was buzzing with excitement, with candidates eagerly swapping stories about their exams. Boss, Ji Lingyu ran up to Yi Lin, practically sprinting. Boss, I got a 96. I totally nailed it this time. Ji Lingyu was beyond excited. Judging by his results, if he could just win 3 more matches in the ring, he'd be guaranteed a spot at Daxia Academy. You didn't get a perfect score? Yi Lin asked, a little curious. Ji Lingyu was already level 15. While the warrior class and mage class might have had some differences in their overall assessments, the difficulty should have been about the same. Don't even mention it. I got points knocked off in the combat test. My level went up too fast, and I didn't have time to fully adjust. Ji Lingyu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. The truth was, his level was somewhat inflated. He'd only made it to level 15 because he'd tagged along with Yi Lin. Without Yi Lin, he'd probably still be stuck at level 7. As the two of them were chatting, Lin Yuan began announcing the results of the comprehensive ability assessment. First place, Yi Lin, 100 points. Second place, Zhuzh Ni, 100 points. Third place, Luo Jun, 98 points. Fourth place, Ji Lingyu, 96 points. Fifth place, Wang Zhendlin, 95 points. After finishing the announcement, Lin Yuan spoke loudly. All examines with a score below 85. Please follow the supervisor's instructions and leave the examination area in an orderly fashion. Those with a score above 85 may also leave, but be aware that leaving the grounds now will be considered forfeiting tomorrow's tournament. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Zhuzh Ni's eyes flew wide open, her face full of disbelief. She'd earned a perfect score, so why was she ranked second, behind Yi Lin? If both had perfect scores, shouldn't they be tied for first place? Why was she listed second? Zhuzh Ni raised her hand and called out loudly, "Examiner, I have an objection to these results. If we both have perfect scores, why am I in second place?" Her words immediately caused a stir among the crowd. She's right. If both scores are perfect, why aren't they tied for first? Yeah, why put the boy ahead just because they both scored the same? How much more bias against women can this world have? This isn't fair. It's discrimination. This is oppression. If you don't give us a good explanation, we'll appeal. That's right. We demand fairness. Faced with the students' mounting outrage, Lin Yuan's expression didn't change in the slightest. He simply pulled up the replay footage for both Yi Lin and Zhuzh Ni's assessments. "Please watch the VCR," he announced. The assessment recordings for Zhuzh Ni and Yi Lin began to play in succession. Zhuzh Ni's segment was nothing short of spectacular, her technique was flawless, making her display highly enjoyable to watch. Zhuzh Ni, already possessed of a striking and curvaceous figure, wore a fitted athletic suit that made her hourglass silhouette even more pronounced. More than a few of the boys in the crowd stared at her in amazement, unable to help themselves from swallowing nervously. But it wasn't just her looks. Zhuzh Ni's performance was truly impressive. At level 14, she demonstrated the absolute limits of what a fire mage class could achieve at that stage. Zhuzh Ni moved like a graceful butterfly, gliding effortlessly through each of the 10 trial stages. At every checkpoint, she demonstrated to the gathered crowd what it truly meant to clear the level flawlessly. She especially shone in the 7th stage, facing off against the level 25 blazing fire demon wolf. There, Zhuzh Ni exemplified the power of human cunning. Although she was nowhere near as strong as the wolf, she effortlessly ran circles around it as though she were walking a dog. For 3 whole minutes, the ferocious beast never once managed to lay a paw on her, barely coming within half a meter of where she stood. The onlookers were transfixed, marveling at the spectacle unfolding before them. "That's Mr. Zhuzh's daughter for you," someone exclaimed. "Like father, like daughter, what a prodigy." From her masterful maneuvering to her quick thinking, Zhuzh Ni's performance was nothing short of exceptional. Don't be fooled by her level, she's only level 14, but I bet no one under level 20 stands a chance against her. People shook their heads in awe. She's not taking an exam, she's putting on a flawless work of art. Her perfect score is absolutely deserved. How could anyone else be number one? Clearly, there's a bias against women. The crowd buzzed with admiration, their feelings for Zhuzh Ni etched plainly in their eyes. Yet alongside their respect, doubts about the exam's fairness also grew. Zhuzh Ni had passed every stage perfectly, yet Lin Yi's name was still ranked above hers. How could that be? Curiosity piqued. They turned to watch the footage of Lin Yi's exam. In stark contrast to Zhuzh Ni's dazzling performance, Lin Yi's test was oddly uneventful. After the first and second stages confirmed his level and basic attributes, Lin Yi did the same thing from the 3rd to the 10th stage. Cast a forbidden spell, pass the level. Cast a forbidden spell, pass, again and again, 8 times in total. Throughout, Lin Yi moved with casual ease, as if he was out on a leisurely spring picnic rather than enduring the pressure of a make-or-break qualification exam. The audience fell silent, eyes glued to the scene. The real shock came when they saw the 7th stage. Lin Yi wiped out the blazing fire demon wolf in the very first second, then spent the remaining 2+ minutes sitting idly, lost in thought. The crowd erupted. "What the hell? Is he for real?" Someone blurted out. "This guy just nuked the level 25 blazing fire demon wolf with a single forbidden spell." "Sure, it's an escape test if there's nothing chasing you. Guess you've aced it." "Unbelievable." Laughter broke out. "He's not even human, he's a monster wearing human skin. This is insane." Suddenly, realization dawned on them. No wonder Zhuzh Ni, despite her perfect score, is ranked second. It became clear. Zhuzh Ni maxed out because her skills were that good. Lin Yi maxed out because the scale stopped at perfect, but his ability went far beyond that. If the test had been scored out of 1,000, Zhuzh Ni would still get 100, but Lin Yi would at least rack up 700 or 800, maybe more. An unexpected sympathy flickered in the way the crowd looked at Zhuzh Ni. In any other year, with her skills and level, she would have been the undisputed top scorer. But this year, with that monster Yi Lin around, Zhuzh Ni was bound to feel completely crushed. Zhuzh Ni pressed her red lips together tightly, silent, watching Yi Lin's assessment footage over and over with unblinking eyes. Her fair, jade-like hands were clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She couldn't accept it. She just couldn't accept losing to Yi Lin, someone she had always looked down on, and losing so badly at that. Does anyone have any objections about the results of the comprehensive ability assessment? The chief examiner, Lin Yuan, spoke in a calm, even voice. The bluestone square was silent. No one dared make a sound. Are you kidding? Yi Lin had wiped out a level 25 Inferno Firewolf with a single skill. That kind of monster taking first place, who would dare question it? They'd all faced the Inferno Firewolf before, and they knew just how terrifying a level 25 beast could be. If there are no objections, all those who scored below 85, please exit the square in an orderly manner. Those who scored above 85, get some rest and focus on preparing for tomorrow's tournament. With Lin Yuan's announcement, the candidates who hadn't made the cut quickly left the bluestone square. Those who remained numbered only 104. Out of nearly 100,000 examines in Qing City, just over 100 candidates stayed behind. The elimination rate was staggeringly high. The results of the comprehensive assessment were soon released to the public. The principals of several top schools, who had been following the exam results closely, were instantly out of breath when they saw the list. First place, Yi Lin. Second place, Zhou Ni. Damn, old Gao. Your Qing City High School is breaking all the rules. 2 perfect scores this year, both from your school. You lucky devil. You struck gold this time. Not just that. Look at fourth place, Ji Lingyu is also from Qing City High. 3 out of the top 5. All yours, old Gao. Treat yourself to whatever you want to eat lately. I swear you've used up all your luck for the next 10 years. None of the principals bothered to hide their envy for Gao Jinao. With students like these 3, next year Qing City High was bound to become the hottest school around. Gao Jinao was trembling with excitement, so overwhelmed that he couldn't get a word out. He never would have imagined that Jilin and Zhou Ni would bring him such an enormous surprise and even throw in a dark horse like Ji Lingyu. He couldn't help but feel heaven itself was looking out for Qing City High. Outside the exam hall, Ji Lingyu's father leapt to his feet when he saw the results. Excellent, excellent. Ji's father was so moved. His eyes shimmered with tears. With a score of 96, Ji Lingyu would at least be guaranteed a spot in one of the nation's top 20 universities. And if he could win 2 rounds in the tournament, he might even have a shot at the elite Daxia Academy. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianxing read over the results, a faint and cryptic smile flickering at the corner of his lips, his expression calm as ever. The shocking success of Yilin and his 2 classmates filled every student from Qing City High with pride. They couldn't help but walk a little taller. However, just as Gao Jinaya was basking in his excitement, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Old Gao, don't celebrate too soon. Tomorrow's arena battle is where the real action starts. After all, that's the true contest for the Qingqing valedictorian. The speaker was none other than Principal Su of UKI High School. He and Gao Jinaya had been at odds for as long as anyone could remember. So seeing Gao in such high spirits naturally didn't sit well with him. Oh, Gao Jinaya grinned without restraint. You think your school's Luo Jun can take on an 18th level forbidden spellcaster? Ha, well, who's to say? Principal Su offered a meaningful, enigmatic smile before turning on his heel and walking away. Watching Principal Su's retreating back, Gao Jinaya felt a faint pang of unease, but he quickly shook his head, brushing it off. Old geezer's just putting on a show. How could an 18th level forbidden spellcaster possibly lose? Time, like wedding money you scrape together slow to save, quick to spend, slipped away in the blink of an eye. Before anyone knew it, night had quietly passed. It had to be said, good grades came with their perks. Last night, the testing center had even arranged private rooms for each of the top candidates to rest. After a solid night's sleep, Yilin headed to the Stone Plaza, feeling refreshed only to bump right into Zhou Ni. She sported 2 large, dark circles under her eyes. It was obvious she'd barely slept. I won't lose to you in the arena, she declared through gritted teeth. Yilin was at a loss. He had no clue what her problem was since the day of the class transfer ceremony. She'd been going out of her way to target him for no apparent reason. He couldn't be bothered to respond. As the clock struck 7:30, Lin Yuan and the other exam proctors appeared right on time. Today's event is the arena competition, Lin Yuan announced. For most examens, the college entrance exam trials are over. But for you, the real ordeal is just beginning. The rules are simple. The competition is a draw-based tournament. Each contestant will fight at least 5 rounds. You earn 10 points for each win and advance to the next round. Lose, and you lose no points. But you'll be relegated to the loser's bracket, meaning your shot at the valedictorian title is gone. Win every round from start to finish, and you'll be this year's Qingqing College entrance exam valedictorian. A word of warning, the arena matches will be broadcast live, which means, right now, your friends, family, and every relative are outside watching, silently cheering you on. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, a test taker who'd been picking his nose immediately dropped his hand in embarrassment. All right, now, the drawing begins. We have 104 contestants here. Here are 104 numbered balls. Number 1 faces number 104, 2 faces 103, and so on. After drawing your number, proceed to the designated arena under the proctor's guidance. No sooner had Lin Yuan finished speaking than a proctor arrived, holding a large box covered with a black cloth. Yilin understood the rules clearly. Everyone had to compete for at least 5 rounds, but if you wanted to fight for the top spot, you'd have to go on to the 6th, 7th, or even 8th round. At first glance, the rules seemed a little flawed, but there were actually no real issues. After all, The title of champion meant being the strongest among all the examens. If you couldn't win from start to finish, you didn't deserve the name. As for everyone else, even if you drew a stronger opponent in the first round, as long as your strength was up to par, you could easily win the next 4 matches and get a high score regardless. When it came down to it, strength was everything. A sharp glint flashed in Yilin's eyes. He was determined to enter the Supreme Academy, and he had his sights set squarely on claiming the championship. One by one, the examens drew their number. When it was Yilin's turn, he fumbled around in the box and pulled out a small ball with the number 18 written on it. "Boss, what number did you get?" Ji Lingyu couldn't help but ask. 18. Yilin replied. 18. Ha, I'm 24. That's great, you definitely won't be my opponent right away. What a relief. Ji Lingyu visibly relaxed, letting out a long breath. If he had to face Yilin in the very first round, he was sure he'd lose all confidence then and there. As long as he didn't run into Yilin, Zudge, or Luo Jun, his level 15 strength could dominate the stage. Under the invigilator's guidance, Yilin stepped onto the platform. According to the rules, his opponent was the examinee who had drawn number 86. On the other side stood a petite girl, stubborn determination written all over her face. "Both examens, please stand within the circle. Don't make any unnecessary moves before I declare the start," the invigilator announced impassively. "Now, show your class and level." Yilin, Forbidden Spellcaster, level 18 Bei. Water Mage, level 10. The moment the display ended, the match began. Yilin glanced at her class and level, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "You should probably just give up," he said. "No, I won't surrender," Bei retorted, her stubbornness showing on her small, determined face. "You may be strong, but don't look down on me. Show me what you've got." It wasn't that Yilin wanted to belittle her. The truth was, aside from forbidden spells, he didn't really know any other skills. Considering the difference in their levels and the fact that mages were notoriously frail, he was sure that no matter which forbidden spell he used, just grazing her would result in a serious injury, and a direct hit could be lethal. This girl clearly wasn't going to back down until she saw for herself just how impossible it was. With a helpless shake of his head, Yilin offered up one of his wisdom teeth as a sacrifice. Forbidden spell, Apocalyptic Thunder. Yilin let out a low shout, raising his right hand to the sky. Instantly, thick storm clouds gathered overhead. Blinding silver arcs of lightning snaked through the dark clouds like living dragons. Boom! A violent bolt of lightning as thick as a tree trunk crashed down from the sky, latching onto Yilin's hand like he was drawing down a raging thunder dragon, forming a chain of raw power between himself and the heavens. In that moment, Yilin looked every bit like a god wielding thunder and lightning. This terrifying display didn't just stun the spectators in person. The online viewers watching the live broadcast all hurriedly switched their cameras over to his match. Even the other examens on site couldn't help but stop and stare, unable to tear their eyes away. Holy crap! He's leading with a forbidden spell and just straight up summoning lightning. Did that cute girl on the other side break some heavenly law? Look at her, she's so tiny and adorable. And this guy's calling down a bolt the size of a tree to fry her. How is her little body supposed to survive that? When people say fighting for your life, they don't usually mean it literally, but this dude actually is. It's like showing up to a high school chess match and finding out Magnus Carlsen's your opponent, or sending an elite fighter jet squadron to handle a schoolyard scuffle. Even our best fighters would have no trouble here. The proctor almost jumped from his seat, then shouted in horror. Contestant Yilin, killing is strictly forbidden in the tournament. Violation means immediate disqualification from the college entrance exams. Yilin shrugged helplessly. Hey, it's not like I want to go this far. Why don't you just have her surrender already? Right then, Bei. The girl facing Yilin froze where she stood. She'd watched Yilin's footage yesterday, she knew he was strong, but no video could compare to experiencing it firsthand. Only now, standing across from him, did she truly grasp how terrifying Yilin was. It was like she was a newbie stepping into the boxing ring for the first time, only to see Prime Mike Tyson striding toward her. And then, before the fight even started, Tyson shook her hand, grinned, and said, "Hi, I'm today's referee. By the way, your actual opponent is Ultraman Zero from the Andromeda Galaxy." Under that crushing pressure, Bei's legs went weak and she collapsed to the floor with a thud. The next second, she burst into tears. Meanwhile, the battles in the other rings raged on. Zudge and I conjured a thick, ancient tome in her hands, a clearly powerful piece of equipment. As the book's pages turned, blazing flames leapt out, forcing her opponent to retreat again and again. Every move Zudge and I made was flawless, leaving her opponent no room to counterattack. Before long, she secured her victory in the first round. Ji Lingyu danced across the stage with his longsword. At level 15, facing an opponent barely level 8, he felt no pressure at all, just a few strikes and his opponent threw in the towel. Luo Jun from UKI High School gripped a black spear, its shaft coiled with the image of a lifelike shadow dragon. Each time he swung the weapon, the roar of a dragon echoed across the arena. Luo Jun wore a mocking smile, casually toying with his opponent until, at the very last moment, he kicked them clean off the stage. One Gendlin from Experimental High School was much quicker. As an SSS-level Rainbow Blade class, he moved like a phantom. With a single flash, he took down his opponent instantly. Every arena was hosting thrilling, heart-pounding battles except for Yilin's stage. There, the scene was completely out of place. A petite girl, dressed in a short skirt, had collapsed to the ground, wailing at the top of her lungs, "I can't win, I can't win. This guy's a total monster. There's no way I can win." The pressure was simply too much, and Bebe's cries echoed around the arena, tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought Yilin had bullied her horribly. The entire audience was dumbfounded, in fact. Even Yilin himself stood frozen for a moment, at a complete loss as to what to do. The forbidden curse he gripped in his hand was now awkward, neither ready to use nor easy to put away. He had never expected his opponent's mental fortitude to be so brittle. She had been scared to tears before he'd done anything. Eventually, the proctor helped Bebe off the stage, ending the bout with a victory for Yilin. Bebe was taken straight to the school counselor, where it took half an hour of consoling for her sobs to finally subside. Candidate No. 18. Yilin victory in the first round. 10 points awarded, the proctor announced, his expression a study in disbelief. In all his years overseeing exams, he'd seen everything: desperate struggles, contestants admitting defeat, even instant knockouts, but scaring someone into tears before the match even started, that was a first. Yilin had pulled off a historic first, winning a high school entrance exam match by frightening his opponent off the stage. He was now the only contestant to win a round without exchanging a single blow. What a brute. That poor, adorable girl, he made her cry like that. Doesn't he have a shred of compassion? Whispered one onlooker. I always thought scared to tears was just an exaggeration, turns out it's something you can actually do. Did he whisper something terrifying to her to make her cry like that? Others speculated in hushed tones. Surrounded by this murmuring, Yilin was speechless. Hell's bells. I really didn't do anything. I didn't even lay a finger on her. After a 10-minute break, round 2 began. Yilin's new opponent was a swordsman with a sword strapped to his back. The young man was tall and striking, with piercing eyes and an air of quiet confidence that drew attention as soon as he stepped onto the stage. When he saw Yilin, the swordsman's expression shifted ever so slightly. His eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a soft, almost murmuring tone. "So you're my opponent. This could be tricky, but I will win. After all, I'm the strongest here." He drew the long sword from his back with a faint sound, and a dazzling gleam filled the arena. Yilin's expression turned serious. He knew this was an opponent who deserved respect. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Yilin would never underestimate anyone standing across from him. Classes among those who've changed professions are a strange and varied bunch, each with their own unique skills on paper. Level doesn't always reflect true strength. Yilin knew this all too well. The guy standing across from him radiated confidence. Clearly, he had some sort of exceptional trick up his sleeve. Even the proctor's expression grew more serious. "Both examines, please stand inside the circle until I announce the start. Do not make any unnecessary movements. Now, please reveal your profession and level." Yilin, forbidden spellcaster. Level 18, Chen Qingshan, cloud-stepping sword cultivator. Level 11, Yilin's eye sharpened. Level 11, no wonder he's so self-assured. After the introductions were finished, the proctor announced the start of the second round. The moment the proctor's words fell, Chen Qingshan spun on his heel and, with a casual grace, sheathed his sword. Then he strode off the platform. At the same time, his calm and confident voice drifted toward both Yilin and the proctor. "I forfeit." Yilin, proctor. What the hell? It felt like expecting a gourmet entree at a 5-star hotel only for the chef to bring out a jar of cheap hot sauce. They'd both watched Chen Qingshan act all cool and mysterious, thinking he must have some killer trump card ready to take on Yilin, but as soon as the round began, he just gave up. Didn't he say he'd win? Yilin couldn't help asking. Didn't you say you'd win? I will win. Just, not today. Not now. Chen Qingshan's confident smile was as relaxed as a breeze, serene as a peaceful afternoon. Yilin fell silent. Truly, the JAKO trials collected the nation's finest talents, charming talkers, every one of them. Still, the less fighting under the watchful eyes of so many, the better. Why invite trouble from those with ulterior motives? Examinee No. 18. Yilin wins the second round. 10 points awarded. The proctor announced Yilin's victory again, his face showing a mix of confusion and amusement. For the first time, the proctor realized how easy this job could be. Normally, proctors had to stay tense at all times, ready to intervene if fights got out of hand, but for him, he barely had to do anything beyond reciting the rules. Soon, it was time for the third round, and, thanks to the traumatizing experiences of the previous candidates, the next examinee knew exactly what to do the second he drew Yilin's name. "Are you kidding me? How unlucky do you have to be to pick this monster?" He barely took a step into the ring before throwing up his hands. "Proctor, I forfeit." He had absolutely no desire to fight Yilin. After all, that earlier lightning assault had made it crystal clear he stood no chance. He wasn't about to throw himself into a hopeless battle and risk serious injury. Better to just admit defeat and focus on the next round. And just like that, without lifting a finger, Yilin moved on to the fourth round, his score rocketing to a staggering 130 points. By now, everyone, whether in the exam hall or watching the live stream outside, was utterly dumbfounded. Is this some kind of sick joke? The guy has only cast one forbidden spell, didn't even finish it. He hasn't actually fought anyone. And yet, he's already cleared 3 rounds. Is the college entrance exam really this easy? These people are too naive. If you have a problem with him, just fight him. What are you afraid of? Forbidden spellcasters have to burn their own life force to use their abilities. It's only the entrance exam. Is he really willing to risk his life for it? I don't know if he'd go that far. But if he hits me with one of his lightning forbidden spells, I'll be dead for sure. Geez, is this guy really going to get a perfect score without lifting a finger? No way. Anyone who's made it to the 4th round isn't going to give up that easily. And none of them are pushovers. If Yilin wants to make it to the 5th round, he's definitely going to have to fight somebody. Wait, that's not right. Look, guys, he got a bye. Out of all the students who made it to the arena stage, there were 104 contestants. After 3 rounds, only 91 made it to the losers bracket. That means just 13 people are still in the running for Kingpin's top spot. The 4th round didn't go by largest versus smallest number anymore. Instead, they redrew lots, and one person would get a bye. The person who got a bye wouldn't gain any extra points but would automatically advance to the next round. The results came out, and it was Yilin who got the bye. If someone else had lucked out, the others might have been jealous, thinking, wow, this guy's got it made. But since it was Yilin, the rest of the contestants practically breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful for their own luck. Yilin's bye meant none of them would have to face that monster in the 4th round, no matter who you were. Drawing Yilin pretty much meant you'd be sent straight to the losers bracket. Yilin getting a bye was, to everyone else, great news. The rest of the lots for this round were drawn quickly. The other 2 matches didn't seem all that interesting. The only one worth watching was Luo Jun versus Wang Jingwang, 2 SSS class professions, finally facing off on the same arena stage. Contestants, please stand within your circles until I announce the start. Do not make any unnecessary movements. For this match, there were 2 proctors instead of 1. Everyone knew this was going to be a clash of titans. Now, please reveal your profession and level. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spear. Level 14, Wang Jingwang, Rainbow Blade. Level 13, their levels were 14 and 13. If it weren't for the monster that is Yilin this year, Luo Jun and Wang Jingwang would have easily been the brightest new stars in Qingqing. Luo, looks like you're heading to the losers bracket. Wang Jingwang taunted as 2 daggers appeared in his hands. He reversed his grip on them, and their cold glint sent chills down everyone's spine. Luo Jun slammed his black spear onto the ground, setting the whole arena rumbling ever so slightly, a clear show of his terrifying strength. With just you, not even close. Luo Jun shot Wang Jingwang a glance, his eyes full of disdain. Wang Jingwang's eyes instantly narrowed. Assassin against warrior, never an easy match. Frankly, he'd rather face such an eye than go up against Luo Jun. But now that the draw was set, all he could do was give it everything he had. With jobs and levels displayed, the 4th round began. The moment the proctor announced the start, Wang Jingwang seemed to vanish from the ring like a phantom. His Rainbow Blade class was renowned for its blistering speed, so fast it dazzled the eye. Across from him, Luo Jun's eyes turned razor sharp. He swept his black spear through the air, sending flickering shadows across the stage. The clang of metal echoed as weapon met weapon. Everyone knew Wang Jingwang was attacking with all his might, but no one could actually see him. It looked more like Luo Jun was performing a solo spear display, his opponent invisible to the crowd. Terrifying. Is this what it's like when 2 SSS class jobs face off? I can't even tell where Wang Jingwang is. If I got up there, he'd probably take me out in the first second. This is insane. We're all class changers, but it feels like I'm not even in the same world as them. Each time sparks burst across the stage, the eyes of the spectators filled with awe and a touch of fear. The gap between people, sometimes, really is wider than the gap between people and dogs. We all went through the class change ceremony, all entered the rookie dungeon, all came here for the university exams, but Luo Jun and Wang Jingwang, they're just on a whole different level. Teacher Su, who do you think will win? Chief Examiner Lin Yuan turned to Su Chen-sin. Luo Jun. Su Chen-sin answered without hesitation. Lin Yuan chuckled. Oh, you think Wang Jingwang will lose? Right now, he's got Luo Jun on the ropes. On stage, Luo Jun was stuck defending, not even able to brush Wang Jingwang's clothes. It's not what I think, it's what I see. He's bound to lose. When you go all out from the start and can't finish it quickly, your stamina starts to drop, and that's when the tables turn. Luo Jun might look like he's just turtling up, but he's perfectly at ease. He's using the strength of his spear to deflect every blow, each strike calculated just right. As the gap in stamina widens, Wang Jingwang will definitely fall. Su Chen-sin spoke her mind without the slightest reservation, and Lin Yuan's gaze grew more serious. The Supreme Academy's director, her insight was sharp. He found himself agreeing with her assessment as well. Sure enough, just as Su Chen-sin laid out her prediction, the match began to shift. Keeping up that breakneck speed was taking a toll on Wang Jingwang. He started to slow, even if just a little, and in that exact instant, Luo Jun, like a tiger lying in wait, suddenly exploded into action. He gripped the black spear tightly in his hand, sweeping it in a deadly arc that unleashed a flurry of dark afterimages, each one striking for Wang Jingwang's vital points. Luo Jun had waited a long time for this opportunity. He wasn't about to give Wang Jinwang even a moment to react. Wang's face changed in an instant as he scrambled to defend himself. But head to head, how could he ever hope to match Luo Jun? Luo Jun's black spear was like a giant dragon, its maw gaping as it lunged at Wang Jinwang. Wang managed to parry, knocking the spear up into the air, but Luo Jun followed through smoothly, grasping the end of the shaft. Shadow Shatter Strike. The black spear now crashed down like a colossal pillar, swinging directly at Wang Jinwang. Desperately, Wang raised both daggers to block the blow, only to be smashed to his knees by the sheer force. Crack! A sharp, sickening noise echoed out. It was the sound of Wang Jinwang's kneecap shattering. Ah! Wang Jinwang let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground and clutching his ruined knee, his body curling in agony. Everyone watching felt a chill in their hearts. No one had expected Luo Jun to strike with such ferocity. Two medics rushed onto the stage, quickly carrying Wang Jinwang away. His injuries were too serious. He needed immediate treatment, or his future in the professional leagues could be at risk. Luo Jun left the stage with a blank, emotionless face. With that, the fourth round officially came to a close, including Yi Lin. Only 7 contestants remained, which meant that once again, someone would get a bye straight into the semifinals. No way, I can't be that lucky, can I? Standing in front of the lottery box, Yi Lin couldn't help but look a little odd. He reached in and pulled out a ball. He had a hunch that this might be the bye, but refusing to believe in such luck, he opened his hand all the same. Yet his instinct proved spot on. Lin Yuan glanced at the number and announced immediately, "Contestant Yi Lin, you receive a bye for round 5. Yi Lin fell silent. He had never expected to draw a bye twice in a row. Everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. They crowned Yi Lin as the undisputed king of the lottery, the biggest dark horse of this year's exam. He'd made it to the semifinals without even breaking a sweat. No one had ever achieved something like this before, and chances were no one would again. First round, his opponent was so terrified they burst into tears. Second and third rounds, his challengers forfeited before even stepping into the ring. Fourth and fifth rounds, both byes. Even the wildest novelists wouldn't dare make up something this outrageous. Boss, you've got insane luck. Ji Lingyu couldn't help but marvel. If you like getting byes so much, you can have the next one. Yi Lin replied, unfazed. No, I don't want it. Ji Lingyu shook his head frantically. Getting a bye was a double-edged sword. It didn't earn you any extra points. If you got a bye in the fourth round, then in the next, you were up against the strongest 6 contestants left. You'd have to beat one of them to earn another 10 points. Yi Lin had gotten a bye not just once, but twice already. As a result, he only had 130 points so far. The 6th round was the semi-finals, and the 7th round was the finals. That meant if he wanted a perfect score of 150, he'd have to win both of his next matches to clinch the top spot in Qingqing. If he wasn't strong enough, getting 2 byes would just make him a sitting duck in the semi-finals, an easy stepping stone for someone else. Who's your round 5 opponent? Yi Lin asked. Right now, Ji Lingyu had already racked up 136 points, enough that any of the nation's top universities would trip over themselves to recruit him. So, whether he won or lost in the 5th round didn't really matter. Unless, of course, Ji Lingyu had his eye on becoming Qingqing's top champion. Take a guess. Ji Lingyu winked and gave him a sly, almost mischievous grin. Seeing that look on Ji Lingyu's face, Yi Lin raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me, it's Zhou and I. Bingo, you're sharp as ever. Boss. Ji Lingyu gave a nod. She's tough to deal with. If it looks bad, don't force it. Just forfeit if you need to, Yi Lin advised. Even though Ji Lingyu's level was a notch higher than Zhou Enai's, Yi Lin knew better than anyone how he'd gotten there. Ji Lingyu still couldn't completely control all the strength he'd gained from that sudden jump in levels. And to top it off, his class was only ranked A level. So even though his level was technically higher, his actual odds against Zhou and I weren't great. Forfeit. That woman's always picking on you. Even if I can't beat her, I've gotta teach her a lesson. Relax. Boss, I got this. Ji Lingyu thumped his chest confidently. Yi Lin started to say something more, but right then Chief Examiner Lin Yuan's voice rang out. All right, round 5 of the arena battle is about to begin. All contestants, please take the stage. Wait for good news. Ji Lingyu gave Yi Lin a thumbs up, then strode confidently toward the arena without looking back. With Yi Lin sitting this round out, only 6 contestants remained for round 5. The most anticipated match was obviously Zhou Enai versus Ji Lingyu. By now, both stood at center stage, revealing their classes and levels. Zhou Enai, Fire Mage. Level 14, Ji Lingyu, Shadow Blade Swordsman. Level 15, a collective gasp swept through the crowd. A level 14 versus a level 15. In previous years, a matchup like that was usually reserved for the finals. But this year, before the semifinals had even started, they were already seeing a face-off between 2 of the tournament's strongest. The audience buzzed with excited speculation. Shadow Blade Swordsman, isn't that an A-level class? Someone asked incredulously. How does an A-level class grind up to level 15? Everybody's physique is different. Someone else said. Back in the day, I hit level 20 after pushing myself during a rage-fueled marathon session. That's not the whole story, said a student in the know, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I saw it with my own eyes. Yi Lin practically beat the monsters to death, then let Ji Lingyu finish them off. His level ups are all thanks to Yi Lin. For real, where do I sign up for perks like that? I have a friend who wants to know, does Yi Lin still need a leg pendant? No wonder an A rank class could level up to 15, so that's the trick behind it. Right now, on the arena stage, Zudge and I looked coldly at Ji Lingyu. Her exquisite, beautiful face was devoid of expression. Ji Lingyu, I really don't understand. What kind of spell has Yi Lin cast on you that you follow his every command? Zudge and I said, holding an ancient tome in her hands. You don't need to understand. Once a boss, always a boss. Clang. Ji Lingyu drew a long sword gleaming with icy light. His eyes turned serious. One day, when you finally see Yi Lin for who he truly is, you're bound to regret it. Zudge and I shook her head, clearly full of disdain for Ji Lingyu's choice. In her eyes, Ji Lingyu was nothing but a fool deceived by Yi Lin. The instant the Invigilator announced the start of the match, Zudge and I unleashed her skill, blazing phoenix fire. The tome in her hands glowed as countless fireballs surged up from the graceful curves beside her, hurling straight toward Ji Lingyu. The furious heat sent the temperature on the arena soaring. The attack hadn't even landed, and sweat was already beading on Ji Lingyu's forehead. He gripped his sword tightly, his figure darting among the shadows like a fleeting phantom. Instead of recklessly taking the fireballs head-on, he cleverly used the edges and corners of the arena to expertly evade Zudge and I's attacks. Fireballs exploded around him, flames flying in every direction, but not a single one managed to touch him. How many times do you think you can dodge? Zudge and I calmly turned the pages of her tome. In an instant, all the fireballs converged into a massive wall of flame, surging toward Ji Lingyu with a world-ending force. Faced with this indiscriminate assault, Ji Lingyu's eyes sharpened. He knew there was no dodging this blow. He'd have to face it head-on. Taking a deep breath, Ji Lingyu summoned all his strength. His sword blazed with cold light, and he slashed straight at the oncoming wave of fire. Sword art slash. The sword's energy collided midair with the firewall in a deafening explosion. The wall of flames was instantly torn apart by the sword chi, scattering into countless streams of fire and blooming in midair like a fiery lotus. Ji Lingyu's figure flickered in and out of the firelight. The stray flames that landed on him instantly burned his skin, but he paid no mind, charging straight at Zudge and I. He knew that facing a fire mage like her, his only chance was close combat. A flash of surprise appeared in Zudge and I's beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected Ji Lingyu to take her powerful attack head-on. At the same time, a wave of anger rose in her heart. She was determined to defeat Yi Lin and prove herself to her father. If she couldn't even handle Ji Lingyu, how was she supposed to take on Yi Lin? At that thought, a sharp glint flashed in Zudge and I's beautiful eyes. Facing Ji Lingyu, who was now closing in with an aggressive attack, she didn't panic. Instead, she grew even calmer, meeting his assault with steely composure. The ancient book in her hands quickly flipped open again, and volleys of blazing arrows erupted into the air, hurtling toward Ji Lingyu at lightning speed. Ji Lingyu moved like the wind, weaving through the fiery bolts as if he were a shadow. He leapt and dove, skillfully dodging Zudge and I's relentless assault. When an arrow came too close to evade, Ji Lingyu would sweep out his longsword, sending razor-sharp sword energy slicing through the flames, breaking the arrows apart in midair. In a blur of movement, he closed the distance and landed right in front of Zudge and I. He'd made it. But just then, instead of looking the least bit flustered, Zudge and I's lips curled into a smile that instantly set off alarm bells in Ji Lingyu's mind. The next moment, the ancient tome in her hand began to flip its pages on its own, and her long hair floated upward, dancing as if caught in a sudden burst of wind. Crimson Inferno. On the stage, the air abruptly turned scorching hot. Ji Lingyu felt a terrifying wave of heat crash over him, nearly suffocating. Every breath burned his nostrils like fire. He looked up to see Zudge and I surrounded by blazing flames, but these weren't the ordinary shades of red. Instead, they had transformed into a deep, molten gold, as if they harbored power enough to destroy everything in their path. Instantly, the fire began to surge and gather, swelling into a hellish sea of flames that closed around Ji Lingyu, consuming everything in its wake. The sheer heat radiating from it felt like it could swallow the entire world. As the sea of fire raged, the whole arena began to tremble violently, as though it could barely withstand the force unleashed. A legendary skill. To be able to cast a legendary skill at only level 14, this girl's talent is truly something else. Chief Examiner Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with astonishment and admiration. There's a bit of trickery involved. Her spellbook is an epic class piece of gear. Still, her innate talent is undeniable. Su Chen-sin couldn't help but compliment her. That Ji Lingyu kid is about to lose. One of the other examiners shook their head knowingly. On the stage, Ji Lingyu's face had gone pale. Only now did he realize that Zudge and I had let him get close on purpose, just for this very moment. Concede. There's no way you can break through my Crimson Inferno, Zudge and I called out, wreathed in flame, her hair flying about her like a goddess of fire. With a single thought from her, the endless sea of fire around her could engulf Ji Lingyu completely. Victory was all but certain, but despite that, there was no hint of joy in Zudge and I's heart. This move was one she had intended to save for dealing with Yi Lin. She hadn't expected to be forced to use it against Ji Lingyu instead. Hey, you haven't won yet. Don't act like it's over already. A ruthless glint flashed in Ji Lingyu's eyes. He had no way back now, so he decided to go all in even if it meant courting disaster. In the very next moment, he charged straight through the sea of fire toward Zhenai, completely ignoring the lethal threat of the flames. Foolish, Zhenai thought, her brows knitting together. With a graceful lift of her pale arm, the raging inferno instantly gathered into one massive wave of fire, surging menacingly toward Ji Lingyu. Under the scorching, all-encompassing flames, Ji Lingyu didn't stand the slightest chance of getting anywhere near her. The fiery tidal wave came crashing down with the force of an apocalypse, making Ji Lingyu's silhouette seem pitifully small, like he might be swallowed whole at any moment by the relentless blaze. Yet faced with such a terrifying onslaught, Ji Lingyu didn't so much as flinch. He charged headfirst into the rolling tide of fire. The sudden, reckless move left everyone in shock. Father Ji sprang to his feet in alarm. Had the boy lost his mind? Exam proctor, get ready to save him, Lin Yuan shouted, his body flashing forward as he leapt onto the stage. The moment the fire touched his skin, Ji Lingyu was racked with agony, as if countless flaming blades were slicing through his flesh. In an instant, his clothes ignited and burned to ash, exposing charred, blackened skin. Still, he did not retreat for a second. As the pampered son of a wealthy family, nothing scared Ji Lingyu more than death. But at this moment, he cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Whoosh! A charred figure burst out from the wall of fire. Under Zhenai's astonished gaze, Ji Lingyu lunged at her with his sword. She never expected him to take her full red flame fire attack head-on and still press forward with an assault. But Zhenai remained calm, reacting quickly and dodging the strike. Even so, Ji Lingyu's blade was blindingly fast, grazing her left arm and drawing blood. A cold smirk twisted Ji Lingyu's lips as he saw her wounded. By now, he was little more than a blackened, burned husk of a man, but his eyes still blazed with fierce determination. Consider this a warning, he growled through scorched lips. My boss is the man I respect most aside from my own father. If you ever speak ill of him again, don't blame me for what happens. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ji Lingyu, overcome by his injuries, rolled his eyes back and slumped to the ground unconscious. Yi Lin raced up the stage without hesitation, channeling the power of the Yin-Yang twin bracelets to heal Ji Lingyu. His entire body was badly burned, some patches of flesh already cooked through. I didn't mean for this to happen. I didn't think he'd go this far. Zhenai stammered, almost involuntarily, seeing Yi Lin's grim expression. I know, this isn't your fault, Yi Lin replied icily, the moment she heard that cold indifference in his voice. Unreasonable anger flared up in Zhenai's chest. What are you acting all high and mighty for? If you hadn't deceived Ji Lingyu, would he have ended up like this? In the end, isn't it all your fault? Yi Lin cast a cold glance at Zhenai, then looked away, not bothering to say another word. To him, the label of dimwit was already firmly attached to Zhenai's name. He didn't see any point in wasting more breath on her. If she weren't the daughter of his own teacher, Zhuge Qianxing, Yi Lin would have already blasted her with a forbidden spell. Once the paramedics finished taking Ji Lingyu away from the exam arena, Yi Lin stepped off the stage without so much as a backward glance. Zhenai watched his retreating figure, biting her lip so hard that her teeth left marks, a complicated light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, Ji Lingyu's earlier words echoed in her mind. That man she'd always seen as cowardly and duplicitous, how could he possibly drive Ji Lingyu to such extremes? She simply couldn't make sense of it. Why would Ji Lingyu go to such lengths for someone like Yi Lin, who cared only for his own safety and gained fame through trickery? Her father trusted Yi Lin. Ji Lingyu trusted him too, but why did no one believe in her? A surge of unfamiliar emotion rose inside her. Was it envy? Was it jealousy? Zhenai couldn't tell, but at this moment, her desire to defeat Yi Lin had reached a fever pitch. She just couldn't stand the thought of Yi Lin, who in her eyes was a coward and a fraud, still managing to act so calm and untroubled. Only a decisive victory, fair and square, could wash away the knot of frustration buried deep in her heart. There was also her bet with her father. She was determined to drive Yi Lin out of her father's tutelage. Someone like him didn't deserve to be her father's disciple. Zhenai's face grew icy cold. Yi Lin, I'll expose your true colors, just wait and see. Now, for the 6th round of the arena matches, only 4 examines remained. Yi Lin, Luo Jun, Zhenai, and a student named Lin Linglin. The other participants had already completed their 5 rounds and finished this year's highly competitive entrance exam. This year's champion of Kingqin's exams would emerge from among these 4. Zhenai was desperate to face Yi Lin, but after the match draw, she found herself paired against Lin Linglin, while Yi Lin was matched with Luo Jun. The way the matches shook out set the entire crowd abuzz with excitement. Everyone already knew Yi Lin was formidable, but just how strong was he? Really, no one had ever seen him truly go all out. Luo Jun had just won a flawless victory over Wang Zhenlin, who was also an SSS-ranked competitor. Luo Jun was nothing short of a powerhouse. After watching Zhenai's recent battle with Ji Lingyu, the audience had seen for themselves that a lower rank didn't always mean weakness. Because of this, many people believed Luo Jun actually had the stronger chances. The principals from Qingqing High and the other local schools were all on the edge of their seats. For them, the showdown between Luo Jun and Yi Lin was even more important than the eventual finals. Unless Lin Linglin pulled off a miracle, she stood no chance against Zhenai. Once Yi Lin defeated Luo Jun, it would mean the final showdown would be between 2 students from Qingqing High School. No matter the outcome, the Qingqing top scorer would emerge from Qingqing High. But if Luo Jun won, then their UKI high would still have a shot at keeping the top spot. After all, for the past 3 years, Kingchen's top scorer had always come from UKI high. Principal Su, what do you think Luo Jun's chances are? One of the principals couldn't help but ask. Of course I'm confident. He's my student. After all, I have great faith in him. Principal Su gave a slight smile, brimming with an unshakable confidence. But Yilin is an 18th level forbidden spellcaster. That's already an incredibly powerful class, and he's at a higher level than Luo Jun. Do you really think Luo Jun stands a chance? Another principal said in surprise. So what? Principal Su scoffed dismissively. This is a ring match. Does Yilin really dare to burn through his own life by recklessly casting forbidden spells again and again? The other principals all nodded in agreement. Everyone knew forbidden spells packed immense power, but they also placed a tremendous strain on the body. Unless it was a life or death situation, even most spellcasters steered clear of using them. Only a true forbidden spellcaster would ever consider using one that wasn't at the brink of desperation. I just hope he can survive even a single forbidden spell, Gao Janaya said quietly. Humph, we'll see soon enough, won't we? Principal Su snorted. Meanwhile, in the arena, Yilin and Luo Jun had already revealed their ranks. Luo Jun, Shadow Dragon Spearmaster. Level 14 Yilin, Forbidden Spellcaster. Level 18 Luo Jun gripped a black spear, pointing it directly at Yilin. The weapon gleamed with a ghostly black light in the sunlight, as though a dragon was coiled within its shaft. Luo Jun's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, so strong it seemed one could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. Yilin, I've finally run into you. Out of everyone, you're the only one I can see as a worthy rival. As long as I defeat you, the top scorer title is mine. Hearing this, Zhu Genai's face darkened. Luo Jun's words made it all too clear he didn't see her as a threat at all. Yilin said nothing, simply gripping his starfall blade tightly. Under the weight of everyone's anticipation, the proctor announced the start, and the battle began. This was Yilin's first real fight since entering the tournament. Luo Jun's body blurred forward like a pouncing tiger, his black spear crackling with thunderous force as he thrust straight toward Yilin's heart. Yilin's expression didn't even flicker. He adjusted his stance, and his starfall blade carved a dazzling arc of starlight, intercepting Luo Jun's spear. He didn't use any complicated forbidden spells, just the simplest and most direct Yansho blade technique. Luo Jun was only at level 14, and with each slash, the power of the Yansho blade doubled. If all went as planned, after stacking up to about 20 strikes, the starfall blade's might would become something Luo Jun simply couldn't withstand. Moreover, by using the Yansho blade technique, Yilin didn't have to worry about accidentally killing Luo Jun. That was the essential reason he'd chosen it. A blade. Luo Jun was a little stunned. He'd only ever seen Yilin use his apocalypse-level lightning spells before, so he'd been on guard for that. What he never expected was for Yilin to suddenly pull out a blade, a forbidden spellcaster good at close combat. Since when? And as the black spear and starlit blade clashed again and again, Luo Jun grew more and more alarmed with each exchange. At first glance, Yilin's swordsmanship looked simple, but every single strike carried an overwhelming force, and that force was building with each swing. The starlit blade sliced dazzling arcs through the air, clashing against Luo Jun's black spear with crisp, metallic clangs, sending sparks flying with each collision. At first, Luo Jun's black spear had held the upper hand, solid and unyielding, but as Yilin's attacks accumulated, Luo Jun began to feel his strength slipping. Cold sweat trickled from his brow. One force breaks 1,000 techniques. Yilin wasn't using any fancy moves, just basic slashes, but the stacking power of his lifespan blade art was absolutely terrifying. The audience surrounding the ring stared in shock, jaws practically on the floor. Was this really a duel between a forbidden spellcaster and a warrior? To them, it looked like two warriors slugging it out, blow for blow. Was this how forbidden spellcasters fought? Wait, isn't this guy supposed to be a forbidden spellcaster? How come he hasn't cast a single spell and can still go toe-to-toe with Luo Jun in a direct showdown? Wasn't that a little too outrageous? I'm just as confused. I thought we'd see spells flying everywhere, but this is what we get instead. Viewers watching the livestream were just as bewildered. This fight was nothing like what they'd imagined. But among the principals of Qingqing High School, a few had already noticed something. That's the forbidden spell, isn't it? It should be. He's burning through his own lifespan, making every swing stronger than the last. How many strikes has he made so far? Trading his lifespan for a win in a ring match. Is it really worth it? The principals discussed it in hushed tones. By now, Principal Su's expression was truly grim. He'd never expected Yilin to go this far, staking his very life on the match. Principal Su, didn't you say Luo Jun might not lose? Looks to me like he's already lost. Gao Janaya could barely contain his glee. Don't celebrate too soon. Principal Su ground out between clenched teeth. In the ring, Yilin's lifespan blade was stacked 15 layers deep. Each slash carried a horrifying force. Luo Jun felt pressure like he'd never known. His grip had been split open and was now slick with blood. No way. If this keeps up, I'm finished. Panic flickered in Luo Jun's eyes. With every swing, Yilin's power was multiplying, seemingly endless. I have to stake everything on this. Shadow break assault. Gripping the end of his spear, Luo Jun swept it like a giant staff. bringing it smashing down toward Yi Lin. Yi Lin didn't really want to parry it, but not wanting to seem too abnormal or out of the ordinary, he raised his blade, blocking the strike head-on. With that block, he was sent staggering backward by the force of the blow. Seeing his attack land, a cold, ruthless light flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. Yi Lin, did you really think you were the only one who could use forbidden spells? Forbidden spell. Dark Dragon's Fall. A dazzling brilliance gathered at the tip of Luo Jun's spear. It was the full force of his forbidden incantation. At that moment, the entire arena seemed to tremble. The air grew razor-sharp and tense, as though the single strike would make even a true dragon bleed. The instant the black spear thrust out, it exploded with blinding light and a deafening boom. Yi Lin felt a tremendous force slam into him, sending his body lurching backward, completely out of his control. On his chest, a gaping wound was growing wider by the second, blood soaking through his shirt. He looked down to see the black spearhead piercing straight through his heart. Luo Jun loomed over him, looking down coolly, his eyes filled with pride and biting contempt. For one suspended moment, all of Qingqing fell silent as if someone had hit pause on time itself. The suddenness of it all left everyone in the arena stunned. No one had expected Luo Jun to unleash a forbidden spell, let alone that he could actually pierce Yi Lin's chest with a single blow. Luo Jun, he won. No one saw that coming. Weren't forbidden spellcasters supposed to be unbeatable among those of the same rank? Yet Yi Lin, a supposed unbeatable prodigy, got defeated by Luo Jun, who was 4 levels below him. Luo Jun really put it all on the line, actually using a forbidden spell in combat. Excitement buzzed through the crowd, eyes wide, voices low, shot clear on every face. Su Logu, you old fox, you actually taught a forbidden spell to your student just to win. Gao Jinaya was beside himself with rage. He charged toward Principal Su, clearly ready to start a fight. Luo Jun might be gifted, but he definitely shouldn't be able to master a forbidden spell at his current level. The only possible explanation was that Principal Su, desperate to make Luo Jun the champion of Qingqing, had forced him to learn it regardless of what it might cost him down the line. Seeing victory within reach, Principal Su let a satisfied, smug smile curl his lips. He spoke in a calm, almost dismissive tone. What? Does any rule say you can't teach forbidden spells to your students? A loss is a loss. Don't tell me you can't accept it. Shameless. Gao Jinaya spat, face contorted in anger. The other principals didn't look much happier either. Casting a forbidden spell comes at a heavy cost. The strain on the body is enormous, especially for someone like Luo Jun, whose SSS-level profession gives him limitless potential. To sacrifice such a promising young talent just for the sake of winning, this ran utterly counter to their values as educators. Luo Jun agreed himself. You can save your concern, Principal Su said, as composed and proud as ever. So what if he's up against a forbidden spellcaster? This year's top spot still belongs to our UKI High. Zudge and I stood frozen, staring at the arena, unable to put her swirling feelings into words. She never imagined Yi Lin would lose to Luo Jun, but that spear strike was truly terrifying. Zudge and I doubted she could have evaded it either. At first, she had been desperate to defeat Yi Lin, but now, seeing him on the verge of death, Zudge and I couldn't help but sigh. When a person dies, their light goes out. There was no point in holding on to old grievances. She had warned Yi Lin long ago. The power of a cursed mage comes at the cost of one's own future in life. It was a shame he hadn't listened. If only you'd taken my advice, maybe things wouldn't have ended up like this. Zudge and I shook her head and muttered under her breath. On the stage, Luo Jun was gasping heavily, his face deathly pale. Clearly, casting Dark Dragon's Fall had taken a heavy toll on him as well. So what if you're level 18? Luo Jun announced, savoring his triumph. In the end, you still fell to my spear. Who told you I'd lost? Yi Lin lifted his eyes calmly. Even with your heart pierced, you're still pretending. Luo Jun snorted in disdain. It seems it's been so long since the world has seen a cursed mage that people have forgotten how terrifying this class can be. Yi Lin spread his arms, voice cool and steady. No one can kill a cursed mage. A cursed mage only dies by their own curse. A curse. Immortality. The moment Yi Lin invoked the curse, a mysterious power exploded from within him. The very air around the arena seemed to freeze. Though his heart had been run through, Yi Lin acted as if nothing had happened. He hefted the Starfall scar and continued his fierce assault on Luo Jun. Luo Jun's expression twisted in shock. How could anyone, with a heart run through, summon such monstrous strength? Was this guy even human? At the same time, the twin yin-yang bracelets on Yi Lin's wrist flared with light. A powerful energy was rapidly restoring his body. The wound left by Dark Dragon's Fall healed before everyone's eyes, until not a trace remained. The crowd erupted in an uproar. No one had ever seen someone survive with a pierced heart. Was this man truly immortal? Only a handful saw through what was really happening, a group that included Lin Yuan and the other examiners. Immortality. I thought that curse was long lost. One of them exclaimed. I never expected to see it with my own eyes. The cursed mage class is simply terrifying, born to master forbidden curses, sacrificing their own lifespan to become immune to fatal damage. This curse truly was both the strongest and most practical, allowing one to ignore certain death once. He used immortality to negate lethal damage, then triggered his equipment to instantly heal. The kid's composure is remarkable. If he weren't a cursed mage, he would surely do something extraordinary someday. An examiner shook his head, regret written all over his face. Being a cursed mage meant a short life. That was an unchangeable truth. Step by step, Yi Lin pressed forward. Every swing of his Starfall scar was infused with terrifying power. Luo Jun was forced to retreat step by step. He had thought landing a shot straight through the heart would guarantee his victory, but now it was clear he'd been utterly delusional. Seeing that defeat was imminent, a vicious glint flashed in Luo Jun's eyes. He'd already used a forbidden spell once, so what did it matter if he did it again? Forbidden spell. Dark Dragon's Fall. Luo Jun cast the forbidden spell once more, this time aiming directly at Yi Lin's head. As the black spear flared with blinding light and came hurtling at him again, Yi Lin frowned. He really didn't want to use his undying body in front of everyone a second time if he kept relying on that power. Sooner or later someone was bound to catch on, so Yi Lin simply raised his hand. Forbidden spell. Thunder of Apocalypse. Since this guy loved forbidden spells so much, Yi Lin decided it was time for a showdown. His palm pressed forward, and at once the sky filled with dark, churning clouds. Lightning crackled madly, as if it meant to swallow the entire arena. Boom! Responding to Yi Lin's gesture, a thick bolt of lightning split the sky and crashed down directly at Luo Jun. Impossible! Luo Jun's terrified scream echoed out. How could it be? They were both casting forbidden spells, so why was Yi Lin's so much more terrifying? He scrambled desperately to dodge, but the lightning was too fast. There wasn't even time to react. The thunderbolt struck Luo Jun square on, blasting him clear across the stage and slamming him into the edge of the arena. His whole body was charred black, sparking with arcs of electricity. If not for his still twitching form by the edge, onlookers might have thought he was already a corpse. The arena fell into an eerie silence as everyone stared at Luo Jun's miserable state. In the blink of an eye, the one thought to be certain to win had been struck down by Yi Lin's thunder, reduced to little more than cinders. The sudden reversal left the audience stunned and at a loss for words. Yi Lin stood calmly on stage, then suddenly, as if realizing something, he coughed up blood and slumped to the ground, face pale as a sheet. If you're going to act, you have to play the part all the way. He had just unleashed a massive forbidden spell. If he looked perfectly fine afterward, wouldn't that raise suspicion? Luo Jun, now a burned husk, was quickly carried off by the medics. Considering how ruthless Luo Jun had been, Yi Lin had no intention of showing him any mercy. Thus, the battle ended with Yi Lin's victory, bringing his score up to 140. This meant the finals of the college entrance tournament would be Yi Lin versus Zhu Zhenai, a clash between two Qingqing High students. No matter who won, the champion title was guaranteed to stay with Qingqing High, and Gao Janayo had already started popping champagne in celebration. But if there was anyone most shattered by Luo Jun's defeat, it had to be Principal Su of UKI High. His molars were almost cracking from how hard he was clenching his jaw, glaring death at Yi Lin up on the stage. To win, he'd gone so far as to teach Luo Jun a forbidden curse, willing even to ruin Luo Jun's future if it meant victory. But in the end, despite everything, he still lost. How could Principal Su possibly accept this? I'm going to report this. I have to report it. Yi Lin from Qingqing High. He tried to kill his opponent on purpose. An 18-level classed professional, using such a powerful forbidden curse against a 14-level. That's attempted murder. Principal Su sprang to his feet and shouted. On the stage, intentional killing was absolutely forbidden. Every competitor who made it this far was a prodigy. With time, each of them would become a pillar of the nation. No matter who died, it would be a tremendous loss for Daxia. That's why the exam had a strict rule. If you killed your opponent, you'd be disqualified, and all your scores would be invalidated. Normally, with Luo Jun lying on the stage barely alive, everyone might actually be convinced by Principal Su's outrage. But the memory of Luo Jun's ruthless, heart-piercing strike against Yi Lin was still fresh in everyone's minds. The looks on their faces turned odd, to say the least. If we're talking about attempted murder, Luo Jun was the real culprit here. If Yi Lin hadn't been a forbidden curse master and had any other class, he wouldn't have survived, let alone walked away unharmed. Go complain to the examiners. Griping here won't do a thing, scoffed Gao Janayo, giving Principal Su a look like he was watching a clown perform. Gao Janayo, just you wait. This isn't over. Principal Su ground out, voice shaking with fury, then turned and stormed away, unwilling to watch anymore. The rest would be an intra-school match for Qingqing High. Sticking around would only make him angrier. It's settled. Then, 2 for 2, double the delight. Gao Janayo grinned so widely the wrinkles on his cheeks all but disappeared. I thought it was enough of a treat to see a Qingqing High finals, but to think the eyesore would remove himself too fantastic. Mid-stride, Principal Su nearly stumbled when he heard that, barely resisting the urge to turn around and slug Gao Janayo right there. Man, this is exhausting. The college entrance trials are even more tiring than fighting Kensen, Yi Lin muttered under his breath as he walked off the stage. Facing Kensen, he could go all out without holding back if he needed to use a few forbidden curses. He just did it. But now, in the exam arena, he felt like he was treading on eggshells, afraid someone might notice something off. After all, the tournament was being broadcast live, with countless eyes watching. Honestly, at Luo Jun's level, there was no way he should have even landed that attack. If it weren't for the Cirque asterisk misstances, 100 Luo Juns wouldn't be enough to threaten him. I really do need to get stronger, Yi Lin thought. Once my strength is great enough that I'm not afraid of people discovering my immortal secret, I won't have to hold back anymore. And then, as if that weren't enough, the final match would be against Zhejianai that was giving Yilin a real headache. He definitely couldn't use the same approach as with Luo Jun. Tossing a forbidden curse and turning Zhejianai into charcoal would make Zhuge Qianqing never let him live it down. Let me think. Is there any forbidden spell I can actually use right now? Yilin's head throbbed with pain. He desperately needed a forbidden spell that could defeat Zhejianai, but not one so devastating that it would seriously hurt her. Anything like apocalyptic thunderstorm or heaven-searing hellfire was totally out of the question. Not even Luo Jun, a warrior, could withstand those. If one of those brushed Zhejianai a mage, she'd be dead before she knew it. Just as Yilin was racking his brain for a solution, the seventh and final round, the championship match, finally began. But to most people watching, the outcome seemed all but decided. Yilin had already shown the terrifying power of a forbidden spellcaster against Luo Jun. If Zhejianai got hit by even one forbidden spell, it would be over for her. On the stage, Zhejianai stood facing Yilin, delicate features clouded with complicated emotion. Moments ago, she truly thought Yilin was about to die under Luo Jun's spear, but to her utter shock, he had turned everything around with one immortalizing forbidden spell. With the examiner's signal, the battle to decide who would be Qingqing's top scholar officially began. Strangely, neither Yilin nor Zhejianai moved a muscle. They simply stood there, staring at each other, motionless. Yilin worried that one careless forbidden spell would end up killing Zhejianai, while Zhejianai's thoughts remained a mystery. After a while, Zhejianai finally spoke up, her tone cold. Yilin, if you need to rest, I can wait until you've recovered before I make a move. I have no interest in taking advantage of you. No need. Go ahead and start. Yilin replied, waving her off, his face etched with frustration. He mentally ran through every forbidden spell in his repertoire. Unfortunately, not a single one was suitable. The ones with no attack power, like Fleeting Dance, Cycle of Embers, or March of Souls, were for other effects, not combat. But the actual attack forbidden spells, not a single one was weak enough for this situation. Fine, don't blame me for what happens, because I have my own reasons for needing to win. Determination flashed through Zhejianai's eyes. She opened her spell book and cast her first skill, Exploding Phoenix Fire. Flames erupted across the stage, bursting into a swarm of blazing fireballs, each one radiating terrifying heat as they hurled straight for Yilin. Forbidden spell, Fleeting Dance. As the fireballs hurtled toward him, Yilin instantly sacrificed a kidney, exchanging it for a fivefold boost in agility. If he couldn't risk attacking, there was only one strategy left: stall for time long enough for Zhejianai to exhaust her mana. He only had 140 points so far, and to get into the Supreme Academy, he absolutely needed a perfect score, which meant he simply couldn't lose this round. Yilin blurred from place to place amid the flames, a phantom weaving through a sea of fire. His movements reached an almost inhuman speed, shifting position every split second. Each fireball only grazed past him, never managing to hit him at all. On the dueling platform, flames roared and blazed. Yet within the inferno, Yilin moved with an effortless grace, as fluid as drifting clouds and flowing water. The entire audience stared in amazement. How could a forbidden spellcaster possess such extraordinary agility? It was almost beyond belief. But soon, people began to sense something was amiss. Why was Yilin only dodging and not attacking? If he just used that thunderstorm forbidden spell from earlier, wouldn't he win easily? Maybe that spell took too much out of him, and he couldn't use it again so soon. That must be it. How else to explain why he was only evading and never fighting back? I'll bet, someone muttered. Yilin is going easy on her because he thinks Zhejianai is pretty, showing pity for a beauty. You know, you guys are behind the times. Another whispered conspiratorially. Word is, Yilin is already Master Zhuge's apprentice, and he's trying to let Zhejianai have the top spot on purpose. On the stage, Zhejianai clenched her teeth, resentment and humiliation written all over her pretty face as she watched Yilin dodge attack after attack without countering even once. Yilin, is dodging all you know how to do? She snapped, her frustration boiling over. In her eyes, his refusal to fight back was nothing short of mockery, as if some proud old horse were teasing a helpless young lamb, seasoning it with aromatic salt and pepper and enjoying the spectacle. Is there a rule against dodging? Yilin shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, let's see how long you can keep running. Scarlet Inferno. With a delicate shout, Zhejianai's long hair stirred without wind, and in an instant, the air on the platform grew blisteringly hot. The temperature soared as flames erupted around her, shining with a dazzling crimson gold light. The blazing fire gathered into an ocean, surging towards Yilin in a relentless pursuit. Yilin frowned slightly, then darted side to side, agilely evading the oncoming firestorm. Though the inferno raged, he moved within it as smoothly and naturally as flowing water, each dodge swift and precise. The scarlet gold flames were terrifying, but not a single wisp ever managed to touch him. In a flash, Yilin made another sacrifice, offering half of his liver, instantly boosting his agility to 7 times its normal level. The sudden surge sent his formidable speed skyrocketing. He became a streak of light, heading straight for Zhejianai. She never expected Yilin could be even faster. There was no time for her to react. Dong! A crisp thwack rang out as Yilin, wielding his Starfall Skymark blade, tapped Zhejianai lightly on the head with the flat of the heavy blade. The sound echoed across the platform. Zhu Enai clutched her head and dropped to a crouch. She had been pampered all her life, never had she suffered such an indignity. Tears welled up almost instantly from the pain, and a large lump swelled on her head, comically prominent. "You've lost," Yi Lin said calmly. The gulf in their abilities was now obvious for all to see. If he had used the blade and not the back of the knife just now, with Starfall Heaven's edge's sharpness, Zhu Enai's head would have been split in two by now. Just 3 simple words had instantly shattered Zhu Enai's psychological defenses. Humiliation. This was outright, naked humiliation. She would rather be carried off the stage like Luo Jun than accept this kind of degrading defeat. Who said I've lost? I haven't forfeited. And I haven't lost my ability to fight, this match isn't over yet. Furious, Zhu Enai got back to her feet, refusing to admit defeat. With a wave of her hand, several more fireballs hurtled toward Yi Lin. Yi Lin frowned, not expecting Zhu Enai to be so stubborn. If that's how she wanted to play it, he thought, next time, he'd just kick her straight off the stage. To avoid accidentally killing Zhu Enai, Yi Lin still refrained from using any forbidden spells. He relied only on the dance of the instantly moving shadows, zigzagging nimbly, dodging left and right as if he were as slippery as an eel. Yi Lin only fueled Zhu Enai's rage. I can't lose. I won't lose. There is no way I'm going to lose to this infuriating guy. Her pride burned inside her, and Zhu Enai's power surged to its peak. With a crisp shout, her hands formed a flurry of seals before her chest. An even more powerful surge of flame exploded from within her, the ancient tome in front of her flipping at an astonishing speed. On the arena stage, the air seemed to warp under the force of her power, crimson runes twisting through the air as if ancient sigils had been summoned into existence. Yi Lin, if you're so good at dodging, let's see you get out of this one. Fury sharpened Zhu Enai's voice. Dragon flame vortex spell. Her delicate hands thrust forward, and in an instant, the crimson runes converged into a massive tornado of fire, roaring directly toward Yi Lin. This firestorm was nothing like the previous sea of flames. It felt alive, writhing and dancing through the air, each spin radiating searing heat that threatened to burn everything to ash. After using this skill, Zhu Enai's skin was slick with sweat, her face paper pale. Clearly, unleashing that spell had taken a serious toll. The ancient tome in front of her was even more battered, tattered in several places. A big deal, considering it was an epic tier artifact. Catching sight of the damage, a flash of pain flitted through Zhu Enai's eyes, but as long as she could win, it was all worth it. She was certain that, with this move, Yi Lin would have nowhere to run. Sure enough, this time, no matter how Yi Lin darted around, the tornado of fire clung to him like a shadow, impossible to shake. A homing skill. Yi Lin's brow furrowed slightly, glancing at Zhu Enai not far away. He instantly figured out a solution. With his sevenfold agility, he slipped around with a single flash, peering right behind Zhu Enai. If a mage, without the protection of teammates, uses a homing spell against a fast opponent, it's basically suicide. Didn't you pay attention in class? Yi Lin's voice echoed in Zhu Enai's ear. At that moment, a flaming tornado, like a furious dragon made of fire, came barreling toward them at breakneck speed. If things kept going like this, the fire tornado would definitely hit Zhu Enai before it reached Yi Lin. Give it up, Yi Lin said calmly. The moment she withdrew the spell, he'd kick her off the stage and put an end to this ridiculous scene. Facing the oncoming inferno, Zhu Enai's face went pale, and then a flash of humiliation flickered in her beautiful eyes. Don't even think about it. Instead of canceling her spell, Dragon Fire Twister, she poured even more of her mental energy into it, making the fiery tornado even more violent and out of control. At this rate, she was clearly ready to go down with Yi Lin, whatever the cost. Nini, outside the arena, Zhu Qianxing shot up from his seat in a panic. He never imagined his daughter would go this far, willing to risk her life, just to win. Lin Yuan and the other examiners looked startled as well, prepared to intervene. Someone called out, as Zhu Enai went mad with determination. Yi Lin frowned slightly. Crazy woman. There was no way he'd really use her as a human shield. She was, after all, his teacher's daughter. No matter how many faults Zhu Enai had, Zhu Qianxing had always treated Yi Lin well. There was no way he'd just stand by and let her die in front of him. Yi Lin reached out, pulled Zhu Enai behind him, and raised his hand. A terrifying force erupted from his palm. The stage beneath them shuddered violently, rumbling with thunderous noise. Forbidden spell, Wall of Size. A stone wall surged upwards between them and the approaching fire tornado. This wall was strange and mysterious, not appearing to be made of any tangible material. It was one of the forbidden spells Yi Lin had just unlocked after his recent level up. Forbidden spell. Wall of Size, at the cost of a portion of the caster's life force. The forbidden spellcaster summons the Wall of Size from the depths of the underworld, which blocks attacks coming from the front. If the attacker's level is less than 20 levels higher than the spellcaster, the attack is rendered completely ineffective. This spell did exactly what its name suggested. With Yi Lin now at level 18, any job changer below level 38 couldn't hope to break through this wall. They just have to stand there and sigh in frustration. The raging fire tornado crashed into the Wall of Size. Not even a sound was heard. The violent flames were slowly devoured, swallowed up by the otherworldly barrier until they vanished without a trace. As the Wall of Size faded, Yi Lin stood there as steady as ever, shielding Zhu Enai behind him completely unscathed. The examiners, seeing that Yilin had resolved the danger, exchanged glances and quietly stepped back. What? What kind of power is this? Zhuzhenai stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. She had clearly prepared herself to go down together with Yilin, but in the blink of an eye, he had effortlessly dissolved her full force attack and even shielded her behind him. It was at this moment that Zhuzhenai finally realized with absolute clarity just how terrifyingly vast the gap was between her and Yilin's strength. Idiot! Stop spacing out. Turn around. Yilin ruffled Zhuzhenai's hair affectionately, his smile gentle and warm. For a second, Zhuzhenai was completely stunned. Suddenly, she found herself thinking that maybe just maybe Yilin wasn't as unbearable as she'd always imagined. Why does this feel so sweet all of a sudden? Am I actually shipping these two? The proud, stubborn princess facing off with the strong, gentle knight. My god, is this for real? I can't take it. I get it now. Yilin never intended to just give up his top spot. He was just afraid of hurting Zhuzhenai. That's why he kept dodging her. How sweet is that? How can a guy be this gentle? He honestly can't bear to let Zhuzhenai suffer the tiniest scratch. The students from Qingcheng watching the live broadcast couldn't help but break into motherly grins at the heartwarming scene on stage. Right then, with everyone's eyes on them, Yilin gently turned Zhuzhenai around, then, with a scowl, landed a fierce kick squarely on her butt. Get lost. You, acting like you're insane or something. Zhuzhenai was caught completely off guard. Yilin's full-strength kick sent her flying through the air, her delicate figure tracing a beautiful arc before crashing headfirst into the ground off the ring. She landed flat on her face in the dirt, looking utterly pathetic. Qingcheng students, the examiners, Zhuzh Qianqing, Yilin's sudden, vicious kick left everyone utterly speechless. There was even a clear, size 10 shoe print right on Zhuzhenai's perfectly shaped backside, easily visible. The livestream camera even zoomed in for a close-up. Now, all the Qingcheng students couldn't help but drop their jaws, faces full of shock and disbelief. 1 second the air had been sweet with heart-racing chemistry, and the next, physical punishment. Yilin had literally kicked a beautiful girl face down in the dirt. How was this even okay? Lin, bleh, bleh, bleh. Zhuzhenai clambered up, spitting out a mouthful of sand. Her cheeks flushed red with fury. Her opinion of Yilin had just started to change for the better, but with that single kick, he'd shattered every shred of good feeling she'd had. Yilin hadn't held back in the slightest. Zhuzhenai could feel that half her butt was already swollen from the kick, one cheek noticeably bigger than the other, and the larger side was throbbing in pain. This isn't over. Just you wait. She spat out her threat and turned to storm off, but as soon as she lifted her leg, a jolt of pain shot through her backside, forcing her to gasp through clenched teeth. Watching the limping Zhuzhenai make her way off the stage, the proctor in the ring shot Yilin a rather peculiar look. Such a beautiful girl, and this kid didn't hold back one bit, though he grumbled inwardly. The proctor didn't forget his duty. He promptly announced, "Final round of the arena exam. Candidate Yilin is the winner. 10 points awarded." With that, Yilin's total reached 150 points, earning him the title of Qingcheng's top scorer. That should be enough to get into Supreme Academy. Right, Yilin muttered to himself. A perfect score and the honors of being the valedictorian. This was the best result anyone could achieve in the national exam. At that moment, a host in black stockings and high heels strode quickly onto the platform. With a microphone in hand and a dazzling smile for the camera, she addressed the viewers. "Hello to all our live audience. I'm Wei Benlu, host of Qingcheng Vision." After a day of thrilling competition, the top scorer of the 886th national examination has been decided, and standing beside me is none other than Yilin. Usually, this would be the cue for thunderous cheers to erupt across Qingcheng, but this year, there was only an uncanny silence. Yilin, as this year's top scorer, is there anything you'd like to say to the viewers at home? Wei Benlu turned to Yilin expectantly. No, Yilin replied honestly. And no, Wei Benlu blinked, momentarily thrown off. But, ever the professional, she quickly recovered and flashed another bright smile. Yilin is certainly a man of few words. Well then, do you have any thoughts or anyone you'd like to thank for helping you reach the top? I guess I should thank the proctors. Yilin answered, straight-faced. They gave me 2 buys. Would you like to thank your parents? Wei Benlu pressed on. I'm an orphan. Yilin answered matter-of-factly. Wei Benlu. Cold sweat started to bead on Wei Benlu's forehead. How was she supposed to carry on with this interview? This could end up being the blemish of her career. She hurriedly changed the topic. So, Yilin, do you have any wishes for the future? I want to attend Supreme Academy. Yilin answered. His words left many viewers watching the broadcast completely puzzled. Wasn't the Great Xia Academy supposed to be the best school in the country? Where did this Supreme Academy come from? Meanwhile, Wei Benlu practically sighed in relief. Finally, Yilin said something she could work with. What a coincidence, she said brightly. Today, the regional director of Supreme Academy, MS, Su Chen-sin, is right here at the exam site. Let's give a warm welcome to MS. Su. No sooner had she spoken than the camera swung over to Su Chen-sin, dressed in a flowing teal gown. Su Chen-sin appeared on screen, instantly capturing the attention of many viewers. What an elegant beauty in her prime. Some couldn't help but marvel. This kind of mature allure, captivating and refined, could charm men of all ages. Let me explain for our audience, Wei Benla said. Every year, Supreme Academy only admits the top 100 scorers from the college entrance exam. You can think of Supreme Academy as the special forces training camp among colleges. She turned to her colleague, Ms. Su, this year's top scorer in Qingqing, Yi Lin, said his dream is to enter Supreme Academy. Since you're in charge of admissions for Qingqing, is there any chance Yi Lin's wish will be granted? Wei Benla flashed a sweet smile as she asked her question. Su Chen-sin frowned slightly at the mention, then shook her head. Yi Lin, I'll get straight to the point, don't take it personally. But this particular wish of yours probably isn't going to come true. The words hung in the air. Whether it was Yi Lin himself, Wei Benlu, or the countless viewers watching the livestream, everyone was thrown into stunned silence. What did that mean? Sure, Supreme Academy was undoubtedly a big deal, but not enough to turn its nose up at the top student of a whole city. Right, even Zhuge Qianxing, his golden-framed glasses glinting, furrowed his brows ever so slightly. He seemed to have an inkling of what was really going on. As for the examiners like Lin Yuan, their expressions showed no surprise at all. Apparently, they had known for some time that Su Chen-sin wasn't interested in admitting Yi Lin. Why? Yi Lin couldn't help but ask. He had a perfect score, 150 points, and was Qingqing's top student. With those two factors, there was no reason Supreme Academy would turn him down. Wasn't that what everyone always said? You already know the answer. Su Chen-sin answered coolly. Your class, the Forbidden Curse Master. Her tone was utterly cold. Since people began changing classes, only 11 have ever become Forbidden Curse Masters. The average lifespan for those 11, 22 years. The longest any of them ever lived was 24 years and 10 months. That means, simply put, you have no cultivation value. Your current strength, it's built on burning through your future and your life force. Pouring resources into you would be like throwing money into the ocean, absolutely pointless. I know I'm being blunt, but that's just the reality. As soon as Su Chen-sin finished, the streaming audience fell silent, each deep in thought. As harsh as her words sounded, they had to admit that her reasoning made sense. Everyone knew the fate of a Forbidden Curse Master. Universities invest 4 years in every new student. Yi Lin was 18 now. When he graduated, he'd be 22, the very age Forbidden Curse Masters tended to die. It was entirely possible Yi Lin would die right after graduation. All that time, effort, and resources down the drain. Once that thought settled in, it became clear to everyone why Su Chen-sin would turn Yi Lin down. For a moment, even the way people in the room and online looked at Yi Lin changed. There was now a trace of pity in their eyes. What a dazzling new star he was. Sadly, brilliance like his never lasted long, it always burned out too quickly. I understand. Yi Lin nodded calmly, his expression unruffled, although he was a little disappointed. It wasn't anything major, he'd already done his best. If Su Chen-sin wasn't interested in him, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't exactly announce in front of everyone that he was actually immortal. Could he? If he did that, the next place he'd end up probably wouldn't be the Supreme Academy, but some research lab instead. Just then, a figure appeared at Yi Lin's side. The newcomer wore a long coat and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a cultured, scholarly aura. It was none other than Zhuge Qianxing. Seeing Zhuge Qianxing enter the exam grounds without permission, a few of the examiners, including Lin Yuan, frowned, but they didn't say anything. After all, Zhuge Qianxing's name carried significant weight. He was practically a household legend. Besides, the college entrance trial was already over, so his sudden entrance wasn't really going to affect anything. They chose to turn a blind eye. Su Chen-sin, however, froze the moment she saw Zhuge Qianxing. Her expression became complicated, and Zhuge Qianxing himself looked a bit uneasy. It was clear the two of them had some history. Ms. Su, I may have already solved the problem you're worried about. Zhuge Qianxing adjusted his glasses, his warm hand resting on Yi Lin's shoulder. In that instant, a surge of star power rushed into Yi Lin's body, wreaking havoc inside him. Yi Lin endured it in silence, making no sound whatsoever. If Zhuge Qianxing truly meant to harm him, he certainly wouldn't do it in front of so many people. Yi Lin is my disciple, Zhuge Qianxing declared. I've developed a method that can greatly reduce the side effects of casting forbidden spells on the caster. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to have Yi Lin undergo a thorough examination. As soon as he finished speaking, many of those watching the livestream were visibly shocked. The powerful leaders of Qingqing who had daughters looked at Zhuge Qianxing with new, intense interest. There had indeed been rumors that Zhuge Qianxing had accepted a disciple. Now, with his public announcement, Yi Lin's status as his disciple was confirmed for all to see. Yi Lin was deeply moved. Zhuge Qianxing had clearly taken all the attention and scrutiny onto himself. As time went on, Yi Lin's continued vigor as a forbidden spellcaster would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. By claiming him so publicly, Zhuge Qianxing was shielding him from the spotlight and putting himself center stage. Anyone with doubts would now focus their suspicions on Zhuge Qianxing, not Yi Lin. Even Lin Yuan and the other examiners looked excited. If Zhuge Qianxing really had found a way to lessen the toll forbidden spells took on spellcasters, Yi Lin's future would be limitless. Just imagine if he could live until 30. Things would change dramatically. 8 extra years of life for a forbidden spellcaster was enough to make anyone nervous. Only Su Chen-sin remained unchanged, her expression even colder than before. Mr. Zhuge, You may be an expert in astrology and divination, but when it comes to understanding job changers, are you really more knowledgeable than the professors at the Supreme Academy? Even they haven't been able to solve this conundrum. Do you really expect me to believe you have? You want our Supreme Academy to waste resources training a forbidden spellcaster, just based on your word? What if he still can't live past 25? Will you compensate for the resources we lose? Faced with Su Chen-sin's aggressive questioning, Zhuge Qianqing frowned slightly, then sighed. Chen-sin, could you not let your personal feelings get in the way? I'm being completely serious about this. All you need to do is run a check on Yilin's body, then you'll see for yourself. Won't you? He just damaged Yilin's body to just the right degree. Zhuge Qianqing was confident Su Chen-sin wouldn't detect anything unusual. Mr. Zhuge, I have no personal bias here. I'm just as serious as you are. Su Chen-sin's face was cold as ice. At that moment, the eyes of countless onlookers were brimming with gossip and curiosity. Even a fool could sense there was some history between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Chen-sin. Our Supreme Academy will not accept a forbidden spellcaster. Mr. Zhuge, please don't make this any more difficult, Su Chen-sin said coldly. Zhuge Qianqing could only frown in resignation. He could tell Su Chen-sin had made up her mind. There was no way she would accept Yilin. Forget it, teacher. Yilin spoke up, not wanting Zhuge Qianqing to be put on the spot. If the Supreme Academy doesn't want me, so be it. It's just an academy. Right then, a mocking, taunting voice cut through the air. Aren't you full of yourself? Just an academy. The moment the words fell, the diligent cameraman immediately zoomed in on the source of the voice. A young man in white robes strode into view, a sarcastic smirk playing on his lips. His eyes swept over Yilin with undisguised contempt. He curled his lip in a cold sneer and suddenly stepped forward, unleashing a rush of savage energy directly at Yilin. Yilin felt an enormous force slam into him. It was like being struck by lightning. His insides churned, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He could sense immediately the power of this young man was on par with Kensen. Humph, just a forbidden spellcaster. You're nothing more than a flash in the pan, and yet you dare brag here. So you got the top score. Don't get ahead of yourself. Everyone who enters the Supreme Academy is of the highest caliber. The young man sneered. Master Zhuge, you may be adept at astrology and divination, but when it comes to the study and understanding of career changers, can you really claim to be as knowledgeable as the professors at Supreme Academy? Even our professors at Supreme Academy haven't managed to unravel certain mysteries, yet you think you can. Do you really expect me to believe that? You want us to invest resources to train a forbidden spellcaster, just on your word alone? What if he still doesn't make it past 25? Will you compensate us for the resources lost? Faced with Su Chen-sin's relentless questioning, Zhuge Qianqing furrowed his brow slightly, then sighed. Chen-sin, can't you leave your personal feelings out of this? I'm being serious here. I'm discussing this with you in all sincerity. All you have to do is examine Yilin's body. Once you do, you'll have the answer. He had just brought Yilin's body condition to the perfect state, not too damaged but enough to hide the truth. Zhuge Qianqing was confident that it would be impossible for Su Chen-sin to see through his plan. Master Zhuge, I'm not bringing any personal emotions into this. I'm also telling you this earnestly. Su Chen-sin returned his gaze, her face cold and indifferent. At this moment, all around them, countless people wore the expressions of avid gossipmongers. Even the dimmest among them could see it. There was definitely some kind of history between Zhuge Qianqing and Su Chen-sin. Our Supreme Academy does not recruit forbidden spellcasters. Master Zhuge, please, stop trying to bend the rules. Su Chen-sin's voice was icy. Zhuge Qianqing could only frown in resignation. He could see that Su Chen-sin was resolute in her refusal to accept Yilin. Never mind, teacher. If Supreme Academy won't take me, then so be it. It's just a school, doesn't matter to me. Yilin spoke up, not wanting to see Zhuge Qianqing put in a difficult spot. At that moment, an insolent, mocking voice suddenly rang out. Quite the talker. Aren't you? Just a school, you say? As soon as those words were spoken, the cameraman, professional to the core, immediately panned over to the source of the voice. Everyone saw a young man dressed in flowing white robes striding forward with a sarcastic smile on his lips. His gaze swept over Yilin, carrying a hint of disdain. With a sneer, he suddenly took a step forward, and a surge of overwhelming power erupted from his body, crashing directly toward Yilin. Yilin felt as if he was struck by a bolt of lightning. An immense force slammed into him, his blood roiling, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He could sense clearly that the young man before him was every bit as strong as Kensen, maybe even stronger. Humph, a forbidden spellcaster, just a flash in the pan, and you dare spout such arrogance here. You get the top score, and suddenly you think you're above it all. Anyone who gets into Supreme Academy is outstanding. What makes you so special? The young man's cold laughter echoed. Remember this, the one who beat you, Yun Guanlu, freshman at Supreme Academy. Well, almost a sophomore now. Silence. Whether in the Bluestone Plaza or in the audience of Qingqing watching the live broadcast, not a sound could be heard. Everyone stared in astonishment, eyes wide, unable to hide their shock. Just moments ago, all they'd heard was the host, Wei Benlu, praising the unmatched strength of the Supreme Academy. It had sounded impressive, but they didn't really have a clear sense of what that meant until Yin Guanlu made his move. With a single blow, he sent Yilin coughing up blood. Only then did everyone finally grasp just how terrifying the Supreme Academy truly was. You had to understand. Yun Guanlu was just about to start his sophomore year, which meant he'd only spent a single year at Supreme Academy so far. And Yi Lin, he was this year's top scholar in Qingqing's entrance exams, the strongest in the entire city, and a curse master to boot. But even so, standing in front of Yun Guanlu, Yi Lin could take just one hit before he was left spitting blood. It was terrifying. No wonder Zhuge Qianxing had gone out of his way to try and get Yi Lin admitted to Supreme Academy personally. There were plenty of third and even fourth-year students at top academies who didn't have half of Yun Guanlu's power. This only made it clearer. A great academy could make or break a transmuter's future. Yun Guanlu, if you ever take matters into your own hands and hurt someone again, I'll make you write a full reflection when we get back, Su Chen-sin said in a mock-scolding tone. Got it, Ms. Su, I really didn't mean to hurt him. I just wanted to say hello. Who could have guessed he'd be that weak? Yun Guanlu chuckled, completely unconcerned with Yi Lin. Yi Lin pushed himself off the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked calmly at Yun Guanlu. If he'd gone all out, disregarding everything, it really wasn't certain who would win. But for now, he had to admit he wasn't Yun Guanlu's match. Seeing that Yi Lin still dared to meet his gaze, Yun Guanlu's eyes grew colder, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Oh, not convinced? If you're not, feel free to challenge me anytime. I will. I'll remember what happened today, Yi Lin replied, his voice steady. Ha ha ha, you really believe that? I just brushed you off with a few words and you took it seriously. You'll never have the chance to beat me in your whole life. Idiot. Yun Guanlu laughed derisively. So your confidence is all thanks to Zhuge Qianxing. Right, you're just a frog in a well, someone might call him Mr. Zhuge here in Qingqing, but in the grand scheme of things in Dixia, he's nothing special, Yi Lin retorted. With Su Chen-sin's refusal to accept Yi Lin, it was clear he'd never be admitted to the Supreme Academy now, and wherever else Yi Lin went, there was no chance he'd ever be able to catch up to Yun Guanlu, who was enjoying all the academy's resources and top-notch teachers. As a student there himself, Yun Guanlu knew firsthand the gap between Supreme Academy and any ordinary school. The difference in resources and faculty just couldn't be compared. If you're that confident, why don't we make a bet? Yi Lin asked calmly. Yun Guanlu insulting him, he could let slide, but insulting Zhuge Qianxing, that crossed the line. Oh, and what are we betting on? Yun Guanlu was intrigued. A year from now, I'll come to Supreme Academy and challenge you. We'll see if the Academy's students are really as unbeatable as everyone says. Yi Lin stated. You seriously want to challenge me? Yun Guanlu burst out laughing. Yunganlu burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face, and looked at Yi Lin as if he were nothing more than a clown. That's right, let's not only determine a winner and loser, but also decide life and death, Yi Lin said seriously. As soon as those words were spoken, even Yunganlu was stunned, and the rest of the group erupted in shocked murmurs. This was no ordinary wager, this was a duel to the death. Everyone present knew just how terrifying a curse mage could be when they gambled with their life. Yi Lin, don't be reckless. Zhuge Qianxing grabbed Yi Lin anxiously. As arrogant as Yunganlu was, he had the power to back it up. The guy was nearly level 45 already. In another year, it wouldn't be surprising if he broke through to level 50, maybe even 60. Don't worry, Professor, I'm not being impulsive. Yi Lin gave Zhuge Qianxing a reassuring glance. Zhuge Qianxing frowned not because he thought Yi Lin would lose, but because he was worried Yi Lin might carelessly expose the secret of his undying body. A duel to decide not just the winner, but life and death. Yunganlu's smirk faded, replaced by a serious expression. Fine, I accept this wager. The entire exchange was broadcast live, captured in every detail. The people of Qingqing High School were in total shock. None of them had expected Yi Lin to have the guts to challenge Yunganlu to a duel to the death. Yunganlu could crush him with a single blow right now, and a year from now, he'd only be stronger. Where did Yi Lin's confidence come from? Well, since Professor Su insists on rejecting Yi Lin's admission, there's nothing more for us to discuss. We'll take our leave. Zhuge Qianxing didn't say any more. He called over Zhuge Ni and Yi Lin, signaling it was time to go. Zhuge Qianxing, don't you have anything you want to say to me? Su Chen-sin gritted her teeth. No, I don't. Zhuge Qianxing didn't even look back, his face giving nothing away. Su Chen-sin's face suddenly went pale. Yi Lin followed quietly behind Zhuge Qianxing, but inside he felt unbearably curious, like a cat's claws were scratching at his heart. There was definitely something unusual between Zhuge Qianxing and Su Chen-sin. What, exactly, was going on between them? For once, Zhuge Ni didn't come looking for trouble with Yi Lin. Instead, she followed Zhuge Qianxing in silence. Clearly, she wanted to know too. When it came to gossip, girls' curiosity always surpassed the boys'. As soon as they got back to Qingqing, Yi Lin was about to ask what was going on when a wave of cheers interrupted him. He looked up to see Gao Jianaya leading a crowd of students and teachers from Qingqing High School as they rushed over, their faces flushed with excitement. Our top scholar has returned. I always knew this kid would make it. Took out a loan just to class change, who else would dare do something like that? Qingqing High finally produced a top scorer. Yi Lin was surrounded by the crowd, and before he knew it, the excited teachers and students had lifted him up and were tossing him into the air. Top scorer, top scorer, top scorer. Caught up in the moment, Yilin felt completely out of his element, torn between enjoyment and embarrassment. It was like being a rat dragged out of the sewers and thrown under the blazing sun for all to see. After all, for the first 17 years of his life, he'd lived in the slums, barely having anyone to talk to. The experience of being the center of attention, surrounded by people cheering him on, was so foreign to him that it left him feeling utterly out of place. It took some effort to finally extricate himself from the enthusiastic crowd, and Yilin made his way back to Zhuge Qingxing's small courtyard. When Zhuge Enai saw that it was him who came in, she immediately frowned, let out a cold snort, and refused to even look in his direction. Yilin paid her no mind, walking straight over to Zhuge Qianqing and sitting down in front of him. He knew that, since the Supreme Academy was out of the question, Zhuge Qianqing would definitely have something else to say to him. But before the teacher could even begin, Yilin spoke up himself. Teacher, I know you have something to tell me, but before that, let me ask you, I've been wondering about this for a while. What exactly is your relationship with Su Chen-sin? Yilin had been dying to satisfy this curiosity the entire way back. If the head of the Supreme Academy's Qingqing region hadn't been Su Chen-sin, he might have still had a chance of getting in, but fate clearly had other plans. I was expecting you to ask, Zhuge Qianqing said with a wry smile, shaking his head. At this, even Zhuge Enai, who had been ignoring them, couldn't resist pricking up her ears to eavesdrop quietly. Well, there's nothing to hide, Zhuge Qianqing went on. Su Chen-sin, she was my first love. First love. The moment the words left Zhuge Qingxing's mouth, all three of them blurted out in shock. Even Guqin, who'd been hiding in the shadows, couldn't resist jumping out. Who could have guessed Zhuge Qianqing and Su Chen-sin had that kind of history? Yilin's expression turned odd. He'd always felt that there was something a little off between the two of them. They didn't have that feeling of being sworn enemies, but neither did they look like long-lost friends. But a first love, wasn't that supposed to be someone you remembered fondly, like an untouchable white moonlight? Teacher, aren't first loves supposed to be, you know, cherished memories? Yilin couldn't help but start, only to falter halfway. Zhuge Qianqing gave another bitter smile, taking off his glasses and rubbing the bridge of his nose. It's a long story. Back then, I was just a clueless freshman in college. By chance, I met Su Chen-sin. The two of us hit it off, fell for each other, and before long, we were officially together. We spent a period of pretty happy, passionate romance, but I found out she had this habit. No matter what was bothering her, she kept it bottled up. Instead of talking about her feelings, she'd just give me the cold shoulder. I urged her to speak her mind, but she'd say, if you truly understand, I shouldn't have to say anything. Then one time, after a fight, she deleted every way I had to contact her. I tried to reach out, but she just ignored me. I thought we'd broken up for good. But then, nearly 6 or 7 years later, out of the blue, she messaged me. After all this time, do you realize you were wrong yet? She said if I would just coax her, she'd get back together with me. That's when it hit me. She'd never started a new relationship all those years. All the resignation and frustration were plain on Zhuge Qingxing's face, and even Zhuge Enai was taken aback. It was the first time she'd ever seen her father look like that. In her memory, no matter what happened, Zhuge Qianqing was always calm and collected, taking everything in stride. Mr. Zhuge, so what were you doing back then? Guqin couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Zhuge Qingxing's expression turned odd. He glanced at Zhuge Enai and replied, at that time, Enai and I had just been born, so I was holding the baby. Yilin, Guqin, Zhuge Enai. For a moment, none of the three knew what to say. If you wanted to praise Su Chen-sin, it was true, she really did stay loyal to Zhuge Qianqing for 6 or 7 years. But if you wanted to blame Zhuge Qianqing, well, who could imagine that anyone would keep up a cold war for 6 or 7 years? As for what happened afterward, Zhuge Qianqing didn't have to say a thing. They could all pretty much guess the rest. No wonder things ended up like this. Su Chen-sin had never thought much of Yilin, being a forbidden spellcaster, and with her connection to Zhuge Qianqing, there was no way she'd ever let herself admit Yilin. All right, let's drop this topic. Putting on his glasses, Zhuge Qianqing regained his usual calm demeanor. He first looked to Zhuge Enai. Enai, with your strength and talent, you should be able to get into Supreme Academy. There's no need to turn it down because of me. Supreme Academy really is the top institution in Daxia. Okay, Zhuge Enai nodded obediently. As for you, Yilin, your best option is really just Daxia Academy, Zhuge Qianqing said with a sigh. Zhuge Enai glanced sidelong at Yilin, a hint of pity in her eyes. Even though Yilin had beaten her and become the top scorer on Qingqing's entrance exam, he still wasn't on the same level as her. All he'd done was borrow from his future potential for a little short-term achievement. Once she got into Supreme Academy, Zhuge Enai's future would only shine brighter. Despite her defeat at Yilin's hands, Zhuge Enai still hadn't changed her opinion of him. She could never forgive the day Yilin abandoned her to face the dragon-blood behemoth alone while he ran off to save himself. That act of cowardice would always be a stain in her mind. As her thoughts wandered, Zhuge Enai suddenly remembered Ling Yi. Why hadn't that guy taken the exam this year? Had he gone to another city? But it didn't matter, someone as outstanding as Ling Yi was bound to show up at Supreme Academy. 2. A flicker of heat flashed in Zhuge Enai's beautiful eyes. Maybe once she got to Supreme Academy, she'd finally get to see Ling Yi again. It's all right, Sir, Daxia Academy isn't bad either, Yi Lin said easily. After all, he'd lived in the slums for over 10 years. No matter what Daxia Academy was like, it had to be better than the slums of Qingqing. Right, all right, both of you should start getting ready. Admissions officers should be here soon, Zhuge Qianqing said. Just as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the wooden gate of the courtyard. Before Zhuge Qianqing could respond, the door swung open. Su Qianxin walked in, trailed by Yun Guanlu. Having just heard Zhuge Qianxing's story about Su Qianxin, and now seeing her in person, the looks on Yi Lin and the others' faces were quite a sight to behold. Su Qianxin didn't notice anything amiss. She walked straight over to Zhuge Ni, took an ornate, gold-embossed acceptance letter from her elegant leather folder, and handed it to her with a gentle smile. Zhuge Ni, on behalf of Supreme Academy, I'm here to officially invite you to join us. I hope you'll become a part of our school. Thank you, Ms. Su. Zhuge Ni accepted the letter, her eyes lighting up as she gazed at the bold, gilded characters on its cover. Supreme Academy was the very place her own father spoke of with such reverence. There was clearly something extraordinary about it. Holding up the acceptance letter, Zhuge Ni deliberately waved it in front of Yi Lin, as if showing off. In truth, that was exactly what she intended. After all, something Yi Lin had tried so hard to get, she had obtained instead. Wasn't that a kind of victory? All right, I'll be heading off now. Don't forget to report to the academy, Su Qianxin said with a faint smile, not sparing Zhuge Qianqing so much as a glance before turning to leave. As she walked away, Yun Guanlu, who had been silent up to now, made a throat-slashing gesture at Yi Lin before following Su Qianxin out. Yi Lin's expression barely changed. He just narrowed his eyes slightly. No sooner had Su Qianxin left than a bustling crowd swarmed in. At the head of the group was a man who moved with the pride of a tiger and the bearing of a dragon, full of gravitas. This was Gao Jinao, principal of Qingqing High School, trailed by a horde of reporters and photographers. Yi Lin, come here. This is Lord Hu, our city mayor, Principal Gao introduced excitedly. Hello, Yi Lin, as our top student, you truly carry yourself with distinction, Mayor Hu said warmly, extending his large hand for a handshake. The photographers behind him scrambled to capture the moment up close. Yi Lin didn't move, a look of puzzlement creasing his brow. Principal, what's going on? The mayor is here to present you with your top scholar award. The bonus alone is 5 million yuan, Principal Gao whispered to him. Hearing this, Yi Lin's expression instantly brightened, grinning from ear to ear. He eagerly shook Mayor Hu's hand. Ah, Mayor Hu, I've heard so much about you. It's an honor to finally meet you in person. The corners of Mayor Hu's mouth twitched. His instincts told him that if not for the prize money, Yi Lin probably wouldn't have paid him any attention. As they shook hands, the photographers shot a flurry of photos. Wei Benlu appeared again, flashing a sweet smile for the camera. Dear viewers, you see here Mayor Hu and our city's top scholar enjoying a friendly exchange. The mayor has high hopes for this year's outstanding student. Yi Lin smiled politely at the camera, then lowered his voice to ask, by the way, Mayor, how's the 5 million getting to me? Are you transferring it to my account, or is it cash? I don't even have a bank card yet. Mayor Hu let out a helpless chuckle. Don't worry, Yi Lin, you won't miss out on a single cent. City Lord Hu, you don't know what it's like. I spent over 10 years living in the slums, and it made me scared of being poor. Yi Lin said earnestly. I just can't relax until the money's in my hands. Hu Wing, 5 million isn't exactly pocket change, but as the dignified city lord of Qingqing, does he really think I'd stiff him on 5 million? Xiao Lu, let's move things along and skip straight to the award ceremony, Hu Wing said helplessly. Understood, City Lord Hu. Wei Benlu complied without complaint, skipping all the tedious steps and going directly to the award presentation. 3 hostesses in kipaos walked in gracefully, each carrying a tray. The first reward is 5 million yuan in cash. This is Qingqing's official recognition of your achievements. Yi Lin, I hope you stay humble and keep striving for greatness, Hu Wing said with a smile, handing Yi Lin a large placard emblazoned with 5 million. The photographer snapped away next to them. Only after all the photos were taken did Hu Wing hand Yi Lin a card. The second reward, a bundle of epic rank choose your own skill scrolls. As soon as he said this, quite a few people around couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Epic rank skill scrolls, and you even get to choose. This was an incredibly generous prize. It meant that no matter what class you were, you could pick an epic level skill perfectly suited for you. But when Hu Wing handed over such a precious prize to Yi Lin's lips twitched. As a forbidden spellcaster, skill scrolls were utterly useless to him. They weren't even fit for wiping after using the restroom. Too stiff. But of course, he still reached out and accepted the gift. He wasn't stupid enough to embarrass Hu Wing in front of everyone. The third reward, an entry token to the top scholar's secret realm. Hu Wing handed Yi Lin a talisman and then explained. The top scholar's secret realm is a unique place open only to the top scholar of each city. Everyone who enters gains the power of immortality inside. No way. Guo Qin, standing nearby, blurted out. You mean in that secret realm, you don't have to worry about dying at all and can just focus on defeating monsters and leveling up? He asked, incredulous. That's right. No one who emerges from the top scholar's secret realm has ever been below level 20, Hu Wing said with a nod. Then why not just stay inside? Grind monsters until you hit level 99, and only come out then. I mean, you can't die in there anyway. Guaqin was puzzled. Because the monsters in the secret realm are limited. After they're cleared out, it takes a whole year for them to respawn and the realm to reopen. Zhuge Qianqing explained, glancing at Yi Lin. Still, this secret realm suits you perfectly. Yi Lin nodded, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. With no need to hold back, he could really let loose in there. Hu Wen clapped Yi Lin on the shoulder and said heartily, Yi Lin, do your best. Bring home the title of National Top Scholar for us here in Qingqing. There's a National Top Scholar, too? Yi Lin asked. Of course. Whoever has the highest level upon leaving the Top Scholar's secret realm is crowned the National Top Scholar. Hu Wing explained. And what do you get for being the National Top Scholar? Yi Lin pressed on. This was the part he cared about most. I'm not sure about that, the old man replied. After all, Qingqing has never produced a national top scorer before. But one thing's certain, it's got to be far richer than the rewards for topping the local exams. Old Hu patiently explained. With Yi Lin here, this year was undoubtedly Qingqing's best shot. Hearing this, Yi Lin's interest was thoroughly piqued. Once Old Hu left, Zhuge Qianqing called Yi Lin to his room for a private word. Yi Lin, there's something you must remember. Never use any forbidden spells that drain your life force while you're in the valedictorian's secret realm. Is that because, even though the realm grants you immortality while you're inside, it can't actually stop your body from aging? Yi Lin shot back. Zhuge Qianqing nodded, satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Exactly. And here's another thing, after you come out of the secret realm, return to Qingqing as soon as possible. He glanced out the window. Outside, a massive green mantis leapt up, its claws clamping tight around its prey. Those people, Zhuge Qianqing's voice dropped. They might be close to finding the gate of revelation. Yes, teacher. Yi Lin replied, absent-mindedly. He placed a hand on his stomach. Nestled deep inside him, a key lay quietly. Early the next morning, Old Hu reappeared and brought Yi Lin to the very heart of Qingqing. There, a teleportation array sat silently, its runes etched deep across the entire territory of Daxia. Every city was linked by teleportation arrays like this. The world outside the cities teemed with terrifying monsters. Trains and planes from the old days were useless now. They'd never make it halfway before getting torn apart. Each activation of the teleportation array cost an immense amount of resources. Forget ordinary folks. Many professionals would live their entire lives without ever leaving their hometowns. If it weren't for Yi Lin, the star pupil this year, even Old Hu would never have used this array. Good luck, Yi Lin, Old Hu called out as the array began to glow. Its light dazzling and brilliant. The world before Yi Lin shattered like a jigsaw puzzle tossed in the air. He felt as if he were soaring through space. Weightless, the sensation was so intense it made his stomach churn. When the pieces of reality knitted back together, Yi Lin found himself in an utterly unfamiliar place. He'd lived in this world for so long, but this was the first time he'd ever left Qingqing. Yi Lin blinked and looked up. What he saw took his breath away. A colossal city wall, towering into the clouds like a mountain thrown across the sky. Atop the wall, massive flags fluttered, each emblazoned with a fierce dragon, wild and imposing. Beyond the walls, as far as the eye could see, was a sea of monsters. They howled and roared, hurling themselves at the ramparts, but none could cross the boundary marked by the wall. Yi Lin stood frozen in place. He'd never witnessed anything so magnificent. The splendor of the great city, the terror of the monsters, the strange, thrilling air that seemed to sweep over him, all of it struck him with awe. This was a world he could never have imagined from behind the peaceful walls of Qingqing. He took a deep breath, steadying the emotions that surged restlessly within him. Just then, a gentle voice sounded behind him. You must be Yi Lin, the top graduate from Qingqing this year. Right. Welcome to Shin City. Come over here and register, please. Yi Lin turned around to see a woman approaching him. She wore rimless glasses and was dressed in a crisp white blouse, a black skirt, and heels, exuding sharp professionalism. Seeing Yi Lin staring, she gave him a warm smile. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bai Lin, Mr. Who has already told me about your situation. The top scholar's secret realm hasn't opened yet, so you can take a couple of days to rest. All right, thank you. Yi Lin didn't say much, cooperating fully as he filled out the registration. Once registration was complete, Bai Lin led Yi Lin to a tall building. After checking him in at the front desk, she handed him a room key card. All right, here's your room card, room 6099. The dining hall is on the first floor and serves food 24/7. Of course, you're also free to eat out if you like. When the secret realm opens, someone will notify you. She handed him a business card as well. If anything urgent comes up, you can contact me directly. Okay, Yi Lin nodded. After Bai Lin left, Yi Lin found his room. It wasn't large, but it was spotless and tidy, with a subtle scent of aromatherapy lingering in the air. The window offered a perfect view over the entirety of Shin City. Standing at the window, Yi Lin gazed out at the city's nighttime scenery. Towering skyscrapers stretched skyward in neat rows, each building radiating its own shine, dazzling and bright. The streets bustled with a constant stream of cars and pedestrians. Everything was a far cry from Qingqing. In the distance, a giant dragon banner fluttered atop the city wall, snapping in the wind as if proclaiming Shin City's glory and brilliance. A sudden urge to go out and explore welled up inside him. Since he had nothing to do anyway, why not take a stroll and see this city he'd never visited before? But just as Yi Lin was about to get up, a commotion sounded at his door, followed by a melodious girl's voice. That's strange. Why can't this room card open the door? Let me in. Bang. With a loud crash, Yi Lin's door lock was destroyed. Yi Lin was stunned. Seriously, who smashes down a door just because their room card doesn't work? Creak, the door swung open, and a petite, sweet-looking girl appeared in the doorway. She had soft pink hair tied in two cute bows, carried a little bear backpack, and wore a pink dress that swayed gently as she moved. She looked absolutely adorable. She placed her hands on her hips and asked, face full of confusion and her big eyes blinking at Yi Lin, "Who are you, and why are you in my room?" Yi Lin, he was utterly speechless. Where in the world is breaking down the door your first response when your card doesn't work? Seeing that Yi Lin didn't say a word, the girl suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. I get it. You're a pervert. Unbelievable. So you've set your sights on me, and you're even guarding me in my own room. Take this. She clenched her 5 fingers into a fist and, in an instant, her fair, slender arm swelled with bands of solid muscle, veins bulging prominently. With a terrifying whoosh, she threw a punch, the force of her fist whistling through the air towards Yi Lin's face. Just as her fist was about to land, Yi Lin reacted with lightning speed. He activated Flash Step, twisting his body to the side and dodging her fearsome attack. Deep inside, he was astounded. This adorable girl, who looked delicate and doll-like, actually possessed such immense power. He hastily tried to explain. Wait, I'm not a pervert. Humph, what kind of pervert would actually admit to it? You think I'll buy your nonsense? The girl retorted, raining another round of punches at Yi Lin, pressing her attack. Seeing that words wouldn't get through, Yi Lin had no choice but to fight back. Forbidden spell. Wood Domain's descent. Suddenly, the cramped room filled with countless green plants shooting up out of nowhere. Vines, vibrant as living whips, shot toward the girl's fists, coiling around her arms. She tried to break free with brute strength, but the vines were impossibly tough and she couldn't break loose at all. In no time, she was completely trussed up, suspended awkwardly in midair, bound tight in a pose that was more than a little humiliating. What the heck is this? Why can't I break free? The girl stared at Yi Lin in disbelief, her eyes wide. Yi Lin shook his head helplessly. Now do you believe I'm not a pervert? If I were, you'd be in a lot more trouble right now. Wood Domain's descent was a forbidden spell meant to capture live targets, so Yi Lin rarely used it. But faced with this berserk girl, it turned out to be exactly what he needed. The girl was silent for a moment before she bit her lip and said, "Sorry, I misunderstood you. My name's Mi Shui. I came here to take part in the Champion's Secret Realm tryouts." She was, after all, the valedictorian of her city. But to suffer such a setback right after arriving in Deep City, no wonder everyone said no top student is ever easy to deal with. Seeing that Mi Shui apologized, Yi Lin finally released the spell and asked, "So how did you end up in my room?" "This is my room," she objected, pulling out her room card in frustration. "See, 6th floor, 6099. Yi Lin took the card, flipped it around, and turned it 180 degrees. Did it ever occur to you your room number might actually be 6609, when your card wouldn't open the door? You never suspected anything." Mi Shui stood speechless, and as she realized her blunder, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and she bowed her head. "I'm sorry, really, I've never traveled this far before. I didn't mean any harm." "No harm done, it's just a door," Yi Lin replied, seeing her apology was heartfelt and letting it slide. "By the way, what's your class?" he asked, curious. At the question, Mi Shui drew herself up proudly. "SSS class, Wild Berserker." Yi Lin, not bad at all. A cute little girl, just under 5 feet tall, with a pink teddy bear backpack, wearing a frilly dress, hair tied with bows, sporting bubblegum pink hair. Turns out her class is Wild Berserker. Isn't that terrifying? Who could handle this? Is this that legendary saying, the pinker the hair, the harder she hits? Mi Shui tried her card at room 6609, and as expected, the door opened with a soft beep. Her expression became even more awkward. "I'm so sorry. I swear I didn't mean to. Look, how about I buy you dinner as an apology for breaking your door?" Yi Lin nodded. He'd been thinking about going out anyway. The two of them headed out together. As they passed the front desk, Yi Lin casually asked reception to have someone repair his door. On the way, chatting with Mi Shui, Yi Lin learned she was the top scorer in Heiken's college entrance exams, the city's #1 student, and she'd been accepted by the Supreme Academy. Mi Shui, in turn, asked about him. "By the way, which city are you from? You're a new student at Supreme Academy too, right?" In Mi Shui's mind, there was no way someone as strong as Yi Lin, someone who could beat her with a single skill, could be from anywhere but a major city and had to be a top scorer too. Of course, even among top scorers, there were huge gaps. For example, top scorers from a megacity like Shenzhen were way scarier than those from tiny towns. "I'm from Qingqing. As for Supreme Academy, I'd like to go, but they don't want me." Yi Lin shrugged helplessly. "What?" Mi Shui's exclamation startled everyone around. "With your strength, There's no way Supreme Academy would reject you. And Qingcheng, where's that? Qingcheng, Yi Lin started. In Daxia. It's basically a no-name little city. As for why Supreme Academy wouldn't take me, have you heard of a class called Forbidden Spellcaster? Forbidden Spellcaster. Oh, I get it. Guilt filled Mishue's big glistening eyes. So Forbidden Spellcasters had notoriously short lives, and yet she'd not only broken his door, she'd mistaken him for a pervert and chased him around beating him up. She felt awful. Come on, let's stop talking about sad stuff. I'm taking you to eat. Mishue tugged Jilin into a restaurant bustling with diners. They finally found seats in a corner. Mishue handed him a menu. You order. Get as much as you want. Don't hold back. You make it sound like I'm about to die or something. Yilin rubbed his nose helplessly, but shrugged it off. He didn't stand on ceremony, he ordered a whole table full of dishes. Before long, the food arrived. This place seemed to be a well-established family-owned restaurant. Every dish was cooked to perfection. As the two enjoyed their meal, a tall woman in a black bodysuit and high heels clicked her way toward them. Well, if it isn't our star scholar, Michelle. Who would have thought someone as hot-tempered as you could actually get a guy to have dinner with you? Must be hitting that age when your hormones start kicking in. Ha! Michelle's face immediately darkened at the words. Ning Yi, I'm not looking to make a scene today. Stay away from me. The guilt Michelle felt toward Yilin was already weighing on her. The last thing she wanted was more drama. But, of course, just because she wanted to avoid it didn't mean Ning Yi would let it go. Seeing Michelle's reaction just spurred Ning Yi on. She brazenly reached out a hand toward Yilin. Hey there, handsome. My name's Ning Yi. Mind if we get to know each other? Yilin ignored her completely, instead turning to Michelle. Who is she? She. Michelle lifted her chin defiantly. That's just a coward who was so afraid she'd lose to me that she took her college entrance exam in a different city. First she'd been brushed off by Yilin, and now Michelle was openly mocking her. Ning Yi's face grew stormy, but a moment later she forced a bright smile and turned to Yilin. Handsome. What do you even see in Michelle? She's got nothing going for her, flat as a board and boring. 2. Why don't you come with me instead? I can introduce you to some of my pretty girlfriends. As she spoke, she leaned forward a little, showing off what she thought were her assets. Yilin calmly edged away, unfazed. Excuse me, could you keep your distance? Your breath smells. Pfft. Michelle couldn't hold back, she burst out laughing, accidentally spraying noodles she'd just slurped into her mouth. They landed right on Ning Yi's face. She hadn't expected Yilin to roast someone so brutally. Calling a beauty out for having bad breath in public was like stabbing straight into her pride. Ning Yi's face turned as black as the bottom of a burnt pot. Wiping noodles off her face, she glared daggers at Yilin and Michelle. Baby, what's wrong? Just as Ning Yi was about to explode, a slim man strode in from the entrance of the restaurant. He was dressed head to toe in expensive Versace, each step radiating an aura that demanded attention. Reaching Ning Yi, he immediately slid his arm around her slim waist. Ning Yi's expression softened the instant she saw him. Leaning into his embrace, she pointed at Yilin and Michelle, pouting. Those two are bullying me. The man followed her finger, his gaze lingering on Yilin and Michelle for a few seconds before he let out a faint smile. Apologize. The word was spoken quietly, but it brooked no argument. When neither Michelle nor Yilin made a move, his eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flickering in their depths. I'll give you one last chance. Apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, he deliberately revealed their own status and level above his head. Wu Sheokai, Angelic Paladin, level 22. When Michelle saw his level, her expression grew serious. Even Yilin's pupils shrank ever so slightly. Level 22. This Wu Sheokai was on a whole different level. Judging by his stats, he had to be from one of Xia's top-tier cities, where monsters and resources abounded, allowing adventurers to level up much faster. At the end of the day, Qingqing is just a tiny place in the grand scheme of things. I know you've only just stepped out of your little county and snatched the top spot, so it's natural for you to be riding high right now. Maybe you are a gem, but here, this place is practically paved with gold. The only reason I'm letting you apologize is out of mercy. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not showing any courtesy. Wu Sheokai spoke in a cold, detached voice. Yilin leaned back in his chair, a half-amused, tactical recline. Sure, at level 22, Wu Sheokai had every right to be arrogant, but to be honest, Yilin didn't think much of it. Someone like Wu Sheokai didn't have the qualifications to demand an apology, especially not without knowing the full story. Thinking it over, Yilin finally broke into a friendly smile and replied gently, apologize. My ass. What did you say? Wu Sheokai's expression changed in an instant, and the pressure in the room dropped as his aura flared to life. A wave of force rippled out from him, instantly filling the restaurant. Behind Wu Sheokai, a dazzling angelic figure began to materialize. Bathed in holy light, a fierce, sacred energy swept over everyone present. SSS class job, Angelic Paladin. Someone in the restaurant cried out in astonishment at the scene. Yilin raised his hand slightly, and silver-white arcs of lightning gathered at his fingertips, thunder snakes writhing restlessly in his palm. Just as it looked like the two were about to come to blows, a stern voice rang out from the entrance of the restaurant. No combat between class advancers in Deep City. Violators will be fined 30,000 yuan and detained for 10 days. The speaker, a man in uniform, was clearly from the investigation bureau. Wu Shaokai and Yi Lin both stilled at once. With the scholar's secret realm about to open, a 10-day stint in detention would be disastrous. Still, there was no softening in Wu Shaokai's glare. Holding Ningyi close, he leaned in and muttered darkly, "I'm warning you, I won't forget this. You'd better pray we don't meet in the scholar's secret realm. You can't die in there, but there are plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead." Yi Lin's expression turned a bit strange. If Wu Shaokai wanted to make trouble outside, he'd have to be careful. Too many people watching, too many secrets at risk. But inside the scholar's secret realm, frankly, Yi Lin thought that was about the weirdest threat he'd ever heard. In that place, no one can actually die, which meant he could use forbidden spells without holding back. To put it modestly, even if every top scorer in the realm ganged up on him, Yi Lin could easily wipe the floor with the lot of them. As Wu Shaokai finished his threat and stormed off, Mi Shui turned back to Yi Lin, looking a little embarrassed. "Sorry, I dragged you into all this. It's fine, really, you didn't do anything wrong." Yi Lin replied, and then, unable to help himself, he asked, "How do you know her? Why did you just start attacking people for no reason?" "She's my sister." Mi Shui let out a sigh. "Well, technically, my half-sister, my father's daughter from his second wife. Ever since we were kids, she's always had it out for me, no matter what it is. She has to compete job levels, skills, gear, looks, even our figures. She was so worried about taking the college entrance exam in the same city as me, afraid I'd push her out of the top spots, that she begged my dad to get her transferred to a smaller city for the exams instead. And that's where, somehow, she met Wu Shaokai. Ever since then, she's never missed a chance to act all high and mighty in front of me." Mi Shui said helplessly. "Is this Wu Shaokai really that impressive?" Yi Lin asked. "Extremely." Mi Shui nodded with utmost seriousness. "Not only is he a genius, but the power behind his family is terrifying. In Deep City, the Wu family is honestly one of the most influential there is." After the meal, Mi Shui was noticeably downcast. She had originally wanted to invite Yi Lin out to make amends, but instead, he'd ended up offending Wu Shaokai and Ningyi because of her. It only made Mi Shui feel more guilty. Yi Lin, on the other hand, didn't give it much thought. When he returned to the hotel, he found his door had been repaired. He flopped onto the bed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, his door was not on. Yi Lin assumed it was by Lin's people coming to notify him that the scholar's secret realm was about to open, but when he opened the door, he was greeted instead by a massive pile of food, every sort of snack and meal imaginable, wrapped in colorful packaging and giving off mouth-watering aromas that filled the whole hallway. Yi Lin blinked in confusion, staring at the strange scene before him. Had the food grown legs or something? What? Snacks could knock on doors now. As he stood there puzzled, a little pink head emerged from the pile of food. "Mi Shui, what on earth are you doing?" Yi Lin asked, bewildered. "Hee." Mi Shui had an embarrassed, apologetic look on her face. "We're going to be in the scholar's secret realm for a whole month, and I couldn't think of anything better to get you, so I bought a ton of food. That way you won't go hungry in there," she said softly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Yi Lin couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't turn down Mi Shui's goodwill. He accepted all the food she'd brought. Seeing that Yi Lin didn't reject her, Mi Shui broke into a beaming smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Time flew by. On the third morning after Yi Lin arrived in Deep City, Bai Lin appeared again, high heels clicking against the floor. But this time, Bai Lin was no longer the center of attention. She followed respectfully behind a man in a sharp suit, carrying a registration form. "Yi Lin, correct. I'm Xing Kankai, the supervisor for the scholar's secret realm. The realm is about to open. Please be downstairs in 10 minutes for assembly," the man said, offering a polite smile. Yi Lin nodded, then quickly gathered his things. He packed all the food Mi Shui had bought into his backpack before leaving the room. As soon as he reached the square downstairs, Mi Shui came running toward him, lugging a backpack comically oversized for her petite frame. The sight drew more than a few curious stares from the men around them. If Yi Lin hadn't seen firsthand how tough she was, he'd probably have been fooled by her clumsy, cute appearance. By now, the square was already filling up. Everyone standing there radiated a calm and composed energy. Yi Lin guessed that not a single person present was below level 12. Suddenly, Yi Lin felt a cold, hostile gaze fixed on him. He turned to look just as he suspected. It was Wu Shaokai. At that moment, Wu basked in the admiration of his groupies and shot Yi Lin a provocative gesture. Grinning arrogantly, Yi Lin didn't bother to respond and looked away. As the lazy morning sunlight spilled over the square, Xing Kankai appeared once more, wearing his customary gentle smile. "Good morning, top scholars. I'm Xing Kankai, the organizer for the scholar's secret realm. Before it opens up, there are a few important things I need to go over with you all. First, as you probably know, in the secret realm, the rules grant you immortality. But remember, this only applies while you're inside. If you suffer a fatal injury, do not leave the secret realm under any circumstances. At the exit, we'll have 5 priests, each above level 50, ready to heal you. If you're seriously hurt, you must receive treatment before you exit the realm or else." Xing Kankai trailed off, but everyone present understood his warning. If you left with a mortal wound without getting healed, you'd die for real. Second, if you end up losing an arm or leg, make absolutely sure you bring the severed limb with you. It's much easier to reattach than to regrow, and a regenerated limb might never work as well as your original. Third, Zinkankai's expression grew stern. Under no circumstances let yourself be swallowed whole by a monster. If you're eaten, and your body is completely digested even with immortality, I assure you, it's an experience you never want. A chill swept the square. Just imagining it, the snapping jaws, being chewed to pieces, swallowed, then corroded in stomach acid stronger than industrial-strength chemicals, pushed through intestinal tracts, and all the while you're fully conscious and unable to die was enough to make anyone shudder. And finally, Zinkankai added, his tone easing, I suggest you form small teams for your exploration. There may be monsters up to level 35 inside the secret realm. Working together is a lot safer. You are all the top scholars from cities across the nation chosen from among thousands. Each one of you is an outstanding talent, the future backbone of our great Xia. So, from the bottom of my heart, I hope every one of you will come back safe. Zinkankai gave everyone a deep bow, then called out loudly, activate the teleportation array. No sooner had he spoken than a massive teleportation array sprang to life behind him. Powerful spatial ripples radiated outward, drawing intense gazes from many present. It was clear to all that this was the portal into the scholar's secret realm. You now have 20 minutes to find suitable teammates, Zinkankai continued, glancing at his watch. Of course, if you have enough confidence in yourself, you can go solo as well. The scholar's secret realm was among the most unique of its kind. Once inside, you were granted immortality no matter what happened. You wouldn't die, so you could focus on taking down monsters and leveling up quickly without fear. Naturally, when this realm was first discovered, every newly awakened professional was elated. Waves of them rushed in, recklessly slaughtering monsters left and right. Before long, the monsters in the secret realm were nearly wiped out. Fortunately, the authorities of Great Xia intervened, taking control of the scholar's secret realm and cutting off open access. This allowed the creatures inside to recover, and thus preserved the realm for future generations. Since then, the secret realm had become a special privilege for every year's crop of top scholars. Like a field of leeks, the monsters would be harvested just once a year. Yi Lin, let's team up. Mi Shui looked over to ask. Sure, just stick with me. Yi Lin nodded, not bothering to refuse. He had a decent impression of Mi Shui, and to him, she seemed like a pretty reliable porter. After all, with the savage berserker class, she was easily among the strongest when it came to raw strength. Yi Lin casually handed Mi Shui his Starfall Sky Scar sword, along with a backpack stuffed full of food. Mi Shui cheerfully accepted both without complaint. After all, for her, the weight was nothing. But while Mi Shui was happy to help, not everyone was as pleased by this arrangement. Her petite, cute appearance had already caught the attention of several guys in the crowd. The moment they saw Yi Lin unceremoniously dumping all his belongings on her small frame, their eyebrows shot up. Hey, have you no sense of chivalry at all? How could you make a girl carry all your stuff? A tall, skinny boy snapped at Yi Lin. Then, turning to Mi Shui, his tone warmed. Hey, why don't you team up with me instead? I promise I won't make you do any heavy lifting. Get lost. Mi Shui clenched her fist. In an instant, the muscles in her fair, delicate arm bulged like steel beneath porcelain, radiating a power impossible to ignore. The tall, skinny boy recoiled in shock at Mi Shui's sudden transformation, his eyes wide as he stared at her now visibly muscular arm, utterly unable to believe what he was seeing. The air seemed to freeze, the tension so thick it was almost tangible. Every gaze in the room locked onto the sudden conflict unfolding before them. No one had expected this quiet, adorable Mi Shui, with her bubblegum pink hair done up in buns, looking so sweet and harmless, would suddenly show such unexpected strength as she squared her shoulders. The shocking contrast left more than a few people with their jaws hanging. Mi Shui bent down, grabbed the hefty Starfall Skyblade and her backpack off the ground, and slung them over her shoulders as if they weighed nothing at all. The tall, skinny boy facing her could only shut his mouth in resignation. By the look of her, Mi Shui seemed like she could knock him out cold with a single punch. 20 minutes passed. Nearly everyone paired up into teams. After all, inside the champion's secret realm, monsters could reach as high as level 30. And with only so many monsters for everyone to hunt, the real competition wasn't just with the creatures, it was with each other. Go in alone, and if you ran into a squad of 3 or 5, there was a good chance you'd be out of luck. Or worse, tied up and thrown into a corner with no chance to gain any experience points at all for the rest of the challenge. There had been years where things had turned out just like that. As the top candidate from Deep City, Wu Shaokai boasted an impressive level 22, making him the first choice for anyone hunting for a strong team. Deep City was one of Daxia's most powerful metropolises, and with his privileged upbringing, elite education, endless resources, Wu Shaokai's abilities left those from smaller towns far behind. It didn't take long for a lineup of more than a dozen to form around Wu Shaokai, including the tall, skinny boy who'd just been humbled by Mi Shui. After Zinkankai announced the start of the challenge, Wu Shaokai threw his arm around Ning Yi and led his squad past Yi Lin in grand procession. These dozen or so teammates, each the very best of their city, now trailed respectfully in Wu Shaokai's wake. As they drew level with Yi Lin, Wu Shaokai slowed his pace just a bit. I looked into you, Yi Lin. Right, You're from Qingqing, a tiny little backwater, isn't it? Wu Shaokai's smile oozed contempt. Level 18. Ha, that's impressive for a country bumpkin, but at the end of the day, a hick's still a hick. You'll never be worth showing off. He folded his arms and lifted his chin, waiting expectantly. So here's your last chance. Get on your knees, kowtow 3 times, say you're sorry, and we'll call it even for the other day. Otherwise, once we're inside the secret realm, you're on your own. Behind him, his new teammates fixed their eyes on Yi Lin with predatory intent. It was clear, if Yi Lin refused to apologize, he'd be facing not just Wu Shaokai, but the whole group once inside. From Wu Shaokai's perspective, he was showing remarkable mercy, even offering Yi Lin the shot at forgiveness after being crossed. He thought he was more than generous. Yi Lin's reaction was just as simple. He rolled his eyes and spat out 2 words, casual and almost friendly. Idiot. Wu Shaokai's smile froze instantly, his expression darkening gradually, as if he were a storm brewing on the horizon. His eyes turned sharp and penetrating, a chilling aura radiating from him, suffocating and terrifying, until even the air around them seemed to tremble under the weight of his presence. Hearts raced involuntarily. So this is what it means to be a top scorer from the big city. Many people couldn't help but feel their expressions shift. Back in their own cities, they were the cream of the crop, the #1 scholars. But under Wu Shaokai's overwhelming presence, they suddenly felt as if they couldn't withstand even a single move from him. Step by deliberate step, Wu Shaokai walked toward Yi Lin, each one landing with an almost crushing force that no one could ignore. You're impressive, Yi Lin, Wu Shaokai said, his voice bone-chilling. When we enter the mystic realm, I'll show you what it truly means to wish you were dead. He drew close, almost leaning into Yi Lin, his words cold and venomous. Everyone held their breath, tension coiling tight in the air. They could tell Wu Shaokai was genuinely furious now. And Yi Lin, there was little doubt he was in trouble. Sure enough, the next second, Yi Lin's face changed dramatically. He clutched his stomach, staggering backward in pain, his eyes fixed on Wu Shaokai, wide with terror. Only then did the others notice a gruesome wound gaping across Yi Lin's abdomen, blood pouring out in streams through the torn flesh. They could just barely make out the organs inside. S.A. Ri-Lang, S.A. Ri-Lang, someone cried. Help him, quick. Zinkankai's face went pale as he rushed over with 3 healers in tow. These priests had been waiting at the Mystic Realm's entrance to patch up the top scorers if needed, but no one thought they'd be pressed into action so soon. Zinkankai didn't relax until one of the older priests turned to him and gave a slight nod. That meant Yi Lin could be saved. His life wasn't in danger. If a top scorer had died before even entering the Mystic Realm, Zinkankai would have been in serious trouble. With that thought, Zinkankai turned a cold glare on Wu Shaokai, his eyes sharp as ice. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one expected Wu Shaokai to actually attack Yi Lin so brazen, so direct. Not even Wu Shaokai himself could make sense of what had just happened. He was completely bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? He was sure of one thing. He hadn't touched Yi Lin. Wu Shaokai knew, no matter how impulsive he might get, he could never be foolish enough to attack someone, much less kill in front of so many witnesses. If he were found guilty of killing a top scholar in broad daylight, not even his family name could save him. He wasn't that stupid. But if that was the case, then how did Yi Lin end up with that wound? Could it have been him? Did he do it himself? Just to frame me. A sudden thought flashed through Wu Shaokai's mind. As absurd as it sounded, it was the only possibility he could think of. You despicable little rat. Wu Shaokai jabbed a finger at Yi Lin's nose and shouted angrily. At that moment, Yi Lin was slowly recovering under the care of 3 priests. Hearing Wu Shaokai's accusation, his eyes immediately reddened. He tugged at Zinkankai's pant leg, looking utterly wronged. Mr. Zing, just let it go, please. I'm just from a small county town. I can't compete with someone like Wu Shaokai, who comes from such a powerful family. I mean, I'm not dead anyway, right? So maybe we shouldn't make a big deal out of this. Zinkankai felt his heart tremble slightly as he met Yi Lin's sincere gaze. It was as if this young man touched the softest part of his soul. Before, he'd been hesitating about how to handle Wu Shaokai by rights. Making an attempt on a fellow champion's life before even entering the secret realm should have meant immediate disqualification. But the Wu clan stood behind Wu Shaokai, and outright disqualifying him could spell a world of trouble for himself. But now, seeing Yi Lin like this, Zinkankai made up his mind. Maybe he couldn't strip Wu Shaokai of his qualification, but he sure as hell wasn't going to let him off easy. Seeing Yi Lin put on what he thought was an act of innocence, Wu Shaokai couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, you sneaky bastard. Still pretending, didn't you want to die? Fine, I'll grant your wish right now. Wu Shaokai unleashed his angelic paladin class. Instantly, golden light burst forth. That's enough, Zinkankai bellowed. His voice cracked like thunder through the air, making everyone present shudder. The force of it was like a tiger awakening, impossible to ignore. Wu Shaokai paled a little. Mr. Zing, listen to me. It's not what you think. He's the one who before Wu Shaokai could finish. Zinkankai cut him off. I said, that's enough. Wu Shaokai, this isn't the Wu estate. You don't get to throw your weight around here. Zinkankai's gaze was icy. Everyone saw what happened. You really want to keep making excuses. You closed in on Yilin, and the next second, a deep wound opened on his stomach, blood everywhere. I think we all know exactly how it went down. What more is there to say? It's really not what you think. Wu Shaokai tried to protest, but this time, Yilin spoke up first. With the three priests working at full strength, Yilin's wound had closed, though his face was still deathly pale from blood loss. Please, Mr. Zeng, don't make things harder for him, otherwise, he'll only come after me later. Honestly, I did it to myself. I cut open my own stomach. Please, just let him go. Yilin's face was full of fear as he spoke. Watching this, Zeng Kankai's heart ached for Yilin even more. Compared to Wu Shaokai, who acts without taking responsibility, Yilin, who made his way out of a small county town, earns Zeng Kankai's respect even more. Yilin, don't worry, the truth will be exactly what it is supposed to be. With that, Zeng Kankai made his promise, then shot a piercing glare at Wu Shaokai. Wu Shaokai, apologize to Yilin. Damn it. Wu Shaokai was so stifled in that moment he felt he might cough up blood. It was Yilin who had set him up out of nowhere, but no one in the room believed him. Do you believe me? I really didn't lay a finger on him. Wu Shaokai looked hopefully at Ning-yi. Shaokai, why not just apologize to him? It's not worth making a big deal out of it. Ning-yi couldn't help but try to persuade him. Wu Shaokai clutched his chest, feeling lightheaded, his vision darkening at the edges. As the pampered young master of the Wu family, when had he ever been so wronged? The worst part was that not a soul believed in his innocence. Wu Shaokai, I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for revoking your qualification to enter the top scholar's secret realm. Zeng Kankai, seeing Wu Shaokai's stubbornness, had lost his patience completely. He had given Wu Shaokai more than enough chances in front of everyone. If Wu Shaokai insisted on throwing it all away, even the Wu family would have no grounds to complain if his qualification was revoked. Wu Shaokai's fists clenched tight, his entire body trembling with bitterness and rage. He was clearly unwilling, but the thought of being disqualified from entering the secret realm, through gritted teeth, Wu Shaokai forced 3 words out between clenched jaws. I'm sorry. His voice was barely above a whisper, so faint that Yilin looked at him, utterly confused. What did you say? Wu Shaokai, you little. Wu Shaokai almost lost it and lunged at Yilin, ready to tear him apart, but catching Zeng Kankai's icy stare, he forcibly swallowed his anger. Apologizing was like losing your dignity. The first time hurt like hell, but after you did it enough, it lost its sting. Wu Shaokai took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and yelled, Yilin, Wu Shaokai, apologize to you. I'm sorry. Seeing Wu Shaokai finally swallow his pride and apologize, Zeng Kankai's expression softened somewhat. Since you're willing to apologize, then this matter ends here. However, you'll be the last to enter the secret realm. That's your punishment. Wu Shaokai just about fainted upon hearing this. With his strength, he should have been the first to enter and seize every advantage. But now, all because of that bastard Yilin, he was relegated to dead last. He couldn't help but glare at Yilin, his eyes filled with venom and malice. Wu Shaokai swore, once he got inside that secret realm, if he didn't make Yilin wish he were dead, then he wasn't fit to be called Wu Shaokai. At that moment, Yilin noticed Wu Shaokai staring at him, seizing an angle where no one else could see. Yilin pulled a funny face at Wu Shaokai and threw in a discreet middle finger for good measure. Wu Shaokai was already seething with suppressed rage. Seeing Yilin have the audacity to provoke him like that made him snap, eyes bloodshot. He charged straight toward Yilin, shouting the exact same 4-letter phrase Lu Haizo had used before. F*******U. Enraged by Yilin's mocking expression, Wu Shaokai hurled himself at him again. But this time, Zeng Kankai was ready. Before Wu Shaokai could reach his target, Zeng and another person tackled him to the ground, holding him down so he couldn't move. Wu Shaokai, you still want to throw punches? Are you really trying to get disqualified? Zeng Kankai barked sharply. He made faces at me. It's all an act, he's faking everything. Wu Shaokai screamed hysterically, eyes blazing. Zeng Kankai turned toward Yilin, frowning in confusion. But Yilin's face was nothing but a picture of innocence and bewilderment. He looked like the very definition of honesty. That's enough. Wu Shaokai, how much longer are you going to keep causing trouble? Zeng Kankai snapped, his brows knitted in irritation. He turned to the 2 other class changers holding Wu Shaokai down. Watch him, don't let him make any more trouble. Yes, sir. The 2 nodded seriously and dragged Wu Shaokai off to the side. From that point on, none of it had anything to do with Yilin. Thanks to Wu Shaokai's outburst, Yilin now had a clear shot. He led Mi Shui and was the first to step onto the teleportation array. I'm sorry, I dragged you into this. Mi Shui felt even more guilty. If it hadn't been for her, Yilin wouldn't have offended Wu Shaokai, and he wouldn't have been so badly hurt before the secret realm even began. Yilin leaned in close to her ear and whispered, the injury was my own doing. He's actually the one I framed for it. Mi Shui's big, doe-like eyes widened in shock, so Wu Shaokai really was wronged. No wonder he'd lost his mind. Only now did she realize that this honest-looking Yilin was actually way more cunning than she'd imagined. As the teleportation array flared with light, Yilin and Mi Shui found themselves in a completely new world. The scholar's secret realm was located deep in a forest. Shrouded on all sides by a gentle mist, it felt as if every step landed on a cloud. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward. Birds sang and flowers filled the air with fragrance. It was like a paradise on earth. But beneath this beauty, obvious dangers lurked. Suddenly, the mist ahead churned violently, and a huge monster burst out, its vicious face and razor-sharp claws sending chills down their spines. Its eyes gleamed with hunger as it lunged toward Yilin and Mishue. Look out! It's a level 20 gargoyle. Yilin was just about to unleash a forbidden spell when Mishue shoved him out of the way with all her strength, more strength than she realized. Yilin felt as if his ribs nearly snapped from her push. Michelle had already stepped in front of Yelin, her muscles bulging with power. A stark and almost jarring contrast to her cute, girlish face. The gargoyle let out a deafening roar, but Michelle stood her ground without a trace of fear. In an instant, she charged forward, launching herself into a fierce battle with the creature. The level 20 gargoyle couldn't get the upper hand against Michelle at all. With every punch she threw, shards of stone flew off its body. It was just a matter of time before Michelle finished it off. As their fight grew more intense, storm clouds suddenly gathered overhead. Blue lightning dragons coiled and twisted through the sky, as if the wrath of the gods was about to be unleashed. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning crashed down, like a divine sword of fury, striking the gargoyle squarely. The level 20 monster was instantly shattered into a pile of rubble. Michelle gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Instant kill. Someone just took out a level 20 monster in a single hit. Only someone above level 25, someone who had already changed classes, could possibly pull off something like that. At that moment, a notification chimed in her mind. Party kill. Level 20 gargoyle. Reward. 70 experience points. Still stunned, Michelle slowly turned to look at Yelin behind her. Was that you? Did you kill the gargoyle? Since when did you know lightning magic? Michelle was utterly confused. Because I'm a forbidden spellcaster, Yelin answered, without hiding anything. Forbidden spellcaster, Michelle murmured, half to herself. I thought you were a wood mage. She remembered how Yelin had summoned all those tangling vines to bind her tightly the other day. She'd assumed that was his specialty. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Come on, let's go deeper in, Yelin said, grabbing Michelle and leading her toward the heart of the secret realm. Wait, Michelle cried, panic in her voice. The monsters get stronger the further in you go. If we just wander around, we're going to get killed. To most people, venturing into a secret dungeon meant starting in the outskirts, defeating weaker monsters to level up before trying to go deeper. Why on earth was Yelin heading straight for the core from the start? Sure enough, they had barely made it far before a dark shadow began to rise before them. It was an enormous monster, its body protected by an impenetrable carapace, fierce red light burning in its eyes. From its massive pincers, thick purple saliva dripped down, sizzling and smoking as it ate into the ground, highly toxic. No doubt, its appearance seemed to cast a shadow over the whole landscape. The clouds grew heavier and lower, as if weighed down by the monster's presence. A level 25 monster, venomous giant centipede. Michelle swallowed hard and instinctively took several steps back. She knew this creature was nothing like the gargoyle from before. This thing was truly deadly. Run, or it'll be too late. Michelle grabbed Yilin's arm, about to run, but Yilin still seemed calm and unhurried. His expression was composed as he raised his hand. Forbidden spell. Apocalypse thunder. The familiar roaring dragon of lightning appeared once again. A bolt of blue-purple lightning crashed down. The giant venomous centipede, which Michelle found utterly terrifying, didn't even have time to react. In an instant, it was reduced to a charred corpse, silver arcs of electricity still sizzling across its remains. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt protein. That's it. It's dead. Michelle's mind felt like it couldn't keep up. What did she just witness? She remembered the last time she encountered a level 22 monster. It had taken everything she and her 3 teammates had. Flawless teamwork, a dozen tactics, back and forth coordination. Even then, only after a grueling fight did they manage to take it down. But now, that was a level 25 monster. And in front of Yilin, it didn't even last a second. Don't just stand there, move. Yilin grabbed Michelle and pulled her along. But what happened next completely shattered any remaining logic in Michelle's head. A level 22 venomous scorpion charged at them, a single flash of lightning. Dead. A level 25 skeletal swordsman with a shield barreled forward, another bolt. Dead. A level 28 abyssal ratman attempted a sneak attack from below ground. Yilin calmly raised his hand, summoned a brilliant golden spear, and drove it down. Dead. Instant kill. No matter what kind of monster appeared, Yilin dispatched them all with a single move every time. Michelle was stunned. She never imagined running dungeons and fighting monsters could be this effortless. No dragging monsters around, no studying their weak points, no dodging their desperate counterattacks. Just toss out a forbidden spell, move on. Swift, clean, almost stylish. She didn't even notice that she'd leveled up from 17 to 18. Wait, I've got it. After Yilin instantly killed yet another level 23 goblin, Michelle's eyes lit up as if she'd just solved a historical enigma. You're a forbidden spellcaster. In the scholar's secret realm, you can't die, so you can unleash forbidden spells at their maximum power. Every single time, going all out as if your life depended on it. No wonder you're so ridiculously strong. Yilin, He thought Michelle would have figured that out the moment he mentioned he was a forbidden spellcaster. This girl might be all muscle, but her brain seemed a bit slow on the uptake. Then again, Yi Lin couldn't really blame her. His way of handling things was just too far outside the norm one-hit coast no matter what level the enemy was. It was like playing basketball and seeing a guy shout, "Sky butterfly flow steps," and then dunk from half-court every single time. Anyone would be left blinking in disbelief. Alright, enough with the analysis. Let's go. Yi Lin hauled Michelle onward. He clearly remembered that the number of monsters within the champion's secret realm was limited. Since he'd secured the privilege of entering first, he had to kill as many monsters as possible before anyone else caught up. Gradually, even Mi Shui was starting to go numb from it all. It felt like those monsters existed solely to deliver experience points to Yi Lin. They charged at him with blood-curdling roars, only to be instantly crushed to death by one of Yi Lin's forbidden spells every single time, without exception. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Over those 5 days, Yi Lin recreated the same brilliance he'd shown back in the beginner's secret realm. The entire champion's secret realm thundered incessantly with the sound of his spells. The weaker monsters near the outer edge had become so traumatized by the thunder that now, whenever they heard it, they would literally piss or soil themselves in terror. After killing a massive 24th level barbed venom scorpion, Yi Lin finally reached level 20 himself, and now commanded a staggering 20 forbidden spells. Level 20 was a major watershed for all class changers. Hitting this milestone awakened a second-class ability. Yi Lin could hardly wait to check his own status. Name: Yi Lin. Class: Forbidden Spellcaster. Level: 20, 0, 0.1%, Strength: 200, plus 300, Agility: 300, Spirit: 600, plus 710, Class Talent 1, Endless Arcana. With each level gained, Forbidden Spellcasters unlock an additional Forbidden Spell. Class Talent 2, Ultimate Apotheosis. All skills used by a Forbidden Spellcaster are automatically elevated to Forbidden Spells. Skills: Cataclysmic Thunderstorm, Dance of the Instant, Burning Samsara, Inferno of Judgment, Undying, Eternal Frosted Gaze, Necromancer's Return, Blade of Mortal Lifespan, Eternal Gung Metal, Wailing Wall, Advent of the Wood Realm. A single glance at his second-class talent made Yi Lin's pupils contract sharply. Originally, he wasn't able to use skill scrolls no matter if they were common, rare, epic, or legendary. That was the price of being a forbidden spellcaster. The only skills he could cast were forbidden spells. This meant that, at most, he could master 100 different skills, which was a serious limitation in the long run. Take someone like Zhou, a fire-type mage. After reaching higher levels, she could command thousands of fire spells, each tailored for a different situation or enemy. But with this second-class talent, that problem was solved, because now, any skill he used would automatically be upgraded into a forbidden spell. Quick, give me that fireball scroll from earlier. Yi Lin turned eagerly to Mi Shui, his eyes shining. All along the way, every skill scroll they'd looted from monsters, Yi Lin had tossed straight to Mi Shui without so much as a glance. He'd never thought he could use them. That fireball is just a basic skill. Are you sure you want that one? Mi Shui asked, a little confused. Yes. Yi Lin took the fireball skill scroll without a moment's hesitation, learning it on the spot. Immediately, he cast Fireball. Class Talent: Supreme Transcendence activated. Fireball has been upgraded to Inferno God's Lament. Forbidden Spell: Inferno God's Lament. The forbidden spellcaster burns their own flame of life, summoning the flame god to rain down divine fire that incinerates everything. A blinding flash erupted, and a powerful surge of energy rippled outward. It was as if the very air had caught fire. The temperature soared, coalescing into a massive fireball. The fireball kept expanding, blazing with such scorching brilliance and heat that it seemed poised to devour everything nearby. Yi Lin poured his own life force into the fireball. In an instant, it grew even more dazzling, radiating a crimson gold glow like a miniature sun burning fiercely atop the earth. Delight flickered in Yi Lin's eyes, just as he'd expected. With Supreme Transcendence as his class talent, he never had to worry about forbidden spells again. Whatever type of forbidden magic he wanted, all he had to do was find a basic skill scroll of the corresponding element. Epic skill scrolls or regular ones, it made no difference to him. They'd all be transformed into forbidden spells. He could just buy the cheapest. Most ordinary skill scrolls, those only cost a few $1,000 apiece. What a windfall! Yi Lin was beside himself with excitement. If any other forbidden spellcaster got this talent, they'd probably want to cry. After all, their lives were already short. More forbidden spells just meant a quicker death. What they needed was an extra life, not another spell. But Yi Lin was different. If he had one thing going for him, it was an abundance of lives. Having more forbidden spells would give him even greater tactical flexibility when facing stronger opponents. Time to go grind some levels. In high spirits, Yi Lin grabbed Mi Shui to head out and continue leveling up. For the past 5 days, Mi Shui's quest had been to carry bags, lug loot, cook for Yi Lin, fetch water, the very picture of a loyal servant. Not that she minded at all. In fact, she was perfectly happy, practically wishing she could feed Yi Lin by hand. After all, with Yi Lin to lean on, her own level had soared these past 5 days. She was already level 19, just one level behind Yi Lin. So, when Yi Lin called her to keep grinding, Mi Shui hurried after him. eager as could be. But before they'd gone more than a few steps, she bumped right into his broad back, and Yi-Lin quickly covered her rosy lips. Look over there. What is that? Excitement flickered in Yi-Lin's eyes. Not far away was a crystal-clear spring, water tumbling down like a miniature waterfall into the pool below. On a massive black boulder by the water's edge squatted a golden toad. Its skin shimmered in the sunlight, as if dusted with a sheen of gold powder. The toad before them was abnormally huge, easily standing 4 or 5 meters tall. Its pair of vertical pupils gleamed with an uncanny intelligence, exuding an air of mystery. Mi Shui leaned in for a closer look, and her beautiful eyes instantly narrowed in shock. This is the treasure golden toad. The treasure golden toad, a name notorious among all adventurers. This magical creature was infamous for swallowing treasures and hoarding them in its enormous stomach. The higher the toad's level, the more valuable the riches it concealed. No wonder both Yi-Lin and Mi Shui were so excited. The toad before them was a level 26, an extraordinary find. If they managed to capture it alive, the loot from just this one toad would surpass the combined spoils of 100 other monsters. We get close quietly. I'll immobilize it. You grab it. Got it. Yi-Lin whispered. Mi Shui's rosy little head bobbed up and down like a pecking chick in rapid agreement. Greedy, timid, and lightning fast, these were the trademarks of the treasure golden toad. Capturing it was no easy feat. What's more, it absolutely could not be killed. If the toad sensed it was facing certain death, it would instantly secrete a highly corrosive gastric fluid, digesting all the treasures in its belly and leaving hunters with nothing to claim. Belly to the ground, Mi Shui crept forward inch by inch, slowly closing in. The treasure golden toad was extremely vigilant. The slightest disturbance and it would bolt in an instant. Luckily, Mi Shui was patient. She took nearly an hour to edge her way right under the toad's nose. She quietly slipped her hand behind her back and flashed an OK sign to Yi-Lin, signaling that she was in position. Yi-Lin's eyes sharpened. He began muttering the words to a forbidden spell, preparing to summon woodland ensnarement to bind the toad, giving Mi Shui her chance to tackle it. As a savage berserker, Mi Shui's strength was formidable. Once the toad was locked down, all it would take was her iron grip, and escape would be impossible. But just as the two of them launched into action, a venomous voice suddenly rang out from behind. Yi-Lin, so you really are here. Do you know how hard you've been to find? Yi-Lin's expression dropped. He shouted, now, do it. Forbidden spell, woodland ensnarement. In the jungle, this spell was lethal. A storm of tenacious green vines surged forward, writhing like living serpents toward the giant toad. Mi Shui abandoned all stealth and lunged straight at the creature. But it was too late. The sudden shout had alarmed the treasure golden toad. With a guttural croak, its massive body vanished from sight, leaving only a golden blur flickering in the air. Damn it! Yi-Lin's expression darkened, while Mi Shui, who had just missed her shot, clenched her teeth in frustration. The prize was within her grasp, and now it had slipped away. No one could feel good about that. A rustling noise came from the thicket, and soon Wu Shaokai and his group emerged from the dense shrubbery, with a small crowd trailing eagerly behind. Clearly, these onlookers were here just for the drama, no matter the place or time. Watching a commotion was practically ingrained in the bones of the people of Daxia. You really know how to hide, don't you? Made me look everywhere. Wu Shaokai sneered, his eyes brimming with malice as he glared at Yi-Lin. Every debt you owe me, I'll make sure you pay. I'll show you what it means to wish you were dead. Enemies meeting always leads to heightened tension. Wu Shaokai stared at Yi-Lin with a deadly intensity. Tisk tisk, that kid's done for. Someone in the crowd whispered. Got cornered by Wu Shaokai and his gang. There's nowhere left to run. Wu Shaokai had leveled up again inside the top scholar's secret realm. He was now level 23. There were barely a handful who could match him one-on-one, let alone when he had a whole team backing him up. As far as luck went, Yi-Lin's was dreadful. The secret realm was enormous, and yet he had managed to run straight into Wu Shaokai. The crowd that came to watch the spectacle buzzed with gossip, their eyes filled with a trace of sympathy for Yi-Lin. They all knew, against the furious Wu Shaokai, Yi-Lin was going to suffer. Yi-Lin's face darkened, and Mi Shui, who had just missed her shot, ground her teeth in frustration. The prize was right at her fingertips, yet it had slipped away. Anyone would be upset. A rustling sounded from behind a thick clump of bushes. Wu Shaokai and his group emerged one after another, followed by a crowd of people eager to watch the drama unfold. No matter the time or place, the people of Daxia simply couldn't resist a good spectacle. It was practically written into their bones. You hid yourself well, didn't you? I searched everywhere for you. Wu Shaokai called out, his eyes cold with malice. We've got a score to settle. I'll make sure you learn what a fate worse than death really means. Enemies meeting always made for a fiery confrontation, and Wu Shaokai glared at Yi-Lin, murderous intent clear in his gaze. Tisk tisk, this kid's finished now. Someone in the crowd murmured. He just got cornered by Wu Shaokai and his gang. There isn't even anywhere for him to run. Since entering the secret realm of the top scholar, Wu Shaokai had leveled up again, now at level 23. There weren't many who could match him one-on-one, let alone when he had an entire team at his back. With the secret realm being so vast, Yi-Lin's luck was truly rotten to have run into him like this. The onlookers buzzed with excited whispers, casting sympathetic glances Yi-Lin's way. Everyone knew that, facing the furious Wu Shaokai, things were bound to go badly for him. But at that moment, Yi Lin's own expression was just as icy, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, a fate worse than death. He thought coldly, "Don't worry, I'll make sure every one of you gets a taste of that." Now that the treasure-laden golden toad had gotten away, catching it again would be nearly impossible. His only option was to deal with those in front of him. Suddenly, a tall, thin man who had previously been snubbed by Mishue when he asked to form a team laughed mockingly. "Have you lost your mind? You really think you can take on more than a dozen of us all by yourself?" He'd never liked Yi Lin to begin with, and now seized the chance to step forward in jeer. Ignoring the taunt, Yi Lin calmly retrieved a skill scroll from Mishue, then raised his hand as energy surged around him. "Fireball," he intoned. The skinny man laughed even louder, his scorn obvious. Fireball was the most basic, most common skill, every job changer could learn it, and Yi Lin wanted to challenge him with just a fireball. Ridiculous. But in the next instant, his laughter froze on his lips. Yi Lin's fingers flicked delicately, and the ordinary-looking fireball suddenly swelled to several times its size, transforming into a blazing, crimson-gold sun several meters across. It radiated a terrifying heat as it hurtled toward the tall, thin man with unstoppable force. For a moment, it was as if a divine flame had fallen from the heavens, its majesty leaving everyone stunned. If someone listened closely enough, they could almost hear a faint, sorrowful sigh on the wind. "No, this can't be. Help me," the man shrieked in terror, desperately trying to flee. But the fireball was simply too fast, there was nowhere to escape. The blazing sun slammed into him with full force and exploded. In an instant, a wave of searing heat and violent energy swallowed him whole. He didn't even have time to scream. All that remained was a charred corpse. The sudden turn of events left everyone absolutely stunned. Their mouths hung open, speechless with shock. Was that really a fireball spell? Something wasn't right here. That tall, skinny guy was the top prodigy of his city, already level 18, and yet he'd been one-shot by a single fireball. It was like he'd just started to make his move, only for the other side to shout, "Game over, game over, game over," before he even had a chance. The charred corpse twitched, two blood-red eyes rolling in pain. The man's face was completely contorted, clearly in utter agony. Even though the Secret Realm's rules kept him from dying outright, the sheer pain of being burned alive was all too real. He might have been the first person ever to survive with 100% of his body burned. "Yi Lin, we're all supposed to be the future pillars of Daxia. How could you be so ruthless? Are you even human?" Ning Yi immediately berated Yi Lin, standing right beside Wu Shaokai. "Relax. I'm a kind-hearted guy. I just can't stand unfairness. I'm all about equal treatment. So whatever he got to experience, you'll all be next in line to enjoy." Yi Lin replied calmly. As he spoke, he picked up another skill scroll, Ice Spiral Spell. The few standing in Yi Lin's way suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, dread creeping in as if a primordial beast had turned its gaze on them. Just like Fireball, the Ice Spiral spell was supposed to be an ordinary skill conjuring a razor-sharp spiral of ice to drill through the enemy. But in Yi Lin's hands, the spell transformed into something cataclysmic. Massive icy spikes, each as thick as a tree trunk, materialized in midair, glistening and translucent, exuding a frigid aura that seemed to freeze the very air. They spun furiously, massing together into a colossal ice-blue vortex that hurled toward Wu Shaokai and his group, who were still reeling from the previous shock. How is this possible? Since when does Ice Spiral have this kind of power? This makes no sense. And why can he cast both fire and ice spells? Wu Shaokai gaped, dumbstruck, desperate. He invoked his class ability, Angelic Paladin. A radiant golden shield appeared in his hands, glowing brilliantly as he raised it to block the incoming ice spikes. But the shield only withstood the first icy lance before spiderweb cracks spread across its surface. When the second spike struck, the shining shield shattered instantaneously. Golden tenfold strike. Wu Shaokai's face twisted in panic as he unleashed his trump card. A blinding golden greatsword formed in his hands, and with a sweeping cross-shaped slash, he swung at the swarm of ice spikes gathering overhead. "Everyone, together! I refuse to believe he can take all of us at once," Wu Shaokai bellowed, snapping out of their stupor. Ning Yi and the other dozen or so teammates quickly joined forces, pooling their strength to resist the onslaught of Yi Lin's devastating ice spiral spell. The crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle was utterly dumbfounded. One person, fighting against more than a dozen top-ranked scholars, something like this. No one would believe it even if told. Yet now it was happening right before their very eyes. Who was this guy? Could he be an elemental mage? But how could he wield both fire and ice spells so effortlessly? No, that couldn't be it. The power behind these spells was far beyond what an elemental mage could manage. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck someone in the crowd. There was only one terrifying class capable of this. Wait, a forbidden spellcaster. The moment those three words were uttered, gasps spread through the crowd. Everyone involuntarily sucked in a breath. Forbidden spellcasters were infamous for their short lifespans. A couple of spells, and they were likely to lose a limb or even more. But in the Prime Scholar's secret realm, things were different. A forbidden spellcaster could finally go all out. Here, no one could die for real, meaning all those powerful forbidden spells could be unleashed without restraint. As if to confirm everyone's suspicions, Yi Lin's third move removed all doubt. Rockfall. Yi Lin simply raised his palm, casting what seemed at first like an unimpressive, everyday spell. Rockfall usually summoned a single boulder to drop from the sky and smash into the enemy, but when Yi Lin cast his Rockfall, what crashed down wasn't any ordinary boulder, it was a radiant meteor from the heavens. The star streaked across the void, drawing a dazzling trail of light, just like a shooting star, but carrying a force of utter annihilation. It hurtled straight toward Wu Shaokai and his companions, tearing through space itself and leaving behind a series of fierce, ripping sounds. Wu Shaokai and the others turned deathly pale. They'd never seen a skill so terrifying. The pressure from that descending star was so overwhelming that they couldn't even muster the courage to fight back. Rockfall. My ass. That was clearly the forbidden spell, Heavenly Starfall. Oh my god. He really is a forbidden spellcaster. A scholar in the crowd recognized the spell Yi Lin had just used. His face instantly went paper white. Wu Shaokai's own expression grew ashen. Ning Yi and the rest were equally panic-stricken. They were no weaklings, but before a forbidden spellcaster unleashed in the Prime Scholar's secret realm, they felt utterly powerless. The ice spikes hadn't even been dealt with yet, and now this terrifying meteor was crashing down on them. Had they known Yi Lin was a forbidden spellcaster, they would never have dared mess with him. They tried to defend themselves, but the meteor crashed down with the weight of a mountain, pinning them helplessly underneath. Yi Lin, I'm a direct heir of the Wu family. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of us? Wu Shaokai shouted furiously, seeing that he couldn't win. He desperately tried to use his family's influence as leverage. Yi Lin waved his hand dismissively, pressing the star down even further. Relax. You won't die here, just a little pain. That's all. If your Wu family wants to stick their necks out for something like this, I'll take my chances. Wu Shaokai's face turned bright red with rage. Yi Lin, even if you're not afraid of the Wu family, what about the Supreme Academy? We're all students of the Supreme Academy day in and day out. We'll be seeing each other. Are you really set on going this far? Burning every bridge? Well, isn't that funny? Yi Lin replied coldly. The Supreme Academy doesn't want me anyway. You can rest easy and go on. The moment Yi Lin's words fell, that brilliant star came crashing down for real. Boom. The deafening roar was like the sky splitting apart. The earth shattering, the star smashed straight into Wu Shaokai and his group. In an instant, light exploded everywhere, flooding the entire space until it was blinding. No. Wu Shaokai's blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. When the dazzling light faded, everyone saw Wu Shaokai and his people embedded deep in the ground, like someone had driven a meteorite into their skulls. The earth around them was riddled with spiderweb cracks, as if a real star had just fallen from the heavens, bringing with it the force to destroy worlds. Wu Shaokai and the dozen or so with him, every single one, were smashed into unrecognizable pulp. But under the rules of the champion's secret realm, they didn't die. Instead, the gore squirmed madly, twitching and writhing on the fractured earth. A dozen puddles of flesh, mixed with shattered organs and broken bones, kept crawling and twisting. Just the sight of it was enough to turn anyone's stomach. It was as if rotting flesh had been given human consciousness. Forced to watch as muscle was torn apart, eyeballs burst open, and bone snapped to bits, an ordeal that would break the mind of anyone with the least bit of weakness. The whole place fell into a deathly silence. Even those who'd come just to watch the excitement were regretting ever showing up. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound, terrified that Yi Lin would notice them and drop another of his falling star spells on their heads. Could a few kind souls help escort Wu Shaokai and his group to get treated? Yi Lin said, his tone almost friendly. The truth was, he couldn't tell which lump of meat was Wu Shaokai anymore. The crowd exchanged nervous glances, frozen in place, until Yi Lin, still smiling, simply raised his hand again. Lightning danced across his palm. At that, everyone panicked and rushed to action. Without proper tools, they grabbed shovels to scrape up the flesh. Without containers, they stripped off their own clothes to wrap the remains. Soon, a procession formed, hurrying toward the exit of the champion's secret realm, arms cradling piles of bloody pulp and a single charred corpse. Phew, with those flies out of the way, things are finally peaceful again. Yi Lin let out a sigh of relief. Sure, Wu Shaokai and his gang could still be saved and put back together, but it wouldn't be quick. Piecing lumps of battered meat into living, breathing people was no simple task. By the time Wu Shaokai was human again, the champion's secret realm would probably be long over. Come on, let's go see if we can still catch up with that treasure-laden golden toad. Yi Lin called to Mi Shui. Mi Shui was pale as a ghost, speechless with fright. Without a word, she scooped up all the supplies herself. Only now, looking back, did she truly realize she'd just brushed past death's door without even knowing it. She couldn't imagine it if, back then, she'd really mistaken Yi Lin for a pervert, and Yi Lin had retaliated in the same way. Her own fate likely wouldn't have been any better than Wu Shaokai and the others. A beautiful girl turning into a pile of slime, how's that for a story? At the exit of the scholar's secret realm, Zinkankai stood at the ready with 3 priests and over a dozen professional medical staff. Though today was only the 6th day since the realm had opened, and there were more than 20 days left before it closed. Every year around this time someone would already be gravely injured. They had to be prepared for anything. This year's batch of scholars is really something, Zinkankai remarked with an easy smile. It's already the 6th day, and not a single one of them has come seeking help. Priest 1 chimed in. Yeah, by this time last year, we'd already have our hands full. It's clear that this year, the group's on a different level. Priest 2 added. Let's hope they all make it through safely. The less trouble there is, the easier our job gets. Priest 3 nodded in agreement. Definitely. Just as they were chatting idly, a chaotic crowd came charging toward them in a flurry. Zinkankai's heart instantly tightened. With that kind of commotion, someone must have been badly hurt. What's going on? Who's injured? Zinkankai demanded. Well, we're not exactly sure who's hurt. Someone replied haltingly. The group placed a tall, skinny man burnt to a crisp right in front of Zinkankai. Holy crap! Zinkankai couldn't help but cry out, startled by the sight. Was this some high-level fire monster attack? The injuries were that severe. Priests, get over here. Quick! The 3 priests sprang into action, working together to heal him. Gradually, the charred skin on the man's body began to heal. New, pink baby soft skin forming over the burns. Phew, looks like it's just one this time. Still way better than previous years. Zinkankai breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish relaxing, a dozen or so writhing blobs of flesh were carried over and dumped at his feet. What's this, some kind of low-level slime monster? Zinkankai frowned, puzzled. No, Teacher Zing, one of the scholars said, visibly shaken. These are Wu Shaokai and the others. What? Zinkankai's eyes widened so much it was as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. You mean, all these meatballs are actually people? Under his shocked gaze, those nearby nodded slowly, confirming his worst fears. Zinkankai felt faint. For a second, the world went black and he nearly passed out on the spot. He'd just been saying how impressive this year's scholars were. And now, within seconds, the so-called cream of the crop had been reduced to a heap of jelly. The 3 priests were stunned as well. Priest 1. What the heck happened? How did they get mashed up like this? Priest 2. Did they get stomped flat by some giant monster? This is brutal. Priest 3. Really is. The thought of having to piece together a dozen heaps of flesh into a dozen living, breathing people, that was a workload to terrify anyone. Zinkankai wasted no time and urgently called for backup, borrowing several more high-level priests and healers from Deep City. After they examined those dozen or so lumps of meat, everyone's eyes lit up. If they could get this done right, it would definitely be a highlight on their career records. Soon enough, the exit of the scholar's secret realm was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Yilin and Mishue were just as busy on their end. The 2 of them followed the direction where the treasure golden toad had escaped, but it was all for nothing. Not only did they not see the toad itself, there wasn't even a single toad hair left behind. Damn it, those bastards really got off easy. Yilin frowned deeply. If it hadn't been for Wu Shaokai and his gang interfering, that treasure golden toad would never have gotten away from him. The toad had already been startled once, and now who knew where it was hiding inside the secret realm? Trying to find it again now was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Never mind it, let's focus on leveling up first. Left with no other choice, Yilin could only give up on chasing the treasure golden toad for now. But after looking over those dozen or so lumps of meat, everyone's eyes lit up. If they handled this well, it would undoubtedly be a major highlight on their resumes. Soon, the exit of the scholar's secret realm was abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, Yilin and Mishue were just as busy on the other side. The 2 of them followed the direction in which the treasure trove golden toad had escaped, tracking all the way down the path, but found absolutely nothing, not even a single strand of golden toad hair, let alone the toad itself. Those bastards really got off easy. Yilin frowned deeply. If it hadn't been for Wu Shaokai and his cronies causing trouble, that golden toad could never have gotten away from him in the first place. The toad had already been frightened once just now, and who knew where it was hiding now in the vast secret realm? Finding it again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Forget it, give up searching. Level up first. Left with no better option, Yilin decided to abandon the hunt for the treasure trove golden toad. The scholar's secret realm was so huge, just the 2 of them looking for it would be practically impossible. Yilin led Mishue deeper into the heart of the secret realm, clearing out everything in their path. Ever since awakening his secondary class talent, Yilin had grown increasingly fond of using low-level spells like Fireball. After all, forbidden spells required casting time, and both monsters and humans would have time to react and prepare. But Fireball could be cast instantly, and with his extreme mastery, even a simple fireball could unleash the destructive power of a forbidden spell. It was a perfect tool for catching enemies off guard and acting unsuspecting. After quickly wiping out the monsters blocking their way, Yilin and Mishue continued their exploration. Before long, they ran into several more waves of terrifying monsters. The closer they got to the center of the secret realm, the greater the number and strength of the beasts they encountered. Soon, even level 30 monsters began to appear. Yilin's expression grew grave against these foes. A single forbidden spell was no longer enough to decisively end the fight. It now took 2. Alright, that's enough for today. As the silvery moon hung high in the sky, Yilin came to a stop. Although he still had plenty of mana left, his mind was starting to feel weary. Even with his undying body, Yilin still needed a good rest like anyone else. He lit a campfire and asked Mishue to take the first watch. After all, she'd been hitchhiking off his monster kills for loads of free experience, so standing guard was the least she could do. To fall asleep quickly, Yilin picked up the Starfall Heavenly Scar, gave himself a solid knock on the head with the flat of the blade, and instantly fell into a sleep as pure as a baby's. Listening to Yilin's steady breathing, Mishue couldn't help but mutter, "What a weirdo." All her life, apart from her father, nearly every man who tried to get close to her had ulterior motives. 9 out of 10, she thought, were lolicons. But Yi Lin was different from those other men. He didn't see her as a woman, in fact. He didn't even treat her as a person. To Yi Lin, Mi Shui was nothing more than a serviceable, human-shaped tool. The thought made Mi Shui's mind drift. She stared blankly at Yi Lin's sleeping face, her eyes wide open and distant. Yet, in the darkness, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes were watching them from afar. Suddenly, a chill ran down Mi Shui's spine. It was as if she had sensed something. She jerked her head around, but saw nothing behind her. Strange, was I just imagining things? Mi Shui frowned in confusion. She could have sworn something had been lurking, peering at her from the shadows. In the very next moment, a jolt of dire danger surged through her entire body. Yi Lin, watch out! She had no time to think, acting purely on instinct. She scooped up the still sleeping Yi Lin and threw herself to the side. SSSSHHH. Mi Shui felt some kind of liquid splash across her back, and instantly, a burning pain shot through her, as if someone had dumped acid directly onto her skin. She gasped sharply, drawing in a pained breath. Yi Lin had been woken by all the commotion. Glancing at Mi Shui's back, he was startled by what he saw. The clothes on her back had been completely eaten away by a foul, thick green fluid, and even her once smooth, fair skin was now corroded and raw. Yi Lin's brow furrowed as he looked toward the darkness at the source of the attack. His eyes grew severe, his expression suddenly grave. That's a high-level monster. The hellhound, Cerberus. The night was as black as ink, utterly silent until a deep, guttural roar shattered the stillness. It sounded like a demon howling from the depths of hell. A massive canine figure leapt out of the shadows, towering and muscular. Its entire body was wreathed in dark flames. Its vicious, crimson eyes glinted menacingly through the gloom. Strings of noxious, corrosive drool dripped continually from its gaping jaws, exposing fangs sharp enough to rip through anything. Most terrifying of all, this monster had 3 heads, 6 blazing, scarlet eyes fixed hungrily on Yi Lin and Mi Shui. This was the legendary hellhound, Cerberus, the true high-level monster. There was a world of difference between low-level and high-level monsters. Low-level monsters were weak in both strength and intellect. Even the strongest of them could only reach level 50. Slimes were a common example of such creatures. But high-level monsters were another story. They boasted much greater power, astonishing intelligence, and were even capable of strategy and setting traps. One high-level monster could easily tear apart a dozen low-level monsters of the same level. The Cerberus before them. It was already level 36, and that was more than enough to be a deadly threat. It's no wonder Mi Shui was seriously wounded right away. In fact, if she hadn't thrown herself in front of Yi Lin, who was still fast asleep, she almost certainly could have dodged the attack. Stay back. This thing's tough. Yi Lin called out to Mi Shui. This hellhound was, quite possibly, the most powerful monster in the whole champion's secret realm. The 3-headed beast growled low, pacing around the campfire, circling them like predators closing in on their prey. From the way it watched them, it was clear. To the hellhound, Yi Lin and Mi Shui were nothing but game. Fireball. Yi Lin struck first, activating a skill scroll. Fueled by the scroll's power, the spell morphed into something even greater. The Flame God's Lament, an enormous orb of blazing crimson gold fire, like a miniature sun, hurtled toward the hellhound. And yet Yi Lin caught a flash of emotion in the creature's 6 massive eyes. Contempt. The hellhound's second head suddenly opened its jaws wide and, with a single snapping bite, chomped down on Yi Lin's blazing sun. With a wet gulp, the forbidden spell he'd unleashed was devoured, just like that. What in the world is this monster? A chill ran down Yi Lin's spine. He'd never faced a creature of this caliber before. He'd never imagined there could be something this terrifying, something that could just eat his most powerful spell as if it were nothing. After swallowing Yi Lin's attack, the creature's gaze was almost mocking. There was a taunt in those beastly eyes. Its third head lunged forward, jaws gaping, then spewed a foul, thick, green liquid straight at Yi Lin. Yi Lin frowned. He gritted his teeth and made a desperate move. He sacrificed both his kidney tokens for a tenfold surge in agility, then darted aside in a blur. He knew all too well how nasty that green stuff was. Mi Shui had already suffered from it. There was no way he was letting it touch him. The massive hellhound head tracked him, unleashing a spray of corrosive liquid. Wherever it touched, flowers, trees, even the ground, everything shriveled and melted. Clouds of hissing white steam rising in its wake. But just as Yi Lin sidestepped the deadly stream, he felt a sudden, sharp wind behind him. Spinning around, he saw a vicious black claw slashing his way. He threw himself sideways, barely dodging the lethal blow. By now, Yi Lin understood. Facing a creature like this, there was no room for holding back, no time for hesitation. Forbidden art, burning samsara. Dazzling crimson flames exploded from his body, the fire of his very life blazing up. It devoured his own vitality, pushing all his attributes to their peak. Without the doubled stats from burning samsara, he knew he didn't stand a chance against the hellhound. All right, you beast. You like swallowing things so much. Well, let's see if you can swallow this. Yi Lin raised his hand, and the metallic elements within him streamed outward, gathering as shimmering golden sparks in his palm, until at last they formed a dazzling, radiant golden spear. Forbidden spell, Eternal Jengjin. The golden spear in Yi Lin's hand blazed like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Its unstoppable power aimed straight at the hellhound. The spear gleamed with the unique luster of Eternal Jengjin, as if nothing in the world could withstand its piercing force. A flash of fear flickered in the hellhound's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. With a low growl, the beast's second head opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames, desperate to halt Yi Lin's strike. But among all forbidden spells, Eternal Jengjin is famed for its ability to focus all its power on a single point. Its destructive force may not rival the world-ending Wild Thunder, but when it comes to sheer penetrating power, nothing compares. The spear shot forth like a dragon bursting from the sea, unstoppable, piercing through the black fire with ease, and plunging deep into the maw of the hellhound's second head, driving straight down its throat. A shrill, anguished screech tore through the air as the hellhound's body convulsed violently, racked by unimaginable pain. The second head thrashed, struggled for a moment, then went limp, hanging lifeless with not a sound. With one head slain by Yi Lin, the hellhound was thoroughly enraged. The first head, which until now had remained still, more accurately, had not opened its mouth, was now seething with fury. It opened its jaws wide and spewed out a wisp of pitch-black aura, eerie and unnatural. This aura reeked of death and decay, as if it carried the very end of all things within its darkness. Wherever it touched, all life withered, flowers wilted, leaves shriveled. A tiny white rabbit, already terrified and scrambling for safety, happened to stumble into the path of the black aura. In an instant, the black mist swallowed it up. It fell lifeless to the ground, shriveling up into a dried husk. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if a person were struck by that same aura. They too would be reduced to a shriveled corpse. Infuriated by the sight, Yi Lin roared, "Bunnies are so cute. How dare you kill a bunny?" Fireball. It was the same skill as before, but now Yi Lin's power was enhanced. Burning with the strength of the Samsara blaze, the attack was several times mightier than before. A blazing sun of red-gold flame burst forth, far more terrifying than anything he'd unleashed previously. The black aura hardly got close before it was instantly vaporized by the superheated fire. The red-gold sun kept going, barreling straight toward the hellhound. With a howl, the beast swung its massive claws down at the flaming orb. Boom! The fireball exploded under the impact, but not before bathing the hellhound's claws in searing heat, filling the air with the heavy, unmistakable stench of singed flesh. But as this happened, Yi Lin was already moving. He appeared at the hellhound's side. The forbidden spell Eternal Jengjin summoned once more, a golden spear reappearing in his grip. Against such a gigantic opponent, no other forbidden spell was as reliable. With such a massive target, it was almost impossible for Eternal Jengjin to miss. This time, Yi Lin took aim at the third head, the one that could spit corrosive liquid. Just as the golden spear was about to strike it, something utterly unexpected happened right before his eyes. The second head, which should have been dead and gone, suddenly sprang back to life and bit down hard on the oncoming golden spear. What the? It's come back to life. Yi Lin's mind raced. Was this some kind of undead trick? Clang! The clash of metal echoed as the resurrected second head clamped its jaws precisely around the golden spear forged from Eternal Jengjin. Yi Lin stared, stunned. He could have sworn he'd just blown a hole clean through this head with Eternal Jengjin moments ago. It had been well and truly dead, but in the blink of an eye, the wounds had completely healed. And now, the head looked like nothing had ever happened. Was this thing immortal or something? Yi Lin eyed the Cerberus in front of him, suspicion and disbelief warring on his face. At that moment, all of Cerberus's injuries seemed to have vanished. Its three heads roared in unison, unleashing terrifying howls that shook the air. The second head, revived and seething with rage, glared at Yi Lin with pure hatred in its eyes. In the next instant, the massive Cerberus lunged at Yi Lin. Yi Lin scrambled to dodge and shouted at Mi Shui, who was hiding nearby. "I remember you have a bunch of chocolate bars in your backpack. Throw them to me. Now. Ha! Are you hungry?" Mi Shui was caught off guard. Wasn't he in the middle of fighting a top-tier magical beast? Why would Yi Lin want chocolate now of all times? Just do it. Toss them over. Yi Lin urged impatiently. "Oh, okay." Mi Shui hurriedly unzipped her backpack, frantically throwing out dozens of chocolate bars to Yi Lin. Chocolate was compact and calorie-dense, perfect for outdoor adventures to quickly replenish energy, so Mi Shui had packed plenty, just in case. Yi Lin caught the chocolates, then immediately flung a fireball at Cerberus to keep it at bay. The hellhound grew even more enraged, lunging toward Yi Lin with renewed ferocity. Its three gaping jaws were so enormous that the moonlight lit up the back of its throats. That, as far as Yi Lin was concerned, made his job much easier. Gripping the chocolate bars, he began hurling them like darts straight into Cerberus's mouths. To be fair, he made sure each head got some. After all, who knew if those three heads shared a digestive system or each had their own? Cerberus was surprisingly cooperative, swallowing every chocolate bar thrown its way, as if nothing in the world couldn't be devoured by it. Before long, every last bar had ended up in Cerberus's stomach. Mi Shui stared in utter disbelief at Yi Lin's antics, having no idea what in the world he was up to. Was he feeding chocolate to the hellhound? But very soon, something shocking happened to the hellhound. The massive beast suddenly collapsed onto the ground, its entire body racked with violent convulsions. All three heads started foaming at the mouth, while its lower body lost control, soiling itself in a foul-smelling mess. "Ah, ha!" Michelle's rose-red lips parted in shock, her fair face filled with confusion. She couldn't understand it clearly. It had always been Cerberus, the Hellhound, hunting down Yilin. How, in the middle of the chase, had the Hellhound suddenly fallen before even catching up to its target? Yilin glanced at the dumbfounded Michelle and explained, "Don't you know, chocolate is toxic to dogs. The theobromine and other substances in chocolate cause muscle spasms. After eating it, dogs can suffer vomiting, diarrhea, excessive salivation, even death in severe cases. I know that much, but that Cerberus we're talking about, a top-tier magical creature," Michelle murmured absent-mindedly. Yilin's explanation only made her more stunned. So, the Hellhound was still a dog, and chocolate could poison it just the same. Who would have thought the terrifying Cerberus, feared by all, had such a simple weakness? Chocolate. Yilin walked up to the still convulsing Hellhound, then activated Burning Samsara. A devastating bolt of thunder crashed down instantly, a world-ending thunderstrike. Perhaps sensing death drawing in, Cerberus somehow managed, in that last moment when the savage lightning was about to strike, to stagger back to its feet. Six eyes fixed intently on Yilin, it let out a guttural, low roar. Then, with terrifying speed, black hellfire erupted from its body, surging straight toward Yilin and Michelle. The flames were scorching hot, looking as if they could incinerate anything in their path. They burned with the Hellhound's dying rage and madness. Being touched by them would have unimaginable consequences. Yilin pulled Michelle behind him, with a wave of his hand. A thick, solid wall sprang up in front of them both. Forbidden spell, Wall of Size. Yilin's level was already at 20. Unless a monster or player above level 40 attacked, nothing could break through the Wall of Size by force. The only option would be to go around it to get to Yilin. Even the Hellhound's desperate final attack, though terrifying, was useless before the Wall of Size. It could only howl in frustration. The black flames slammed against the wall and were immediately extinguished, not even leaving a scratch. Just then, the thunder Yilin summoned finally descended. With a deafening crash, Cerberus was struck and reduced to a charred corpse. You have slain a level 36 elite monster, Hellhound Cerberus. Reward, 720 experience points. But almost immediately, something shocking happened to the Hellhound. The massive Cerberus suddenly collapsed to the ground, its muscles convulsing violently. All three of its heads began to froth at the mouth, and its lower body lost control, soiling itself with both urine and feces, a stench rising up, choking and foul. Ah, ha! Michelle's rosy lips parted in surprise. Confusion etched all over her fair face. She just couldn't understand. Cerberus had been relentlessly chasing Yilin, hunting him with ferocity. So how was it that, mid-chase, Cerberus suddenly went down on its own? Yilin glanced at the dumbfounded Michelle and explained, "Didn't you know? Chocolate is poisonous for dogs. Chemicals like theobromine in chocolate cause convulsions, vomiting, diarrhea, and excessive drooling in dogs, sometimes even death in severe cases." "I know that part, but this is Cerberus, the Hellhound, a high-level magical beast," Michelle muttered, almost to herself. If anything, Yilin's explanation only left her even more at a loss. So even the mighty Cerberus, for all its terrifying power, was still just a dog, and chocolate could poison it too. It was unthinkable that such a dreaded creature would have its kryptonite in an ordinary piece of chocolate. Yilin approached the still-twitching Hellhound, then unleashed his burning reincarnation ability. Without hesitating, he called down a cataclysmic thunder spell, perhaps sensing death closing in. The Hellhound staggered upright just as that furious, roaring bolt of lightning crashed down. All six of its eyes glared at Yilin, and it let out a hoarse, guttural snarl. Then, with terrifying speed, black flames erupted from Cerberus, surging toward both Yilin and Michelle. The fire radiated an intense heat, carrying all of Cerberus's dying rage and resentment. If that fire touched them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yilin quickly pulled Michelle behind him, then raised his hand. In an instant, a thick wall rose up between them and the oncoming flames. Forbidden spell, Wall of Size. Now that Yilin had reached level 20, unless an enemy was a monster or class changer above level 40, there was no way they could brute force their way through the Wall of Size. Otherwise, the only option would be to find a way around the barrier to attack him. Though Cerberus's last desperate attack was terrifying, it, too, could only sigh in the face of the Wall of Size. The black flames slammed into the wall and were instantly snuffed out, not even leaving a single crack. At that moment, Yilin's summoned thunderbolt struck home with a resounding boom. The Hellhound was electrocuted into a charred corpse on the spot. You have slain the level 36 high-level magical beast Cerberus. You have gained 720 experience points. High-level monsters really were in a league of their own. Their experience rewards were easily double that of low-level ones. Thanks to the experience from the Hellhound, Yilin himself leveled up to 21. But before he had a chance to savor his victory, a new problem emerged. The black flame released in the Hellhound's dying throes, though blocked from directly harming Yilin and Michelle by the Wall of Size, nevertheless spread rapidly in all directions, igniting a catastrophic wildfire. Within seconds, the once peaceful surroundings became chaotic, and perilous trees, grass, and all the bushes nearby were consumed by burning flames, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. "Run!" Yilin reacted instantly, grabbing Michelle's hand and bolting away from the inferno. But the moment she moved, Michelle sucked in a sharp breath. wincing in pain. Only then did Jilin recall that, in her desperate effort to carry his sleeping self earlier, Michelle's back had been corroded by the hellhound's saliva. There was no time to hesitate. Ignoring Michelle's protests, Jilin swept her up into his arms and dashed for the edge of the secret realm. Michelle's cheeks flushed bright red. Beneath her, the scorched earth was blisteringly hot. Acrid smoke and the smell of burning hung thick in the air, but in this moment, strangely, she found herself wishing time would just stop right here. Ribbit. Lost in the moment. A sharp croak cut through the chaos. Jilin looked over and saw, in his surprise, a huge golden toad frantically bounding through the smoke, its rear still on fire with black flames. Wait, that's the treasure gold toad from last time. Pure delight swept through Jilin. He hadn't expected an extra reward after defeating the hellhound. The black flames unleashed in the hellhound's final attack had smoked the treasure gold toad out of hiding. Forbidden art. Burning samsara. Forbidden art. Arrival of the wood realm. Jilin acted without hesitation, launching 2 powerful forbidden spells in quick succession. Under the effect of burning samsara, the vines summoned by arrival of the wood realm became tougher and nearly impossible to break free from. And, since they were still in the forest, the wood realm spell received an additional power boost. Clearly, Jilin had no intention of letting this treasure gold toad get away this time. Emerald green vines shot out, writhing like living snakes, wrapping around the treasure gold toad. Panic flickered in the creature's vertical pupils. It clearly hadn't expected such terrible luck. First set on fire out of nowhere, now running straight into Jilin. The treasure gold toad flailed its limbs, attempting to break free, but the vine bindings seemed almost alive, tightening with every struggle. The more it fought, the tighter it became. With a desperate croak, the treasure gold toad opened its maw wide and took a huge gulp of air. Its whole body swelled, muscles bulging, enough to force the vines apart. From its skin, a layer of slippery, transparent mucus oozed out. Ribbit. Utilizing its slick mucus, the treasure gold toad slithered free from the grasping vines in an instant, making a break for escape. I didn't want to hurt you, but since you refuse to see reason, don't blame me for what comes next. Jilin's eyes hardened. The vines summoned by the wood realm lashed out at the treasure-hoarding golden toad once more. This time, not only did the vines shimmer with a faint golden light, but countless sharp thorns had sprouted along their surface. The vines shot toward the golden toad like pythons hunting their prey, swiftly coiling around it and tightening their grip. The creature's movements grew slower and slower as the vines constricted, leaving it nearly immobilized. The golden toad let out a series of anxious croaks, its body squeezed ever tighter by the relentless vines, as if it might be crushed at any moment. No matter how desperately it struggled, or how much sticky fluid it secreted, it couldn't break free from those binding vines. On the contrary, its frantic thrashing only drove the thorns deeper into its skin, the pain making it cry out again and again. With a quick flash, Jilin appeared in front of his recaptured prey, clearly in high spirits about the unexpected recovery. He placed the starfall blade against the golden toad's head. I know you can understand me, Jilin said coldly. Spit out everything you've got, and I won't kill you. The golden toad was a high-level magical beast, every bit as intelligent as Jilin suspected. It hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly spat out a strange stone about the size of a fist. The stone's surface glimmered with a faint golden sheen, as if it held a limitless magical power. The air around it seemed to freeze, and it radiated a suffocating, awe-inspiring pressure. Jilin picked up the stone, feeling a chill and substantial weight in his palm. The pressure actually made his hand go a little numb. There were intricate markings on the surface, looking remarkably like dragon scales. This is dragon-patterned ore. Jilin's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank goodness he hadn't zoned out during geology class in high school. Dragon-patterned ore was an incredibly rare forging material. In the hands of a master smith, it could absolutely be turned into an epic piece of equipment. This treasure-hoarding golden toad was even more impressive than the legends spitting out dragon-patterned ore right in front of him. Is that all? Jilin asked, giving the golden toad a half-amused, half-skeptical look. The golden toad nodded eagerly. I don't believe it, Jilin replied flatly. He was convinced the golden toad had even more valuable treasures hidden inside. Otherwise, why would it give up the dragon-patterned ore so easily? High-level magical beasts might have human-level intelligence, but they still lacked that bit of human craftiness. It hadn't been all that hard to figure out what it was thinking. Jilin didn't release the golden toad. Instead, grabbing both the toad and Michelle's, he quickly escaped with them to a place far from the black flames. Then Jilin tossed the treasure toad aside and took off his Inyan twin bracelets, placing them on Michelle's wrist to heal the wounds on her back. With the bracelet's power, the burns from the hellhound's corrosive bite gradually began to heal, though the scars still looked hideous. That, unfortunately, would have to wait until they left the Imperial Scholar's secret realm and found a specialist to help fade the marks. Once Michelle was healed, Jilin hung the treasure toad from a towering ancient tree and handed Michelle a very special assignment. Every 3 minutes, punch the treasure toad right in its big white belly. Keep it up until it coughs something up. Let it rest for 5 minutes if it does. If it doesn't spit anything out, then keep punching. At his words, the treasure toad started croaking in protest, clearly unhappy about its fate. But Jilin couldn't care less about the complaints of a toad. He hummed a tune and set off to find something to eat. A little girl picking mushrooms carries a big bamboo basket on her back barefoot in the morning dew. She walks through forests and over hills. Along the way, Yilin didn't bother sorting or avoiding any mushrooms, whatever color, whatever shape. He scooped them all up without a second thought. Soon, his basket was overflowing with weird and colorful mushrooms, and he brought them back, grinning. By then, Mishue had been busy interrogating the treasure toad for quite a while. Although it had spat out plenty of items, compared to dragon-patterned gold ores, they were little better than worthless junk. Yilin figured the treasure toad still had treasures hidden inside, so he didn't release it. Instead, he started preparing a campfire on the side, getting ready for a midnight snack. Forbidden spell, domain of wood, forbidden spell, infernal hellfire, forbidden spell, eternal gung metal. He unleashed 3 forbidden spells in a row. Now he had firewood, a source of flame, and even a sturdy iron wok, forged out of eternal gung metal. Both Mishue and the treasure toad were completely dumbfounded. It had never crossed their minds that high-level forbidden spells could be used this way. Lighting a fire, sure, but conjuring a pot with a forbidden spell, was this even legal? Yilin watched with satisfaction as the water in his new pot began to boil. He sliced up all the vibrant mushrooms and tossed them in. Some mushrooms, which were snow-white at first, turned an oddly bright green the moment the knife touched them. The water bubbled, flipping the mushrooms over and over as Yilin watched, mouth-watering. "Ah, are you sure this stuff is safe to eat?" Mishue asked, unable to hide her concern. "I mean, just look at them, they look totally poisonous." "What do you know?" Yilin replied, putting on an air of expertise. "A friend from Yunnan once told me, the more colorful the mushroom, the more poisonous it is, but the more poisonous, the tastier. And right now, while we're in the Imperial Scholar's secret realm, we can't die. If you don't try them now, you'll never get another chance." "Really?" Mishue blinked her big eyes doubtfully, clearly not convinced. But soon, the unique, fresh aroma of the mushrooms began to fill the air, making even Mishue swallow her saliva unconsciously. "Just eat already. Once you have a bite, you'll be speechless." After letting them simmer for 5 minutes, Yilin couldn't wait any longer and scooped the mushrooms out. He and Mishue each got a bowl, mushrooms and broth included, and swallowed mouthfuls eagerly. The succulent sweetness of the mushrooms glided down their throats, filling their stomachs with warmth. Only those who've tasted it would understand the sheer delight. Mishue's cheeks were flushed from the hot soup, making her look even more adorable. "How is it?" "Good, right." Yilin wiped his mouth and ladled another bowl for each of them. "It's delicious. But why are there 2 little people fighting on top of your head?" Mishue asked in confusion. "It's nothing, just a small problem. The poison's kicking in, that's all." The words had barely left his mouth before Yilin collapsed with a thud, plunging headfirst into the still boiling mushroom pot. His head was soon bubbling in the soup. "Oh, so it was the poison. I thought the mushrooms were undercooked." Mishue giggled foolishly, her bright eyes rolling back as she, too, passed out. Duo bao golden toad. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. When Yilin woke up, the mushroom broth was still bubbling away, boiling his head. The flesh on his head was thoroughly cooked, looking like a sheep's head on a butcher's table, almost ready to be served, just lacking a pinch of seasoning. Since the nerves had already been cooked through, Yilin couldn't feel any pain at all. He reached over and felt for Mishue, confirming she was still knocked out from the poison and hadn't come to yet. With a thought, the terrifying regenerative powers of his undying body kicked in. The cooked flesh began to slough off, leaving behind a fresh, gleaming skull. New muscle, veins, and skin rapidly grew back over the bone, and even the eyes previously boiled away regenerated. "These mushrooms are really tasty, but next time, I need to find a spot further from the pot," Yilin said with a wry smile. He wasn't a masochist, after all, and had no interest in boiling his own head for fun. This entire gruesome scene had played out in full view of the duo bao golden toad, who had been hung upside down all night. Its usually round, vertical pupils nearly popped out of their sockets. Humans, can they really regenerate like this, even among magical creatures? If your head gets boiled, you're dead for sure. Seeing Mishue still unconscious, Yilin walked over to the toad and flicked its pale, bulging belly. "Hey, you've been hanging up here all night, and you still refuse to cough up your treasure. Do you plan on dying like this just to keep it?" The duo bao golden toad remained silent, stubborn as ever. Yilin couldn't be bothered to argue with such a headstrong frog. After waking Mishue, he handed the toad and their luggage over to her, then set off once again on his monster hunting journey. There were still 24 days left before the closure of the scholar's secret realm. Yilin simply refused to believe that the treasure gold toad could endure 24 more days of relentless interrogation. As they continued their journey, Yilin and Mishue coordinated perfectly. Yilin was in charge of unleashing forbidden spells to kill monsters, while Mishue specialized in tormenting the treasure gold toad until it coughed up its hoard. The two of them rampaged through the scholar's secret realm, their experience points soaring ever higher. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month flew by. Now, just 5 days remained before the secret realm would close. At the exit, 3 priests staggered, heavy dark circles under their eyes, looking thoroughly exhausted as they emerged from the operating room. One priest finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zinkankai, "Thankfully, we didn't let you down. The surgeries were a success." With Shaokai and the others all look pretty much like their old selves again. Zinkankai's face lit up at the news. "You 3 have worked hard. Don't worry, I'll make sure your contributions over the past days are fully reported. Just then, Wu Shaokai and his group were wheeled out by the medical staff. Mr. Zeng, I think something's off with my face, one of the scholars said hesitantly. It feels a bit square. There were still 24 days left before the closure of the top scholar's secret realm. Yilin refused to believe that the treasure-gathering golden toad could endure 24 days of relentless interrogation. As their journey continued, Yilin and Nishue divided their tasks and worked together seamlessly. Yilin was in charge of throwing forbidden curses to slay monsters, while Nishue specialized in tormenting the golden toad to make it spit out treasures. The two of them rampaged through the secret realm just like that, their experience points rising rapidly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed, and now there were only 5 days left before the secret realm would close. At the realm's exit, 3 priests with heavy dark circles under their eyes emerged from the operating room, looking utterly exhausted. One of the priests let out a sigh of relief and reported to Zinkankai. Task accomplished. Sir, the surgeries were a success. Wu Shaokai and the others have pretty much recovered to how they were before. Hearing this, Zinkankai's face lit up with delight. You 3 have worked hard. Don't worry, I'll make sure to give you full credit for your contributions during this time. Just then, Wu Shaokai and his group were wheeled out of the operating room by the medical staff. Professor Zing, something feels off about my face. It seems kind of, well, square. One of the top scholars spoke up, rubbing his jaw uncertainly. A square face is good, makes you look steady, reliable. Zinkankai waved it off. But, isn't this a bit too square? The scholar sat up, revealing a perfectly geometric square face, with sharp, pronounced angles. Zinkankai jumped in shock and grabbed a priest by the collar. What happened here? The priest sighed helplessly. Boss, these guys were squashed into pancakes. Honestly, the fact that we managed to get them back into human shape in such a short time is impressive enough. If he's upset about his face, he'll have to see a cosmetic specialist later. Well, I suppose that's fair. Zinkankai nodded. But what about me? Professor Zing, my arms are uneven. Another top scholar complained, holding up his hands. Everyone's arms are a little different in length. You'll get used to it. Zinkankai tried to comfort him. That's not the point. This is ridiculous. The scholar protested angrily, showing one normal arm and one that was barely a few inches long. Zinkankai's eyes widened, and he grabbed a priest's collar again. Are you kidding me? You call this a successful surgery? Boss, we had to piece together more than a dozen people in half a month. That's like stitching a person a day. It's natural to make a few mistakes when you're seeing double. I'll sew his hand back on right away. Just calm down, the priest said hurriedly. Soon, everyone began to notice other bizarre side effects. One person had taste buds growing on his intestines. Another had a steel valve in the center of his palm. Someone else found a tongue emerging from their armpit. The hallway outside the operating room was soon filled with groans and complaints. Seeing this mess, Wu Shaokai broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly checked himself over, and only when he confirmed that he hadn't acquired any of those strange new symptoms did he finally let out a long sigh of relief. A flicker of venomous resentment flashed in his eyes. He threw off his covers, ready to get out of bed and settle the score with Yilin. He hadn't forgotten who was responsible for the agony of having his body reforged, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, he realized something was horribly wrong. Wu Shaokai looked down and discovered he had 2 left feet. Yilin, this isn't over. Wu Shaokai's eyes blazed with fury. His teeth clenched so hard they were about to crack. Inside the champion's secret realm, Yilin could cast forbidden spells at will, but what about outside? Without the secret realm's rule of immortality, wouldn't Yilin just turn back into that helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered? When that time came, Wu Shaokai would make sure Yilin paid dearly. He'd show him exactly what happened to anyone who dared cross Wu Shaokai. Meanwhile, back in the secret realm, Yilin had no idea he'd been marked as Wu Shaokai's next target. He was too busy roaming around, searching high and low for monsters. After 2 hours of combing the place, he'd found not a single monster, only 2 other living people. At last, reality sank in. Yilin had wiped out all the monsters in the champion's secret realm. By now, Yilin had reached level 25, and Nishue had gotten up to level 23. It was worth mentioning, though, that the treasured golden toad still refused to spit out its loot. Its pale belly was already splotched with black and purple bruises from Nishue's pummeling, but the stubborn little beast was as tight-lipped as ever. Yilin hoisted the golden toad upside down again, calmly stroking its belly. Little toad, we're leaving today, he said. At this, the golden toad's round eyes lit up with hope. Finally, it seemed its days of misery were over. Yilin continued, since you're not willing to cough up what you've got inside, I won't force you. I guess it just wasn't meant to be. He sighed softly. We did share a journey together, and I've made you suffer for so long. Today, I'll end it for you. You'll be free at last. Raising his hand, Yilin summoned storm clouds overhead in an instant. Silver-white lightning crackled through the dark sky, and then a furious bolt of thunder crashed down like a wrathful dragon, linking directly to Yilin's palm. Forbidden spell, world-ending thunder. Quack! The golden toad's slit pupils reflected the raging serpent of lightning, its eyes wide with terror. Good news. Its suffering was about to end. Bad news. So was its life. It had thought Yilin was going to let it go instead. Yilin was sending it straight to the afterlife. Quack! Quack quack quack. The golden toad frantically waved its front legs, desperate for mercy. What's the matter? Got something to say after all? Yi Lin asked, smiling sweetly. The golden toad fell silent, as if resigning itself after much deliberation. These past days, it had seen things clearly. The two humans in front of it were absolute lunatics, better to keep well away from them. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. The higher a creature's intelligence, the more it fears death. The massive mouth of the treasured gold toad began to move slowly, as if it were chewing something. Then, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound, it spat out a weapon glinting with a cold, metallic sheen. The weapon traced a graceful arc through the air, finally embedding itself at an angle in the ground right in front of Yi Lin. It was a staff. A gentle golden light shimmered along its length, hinting at boundless power within. Intricate patterns were carved along the shaft, as if flames danced upon its surface. Every detail radiated mystery and nobility. Yi Lin was stunned. He hadn't expected that the treasured gold toad's long-guarded treasure would turn out to be a staff. Without hesitation, he examined the staff's properties. Staff of Crimson Flame, grade, epic, stat boost. Increases mental power by 50%, reforgeable, skill. Crimson Inferno. When wielding the staff of Crimson Flame to cast fire spells, mana consumption is reduced by 30%, and spell power is increased by 50%. Yi Lin drew a sharp breath. This staff was actually an epic tier item. No wonder the treasured gold toad had guarded it so tightly. The bonuses were truly astounding. Just a single epic piece granted a greater boost than 3 high-grade items combined. If you'd just cooperated earlier, you could have spared yourself all this suffering, Yi Lin muttered. He grasped the staff of Crimson Flame and gave it an experimental swing, unleashing a basic skill. Flame Blade. Class talent Limitless Ascension activated. Flame Blade has been enhanced to Scorching Wrath of the Flame God. Brandishing the staff of Crimson Flame, Yi Lin felt a surge of wild power gather at the tip, forming a massive vortex of fire. With a decisive thrust forward, the fiery vortex burst forth, transforming into a blazing greatsword of fire that slashed ahead with unstoppable force. The air itself seemed to split with a sharp, ripping sound as the blade cut through. Wherever the fire blade passed, the ground was instantly melted by the oppressive heat, leaving behind a long, scorched scar. Scorching Wrath of the Flame God was already a forbidden spell, but with the staff of Crimson Flame amplifying its power by 50%, combined with Yi Lin's level, this strike could easily obliterate any monster or awaken one under level 35. The treasured gold toad's eyes flashed with terror. It hadn't expected Yi Lin to break his promise after handing over its treasure. The human still sought to kill it. There was no way it could withstand that strike. Not being skilled at combat, the toad could only shut its eyes and wait for death. But at the last possible second, the blazing blade stopped right in front of it. The treasured gold toad could feel the searing heat radiating from the blade, so close it nearly burned. Looks like you really don't have anything else left inside, Yi Lin said with satisfaction. Nodding, he then released the toad from its bindings and set it back down. He remembered that if a treasure-hoarding golden toad found itself in mortal danger, it would always self-destruct, taking the treasures inside its belly with it so that the hunter would walk away empty-handed. Now, this golden toad was on the brink of death, yet it still hadn't exploded. Clearly, he had already wrung it dry. There was nothing left inside. The toad, having narrowly survived, just stared dumbly where it was. Given its tiny brain, it simply couldn't understand why Yi Lin, who'd been trying to kill it just a second earlier, would suddenly let it go now. But what mattered was it was finally free. Overwhelmed with joy, the golden toad actually burst into tears, leaped forward with a whoosh, and made a mad dash to escape. Still, after all the torment and abuse it had suffered at the hands of Yi Lin and Mishue, it could no longer move as fast as before. Let's go. No reason to waste more time here. We're heading straight out, Yi Lin said to Mishue as they made their way to the exit of the scholar's secret realm. Damn it, I don't know what's going on. There are still 5 days left before the secret realm closes, but all the monsters inside seem to have vanished. Right, I was just about to bring this up. Our squad spent 10 whole days hunting in the outer regions, and only headed deeper after leveling up, but all we found were scorched remains, not even a single hair left behind. Exactly. Did you notice the outer regions had more monsters than the inner part? Does that make any sense? Hold on for Wu Shaokai and his team. After they heal up, they're going back in to grind some more. They might have a clue about what's going on. People gathered in small groups, chattering anxiously about the bizarre turn of events inside the scholar's secret realm. But when they caught sight of Yi Lin and Mishue approaching, the crowd instantly backed away, looking as if they'd just seen ghosts. Word had already spread. This unassuming, clean-cut young man was the one who'd reduced Wu Shaokai and more than a dozen teammates into bloody pulp. None of them wanted to experience what it felt like to be crushed bone and flesh, only to be pieced back together into something vaguely human. But Yi Lin ignored their fearful stares and strode straight for the exit. Yi Lin, called Xingkankai kindly, if you leave from here, it means your trial in the scholar's secret realm is officially over. You've still got 5 days left. Are you sure you want to go now? I'm sure, Yi Lin replied with a nod. Virtually every monster in the secret realm had already been killed by him. What reason was there to stay? All right, then, just register your current level here, Xingkankai said, grabbing a clipboard. Yi Lin revealed his level without hesitation. Yi Lin, Forbidden Spellcaster. Level 25. Zinkankai gasped. 25. He remembered clearly. Yi Lin had only been level 18 when he entered the secret realm. Was he saying he'd gained 7 whole levels in there? In previous years, the highest anyone had ever walked out with was level 24. Yi Lin had just set a new record. The commotion quickly drew the attention of everyone nearby. They turned to look at Yi Lin, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Looking at Yi Lin's level, they seemed to realize why there were no magical beasts left deep in the inner area. Could it be that this guy had wiped out every last one of them? At the same time, Wu Shaokai, whose injuries had just healed and who wanted to level up before the scholar's secret realm closed, let out a furious roar. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why aren't there any monsters left? Mr. Zeng, can I leave now? Yi Lin asked. Ha, oh, yes, you can. Yi Lin's voice snapped Zinkankai out of his shock. It was terrifying, just a single month, and he'd gained 7 levels in a row. That was unbelievable. It was hard to even imagine how quickly Yi Lin must have been killing magical beasts in the secret realm. No wonder cursed mages rarely lived past the age of 25. When God opens a window for you, he'll slam a door on your head for good measure. If cursed mages had the same lifespan as other classes, the rest might as well give up, go find a wall and bash their heads in. Wait, hold on, you can't leave yet. As Yi Lin walked past, Zinkankai suddenly snapped back to his senses. Your level is the highest so far. You're very likely to be this year's national top scholar. So you need to stay until the secret realm closes. National top scholar. Is there a reward for that? Yi Lin asked directly. Of course. Zinkankai nodded. Besides the honor, the Daxia government will also grant you a substantial reward. How substantial? Yi Lin's eyes lit up immediately. About as thick as a 3 or 4-story building. Zinkankai replied. Hearing this, Yi Lin immediately decided to stay. Originally, he'd planned to return to Qingqing as soon as possible. After all, he'd completely fallen out with Wu Shaokai, the local tyrant of Deep City. It was better to avoid more trouble. But with such a reward on the line, that was a different story. Yi Lin settled in and waited patiently. Soon, 5 days flew by. The top scholars inside the scholar's secret realm started to exit one after another. But at that moment, all of their faces were extremely gloomy, as if they'd just swallowed several pounds of you-know-what. Over the past 5 days, some 5-person teams had only managed to kill 4 magical beasts, among them not even 1 per person on average. Others hadn't encountered a single monster at all, just wandered around the secret realm for 5 days straight. It was as if all the magical beasts in the secret realm had mysteriously vanished, as if by some irresistible force. Take Wu Shaokai and Ningyi's group, for example. There were over a dozen in their party, but in 5 days, they only ran into 2 magical beasts. They killed one, and as for the other, it was a multi-treasure golden toad. After an exhausting chase, pooling all their efforts, they finally managed to capture that golden toad alive. But then, something even more bizarre happened. The treasure-hoarding golden toad's belly was completely empty. Not a single thing inside. This defied everything they knew about the creature's habits. The treasure-hoarding golden toad lived for hoarding priceless items, and if it saw even a glimmer of treasure, it would swallow it whole. There was only one possible explanation. Someone had beaten them to the punch and taken every last treasure from the toad's belly. Wu Shaokai's face fell, stretching into a long, dark scowl. He looked like a volcano on the brink of eruption, so intense that it sent shivers up everyone's spine. When he entered the scholar's secret realm, he was already level 22. Now, after coming back out, he was still level 22. In other words, after going through all that, he'd gotten nothing at all, just a nasty beating and weeks of painful recovery. And the one responsible for all of this was obviously Yi Lin. The moment Wu Shaokai exited and saw Yi Lin standing there with that placid expression, he almost lunged at him on the spot. If it hadn't been for Yi Lin, Wu Shaokai could have leveled up at least 3 or 4 times in a month. He might have even had a real shot at becoming the national champion. But Wu Shaokai forced down the storm raging inside him. He shot Yi Lin a cold, hard look before turning away. He knew better than to make the same mistake twice. He wasn't about to pick a fight with Yi Lin here in the scholar's secret realm, where it was clear who had the upper hand. Still, there was no way he'd just let this grudge go. As everyone left the scholar's secret realm, their final levels were tallied up for all to see. The highest level, without a doubt, belonged to Yi Lin. After all, he'd wiped out every last monster in the realm. Congratulations, Yi Lin. In this round of the scholar's secret realm, you're the one with the highest level, Zinkankai announced, his praise sincere. Even though Zinkankai had expected this outcome, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. For as long as anyone could remember, the title of national top scholar always belonged to students from major cities. Those who came from big cities walked into the secret realm already above level 20, which the level 10 top scholars from small towns simply couldn't match. But Yi Lin had shattered that rule because Qingqing was, without question, a small town. The moment this news got out, it would blow everyone's mind. 25. Level 25. Wu Shaokai couldn't keep his composure any longer. His glare at Yi Lin was filled with venom and frustration. He distinctly remembered Yi Lin being only level 18 before entering the secret realm. 7 levels in one go. No wonder there were barely any monsters left inside. That meant Yi Lin hadn't just smashed him to a pulp and left him recovering for more than half a month. He'd also massacred every monster in the place while Wu Shaokai was healing. Yi Lin, you bastard. I will never let this go. Wu Shaokai fumed, grinding his teeth in fury. The other top scholars from the major cities were starting to eye Yi Lin with hostility as well, a growing sense of rivalry and animosity in their gazes. They now understood the reason why they'd barely seen a single monster in the past 5 days was because of Yi Lin. Damn it. A forbidden spellcaster with no time left to live. And he's still hogging all the monsters. Disgusting. Totally revolting. Every former national champion. Weren't they all at least level 26? Maybe even 27. But thanks to him, the status of national champion just took a nosedive. Hell, why are forbidden spellcasters even allowed to take the college entrance exam? Not a single one lives past 25. What's the point in training forbidden spellcasters? It's only dragging down us, the future pillars of Daxia. The crowd buzzed with complaints, clearly fed up with Yi Lin. Yi Lin himself seemed unfazed, but Nishui couldn't bear to listen any longer. Hands on her hips, she jumped right into the argument. But there was no way she could outshout that many people on her own. As the debate raged, the sky over the champion's secret realm abruptly darkened, as if all light had been swallowed up. An unexplainable dread swept through everyone's hearts. Then, from the center of the realm, a thunderous roar erupted, as though something ancient was awakening deep underground. The entire realm began to shake violently, making everyone dizzy and unsteady on their feet. Everyone, don't panic, get down and stay put. Zinkankai's face drained of color. He'd just discovered that sometime during all of this, the exit to the secret realm had sealed shut, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't open it. The champion's secret realm had stood for years without a single incident. Why was this happening now? The sky grew even darker, the oppressive shadow almost heavy enough to smash their spirits. Suddenly, a crimson beam shot up from the heart of the secret realm, tearing through the darkness and casting an eerie glow over every face. Within that blood-red light, hulking monsters emerged, their forms looming and twisted, some with horns, some with wings, others covered in scales from head to toe, all radiating an overwhelming, evil aura. Zinkankai's pupils shrank. All composure gone, there was a tremor in his voice he could no longer hide. This is the Demon Clan. In this world, monsters were divided into lower and higher ranks. High-ranked monsters could command the weaker ones. But above monsters, there was something even more terrifying, the Demon Clan. No one knew where the Demon Clan had come from. What everyone did know was that every one of them was an absolute nightmare. They possessed intelligence rivaling any human, and could even speak the human tongue. Every appearance of the Demon Clan in history had spelled disaster on an unprecedented scale, and now, Zinkankai was seeing Demon Clan members right here, in the champion's secret realm, with his own 2 eyes. How could he not be terrified? Demon Clan, how dare you invade the domain of our people? Who do you think you are? Zinkankai roared, but the Demon Clan members didn't so much as glance at him. One after another, they knelt down in reverence, as though welcoming a figure of the highest status. Under the astonished gaze of everyone present, a tall man, his skin shockingly pale, walked out at a measured pace. The only thing that set him apart from ordinary humans was his pair of eerie, deep violet eyes, cold and unfathomable. Zinkankai was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. A demon, and not just any demon, but one who looked exactly like a human. In this moment, he would have preferred to believe the man was a human traitor, but the deference shown by the other demons made it all too clear that wasn't the case. The man lifted those dark purple eyes, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. You humans are nothing more than food for us demons, and now you have the nerve to cage up our lowly slaves and hunt them for sport. You truly have no idea what you're doing. His voice was cold and cutting, a chilling force that seeped into the bones of everyone present. A deep, primal fear welled up inside Zinkankai. He wasn't afraid to die. What terrified him was the thought that everyone here might perish. These people, they were top scorers from across the country, the brightest of the new generation, selected through the JAKO. If all of them died here, even for the entire Great Xia, it would be a devastating blow. Everyone, get behind me, Zinkankai called out, doing his best to reassure the examines. Don't worry, anything abnormal here will be noticed by Deep City soon. They might already be on their way. He stepped forward, putting himself between the demons and the students, determination blazing in his eyes. An intense aura radiated from him. Zinkankai was a level 70 class advancer, but the demon man who looked so much like a human showed not a shred of concern. With a glance filled with disdain, he turned to one of his companions. Ruta, he's yours. I want to have some fun with these humans. Yes, sir. The reply came from a figure built like a tank, his voice as deep as a drum. With a single step, the ground trembled beneath him. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, 2 horns sprouting from his head, his entire body clad in metallic red armor that gleamed with a ruthless light. The demon man started to stride past Zinkankai, heading straight for Yi Lin and the others. Zinkankai stepped forward, swinging his enormous broadsword to block the way. But before he could intercept, Ruta charged him head-on. Don't spoil the Lord's fun, Ruta bellowed. Moving with shocking speed despite his bulk, he crashed into Zinkankai, sending him flying. Don't you dare touch them, Zinkankai roared, struggling to return to the fight and block the demon man. But Ruta was like an insurmountable barrier. No matter how hard Zinkankai tried, he couldn't get past him. Every slash of Zinkankai's blade nearly struck sparks from Ruta's armor. leaving him unscathed. Don't worry, I'm just here to play with them a little, the demon man said softly, striding up to the nation's best and brightest with a chilling smile. So you're the most powerful humans chosen from all over the land this year. The demon man spread his arms wide, his face full of anticipation. Come, fight me. As long as even one of you can defeat me, I'll let you all go free. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, by your system's level division, I'm at most level 20. Everyone exchanged uncertain glances. Someone focused, probing the demon's aura, and discovered that it really was about the same as a level 20 monster. At that, everyone's confidence soared. They'd assumed they were up against some unimaginably powerful and invincible foe, but just level 20. What was there to be afraid of? After all, they were the top scorers from every region, the best of the best. A tall boy stepped boldly from the crowd. He wore his short hair close cropped, his skin tanned dark from years of training outdoors. He was dressed in a tight combat suit, his muscles sharply defined and radiating strength. Standing at the front now, he met the demon man's eyes directly. I'll fight you, he said coolly, his voice ringing with conviction. It's Lin Zion from Kokeng, their top candidate. One person exclaimed. With him on our side, we've got this. He's a paladin, and already level 21. Yeah, 21 against 20. The advantage is clearly on our. Before the last person could finish, Lin Zion's body shot through the air like a cannonball, barreling into the crowd. He bowled over 7 or 8 people before finally coming to a stop. Everyone stared in disbelief. Lin Zion had been taken out in a single move by this demon man, right in front of their eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Zion doubled over, hacking violently. Blood splattered from his mouth. Bits of mangled organ mixed within. If not for the secret realm's magic preserving his life, he would already be dead. A clear footprint was stamped right on his chest. Top candidate. Ridiculous. As weak as an ant. The demon man sneered. Next, his eyes swept the room. This time, not a soul dared speak up. The demon claimed to be only level 20, but the sheer might he just displayed was terrifying. Some hadn't even seen him move before Lin Zion had collapsed. What's wrong? You're all too scared to try. The demon's laugh was cold. Humans really are nothing but gutless cowards. These words lit a fire in the young crowd. Enraged, one after another they leapt forward to challenge him, only to be instantly smashed to the ground, gravely wounded after a single move. All of these so-called top candidates seemed utterly helpless before this demon man, as fragile as grass in a storm. Wu Shaokai swallowed hard and started edging backward, his legs trembling. He was among the very few who had managed to follow the demon's movements at all. But it was precisely because he could see things so clearly that he became even more aware of how terrifying this demon man in front of him was. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was only level 20. Chances were, even a level 30 or 35 class advanced fighter wouldn't stand a chance against him. All of a sudden, Wu Shaokai seemed to think of something. He abruptly stopped in his tracks. With a righteous aura, he turned and shouted in Yi Lin's direction. Yi Lin, what are you waiting for? With great power comes great responsibility. You have the highest level and strongest combat ability here, why aren't you stepping up? Wu Shaokai's booming declaration instantly shifted everyone's attention to Yi Lin. Their eyes lit up with hope. Of course, they still had a forbidden spellcaster on their side. In the champion's secret realm, the rules ensured no one could truly die. With such protection, even a level 25 forbidden spellcaster could go toe-to-toe with experienced level 35 or even 40 class advanced fighters. Right, Yi Lin, why aren't you doing anything? What are you waiting for? You pretty much wiped out all the monsters in this place by yourself, and now you're just hiding in the back, refusing to speak up. You're the only one who can handle that demon right now. Are you just going to cower there? Emboldened by Wu Shaokai, the rest of his team joined in, piling on the moral pressure. Mi Shui was beside herself with rage, almost fuming. She jabbed a finger at the group and snapped. Weren't you just saying Yi Lin was disgusting? That he was damaging the pride of Daxia's youth? Now you want him to save you? Don't you have any shame? You're the real disgusting ones here. Some of them looked a little guilty when faced with Mi Shui's outburst, but quickly furrowed their brows and retorted. What do you know? If Yi Lin hadn't injured us, and hadn't killed all the monsters so we couldn't level up, we wouldn't be losing to that demon now. At the end of the day, isn't this all Yi Lin's fault? You son of a, how can you even say that? Shameless. Mi Shui was seething, unable to hold back her cursing. She couldn't comprehend how these people could be so utterly shameless. Forget it, Yi Lin said, trying to calm her down. There's no use getting worked up over people like them. If they can't take a dump, they'll probably blame gravity for not trying hard enough. He turned to Wu Shaokai and said plainly, I'm willing to help, but I'm not working for free. How about this? Each of you in your team gives me a piece of high-level equipment as payment. Deal. 1 high-level item per person. Wu Shaokai cursed. Yi Lin, you really know how to make an outrageous demand. Oh, I'm about to risk my life fighting a demon, and you all can't even spare a single piece of high-level gear. Are you telling me that? To you, a piece of equipment is more valuable than all the lives here put together. Yi Lin replied with a sarcastic, indifferent sneer. After all, wasn't this just moral blackmail? It's not like he couldn't play that game himself. As soon as those words were spoken, the way the other top scorers looked at Wu Shaokai and his group changed instantly. There was even a hint of hostility in their eyes. Wu Shaokai's face turned green on the spot. facing the anger of the crowd. He gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Yi Lin, then yanked a ring off his hand and shoved it into Yi Lin's palm. Kid, you better hope you get to use what you're taking, assuming you live that long. That's none of your concern. Yi Lin replied with a smile as he pocketed the ring. Seeing Wu Shaokai hand over his equipment, the people who had followed him, although clearly unwilling, could only scowl darkly and sullenly hand over a piece of their own gear to Yi Lin. Looking at the dozen or so high-level items now in his possession, Yi Lin's grin nearly reached his ears. With just a quick sale of these items, plus the 5 million reward from Qingqing, he was now a bona fide multi-millionaire. He'd have to sell 300 or 400 kidneys to scrape together this much money. Watching Yi Lin beam with open delight, Wu Shaokai's face twisted in resentment. Yi Lin, you have what you want, aren't you going to fight now? Yi Lin paid him no mind. Instead, he handed all the equipment to Mi Shui. Can you look after these for me? Be careful, Mi Shui said, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Yi Lin nodded and strode toward the demon man. The demon, for his part, was watching Yi Lin with great interest. You humans really are amusing. Even in times like these, you can't help but turn on each other. Yi Lin ignored the demon and raised his crimson flame staff, focusing his mind until his spiritual power gathered at the staff's tip. Fireball. The moment Yi Lin cast the spell, everyone was stunned. What the heck is he doing? Use a forbidden spell. What's he thinking? Casting the lowest level fireball. Does he not realize how powerful that demon is? Even the demon's lips twitched at the sight. Trying to take me on with a fireball. You really are delusional. He raised his hand, intending to crush the little fireball only. In that instant, the tiny orb suddenly expanded, ballooning violently until it became a blazing golden sun in a heartbeat. Boom! The crimson gold sun crashed down, engulfing the demon man completely. The temperature around them soared. A scorching wave of heat blasted outward. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Lin's fireball. Why was it nothing like theirs? But whether by the incantation or the magical fluctuations, they could tell Yi Lin really did just cast a fireball. Since when did fireball spells get so powerful? Only Wu Shaokai and his followers wore sullen faces. They'd personally witnessed Yi Lin's horrors before. As crazy as this fireball seemed, a meteor spell from him could bring down a whole asteroid. That was truly absurd. After a stunned silence, the crowd broke into joyous cheers. We're saved. We won. We actually won. A banned spellcaster may not live long, but damn, their firepower is insane. As everyone was reveling in the joy of victory, the roaring flames disappeared in an instant, as if swallowed by a black hole. In that same moment, the demon man reappeared where he had once stood. His expression was calm, though his right arm bore the marks of a severe burn. I can tell you're different from the others. I like that, he said, his eyes fixed firmly on Yi Lin. Serve me as my dog, and I will grant you endless honor. What do you say? Yi Lin smiled, not missing a beat. You know, I like you too. How about this? Why don't you call me dad? When I'm emperor, I'll make you the crown prince. How's that sound? A hint of regret flickered across the demon man's face. Seems there's no room for negotiation. Then, in that case, I suppose I'll have to kill you. He shook his head slightly, almost sadly, right before everyone's eyes. The charred flesh of his nearly burnt to a crisp arm began to regenerate at a shocking pace. Within just a few breaths, his right hand was as good as new. Yi Lin's gaze sharpened ever so slightly. The demon race's regenerative abilities were truly terrifying. The speed of recovery was only a hair slower than his own undead regeneration. The only thing was, Yi Lin couldn't help but wonder, could they heal like this without end? Once again, Yi Lin raised the crimson flame staff. The air around him seemed to ignite, swirling into a blazing vortex. Illumination, he commanded in a low voice. The tip of his staff instantly flared with dazzling light. Illumination was supposed to be a handy little fire spell, good for conjuring a bit of light in the darkness. Yet the spell that exploded from Yi Lin's staff was anything but ordinary. Before everyone's stunned and terrified eyes, a surge of wildfire energy erupted from the staff, far stronger than before, coiling and roaring into a gigantic flaming dragon that shot toward the demon man. The fire dragon twisted and soared through the air, leaving a trail of blazing fire in its wake, burning so intensely it felt as though the very air itself was being devoured. Everyone was struck dumb. Who on earth uses something like that just to light up the room? Seeing the fire dragon barreling down on him, the demon man was quick to adapt. He had already learned that fighting Yi Lin meant you couldn't afford to pay attention to his gestures or words. They were all just distractions. The real trick was in the actual power behind each attack. Dark magic surged around him, condensing in front of him into a huge, solid black shield. The fire dragon crashed into the shield, detonating in a deafening explosion. The impact of magic and fire stirred up howling winds, and the very air around them seemed to warp under the force. The dragon writhed and roared, straining to break through the dark shield, but no matter how fiercely it attacked, the shield stood firm, immovable as a mountain. The demon man stood behind it, letting a trace of disdain curl across his lips. But just then, the tiniest dot of golden light, no bigger than a needle's tip, fell upon the surface of the black shield. By the time the demon realized what had happened, a dazzling golden spear had already pierced straight through his heart. He dropped his head, staring in disbelief at the shining weapon that had run him through. His eyes were filled with utter shock, and purple blood dripped rhythmically from the tip of the spear. I lost. To a human. How is that possible? Slowly, the the demon raised his head. Gone was the initial air of easy arrogance, in its place twisted anger and a chilling, ferocious snarl. You've made me angry now. I'm going to cut off your head and hang it in my study as a trophy. With a furious roar, he summoned a burst of demonic energy, and in a split second, the magnificent golden spear shattered into fragments. The eternal Genjin spear was known for breaking through defenses, but its actual lethality wasn't as fearsome as some of the other forbidden spells, so even by the time the demon realized what was happening, a brilliant golden spear had already pierced straight through his heart. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the blazing weapon impaling his chest, his eyes wide with shock. Thick, dark purple blood dripped steadily from the spear's tip, spattering on the ground below. I lost to a human. How is that possible? He slowly raised his head, and the calm, arrogant expression he'd worn at the start was completely gone, replaced by fury and twisted rage. You've really pissed me off. I'm going to cut off your head and hang it in my study as a trophy. With a furious roar, his demonic energy exploded outward, shattering the golden spear into countless fragments. The eternal adamantine spear was famous for breaking defenses, but its killing power was less overwhelming than other forbidden spells. So, even with his heart run through, the demon still hadn't lost his ability to fight. Roaring, he charged straight at Yi Lin, but Yi Lin wasn't about to get into a close-quarters fight with a demon driven mad by rage. Forbidden spell, Phantom Dance. His speed surged in an instant. Yi Lin darted and weaved across the battlefield, moving like a ghost, so fast the demon could barely touch him. Yi Lin raised his crimson flame staff again. Thanks to the staff's 50% boost to fire magic, fire spells had become his clear favorite. Flames leapt and twisted across the staff, so hot they seemed to set the very air ablaze. This time, Yi Lin didn't hold back. Forbidden spell, Inferno Reincarnation, Illumination. Muttering incantations, Yi Lin unleashed a fire dragon larger and fiercer than the last, which roared from the tip of his staff and shot straight at the demon. A flicker of fear crossed the demon's eyes. Hastily, he summoned his magic, trying to conjure that seemingly unbreakable shield of his once more. But this time, the fire dragon's power was far beyond anything he'd expected. The force of a forbidden spell was terrifying on its own, but with both Inferno Reincarnation and the Crimson Flame staff's boost, the spell was now powerful enough to truly threaten even a level 50 class holder. The black shield trembled violently under the dragon's assault, cracks rapidly spiderwebbing across its surface. With another thunderous crash, the fire dragon smashed through, the shield exploded into fragments. The demon was sent flying as if struck by a giant hammer, crashing through several towering trees before finally coming to a halt. He struggled to stand, but just as he pushed himself up, his knees buckled and he collapsed again, coughing up a mouthful of purple blood, eyes filled with bitter unwillingness. He'd actually lost to a human. How could that be? How could a mere human possess such overwhelming power? Yi Lin narrowed his eyes. So the demon's famed regeneration had its limits after all. That meant he didn't need to worry anymore. My lord, the sight of their leader wounded was more than the other demons could bear. In an instant, they sprang into action, charging toward Yi Lin, demonic energy surging violently across the battlefield. Yi Lin's eyes narrowed sharply. These demons were nothing like the one they'd encountered before. The aura radiating from them was terrifying, far beyond what someone at his mere level 25 could ever manage. Stop right there. A harsh shout rang out. Zinkankai forced himself upright, leaning heavily on his blade. Staggering, he placed himself squarely between the oncoming demons and his allies. His clothes were soaked in blood, his whole body battered, and his left arm hung limp and useless at his side, obviously broken. How is this guy still alive? Ruta, what are you doing? One of the demons barked impatiently. The demon they called Ruta stood firmly where he was, towering like a metal golem. But in the very next instant, Ruta's hulking form suddenly collapsed as if toppling a mountain, his horned head rolling dozens of meters across the ground before finally coming to a stop. The cut on his neck was mirror smooth, clearly severed by a sharp blade. Ruta! All the demons stared in shock. None of them had expected Ruta to fall at Zinkankai's hand. Zinkankai raised his blade, a wild, almost mad glint flickering in his eyes. Come on, you filthy demon scum. Let's see how many of you I can drag down with me before I die. Though Zinkankai was critically wounded, death all but certain, a fierce and terrifying aura now surged from his very being. For a moment, none of the demons dared approach. But soon, one of them snapped out of the shock. A demon with twisted features and leathery wings sprouting from its back launched itself at Zinkankai. A mere human making threats. I'll eat every bit of your flesh, one bite at a time. For Ruta, the demon moved with blinding speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Zinkankai. Despair washed over Zinkankai. Killing Ruta had squeezed out every ounce of strength he had. There was no way he could fight another demon. Well, at least I died in front of all our country's top talents, he thought. I've done my duty. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for the agony that never came. When he opened his eyes again, he was stunned to see a tall, imposing figure standing firmly in front of him, with nothing but a single outstretched finger. This person had pinned the winged demon to the ground, rendering it utterly immobile. A surge of relief rushed through Zinkankai. He instantly recognized the man. It was He Yunfen, the Lord of Deep City. Lord He. Joy filled Zinkankai's voice at He Yunfen's arrival. It meant everyone was saved. As the lord of a top-tier city, He Yunfan's power was renowned throughout the entire Daxia. You did well this time, He Yunfan said, nodding slightly. His eyes swept over the demons, cold as steel. You demons dare sneak into human territory and stir up trouble. Well, none of you are leaving today. Stay behind and I'll make sure you have a very special last meal. In Great Xia, we have an old saying, since you're here, you might as well settle in. Well, since you've come, you can all rest in peace here. As soon as He Yunfan finished speaking, light flared brilliantly from his fingertips. In the next instant, the head of the demon with wings sprouting from his back was swallowed by that blinding glare. When the light faded, the winged demon had already become a headless corpse. The other demons, seeing this, recoiled instinctively, a few steps back in fear. One blow, one kill. Such terrifying power sent a wave of excitement through all the top scholars present. They couldn't help but imagine themselves, one day, becoming as strong as He Yunfan, single-handedly forcing countless demons to retreat in terror. Sir, we need to go. The human elites will be here any moment, said one of the demons, darting to a male demon's side and helping him up. That demon man's eyes glinted with unwillingness, hatred burning within as he stared hard at Yi Lin. Your name is Yi Lin, isn't it? I'll remember you. I am Galahad. One day, I'll skin you alive and chop your head off as my trophy. Still daring to threaten others when you can barely save yourself. He Yunfan rebuked coldly. He struck again. The dazzling radiance burst from his fingertip, shooting out like a meteor across a night sky, ripping through the air itself with overwhelming might. Where the light passed, the air seemed to ignite, crackling with sparks. Sir, look out, the demon next to Galahad shouted, stepping in to block the strike for him. The light hit him square in the chest, instantly burning a hole clean through. Go, Galahad gritted his teeth, his voice harsh and cold. He had never expected a human could defeat him. That misjudgment had cost him far too much time. Now, with He Yunfan here, any more delay would only bring more human powerhouses. This was, after all, human territory. If they stayed, the loss would be devastating. Several demons quickly grouped together in front of He Yunfan, demon energy swirling, clearly buying time for the others to retreat. One demon lashed out with his claws, slashing toward He Yunfan. The claws cut the air with a piercing shriek. He Yunfan's eyes flashed, dazzling light flickered again. With a flick of his finger, a beam shot out, piercing directly through the attacking demon. That demon froze in midair before collapsing with a crash, his body dissolving into black smoke that quickly dissipated. The rest of the demons weren't frightened by this. They tightened their circle around He Yunfan, determined to hold him back. Meanwhile, Galahad was rapidly retreating toward the exit. Out of my way. Seeing Galahad about to escape, He Yunfan was having none of it. He erupted in blinding light, as if he were a miniature sun, and charged straight at the demons before him. They couldn't withstand his assault and went flying backward under the impact. Today, He Yunfan had clearly set his mind on keeping Galahad from getting away. Galahad's expression changed drastically. He had clearly underestimated both He Yunfan's strength and his resolve. In that very moment, from the crack in the scholarly secret realm, a ghastly pale hand suddenly reached out, colliding head-on with He Yunfan, who was racing forward in a streak of light. Bang! The violent impact unleashed a terrifying shockwave, snapping the towering ancient trees all around clean in half. Taking advantage of the chaos, Galahad and the host of demons swiftly ducked into the rift, vanishing into the demon realm. As the dust settled, He Yunfan's figure reappeared, his face dark and grim. You demons might not be good at much, but you sure know how to run. He sneered, his voice cold and biting. Say what you want. If you have so much to complain about, why don't you come after us? A hoarse, weathered voice echoed slowly from within the black crevice. Oh, I will. One day, the warriors of Daxia will march straight into the demon realm and eradicate every last one of you. He Yunfan's words were icy. He then turned, sweeping his gaze across the faces of all the top scholars gathered there. Tell me, do you have the confidence? Yes. A tidal wave of hysterical shouts exploded throughout the secret realm. These were all fiery young men and women, their blood still running hot from just having claimed their own hard-won victories, dressed in their finest, proud as could be. He Yunfan's call ignited their passion once again. Humph, I'll be waiting for that day. The raspy old voice rang out one last time from the rift, then all was silent. He Yunfan turned around and bowed deeply to everyone present. All of you, champions from every corner of Daxia, you came a long way to be here. On behalf of Deep City, I must apologize to every one of you. Forgive us. We were negligent in our vigilance, allowing the demons to exploit an opening and almost cause catastrophe. Rest assured, Deep City will make it right and compensate you all. Seeing He Yunfan bow, a renowned powerhouse, one of Daxia's top transfer class fighters, everyone was deeply shaken. They never expected such a figure would humble himself before a group of mere students in their early 20s. Governor He, please don't blame yourself. It was those demons' fault. That's right, they're the ones who were despicable. Yes, one day, we'll drive all demons and devil spawn off Daxia's soil for good. Hearing their outpouring of support, a gentle smile appeared on He Yunfan's face. We will. That day will come. For now, go back and get some rest. The results from the scholarly secret realm trials will be announced soon. Before long, Deep City's staff appeared, helping Xing Kankai away for treatment, along with the other examines wounded by Galahad. The uninjured students were escorted back to the hotel where they had initially stayed to recuperate. When Yilin returned to the hotel and pushed open his door, he was startled to find someone already waiting inside his room. Instantly, his guard shot up. His first thought was that Shaokai had sent someone to take revenge, but when he clearly saw who it was, Yilin froze in shock. It was He Yunfen himself. Governor He. Yilin called out politely. Sure, here is your translated text. I know everything that happened in the champion's secret realm. You performed impressively, even managed to defeat a demon of royal blood head-on without a scratch. Thank you for the compliment, Lord He. Yilin couldn't quite figure out what He Yunfen was thinking, so he just responded politely, keeping his guard up. In the demon race, bloodline determines everything. There are strict hierarchies. Demons with royal blood are almost indistinguishable from humans in appearance. They command other demons and possess terrifying power, unrivaled among their peers. He Yunfen offered a brief explanation about the demon's origins, a faint smile appearing on his lips before he suddenly changed the subject. Yilin, would you be interested in serving Deep City? Me? Yilin pointed at his own face, puzzled. Are you sure? I know you're a forbidden spellcaster. Raising one of your kind, well, it takes enormous resources and is rarely worth the cost. But these days, with the demon tribes stirring up trouble, Deep City really needs someone who can strike fear into their hearts. After listening to He Yunfen, Yilin fell silent. There were strict rules about leveling up in a party. First, the highest and lowest level members couldn't be more than 10 levels apart. Second, experience points from defeating monsters were split based on how much each member contributed, a minimum of 1 point for the lowest. To train a forbidden spellcaster, you had to bring them along to level up, but without letting them cast forbidden spells. That left the forbidden spellcaster swinging a sword or dagger just to barely chip in, earning almost no experience at all. To get a forbidden spellcaster to level 90 would cost so much money, manpower, and resources that you could raise hundreds of regular class changers with the same effort. That's why almost no one wanted to invest in forbidden spellcasters. They were a bottomless pit, a losing investment for big organizations, and small groups couldn't afford to take the risk. He Yunfen's meaning couldn't be clearer. If Yilin agreed to serve Deep City, the city would train him, treat him as a strategic weapon, a human nuclear warhead. If demons invaded one day, it would be Yilin's turn to risk his life for Deep City. With all its wealth, Deep City was willing to foot the bill for training him. If Yilin really were just a forbidden spellcaster, this would be a dream come true. But unfortunately, he wasn't just a forbidden spellcaster, he was also immortal. Staying in Deep City, he'd level up far more slowly than if he went out hunting monsters by himself. Lord He, Yilin replied, as much as I'd like to accept, I'd need to ask my teacher's opinion first. To avoid arousing He Yunfen's suspicion, Yilin decided to use his nominal master as an excuse. Your teacher? Who is your teacher? He Yunfen looked genuinely surprised. Someone actually took a forbidden spellcaster as a disciple. Zudge Qianxing. Oh, so it's Mr. Zudge. He Yunfen's eyes narrowed, a light of understanding flashing within them. Could it be that Mr. Zudge has already divined something? All right, don't worry. When you return to Qingqing, I'll go back with you. I'll speak to Mr. Zudge about this in person. He Yunfen let out a long, weary sigh. After we beat back the last large-scale attack from the demons, the peace barely lasted 100 years, and now there are signs of unrest again. It's like that old saying, the mountain rain is about to fall, and the wind sweeps through the tower. He Yunfen opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but the next moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixing on the doorway to Yilin's room. Yilin followed his gaze. It seemed someone was at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Yilin, hello, I'm a server from the hotel. I brought you some fruit to help you relax. A sweet, feminine voice called from outside the door. At He Yunfen's urging glance, Yilin went over and opened the door. Standing outside was a cute woman dressed in a maid outfit, complete with cat ears and black stockings. And sure enough, she was holding a platter of fruit. Hello, Mr. Yilin, may I come in? The woman's breath was fragrant, her gaze practically smoldering. Yilin had no doubt she was trying her best to be seductive, but thanks to years of growing up in the slums, Yilin knew right away what this woman was trying to pull. If he let her in, the next thing he knew, some immortal would be asking, guess how high I can jump? However, with He Yunfen in the room as well, Yilin had nothing to fear. He simply stepped aside to let her in. Sure, come on in. Thank you. The woman's high heels clicked crisply as she walked in. Thoughtfully, she hooked her foot back to close the door, and as she brushed past, a faint, pleasant scent drifted up to Yilin's nose. She bent over to set the fruit platter on the table, and in that instant, her short maid skirt hardly covered anything, revealing an eyeful that left nothing to the imagination. She didn't seem to notice at all. If anything, she deliberately fussed with the fruit platter, as if to give Yilin a longer look. Yilin found this behavior deeply irritating and glared at her with a critical, icy stare. All set, please enjoy your fruit, Mr. Yilin, she said with excessive gentleness. Yilin didn't refuse. He went over and sat down. He'd actually been thinking about having some fruit, but the attempt to poison him was laughably amateurish. Lady, not only does this fruit platter reek of chemicals, but the powder on top isn't even properly mixed in. Seriously, Even a pig wouldn't risk eating this. The woman's expression flickered for an instant. Mr. Yi Lin, what are you talking about? That's just some tangy plum powder sprinkled on top. Stay back. Not interested, Yi Lin said bluntly, pushing her away as she tried to get closer. But the woman's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce scowl. If you're going to be so heartless, then just die, she snapped. In a flash, she whipped out a sharp dagger and thrust it toward Yi Lin's chest. Fast as lightning, a faint, eerie purple glow shimmered on the dagger, obviously poisoned, and lethally so. It wasn't until the woman struck that Yi Lin realized she was actually an assassin who had advanced to over level 50. Wu Shaokai really wasn't holding back in his attempt to kill him. If Yi Lin had to face her alone, their fight would have been earth-shattering, and victory would be uncertain. But today, he doubted he'd even need to lift a finger. The woman's dagger never touched Yi Lin. In a flash, a large hand clamped down on her wrist like an iron vice. Out from the shadows stepped He Yunfen, his expression ice-cold. Who sent you? He Yunfen's voice was chilling, brimming with genuine anger. He, Lord He. At first, the woman looked bored and impatient, but when she turned and recognized the man behind her, her face drained of all color in an instant. He Yunfen, the man reputed as the pinnacle of power in Deep City. What was he doing in Yi Lin's room? When Wu Shaokai had first contacted her for the job assassinating the top scholar, she'd hesitated. The risk was far too high, but the price had simply been too tempting, so she threw caution to the wind and took the job. Had she known He Yunfen would be right there in Yi Lin's room, it wouldn't have mattered what Wu Shaokai offered. Not even if he got on his knees begging, she still would have flatly refused. Now, her face was the color of ash. She knew exactly what would happen if He Yunfen caught her in the act. There were only two outcomes: death, or a fate far worse. I won't ask you a third time. Who sent you? He Yunfen's voice grew even colder, sharper, making the temperature in the room seem to plummet. The woman's face twisted with fear and indecision. Speak up and she would offend the Wu family. Keep silent and she would offend the Lord of Deep City himself. Either choice was a road leading straight to death. A look of fierce resolve flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, she twisted her body, forcing herself onto the poisoned dagger at a bizarre angle. He Yunfen was known as a righteous man. Offend him, and he wouldn't take it out on your family. But if you crossed the Wu family, your whole family might suffer the consequences. With things as they were, her only chance was to die right in front of He Yunfen. Her death would wipe her slate clean. Whether He Yunfen could uncover her employer, that was his struggle, not hers. In the end, righteous people always get a gun pointed at their heads. The poison on the blade worked instantly. Within seconds, a strange purple hue crept across her face, and she collapsed, dead. Poison that could kill a level 50 advanced assassin in mere moments at minimum. It had to be crafted by a poison master of around level 40, sending both a level 40 plus poison master and a level 50 plus assassin, and scaring the assassin into suicide. It was obvious the force behind this was enormous. He Yunfen narrowed his eyes, his expression dark enough to wring water from the air. In Deep City, there were only a handful of powers with both the nerve and the capability to pull something like this off. Combine that with the fact that Yi Lin had offended Wu Shaokai in the scholar's secret realm, and the mastermind behind this assassination attempt was basically shouting its name. Deep City, the Wu family. Yi Lin stood silently to the side, waiting to see how He Yunfen would handle the situation. He Lin, don't worry. I promise you I'll make this right, He Yunfen said, taking a deep breath. I'll have Wu Shaokai apologize to you, in person. When Yi Lin heard the word apologize, he almost burst out laughing. Wu Shaokai had sent someone to kill him, and yet the only consequence was an in-person apology. That punishment was, to say the least, a little too harsh. City Lord He, maybe I should forget about joining Deep City after all. If I actually stay here, I'm afraid I won't last even a month, Yi Lin said with an easygoing smile. He Yunfen was caught off guard by Yi Lin's reply. He fixed Yi Lin with a long, searching look. Damn that Wu family. He Yunfen forced down the anger swirling in his chest. He knew full well that what Yi Lin said was probably true, but he still couldn't move against the Wu clan. If the demons ever attacked, the Wu family would be crucial to Deep City's defense. In that case, I respect your choice, He Yunfen said with a disappointed sigh. When the choice was between a promising but unstablished forbidden spellcaster and the powerful, entrenched Wu clan, he had to pick the latter. Not long after He Yunfen left, the results of the top scholar's secret realm trial were officially announced. Yi Lin had not only ranked first in level, but also single-handedly repelled a demon king-blooded monster. No one could contest his title. He was the top scholar of the entire country. News spread quickly, and reactions were mixed. Some were thrilled, others anxious. Mishua was among those who were thrilled, so much so that she practically tore Yi Lin's door from its hinges as she burst inside, eyes shining with excitement. Yi Lin, you're the national top scholar. Do you get it? The top scholar. You've brought honor to your whole family. I'm an orphan, Yi Lin replied flatly. Mishua looked a little embarrassed, but quickly shifted gears. Anyway, it's amazing. I can't believe I got to run a dungeon with the national top scholar. That's legendary. I'm gonna brag about this for the rest of my life. Quick, let's take a selfie together. Laughing, she pulled Yi Lin in for a photo. Meanwhile, when Wu Shaokai heard the news, rage exploded inside him. He swept everything off his desktop in one violent motion. If Yi Lin had become the national top scholar, that meant the assassin he'd sent had failed. After all, dead men don't win awards. How could a level 50 assassin fail to kill a level 25 nobody? Worthless, Wu Shaokai bellowed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a forceful, imposing man pushed the door open. At the sight of him, Wu Shaokai turned pale with dread. Dad, the man's eyes were cold. So you still remember you have a father? He sneered. His rebuke was sharp, dripping with disappointment. I don't care if you go after that Yi Lin. That's your business. But did you have to be so stupid? What did I do wrong? Dad, Wu Shaokai stammered, clearly lost. What did you do wrong? You're an idiot. Honestly, I should have left you as a stain on paper. The man snapped. You hired an assassin to murder the top scholar right in front of City Lord He Yinfen. Tell me, are you brainless or just suicidal? Wu Shaokai was berated so harshly by the middle-aged man that he was left stunned, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. Dad, what should we do now? Wu Shaokai blurted out in a panic. The middle-aged man looked like he wanted to slap Wu Shaokai right then and there, but remembering that this was his own son, he managed to restrain himself. You're a direct heir of the Wu family. He Yinfen at most will teach you a hard lesson. He won't do anything too drastic. Pack your things right now and come with me to apologize to He Yinfen in person. And don't you dare cause any more trouble for me. The man barked sternly. Wu Shaokai instantly wilted, like an eggplant beaten down by frost, not daring to utter a word of protest. But deep down, his hatred for Yi Lin only grew. Soon after, Yi Lin received the National Champion's Prize, handed to him personally by Lord He Yinfen. The rewards for achieving the top rank in the country were straightforward, but remarkable. Just 2 items, a legendary grade skill scroll, and a piece of legendary grade equipment. When He Yinfen announced what the prizes were, almost everyone present looked at Yi Lin with open envy. A legendary skill scroll, legendary equipment. These were nearly the highest honors one could receive. Above skills and gear were only forbidden spells and divine artifacts. But forbidden spells were the kind of thing only someone with a vendetta would dare to learn. And as for divine artifacts, just the rumor that you possessed one would be enough to have dozens of high-level masked thieves coming after you within the hour. Such treasures were too valuable, an innocent man gets into trouble simply for holding jade, as the saying goes. Yi Lin stepped forward to claim his rewards. He casually shoved the legendary skill scroll into his pocket without a second glance, then immediately turned his attention to the ring legendary grade. No less. Great Samuro ring grade. Legendary attribute. Spiritual power amplification plus 100%, reforging possible. Skill 1. Samuro holds the mustard seed. Samuro holds the mustard seed. The wearer can absorb energy-based attacks into the Great Samuro ring, converting absorbed energy into temporary bonus spiritual power. Skill 2. The mustard seed holds Samuro. The mustard seed holds Samuro. The wearer can open a storage space within the ring, whose size increases proportionally to the wearer's spiritual strength. Yi Lin couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath after reading the ring's attributes and abilities. This Great Samuro ring didn't just double his spiritual power, it also came with the rare space attribute, and could even absorb energy-based attacks, turning them into temporary boosts to his spiritual strength. Immediately, Yi Lin began to imagine the scenario: a powerful mage bombarding him with spells, launching attack after attack in an attempt to wipe him out. However, after unleashing a barrage of attacks, the other party realized not only had he not died, but he was absorbing each of these skills one by one with the Great Samuro ring, converting them all into boosts to his spiritual power. Then, with a single forbidden spell, he wiped out his opponent on the spot. With this thing paired with his own immortality, wouldn't he just grow stronger the more hits he took? Yi Lin couldn't wait to take off his Burning Moon necklace and swap it out for the Great Samuro ring. The Burning Moon necklace was just a high-level piece of gear, offering only a 200-point boost to spiritual power, no comparison to the Samuro ring at all. The moment he slipped on the Samuro ring, Yi Lin felt an obvious surge in his spiritual power. Everything around him became much sharper to his senses. Immediately, he checked out the storage space within the Great Samuro ring. It was about the size of a 4-bedroom apartment with a living and dining room. Yi Lin estimated it at roughly 200 square meters. After equipping the Samuro ring, his spiritual power stat rose to 2,137. 5 points. From the look of it, for every 10 additional points in spiritual power, the Samuro ring's storage space expanded by 1 square meter. He dumped all the advanced gear he'd swindled from Wu Shaokai along with the Burning Moon necklace straight into the Samuro ring, and tossed in all his personal belongings as well. With the Samuro ring, there was no need for lugging around heavy bags anymore. After Yi Lin, as the nation's top scorer, received his rewards, it was time for the awards for second and third place. But their prizes were a far cry from Yi Lin's, whether it was skill scrolls or equipment. Both were only at the epic tier. When the ceremony finished, all the champions gathered at the Deep City teleportation portal, ready to return to their own cities. Yi Lin, you're heading to Daxia Academy. Right, wait for me. I'm coming to find you. Mi Shui waved at Yi Lin, then disappeared into the teleportation array. Yi Lin couldn't help but chuckle, and followed into the portal himself. As the world around him shattered and reformed, Yi Lin found himself once again on familiar ground. No sooner had he appeared than the crackling pops of fireworks sounded all around him. Drums and gongs thundered to life, startling Yi Lin out of his thoughts. He's back. Our national champion is back. Amid the shouts of excitement, Mayor Huang of Qingqing came charging over with a huge group of people, quickly surrounding Yi Lin in the center. Quick, let me touch him, maybe I can soak up some of this champion's luck. Who would have thought? Our little Qingqing would one day produce a national champion. We're really putting ourselves on the map now. I may not be learned, but I have just 2 words. Absolutely awesome. Everyone crowded around Yi Lin, each one more excited than the last. Huang's face was glowing with pride. Having a national champion emerge during his term would be a brilliant highlight on his resume. Upon hearing the news, he'd been so overjoyed he couldn't wipe the silly grin off his face. I'm Yi Lin's principal. Out of the way. Make some space. I'm the principal here. Gao Jinayo, the principal of Qingqing High School, was shoved into a corner by the surging crowd. He shouted at the top of his lungs, but with the deafening noise all around, no one could hear a word he said. Watching the frenzied crowd before him, Yi Lin felt a shiver run down his spine. What really sent chills through him were those middle-aged ladies who claimed they just wanted to soak up some of the top scorer's luck. In reality, their hands were all over him, searching him up and down. Goosebumps broke out all over his arms. Someone even tried to pull at his clothes in the chaos. He'd never been so frightened in his life. It took every ounce of his strength, but Yi Lin finally managed to squeeze and wriggle his way out of the packed throng. Yet even now, the crowd continued to chase after him, refusing to let up. Yi Lin, over here, hop on my back. Out of nowhere, Guoqin appeared around the corner. At this point, Yi Lin was too desperate to question Guoqin's choice of words. With a leap, he jumped onto Guoqin's back. Whoosh! Guoqin's skills as a legendary master thief meant his speed was nothing to scoff at. Darting and weaving through the winding alleys with Yi Lin in tow, he easily lost the mob and carried Yi Lin safely back to Zhuge Qingxing's quaint courtyard. Zhuge Qianxing, who was making tea and saw Yi Lin return in complete disarray, couldn't help but crack a smile. Fame comes with trouble. Ha! Being the nation's top student isn't easy, is it? Yi Lin wiped away a lipstick mark. He had no idea who'd planted it there and gave a weary laugh. Not easy at all, but at least the rewards are generous enough. Zhuge Qianxing smiled, handing Yi Lin a cup of tea. Being the national top scorer is a matter of prestige for all of Daxia. Of course the rewards have to match the status. Now that you're back, take a good rest. There are even more important things waiting for you. What kind of things? Yi Lin asked, curiosity piqued. The gate of revelation has appeared. Zhuge Qingxing's gaze flicked briefly toward Yi Lin's abdomen, and there, hidden within, was a key resting quietly. Yi Lin's expression shifted, growing grave. He'd already learned from Zhuge Qianxing just how important the Gate of Revelation was. This was the doorway where 7 of the legendary origin relics had once surfaced. Teacher, you mean you want me to go to the Gate of Revelation? Yi Lin asked cautiously. To be exact, it'll be you, me, and Guoqin together. Zhuge Qianxing replied with a gentle smile. All right, teacher. I'll just make a quick stop by the Job Changers Guild to take care of some equipment first. Yi Lin responded obediently, then rose and left Zhuge Qingxing's small courtyard. In truth, he had always been unsure why Zhuge Qianxing had chosen to take him as a disciple, especially since Zhuge's profession was that of a mysterious diviner. Yi Lin had even wondered if the whole mess with Kensen and the bureau investigators was orchestrated by Zhuge Qianxing, all to push him into a corner and make him owe Zhuge Qianxing a monumental favor. Because of this, Yi Lin had always maintained some vigilance toward his teacher. Growing up in the slums, he'd long since learned that in this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If things truly are as I suspect, then it means Zhuge Qianxing has grand ambitions. The only thing I possess that someone like him could possibly covet is my immortality. But regardless of whether Zhuge Qianxing is friend or foe, given the vast gulf in our strength, I have no choice for now but to play the role of dutiful disciple. Once Yi Lin had walked away, Zhuge Qianxing, who had been quietly sipping tea, suddenly broke into a fit of violent coughing. A mouthful of bright red blood spilled from his lips, leaving his face even more ashen and haggard than before. Guoqin, yes, Master Zhuge, I'm here. The usually sly and lecherous Guoqin was deadly serious in this moment. For the time being, you'll follow Yi Lin. Don't let him wander off. Ensure nothing happens to him before he reaches the Gate of Revelation. If anyone interferes, kill them. Zhuge Qianxing spoke in a tone as mild as ever. Yes, sir. With a few blurred movements, Guoqin vanished into thin air. For someone of his caliber, tailing someone without leaving a trace was child's play. With Yi Lin and Guoqin both gone, Zhuge Qianxing was left alone in the small courtyard. He lifted his head and gazed calmly at the sky, remaining that way until the sun sank below the horizon and the stars began to stud the heavens. Night draped itself over the world, as dark as ink, with pinpricks of starlight scattered above. Even then, Zhuge Qianxing continued to stand in the courtyard, utterly still. His eyes seemed to pierce the thick black of night, seeing sights invisible to ordinary mortals. Without a sound, an ancient tortoise shell appeared in his hand, its surface etched with complicated patterns and mysterious runes. He closed his eyes, drew in a long breath, and released a tide of spiritual energy as vast as the sea. The shell began to glow faintly, its light resonating with the starlight above, casting Zhuge Qingxing's face in a mysterious, solemn light. His fingers traced the carvings, each touch seeming to commune with the stars themselves. After a long moment, he put the tortoise shell away, looking even more worn and pallid than before. It seems Yi Lin still hasn't fully placed his trust in me. But at this point, I can only take a gamble. My time is truly running out. The Guild of Job Changers. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, Yi Lin pulled out his mask of illusion before entering the guild. The mask's features could change at will. At the moment, he chose the most unremarkable, forgettable face possible, someone who could disappear into a crowd without leaving a trace. Once he was sure of his appearance, Yi Lin turned and entered the guild. He sidestepped a man in a sharp suit who was about to greet him, and instead made his way toward a young woman in black heels. "Hello, I have equipment and skill scrolls I'd like to sell," he said. "Of course, respected job changer. Please, come with me." The young woman flashed a pleasant smile and led Yi Lin toward the transaction area. Once there, Yi Lin immediately spotted a familiar figure. She was a tall woman, her slender figure perfectly accentuated by a skin-tight leather outfit that traced every flawless curve. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her delicate, striking features drew the lingering stares of passing adventurers. Yet, upon seeing this beauty, Yi Lin didn't feel the slightest bit pleased, his brow furrowed instead. Because this woman was none other than Zhenai, Yi Lin secretly thanked his luck for wearing the mask of illusion. Otherwise, running into Zhenai could have led to all sorts of trouble. Quickly, he averted his gaze, keeping his eyes forward and face expressionless. But just then, as if sensing something, Zhenai suddenly whipped around and fixed her gaze directly on Yi Lin. This person, why does he feel so familiar? During the month Yi Lin had spent in the champion's secret realm, Zhenai hadn't been idle either. She'd been out in the wild, leveling up like crazy. Now, she just hit level 22 and had only returned to the city today. Her reason for coming to the Adventurers Guild was to sell off the extra gear and skill scrolls she no longer needed. Still watching Yi Lin, Zhenai felt her heart suddenly pound when he turned his back to her, a sensation like being struck by a sledgehammer. Her heartbeat racing wildly. That back, it's so familiar. She could never, ever forget it. This person, this has to be him, the Ling Yi she had searched for day and night, the one she'd longed to see again. At that moment, Zhenai threw caution to the wind and hurried over, reaching out to grab Yi Lin's arm. "Can I help you?" Yi Lin frowned. That shouldn't be possible, he thought. "I've got the mask of illusion on, how could Zhenai still recognize me?" "Hi, I'm sorry to bother you, but you really look like someone who saved me once. Could I ask your name?" Zhenai tried her best to steady her nerves as she spoke, looking at Yi Lin's utterly ordinary face, so plain, so unremarkable, yet Zhenai felt as if her heart might burst right out of her chest. "You've got the wrong person," Yi Lin replied, feeling his heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but think, women's intuition really is terrifying. He brushed off Zhenai's hand with a cold, dismissive gesture. Zhenai's excitement only grew. A faint blush rose on her fair, delicate cheeks. It can't be a mistake. That coldness when Ling Yi saved her. He'd been just as distant. This man, he had to be Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, I know it's you. Why won't you admit it?" Zhenai rushed forward and spread her arms wide, blocking Yi Lin's way. Yi Lin's brows drew together slightly, not wanting to argue with her. He turned to the nearby staff member in black stockings and addressed her instead. "Does the Adventurers Guild let people make a scene wherever they please now?" A flash of embarrassment crossed the staff member's face before she quickly said, "I'm sorry, sir, I'll take care of this right away." She strode over to Zhenai and gently said, "Miss, I'm sorry, but could you please not disrupt the trading area? Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to leave." A look of grievance flickered in Zhenai's eyes, but she quickly nodded in compliance. "All right, don't worry, I promise I won't cause any trouble. Just, please don't chase me away." She stepped aside and no longer blocked Yi Lin's path. Instead, she followed silently behind him. Now, neither Yi Lin nor the woman in black stockings could do anything about her after all. The Adventurers Guild probably didn't have a rule against simply following someone. Their little scene attracted quite a bit of attention from the other adventurers nearby. Zhenai was already strikingly beautiful, and now she was trailing after Yi Lin like a lost puppy. The problem was, Yi Lin himself looked totally average, which drew a wave of envy and resentment from the onlookers. "What the hell? Why him? Damn it, I'm way better looking than that guy. How come no girl ever follows me around like that? I'm telling you, this guy must be loaded. He probably has so many beautiful girls chasing after him that he doesn't even care anymore. That's why he's so cold to her. Bro, even if you're not into her, you should at least interact a little. She's stunning." For a moment, every adventurer in the trading area was staring at Yi Lin. He felt helpless. He just wanted to keep a low profile, but thanks to Zhenai, he was suddenly the center of attention. Thankfully, he was using a fake identity. Once he removed his illusion ring, no one would recognize him. Deciding to ignore everyone's stares, Yi Lin took a deep breath and began pulling dozens of high-level pieces of equipment out of his Grand Sumi ring, the same ones he'd swindled from Wu Shaokai and his group. He also laid out the mid-level and lower-level gear he'd collected from the Scholar's Realm. Thank goodness Mi Shui had helped him as free labor back then. Without her, and before getting the Grand Sumi ring, he never would have managed to move all this stuff in no time at all. The trading area was piled high with equipment. The dazzling light reflected off the gear, as if the stars themselves had descended to Earth. Some weapons gleamed sharply like legendary blades, others shimmered with a soft, precious aura. Each piece radiated its own distinct energy, some brimming with power. others cloaked in an air of mystery. The sudden mountain of loot stunned everyone present. Adventurers stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Equipment that was usually rare as gemstones was now strewn around like cheap cabbages at a farmer's market. A few people couldn't help but swallow nervously, a surge of greed rising within them. If this weren't the Adventurers Guild, if there weren't rules and witnesses, half the crowd would probably try to snatch something on the spot. Holy crap, look at all that gear. I knew he had to be rich. Did you see? There's more than a dozen high-level pieces in there. Any one of those could sell for millions. Just how did this guy pull it off? How many monsters did he have to kill for all that stuff? Damn, now I get why that beauty is chasing after him. Money talks. I swear, if I could, I'd be his loyal puppy too. Bro, want to look my way? I can be pretty devoted. The sheer sight of it all left even Zudge and I completely speechless. She had hunted monsters in the wild for a whole month, but only managed to get about a dozen pieces of gear, and none of them were high level. Just the usual low and mid-tier stuff. She never expected the man in front of her to pull out so much high-grade equipment without batting an eye. Her conviction grew even stronger. This man had to be Ling Yi, the person she'd been searching for all this time. All around them, people were exclaiming in admiration and shock, which put a very good mood on Zudge and I. The corners of her rosy lips curled upward unconsciously. Seeing the man she liked become the center of attention made her even happier than being in the spotlight herself. The guild receptionist, the lady in black stockings, was completely stunned for a moment before she finally snapped back to reality. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at Yi Lin, as if she were seeing a walking, talking gold mine. They earned a commission on every transaction they facilitated for Transfer Guild members. If she closed this many trades for Yi Lin all at once, her commission would be off the charts. No joke if Yi Lin said, "I'm feeling hot right now," she'd gladly offer to be his fire extinguisher. Without missing a beat, the lady undid a few buttons on her shirt, revealing a Mariana Trench-level cleavage, then bent over respectfully and asked Yi Lin, "Hello, honored Transfer Guild member. Would you like to exchange these items for money?" "No, I want to barter," he replied. There were two types of transactions at the Transfer Guild: selling gear for gold, or trading gear for other equipment. For example, if a fire mage found an item that boosted water abilities, he could bring it to the guild and exchange it for something suitable for a fire mage of the same grade. Of course, please select the type of equipment you'd like to trade for. The lady's voice was honeysweet, and she kept herself bent over as she handed Yi Lin a tablet. Yi Lin gave her the respect she deserved. Whether or not he was lecherous wasn't the point, he simply appreciated a beautiful view when it presented itself. After all men are more or less the same in that regard. But this scene absolutely infuriated Zudge and I. In terms of looks or figure, she was leagues beyond this lady in black stockings. In fact, that woman's so-called Mariana Trench was nothing but a shallow creek compared to hers. And yet, the man she was secretly in love with barely spared her a glance, while he couldn't take his eyes off the black stockings guild lady. Zudge and I was baffled. She glanced down at her outfit. Her tight combat suit covered her from neck to wrist, leaving only her head, neck, and hands exposed. Was it because she was dressed too conservatively? Did Ling Yi not like her style? Zudge and I bit her rosy lips. Women beautify themselves for those who love them, though she had never worn anything too revealing in her life. If Ling Yi liked it. On the other side, Yi Lin was already tapping away on the tablet, selecting the equipment he wanted. Yeoguang necklace, rarity, rare, attribute, increases spirit power by 50%, refinable, skill, none. The Yeoguang necklace didn't provide any skill boosts, but its 50% increase to spirit power was staggering. To put it in perspective, the red flame staff on Yi Lin was an epic tier item, and its spirit power boost was also 50%. Setting skills aside, the Yeoguang necklace could almost rival an epic item. As a forbidden spellcaster, Yi Lin had no shortage of powerful skills. The moment he saw this necklace, he knew it was the right choice. "Let's go with this one." Yi Lin tapped the confirm button. "All right, let me calculate that for you." The clerk smiled sweetly at Yi Lin before signaling the staff to tally up his pile of trade-in gear. Once the tally was complete, the clerk's smile turned a bit awkward. She spoke hesitantly, carefully choosing her words. "Sir, if you'd like to exchange for this item, you'll need to pay an additional 3 million. "No problem," Yi Lin replied with a nod. He wasn't surprised at all. It was obvious the gear forced out of Wuxiokai and the others wasn't anything top shelf. As tournament champion, Yi Lin had already received a hefty cash prize, so he paid the extra 3 million cleanly, securing the Yeoguang necklace. "Your transaction is complete, sir. We look forward to seeing you again." The clerk in black stockings bowed at a graceful 45-degree angle, a perfect view for Yi Lin to appreciate the scenery. "I still have something else to sell," Yi Lin said, taking a stone out from his vast Samura ring. Zudge and I bit her red lips. Women always want to look beautiful for the ones they love, although she had never worn anything too revealing in her life. If Ling Yi liked that sort of thing. Meanwhile, Yi Lin had already chosen the equipment he wanted on the tablet. Yeoguang necklace, rarity, rare, attribute, increases spirit power by 50%, refinable, skill, none. The Yeoguang necklace didn't have any skill bonuses, but the spirit power increase was a staggering 50%. For reference, the red flame staff Yi Lin carried was an epic item, and it also increased spirit power by 50%. If you set aside skills, The Yaoguang necklace was practically on par with epic level gear. As a forbidden spellcaster, Yi Lin didn't have any shortage of skills, though the purely stat-based Yaoguang necklace immediately caught his eye. I'll exchange for this one, he thought, and tapped confirm. Alright, let me calculate for you. The young woman behind the counter gave Yi Lin a sweet smile before having someone tally up his pile of equipment. Once the tally was done, she forced a somewhat awkward smile and spoke carefully. Sir, if you want to exchange for this piece of equipment, you'll need to pay an additional 3 million. No problem. Yi Lin nodded, not surprised at all. The equipment Wu Shaokai and his gang were forced to surrender was never going to be anything great. The champion's prize already came with cash included, so Yi Lin promptly paid the 3 million and successfully acquired the Yaoguang necklace. The trade is complete. Sir, we look forward to your next visit. The young woman in black stockings gave a graceful 45-degree bow, the perfect angle for Yi Lin to appreciate her beauty. I still have something else to sell, Yi Lin said, pulling a stone from his grand Samura ring. The stone shimmered with a golden luster, its surface adorned with patterns like dragon scales, radiating a mysterious, ancient magic. The moment the stone appeared, the air around them seemed to freeze. A heavy, heart-pounding sense of pressure washing over everyone. This is, the young woman in stockings drew closer, suspicion and astonishment in her eyes. She pulled out a magnifying glass and examined the stone closely, weighed it in her hand, and then her expression changed dramatically as she let out an involuntary scream. This is dragon vein ore. Her shriek instantly drew everyone's attention. What? Dragon vein ore? Someone exclaimed. That's the material that can be used to craft epic level gear. Incredibly rare. Dragon vein ore marked by dragon patterns and filled with the power of dragon might. Indestructible and able to cut through anything. When it comes to forging swords or blades, dragon vein ore is the absolute best. This piece is as big as a fist. If you could find a master blacksmith, they might be able to forge a true legendary weapon from it. Everyone's faces were full of shock, far more than when Yi Lin had just produced that pile of high-level equipment. Next to dragon vein ore, a dozen pieces of high-level gear didn't even come close to comparison. Zhujian's eyes sparkled even more brilliantly as she gazed at Yi Lin, nearly brimming with heart-shaped adoration. This was the kind of men she liked. What's going on? Why all the commotion? Just as everyone was chattering excitedly and exclaiming in surprise, a calm yet commanding voice rang out from the crowd. Haven't I always taught you to stay composed and level-headed in any situation? Everyone turned to look. Striding out from among them was a middle-aged man dressed in sumptuous robes, exuding an extraordinary presence. It's him, someone blurted out. That's Chen Kai, the vice president of the Qingqing Adventurers Guild. I've heard he's almost reached level 60. Someone whispered in awe. Chen Kai walked over at an unhurried pace, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on the dragon pattern mithril in Yi Lin's hand. A flicker of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Dragon pattern mithril. Impressive. That's a rare treasure indeed. What do you want in exchange? He asked. With something this precious, no one would ever simply sell it for money. It was bound to be traded for something else of equal value. Refinement stones. Yi Lin replied. Refinement stones could upgrade a weapon or armor's star rating, making them significantly stronger. A rare piece of equipment refined to 7 stars could even rival an unrefined epic grade item. No problem. Dragon pattern mithril for 800 stones. How about that? Chen Kai offered. 1,000. Yi Lin said firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Chen Kai stared deeply at Yi Lin before a smile broke across his face. All right, 1,000. Think of it as the start of a friendship. If you ever come across more dragon pattern mithril, don't forget about the Qingqing Adventurers Guild. Deal. Yi Lin nodded. Soon after, a staff member brought over 1,000 refinement stones, which Yi Lin immediately stored away into his vast Samura ring. Watching Yi Lin's effortless use of an item with storage capabilities, Chen Kai's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Anyone with equipment like that had to be someone special. Pleasure doing business, Chen Kai said, reaching out to shake Yi Lin's hand, a genuine smile on his face. Then he turned toward the woman in black silk stockings and admonished her. See, stay calm when things happen, don't go shouting. That kind of behavior damages the reputation of our Qingqing Adventurers Guild. Yes, sir, Black Stockings muttered, a little aggrieved. Actually, I have another item I'd like to trade, Yi Lin said, scratching his head. Go ahead, let's see it, Chen Kai replied breezily. Right here. Yi Lin hesitated. Sure, Chen Kai said with a nonchalant shrug. All right then, Yi Lin said, pulling out a bundle of skill scrolls from his vast Samura ring. Chen Kai glanced over and froze. Then, as he took in what he was seeing, he let out a roar so loud it nearly blew the guild hall's roof right off. Holy crap, legendary skill scrolls. President, get over here, hurry, President. Chen Kai's thunderous shout quickly drew over an elderly man in gray robes. The gray-robed elder moved like the wind, appearing before the crowd in the blink of an eye. An invisible aura of authority radiated from him, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. This was none other than Wang Lishuan, president of the Qingqing Job Change Guild. Right now, Chen Kai looked as if he'd just spotted his savior. He hurriedly pointed at the skill scroll in Yi Lin's hand, calling out to Wang Lishuan. President, look at this. Wang Lishuan frowned slightly, clearly displeased. What's with all the shouting? Haven't I told you all before? Stay calm and collected when something happens. No yelling and screaming. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze falling on the skill scroll in Yi Lin's hand. The next second, his eyes flew wide open, his face filled with utter disbelief. Striding quickly to Yi Lin, Wang Lishuan reached out and took the scroll, examining it closely. Is this really a legendary skill scroll? Even though he tried his best to keep his composure, Wang Lishuan's voice still trembled with excitement. Wait! A look of shock flashed through his eyes as he cried out. This legendary skill scroll. It's adaptive. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone around them gasped. Their eyes instantly locked on the scroll in Wang Lishuan's hands. Legendary skill scrolls were already unimaginably rare, but an adaptive legendary skill scroll, that was enough to make anyone green with envy. It meant that no matter your class, assassin, warrior, knight, mage, priest, or anything else, once you used the scroll, you would obtain a legendary skill perfectly suited for your profession. A treasure like this, you couldn't find a second one in all of Qingqing. As she watched both President Wang Lishuan and Vice President Chen Kai babbling and stumbling over themselves, the girl in black tights rolled her eyes in silence. So this is your idea of staying calm and collected in a crisis? Figures, leaders and their speeches are just hot air. After all, sir, may I ask what you'd like to exchange this set of legendary skill scrolls for? Wang Lishuan, having finally calmed himself down a little, spoke to Yi Lin with a touch more respect than before. After all, anyone who could produce such a priceless treasure for trade was either formidable in their own right, or had some terrifying background. Wang Lishuan certainly didn't dare offend him. I want to exchange it for every single normal skill scroll in the Qingqing Job Change Guild. Yi Lin replied. What? Wang Lishuan was stunned speechless. The people around them all wore equally baffled expressions, staring at Yi Lin as if he'd lost his mind. Trading a legendary skill scroll, an adaptive one, no less, for a pile of ordinary skill scrolls. That was like Lu Yifei wanting to marry you, but instead of agreeing, not only do you turn her down, you trade her for 500 demon bogarts to take home. That kind of logic, pure madness. Ling Yi, that's an insanely bad deal. Ordinary skill scrolls can be bought with money. They go for anywhere from 8,000 to 20,000 each. But legendary skill scrolls, those are priceless. You couldn't buy one no matter how much you offered. Zhu and I hurriedly tried to persuade him otherwise, and then dug a pink card out of her bag. If you're really strapped for cash, I have some I can lend you. Just take it, she offered, her sincerity all over her face. Yi Lin was both amused and exasperated by Zhu and I's earnestness. Thank you, but I don't need it, he answered flatly, declining her offer. With his second-class talent having reached its peak, legendary skill scrolls were completely useless to Yi Lin. He'd be better off with a few thousand ordinary scrolls after all. Any scroll he used would immediately be transformed into a forbidden spell anyway. Are you sure you want to trade a legendary skill scroll for ordinary ones? Wang Lishuan asked cautiously, not quite believing his luck. I'm sure. Yi Lin nodded. Wang Lishuan instantly lit up with excitement. This was a goldmine for the transfer guild. Chen Kai, quickly, go fetch every single ordinary skill scroll in our guild's inventory for this gentleman. Not one is to be left behind, he barked, eager to close the deal before Yi Lin could change his mind. Yes, President, Chen Kai replied, scampering off with the staff to ferry scrolls. This way, sir. Wang Lishuan stepped aside, bowing respectfully to invite Yi Lin into the lounge. The crowd was left speechless by Wang Lishuan's subservient attitude. Who was Wang Lishuan? The president of Qingqing's transfer guild, an equal of the city lord Hu Wing himself, someone whose usual demeanor was calm and collected, like a mountain unmoved, no matter what happened. Yet here he was, bowing and scraping. Then again, it made sense. What Yi Lin was offering was simply too much. Trading a legendary skill scroll for an ordinary one was basically handing a treasure to the transfer guild for free. Once Yi Lin was seated in the lounge, Wang Lishuan personally poured him tea. Here, enjoy some tea, he said warmly. Give us just a moment, they'll be back with the scrolls right away. By the way, what should I call you, young man? Wang Lishuan asked with a pleasant smile. Lu Bengkai, Yi Lin replied. Wang Lishuan's expression twitched slightly. If you're going to make up a fake name, at least pick one that sounds believable. Did this kid really think old Wang never went online? Haha, you're a funny one, Wang Lishuan said with a chuckle. If you don't feel like giving your name, I won't press, but here, please accept this. He pulled a black card inlaid with intricate gold patterns from his pocket and handed it to Yi Lin. The card shimmered faintly, exquisitely crafted. This is our guild's highest level membership card. With it, you'll enjoy a 30% discount on any purchase made within Qingqing's transfer guild, and a 15% discount at any transfer guild across Daxia. Yi Lin stared at the black membership card in front of him, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Wang Lishuan to hand him the highest tier membership card so directly. Thank you, President Wang. Yi Lin accepted the card with a slight smile. No need to be so formal. As long as you remember the Qingqing Adventurers Association next time you have another great opportunity like this. That's thanks enough, Wang Lishuan replied, beaming. Before long, Vice President Chen Kai brought over a team of the association's staff, moving in thousands of bundles of skill scrolls. These covered every kind of profession. There was all the inventory the Qingqing Association had in stock. Yilin's eyes lit up at the sight of the mountain of skill scrolls, as if he could see thousands of brand new forbidden spells right in front of him. With a wave of his massive storage ring, he swept all the scrolls into his inventory. Thank you again, President Wang. If that's all, I'll be taking my leave. With his business concluded, Yilin saw no reason to linger at the association any longer and rose to go. Of course, here's to a happy collaboration next time. Wang Lishuan shook hands with Yilin, both of them grinning with satisfaction. As Yilin walked away, Chen Kai leaned in and whispered to Wang Lishuan, President, should we send someone to protect him in secret? After all, Yilin had produced such valuable treasures people in the trading district had noticed, and more than a few had eyed him like a pack of hungry wolves. Wang Lishuan shook his head. No need. Anyone who can bring out dragon pattern mithril and legendary skill scrolls is definitely not your average character. If we act on our own, we might just rub him the wrong way instead. Yilin strode out the main doors of the Adventurers Association, only to spot a graceful figure waiting out front. The instant she saw Yilin, Zhenai's beautiful eyes lit up. Ling Yi, you're finally out. Come on, you have to come home with me. She grabbed Yilin's arm, eager to pull him along. There's an imposter pretending to be you. I need to prove to my dad that you and that shameless fraud are not the same person. Zhenai dragged Yilin, determined to set things straight. Her father, Zhuge Qianxing, kept insisting Yilin and Ling Yi were one and the same. But today, she was going to prove they were two completely different people. To Zhenai, while Ling Yi looked unremarkable and certainly wasn't as handsome as Yilin, she vastly preferred Ling Yi's company. Besides, Ling Yi was far more capable. Anyone who could just whip out dragon pattern mithril and legendary skill scrolls well, Yilin could never compare to that. Not in 1,000 years. At this, Yilin couldn't help but smile wryly. Was she really asking him to prove that Ling Yi was better than Yilin? Wasn't that just him beating himself? You really have the wrong person. I'm not this Ling Yi, Yilin said, slipping his hand free from Zhenai's grasp. Impossible. Stop lying to me. I'd know your silhouette anywhere. I could never forget it, Zhenai declared with absolute certainty. I told you, you've got the wrong guy. Yilin was starting to feel helpless. Then tell me yourself, who exactly are you? Faced with the increasingly aggressive Zhenai, Yilin finally ran out of patience. Impossible to reason with. He turned on his heel and walked away, too fed up to waste another word arguing with her. As soon as he reached a place with fewer people, he planned to activate his flash step and disappear. He didn't believe for a second that Zhenai could ever catch up with him. Wait, Ling Yi, I swear I don't mean you any harm. Zhenai hurried after him, but when she saw that he was completely ignoring her, she bit her lip in frustration. With no other choice, she quickly took out her phone and dialed a number. The few people trailing after Yilin with hidden agendas saw the commotion between Yilin and Zhenai. Realizing the tension, they all squashed any thoughts about robbing or killing him right then and there. They might not have known Yilin's true identity, but Zhenai's reputation was legendary. After all, she was Mr. Zhuge's only daughter. Anyone in Qingxing would have to be out of their mind to dare touch her. As he walked, Yilin deliberately ducked into empty side streets, but Zhenai refused to let him shake her. Soon enough, they turned a corner into a deserted alley. Yilin was just about to activate Flash Step and finally lose her when, out of nowhere, two investigators appeared right in front of him. So this was him, the infamous Ling Yi who supposedly killed the king of the underworld. Kenson. He looked so ordinary. Talk about not judging a book by its cover. Huan Lishan stared intently at Yilin's face, unable to hide his surprise. His apprentice, Su Xiu, looked both nervous and ready for anything. After all, the man standing before them was said to be the cold-blooded killer who'd brought down Kenson himself. Yilin shot Zhenai a sharp glance. It was obvious these two investigators were summoned by her. Seeing Yilin's icy gaze, Zhenai's heart trembled. She rushed to explain herself. Ling Yi, please don't misunderstand. Uncle Huang's not here to arrest you. You wouldn't listen to me, so I had no choice but to call him and sue. I swear I don't mean you any harm. I just want you to come home with me, to meet my father. He's been deceived by a truly terrible person. If you have any kind of request, just tell me. I'll do whatever I can to make it happen. Her plea came straight from the heart, voice trembling with sincerity. Terrified that Yilin might flatly refuse her, she looked up at him with wide, pleading eyes the way a little girl looks at her father, begging him to take her to an amusement park, her heartbreak and helplessness all too clear. Let's go. Yilin finally spoke, his voice cold. This woman was unbelievably stubborn. It was giving him a headache. If he kept refusing her, he half suspected she'd call Zhuge Qianxing right then and there. Given their options, it seemed easier to just go and face Zhuge Qianxing himself, especially since the man already knew Yilin's real identity as Ling Yi. Okay, the moment Yilin agreed, Zhenai's eyes shone with excitement. Uncle Huang, Brother Su, I'm so sorry for making you come all this way, she added apologetically to Huang Lishan and Su Xiu. No problem. We also want to see if the person who killed Kenson really does have 3 heads and 6 arms. Huang Lishan shot Yilin a cold glare. He'd nearly gotten to the bottom of the Kenson case only for his superiors to abruptly order it closed. The whole affair had been gnawing at him ever since. As Yilin and Zhenai walked off into the distance, Su Zioki, who stood nearby, spoke up. Master, it really does look like Ling Yi and Yilin are two different people. Not necessarily, Huang replied. Maybe he used something to change his appearance. But it's a closed case now, so there's no point obsessing over it. Huang Lishan gave a bitter smile and shook his head. After all, he was just a low-ranking investigator. Whatever frustrations he might feel in his heart, he had no choice but to cooperate with decisions from above. You're saying, Yilin used a disguise to take on another identity, went to the Adventurers Guild to sell skill scrolls and equipment, and just happened to run into Nini and she mistook him for Ling Yi, and now she's dragging him over here. Even someone as composed as Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but stare in disbelief when he heard the news. Just how wild could the plot get? It's true, Mr. Zhuge. I saw it with my own eyes. No way I'm making this up. Guo Qin said. Yilin actually tried to run, but then your daughter and the investigators called him over and blocked his escape. Otherwise, he would have been gone. Zhuge Qianqing rubbed his forehead, exasperated. What kind of mess? Wait, you said he showed up right in front of the investigators. Yes, Guo Qin confirmed with a nod. In that case, this might actually be a good thing. Zhuge Qianqing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Just then, Zhuge and I came bounding home in high spirits, practically bursting through the door. Dad, Daddy, come out here. Quick, guess who I brought back? Zhuge and I's voice rang through the courtyard as she came running into the yard. What is it? Nini, what's got you so excited? Zhuge Qianqing put on a mask of innocence as he stepped out, feigning ignorance. Yilin was just about to remove his disguise and reveal himself, but Zhuge Qianqing stopped him with a subtle glance. Totally elated, Zhuge and I bounced over, grabbing her father's arm and exclaiming, Dad, this is Ling Yi. I've been telling you all along Ling Yi is 1,000 times better than that coward Yilin. Yilin's not even fit to carry Ling Yi's shoes, but you never believed me. You kept insisting Yilin and Ling Yi were the same person. Well, look, I brought him here myself, and let me tell you, Ling Yi completely stole the show at the Adventurers Guild today. He brought out a whole no problem. We wanted to meet the person who managed to kill Kensen ourselves after all. We're curious to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Huang Lishan shot Yilin a cold glance. The Kensen case was one he'd nearly wrapped up, but higher-ups had suddenly forced it closed. That had always been a sore point for Huang Lishan. As Yilin and Zhuge and I walked off into the distance, Scholar Su spoke up from the side. Master, it looks like Ling Yi and Yilin really are 2 different people. Not necessarily. Maybe he used some gadget to change his appearance. Anyway, the case is closed now, no point dwelling on it. Huang Lishan shook his head with a bitter smile. After all, he was just a lowly investigator. Whatever feelings he had, he still had to go along with the decisions from above. You're saying, Yilin used an illusion disguise to become someone else, then went to the Adventurers Guild to sell skill scrolls and equipment, at which point he just happened to run into an INI, and an INI mistook him for Ling Yi, and now she's dragging him here. Even someone as steady as Zhuge Qianqing was dumbfounded hearing this. Was the plot really this outlandish? It's true, Mr. Zhuge. I saw it with my own eyes. How could I make this up? That kid Yilin was actually planning to slip away, but then Nis called in the investigators and blocked him off. That's the only reason he didn't get away, Guo Qin reported. Zhuge Qianqing rubbed his brow in exasperation. What is this mess? Hold on, you said he appeared in front of the investigators. That's right, Guo Qin affirmed with a nod. In that case, this might actually be a good thing. Zhuge Qianqing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Just then, Zhuge and I, positively gleeful, dragged Yilin into the house, bursting through the door with a crash. Dad, come out, hurry, you have to see who I brought home. Zhuge Qianqing came out, feigning total ignorance. What's all the fuss? Ni, what's got you so excited? Yilin had just been about to remove his disguise and reveal his identity, but Zhuge Qianqing gave him a subtle look, motioning for him not to. Zhuge and I all but bounced over, grabbing her father's arm and shaking it. Dad, this is Ling Yi. I've told you 1,000,000 times Ling Yi is 1,000,000 times better than that coward Yilin. Yilin isn't even good enough to carry his shoes, but you wouldn't believe me. You kept insisting Yilin and Ling Yi were the same person. Well, look, I brought him right to you, and let me tell you today at the Adventurers Guild, Ling Yi was incredible. He brought out all this high-level gear, stuff for people over level 10. He even brought out dragon pattern mithril and a legendary skill scroll. You should have seen how shocked everyone else looked at him at that moment. Ling Yi was the center of attention, the absolute focus of the crowd, like the moon surrounded by stars. Once Zhuge and I got started, she couldn't stop. She rattled on happily, her face lit up with an exuberant smile. Guo Qin nodded in agreement beside her, adding with genuine emotion, Miss hasn't smiled like this in a long time. Zhuge and I beamed with excitement as she described just how remarkable Yilin was, showering him with such high praise that even Yilin himself felt a little embarrassed by the end. But then Zhuge and I shifted the conversation, her expression suddenly filled with anticipation. Dad, if you're serious about taking on a disciple, why not kick Yilin to the curb and take Ling Yi instead? Ling Yi is 100 times better than that cowardly Yilin. Really, I'm not making this up. Watching his daughter's bright, animated face, Zhuge Qianqing couldn't help but smile wryly. It's always easier to see clearly as an outsider, he thought. His daughter was so wrapped up in her own world that she still believed Ling Yi and Yilin were entirely different people. Silly girl. With a silent sigh, Zhuge Qianqing gently ruffled Zhuge Enai's hair. His tone as gentle as if he were placating a child. Ni, your taste isn't bad at all. This Ling Yi really is an outstanding young man. But taking on a disciple is no trivial matter, it's something I need to consider very carefully. Here's what we'll do. Let Ling Yi come with me to handle something. If he passes the test, I'll make him my disciple. How does that sound? Zhuge Enai's face immediately lit up with excitement. Really? Yes. Having finally gotten her wish and a chance to clear the name of her beloved, Zhuge Enai was absolutely elated inside. Yi Lin, noticing her enthusiasm, awkwardly rubbed his nose and forced a laugh. Not quite sure what expression to make of this whole situation. Go get some rest. I need to talk to Ling Yi for a moment, Zhuge Qianqing said with a smile. Okay. Zhuge Enai stole a glance at Yi Lin, but when she noticed he wasn't even looking her way, she huffed in annoyance and stomped back to her room. Thinking back to her 2 encounters with Ling Yi the first time, her dress had been burned to rags, leaving her a mess. The second time, she'd been in tight combat gear, not once had she ever been properly dressed up. She was determined. Tonight, she'd take a long bath, pick out her prettiest outfit, and really wow Ling Yi. As Zhuge Enai left, Zhuge Qianqing glanced at the silent Yi Lin and asked, "Aren't you curious why I told you not to reveal your identity in front of an Ni? Teacher must have his reasons for doing so." Yi Lin replied calmly. Zhuge Qianqing gave a wry chuckle, took a sip of tea, and began to explain. Although this whole thing was a coincidence, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Think about it, by showing up in front of the investigator as Ling Yi and then appearing at the location of the Gate of Apocalypse, haven't you perfectly ruled Yi Lin out as a suspect? Hearing this, Yi Lin nodded and continued. That way, as far as anyone's concerned, Yi Lin has never even been to the Gate of Apocalypse. I can also go all out using Ling Yi's identity. Of course, if Ling Yi were to disappear at the gate, it wouldn't matter, no one would care, since he's just a fake persona anyway. But if Yi Lin were to disappear, alive or dead, nowhere to be found, even Zhuge Qianqing could clear himself of all suspicion, because he'd have a rock-solid alibi. Yi Lin couldn't shake the strong feeling that if Zhuge Qianqing really was plotting something against him, he'd make his move at the Gate of Apocalypse. I'm glad you see what I mean, the other said. We set out the day after tomorrow. Make sure you handle everything as Yi Lin first, take care of any arrangements. With a faint smile, Zhuge Qianqing nodded. All right, teacher. Then I'll turn in for the night. Yi Lin turned and headed back to his room. He couldn't let his guard down, Zhuge Qianqing's abilities ran deep. He had to be prepared. Back in his room, Yi Lin put on the Yaoguang necklace and removed the Azure Thunder Ring. The Azure Thunder Ring could boost the power of lightning-based skills, but it only enhanced his mental SP by 15%. All things considered, it was no match for the Yaoguang necklace. After switching out his equipment, Yi Lin took out those 1,000 refinement stones. Before heading to the Gate of Apocalypse, he needed to strengthen himself as much as possible. Refinement stones could purify equipment stats, upgrading them up to 9 stars. With each extra star, an item's attributes improved significantly. Thinking it over, Yi Lin decided to use the first refinement stone on his Great Samura Ring. Right now, it was the only legendary grade equipment he had, so it made sense to invest the refinement stones there. Holding the refinement stone, he brought it closer to the Great Samura Ring. The stone began to emit a faint, star-like glow in his palm. Gently, he pressed the refinement stone to the Great Samura Ring, and instantly a mysterious force surged forth. The ring seemed to sense the stone's power, trembling slightly as its radiance grew even brighter. But in the next moment, the light faded just as suddenly, and the refinement stone in Yi Lin's hand crumbled into pieces, falling to the floor. It was clear this attempt had failed. Yi Lin didn't feel discouraged, though. Without hesitation, he pulled out a second refinement stone. Success rates for gear refinement were never very high. If they were, 9-star equipment would be everywhere. After shattering over 100 refinement stones in a row, a burst of dazzling light finally filled the room. Bathed in radiance, the Great Samura Ring began to tremble violently, the patterns on its surface growing ever more intricate and exquisite. As the dazzling light slowly faded, Yi Lin saw that the ring before him had been completely transformed. Its etched designs were now even more refined, gleaming with a shifting brilliance that seemed to pulse with unfathomable power. Yi Lin hurried to check the ring's properties. Great Samura Ring quality. Legendary attribute. Increases spiritual power by 120%. Current refinement level, 1 star. Skill 1. Samura stores the mustard seed effect. The wearer can absorb attacks in energy form into the ring, transforming them into a temporary boost in spiritual power. Skill 2. Mustard seed holds Samura effect. The wearer can open up the storage space within the ring, its size scaling with the wearer's spiritual strength. A flash of delight passed through Yi Lin's eyes just by refining it to 1 star. He'd gained a direct 20% boost to his spiritual power. That was basically like equipping another high-grade item. The spiritual attribute bonus from a high-level piece of equipment typically only provided about a 20% increase. To get such a bonus from a single refinement was a huge win. Having tasted success, Yi Lin was even more enthusiastic. He started slamming trial stones against the Samura Ring nonstop, but it seemed his luck had been entirely used up on getting that first star. He poured in stone after stone, 7 or 800 in a row, all failed. What the hell? Is the success rate really this low? Yi Lin's scalp tingled. Could it be that he was actually just that unlucky? It was normal for higher grade equipment to be harder to refine, but not getting a single star out of hundreds of stones. This was just ridiculous. Now he was down to a little over 100 trial stones. Yilin hesitated, should he keep going with the Samura ring, or switch to refining his Scarlet Flame staff instead. Just then, a wicked little voice echoed in his mind. The less money you have, the more you have to go all in. Third all in, fourth all in, fifth all in, all in, all in, all in. Going all in is an art. Yilin gritted his teeth. Fine, let's risk it, either strike it rich or bust. If he gave up now, didn't that mean the 700 or 800 stones from before had all gone to waste? Stealing himself. He piled all his remaining trial stones onto the great Samura ring and, without looking back, went all in. More than 100 trial stones circled the Samura ring, which was now so busy. It reminded Yilin of Tom the cat frantically blowing a trumpet, utter mayhem. Bang, bang, bang. Every time the refining failed and a stone shattered, Yilin's heart clenched a little tighter. Seriously, are they all going to fail? The way Yilin felt right now, it was like playing teamfight tactics and being 1 unit short for that 3-star 5-cost hero. Each attempt had his nerves on edge. Heart in his throat. 10 stones. 50. 100. As he watched the failures pile up, Yilin's face turned green with frustration. Out of 1,000 refinement stones, he'd only managed to extract a single star. His luck was so atrocious that even other unlucky souls would pity him, maybe even offer him a cigarette in sympathy. When Yilin was bracing himself for total failure, the very last 2 refinement stones seemed to pick up on the depths of his despair. The light they emitted was more dazzling than any before it, shooting straight into the vast Samura ring. As the stones fused, the ring's trembling grew more and more intense, as if some immense power was being awakened inside. Shimmering runes danced around the ring as its brilliance surged. Suddenly, the vast Samura ring erupted in blinding light, not once, but twice in quick succession. Ha! What? Yilin stared in disbelief, frozen in place. When he grabbed the vast Samura ring for a closer look, he found it had actually been refined to 3 stars. His spirit bonus had skyrocketed to a stunning 160%. Overjoyed, Yilin could hardly believe that he'd managed to turn things around in the very last moment. As it turned out, sometimes going all in really did pay off. Now, at level 25, Yilin already had a base spirit stat of 750. With the added bonuses from the vast Samura ring, his staff, and various other equipment, his total spirit soared to 3,225. If he activated Burning Samsara as well, that number would double to 6,450. The sheer magnitude of it made Yilin suck in a sharp breath. His eyes burned with excitement at his current strength. If he went all out, there probably wasn't a single job advanced player below level 50 who could stand against him. If he relied on his undying abilities and played the long game like he'd done against Kensen before, even a level 60 job advanced player wasn't out of the question. Of course, there were still some threats to worry about, like job advanced players specializing in containment and sealing abilities. If they weren't trying to kill him outright and just wanted to lock him down, his undying trait would be pretty much useless. Still, there had to be some kind of self-destruct forbidden spell out there. Yilin took out all the skill scrolls he'd collected from the Qingtown Job Advancers Guild and carefully sifted through them, picking out those with potential to evolve into a self-destruct forbidden spell. Then, he began to pore over them one by one. If he could find a suitable self-destruct forbidden spell, then he'd have no need to fear things like seals or freezes. Worst case, he could just blow himself up and be done with it. One by one, Yilin tested the skills until finally, he found the perfect one. Stellar Shield. The mage channels starlight through their own spirit, forming a shield of celestial light around themselves. Class talent, Supreme Ascendance, has been activated. Stellar Shield has been enhanced to Star Annihilation Explosion. Forbidden spell, Star Annihilation Explosion. The caster burns their very soul, drawing in the power of the stars. Once the stellar force within the caster reaches the body's absolute limit, detonation ensues. A faint shimmer of starlight began to gather around Yilin, slowly coalescing into slender chains of light that connected directly to his body. Yilin could clearly feel the terrifying and turbulent power of the stars relentlessly pouring into him. Within seconds, he seemed to become a dazzling star himself, his whole body swelling like a balloon, his nearly translucent skin glowing under the starlight to the point even the flow of blood beneath was visible. Yilin hurriedly stopped channeling the star shield spell. If he kept going, he really would have exploded on the spot. From casting to bursting, it took about 5 seconds. With this forbidden spell now mastered, Yilin felt a quiet sense of relief. Now, if he ever encountered an enemy at the Gate of Apocalypse who tried to seal him, or if even Zhuge Qianqing tried something, he could self-destruct right then and there. The Yaoguang necklace, the Samura ring strengthened to 3 stars, and the thousands of skill scrolls stored in his portable space, these were his backup plan, his confidence for diving into the Gate of Apocalypse. Yilin let out a long breath. Next, it was time to head out as Yilin, show his face around a bit, and establish a presence. That way, if he scored something valuable at the Gate of Apocalypse under the identity of Ling Yi, no one would suspect a thing. He took off his face-changing mask, changed into a new set of clothes, and made his way to the Ji family estate. In the whole of Qing City, Aside from Zhuge Qianqing, the only people he felt even remotely familiar with were Ji's father and Ji Lingyu. Yilin was caught off guard the moment he opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. There, with her back to him, stood Zhuge Enai. Tonight, Zhuge Enai was nothing like her usual self. She wore a long, white, form-fitting dress, the hem fluttering gently in the night breeze like a proud, elegant flower atop a distant peak. Her jet-black hair cascaded down her back, and her fair, delicate skin glowed softly in the moonlight, creating a striking picture of grace and poise. Hearing footsteps behind her, Zhuge Enai turned around, her brilliant eyes full of happiness and excitement. It was clear she had spent a long time getting ready. Even her makeup was perfect, accentuating her already exquisite features and making her look all the more captivating. Zhuge Enai was convinced, if Ling Yi had been so cold to her before, it could only have been because the first 2 times they met, she'd been too disheveled. Tonight, she was determined to change his opinion with her actions. Good evening, Ling Yi. What a coincidence. Are you out here for some fresh air, too? Zhuge Enai turned shyly, but the moment she saw who was actually standing behind her, her expression froze. It's you. She didn't bother to hide the disgust and annoyance on her face. The way she looked at Yilin was as if she were staring at something utterly hopeless. What are you still doing in my house? You fraud. Didn't my dad tell you? I've already found Ling Yi. He's 1,000 times better than you. My dad's about to take him in as his apprentice. What are you still shamelessly hanging around here for? Come back, pack your things, and leave. Yilin couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhuge Enai and turned to leave without another word. Wait. But just as Yilin was about to go, Zhuge Enai blocked his way, unwilling to let him leave so easily. She had always disliked Yilin. She'd spent 2 whole hours getting all dressed up, hoping Ling Yi would see her first, yet instead, Yilin was the first to witness it. That alone made her seethe with frustration. She glared at Yilin, pressing the attack. I said before, I'll definitely find the real Ling Yi and expose your phony act. You two, one's the shining moon in the sky, and the other is mud on the ground. How could there even be a comparison? And you actually have the nerve to pretend to be him. Well, now that we've found Ling Yi, I'll show you with your own eyes just how huge the gap is between you two. As soon as she finished, Zhuge Enai ran off to find Zhuge Qianqing. Originally, Ling Yi's arrival had put her in such a good mood that she didn't even want to bother with Yilin anymore. But Yilin insisted on sticking around. Well, since he's asking for it, she'd make sure to expose him. Dad, which room is Ling Yi staying in? She demanded. Ha! Zhuge Qianqing was taken aback. He glanced at Yilin standing in the courtyard, then replied, Ling Yi isn't staying with us. He left a while ago. He'll only come by the day after tomorrow, when we're set to depart. What? All the effort she'd put into getting ready wasted. Zhuge Enai was so frustrated she could scream. When she caught sight of Yilin still lingering in the courtyard, she could barely contain her anger. If anything, Ling Yi probably left because he didn't want to see this guy hanging around. What are you still doing here? Get out. Why are you still standing around? You eyesore. Yilin rolled his eyes. If this woman didn't have a well-connected dad, he'd have hit her with a forbidden spell a long time ago. He even started to wonder whether Zhuge Enai was seriously Zhuge Qianqing's biological daughter, or maybe just a random kid he'd picked up from some garbage dump. Zhuge Qianqing could deduce Yilin was immortal just from a few subtle clues. His perception was uncanny. Zhuge Enai, on the other hand, was clueless, blundering about all day, using her own lack of sense as an excuse to do whatever she pleased. The truth stared her right in the face, and she still refused to believe that Ling Yi and Yilin were the same person. The difference between father and daughter was just astonishing. Yilin walked out, hailed a cab, and got in. To work Xianqiao on Xinjue Avenue, please, he said to the driver. The taxi pulled up outside a small manor. There were dozens of bodyguards stationed around the grounds, though they all kept a low profile. Their very presence gave off an air of hidden danger. Clearly, they were all professionals, true job changers of significant power. Ever since Kenson's attack last time, Father Ji had begun sparing no expense on security. As Yilin walked up to the large bronze and gold gate, a bodyguard immediately stepped forward to block him, barking, "Stop! Private property! No entry!" Before he could finish, there was a sharp smack. Someone slapped the back of his head. Another bodyguard berated him. Are you blind? This year's top scorer on the National College Entrance Exam is Mr. Yilin, and he's our young master's big brother. Please, Master Yi, this way. The bodyguard hurried over with a flattering smile, respectfully showing the way. As soon as Yilin sat down on the sofa in the reception room, Ji Lingyu rushed out. Big brother, I've missed you like crazy. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have sent a car to pick you up. Ever since that eventful trip during the college entrance exams, Ji Lingyu had become completely devoted to Yilin as his big brother, respectful in both word and deed. Are your injuries better? Yilin asked with a smile. All healed up. My dad found the best priest in Qingqing for me. He'll be really happy to know you're here too. I'll go get him. Ji Lingyu quickly called his father over as well. The three of them caught up for a long while, full of warmth and laughter, before Yilin finally got to the heart of his visit, lowering his voice with a touch of mystery. Can we have everyone else step out for a bit? I actually came this time for some important business. Ji Lingyu's father and Ji Lingyu exchanged a glance. Then, Mr. Ji spoke gravely. Everyone, leave us. The butlers and maids all bowed and quietly left the room, their footsteps barely making a sound. All right, Yi Lin, tell us, are you in some kind of trouble? Mr. Ji's gaze was serious and concerned. Whatever it is, as long as it's within my power, I'll help you. Yeah, big brother. Just say what you need, don't stand on ceremony. Ji Lingyu chimed in, nodding emphatically. Yi Lin sighed. It's like this. After the college entrance exam, I went into the scholar's secret realm. While I was there, I actually ran into real demons. This past month, I've been fighting monsters almost non-stop before Yi Lin could even finish. Mr. Ji shot up from the sofa, worry written all over his face. You're hurt. Is it serious? Don't worry. I'll call every healer over level 40 in Qingqing and get them over here right away. He grabbed his phone to make the call. Yi Lin quickly stopped him. No, that's not what I mean. I've been fighting all my life now. I just want to kick back and enjoy myself a little. Enjoy yourself, Mr. Ji looked dumbfounded. Yeah, you know, music up, dancing on. Yi Lin grinned. Mr. Ji. It didn't take long for word to spread that the Ji family would be throwing a lavish celebration banquet for Yi Lin, the national top scorer. The Ji family spared no expense, and just about everyone who was anybody in Qingqing came to join the festivities, all eager to congratulate the city's latest star. Some guests tried their best to cozy up to Yi Lin, hoping to win him over, and more than a few families were eager to introduce their daughters to him. After all, for the lesser powers of Qingqing, Yi Lin's trifecta of titles, national top scorer, level 25 forbidden spellcaster, and disciple of the legendary Mr. Zudge were more than dazzling enough, but Yi Lin showed zero interest in any of them. At the banquet, he only cared about three things: smoking, drinking, and chasing women. He fully embodied the phrase living in drunken abandon, as if he had no cares in the world. When people saw Yi Lin, arms around two women and 3 cigarettes stuck in his mouth, even those who'd hoped to recruit him couldn't help but glance at each other in confusion. What's going on here? He's the national top scorer, how did he end up like this? Sigh. He's a forbidden spellcaster, people like him are notoriously short-lived, and on top of that, he burned through his health to snatch the title of top national scorer. At this rate, he probably doesn't have a couple of years left. Knowing that his time is almost up, it's hard to blame him for drowning himself in booze and pleasure. Honestly, if he hadn't chosen the explode-on-impact profession of a forbidden spellcaster, our little Qingqing might have finally produced a true dragon. You know, it's been ages since anyone from our backwater place has taken first place in the whole country. That's what everyone was whispering behind the scenes. Shooting Yi Lin looks full of pity and regret. Such a promising kid, why did he have to be a forbidden spellcaster? Yet Yi Lin couldn't have cared less about their judgment. He simply turned away and joked with the girl beside him until she burst out giggling, gazing at him with unmistakable adoration. When the victory banquet ended, the one thing on everyone's mind when Yi Lin came up was, he's done for. Totally wasted. But that was just the beginning. Over the next couple of days, people in Qingqing saw Yi Lin cruising the main boulevard in a luxury sports car, revving his engine loud enough to rattle windows. And there was always a different bombshell in the passenger seat. After midnight, without fail, the nation's one scholar would be spotted passed out in front of some nightclub. It became a daily occurrence to catch him emerging from hotels with 3 or 4 different girls, each of them drop-dead gorgeous, all curves and pretty faces. Naturally, everyone started to assume Yi Lin really was on his last legs, and that's why he was living so recklessly. Slowly, people just stopped paying attention to him altogether. Everyone's too busy anyway, after all. In the adult world, it's all about mutual benefit. What value is a top student who's thrown away his future, lost in drink and women, really going to bring anyone? On the third morning, just as the sun was beginning to rise, Yi Lin woke up. He began by invoking the forbidden spell, infernal flames, burning every drop of blood in his body until there was nothing left. Then, taking out the celestial meteor blade, he made a gentle cut from his chest to his belly, opening up a gaping wound. Without flinching, Yi Lin removed his own lungs and liver, tossing them aside and incinerating them to ash with a flicker of fire. Then, with a thought, his cells split and proliferated, regenerating brand new lungs and a fresh liver. Smoking wrecks your lungs, drinking ruins your liver. To play the part of a self-destructive mess, he chain-smoked and downed booze for days. If he didn't swap in new organs, it would obviously take a toll on his body. Just yesterday, after burning through more than 20 packs of cigarettes, Yi Lin could tell his lung capacity had tanked. Once he was done, he slipped on his illusion mask and quietly snuck out of the Ji family estate, thanks to his past 2 days of wild behavior. Even if he disappeared for a bit, Ji's father and Ji Lingyu would just assume he'd hold up in some sleazy joint to continue his hedonistic spree.